You know that feeling when you get on the roller coaster and the bars come down and you get locked in and you're like, oh crap, it's really happening. You know what I mean? Yeah. I got that just when the splash screen came up. I was sat down, I just stretched, and I was like, all right, let's get into it. It'll be great. And then the splash screen, I'm like, oh crap, it actually is beginning, isn't it?
Yeah. It's you know what? I'm set, I'm seated, I'm ready to go. The way that I'm going to get through this is, one, with sheer grit and enthusiasm, and two, I'm just going to keep drinking coffee. I'm going to drink coffee. Here's how I'm doing it. You can do it however you want, but I do recommend playing this way at home if you're at home following along. Drink coffee till 4, switch to beer.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing today. I'm drinking coffee till 4, and then I'm switching to booze, and it's going to be very, very fun. I'll drink very slowly because I'm a huge lightweight. But I've never seen that intro before. I've never done Cus I Wanna.
No, I've seen that intro. Really?
I've never seen it.
That's great. Yeah, that's great.
We're talking about you, Forrest.
I'm going to do the exact same thing. I didn't realize. I assume we're talking about me because I'm here, but I don't know. I tell you, I'm going to do the exact same thing. Only I've got tea. I've got a whole mini fridge full of teas over here, and I'm just going to be chugging these all day long.
How wholesome.
Delicious.
How wholesome. You're like, I'm doing the same thing, but without chemicals in both drinks. For me, it's like one chemical in the morning, switch chemicals in the evening.
I've got a small amount of caffeine here. I can work with that. Just caffeine doesn't do much for me. It just makes me feel empty inside. I don't know.
Oh, me too. Me too. Don't get me wrong. I also feel empty inside. But the thing is, it's like there used to be this viral video that I would see every now and again. It'd show up on Reddit. It was like the impact of addiction, and the way that it showed. It was like this little kiwi bird that sips from the delicious fluid. I know the one you're talking.
Yes.
Yeah. And then eventually it's like it has to sip from the fluid just to feel normal. And it's like, that's how I am with coffee. I feel I want to be clear, not in a millennial way. It's not like I'm not myself till I get my coffee. It's more like if I don't drink my coffee, I feel a little bit bad because I'm going through withdrawal. So I do like to have a little coffee in the morning to feel normal. But, it's a very healthy relationship.
I have become addicted to caffeine before a couple of times, and it always is. It's weird. It's weird getting off it. It's a cool interaction in your cells. We'll talk about it here in a minute. But just for everybody out there, people who want to know what's going on, welcome to this show that you are currently watching. I'm Forrest. That's Erika. We are both biologists, and we are here to take your questions about evolution. If you are a creationist, if you don't believe in evolution, if you don't think evolution is a real thing, if you think that microevolution makes sense but macroevolution doesn't, if you don't think that random mutations can make something as complicated as an eyeball, if you don't understand how there are still monkeys if humans came from monkeys, if you don't understand why we have such faith in Charles Darwin, if you want to know why we use this religion to replace another religion, if you believe in any of the things that we hear all the time out of places like the Discovery Institute and Answers in Genesis and other pseudoscience organizations that try to convince people that the most robust theory in the history of biology, the single grounding principle upon which all biological sciences are built, if you want to understand why the crap they say about the things that we study for a living are indeed nonsense, this is your chance to pick up the phone and have serious conversations with people who actually study this crap for a living, rather than just continuing to believe your preacher, your pastor, or goddamn Calvin Smith. You can now pick up the phone and put your hard-hitting questions to people who actually study this stuff day in and day out and teach it on the internet for a living. The number on the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description. And I will also say that it's not just creationists who are welcome. All science deniers are welcome. Flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, transphobes, climate change deniers, chemtrails. You want to talk about it? This is your chance to talk about it. If you want to tell us why you don't think that it makes any sense that the earth is getting warmer when it was literally cold last week and it snowed last year, if you want to tell us how sex and gender are the same thing and there's only boys and boys like girls and that's the natural order, if you want to tell us how vaccines can change your DNA and cause the autisms and all sorts of other stuff, if you want to tell us about why you don't believe in the foundational principles of science, except for when you think they do. They make sense. They back up your claims that you researched on the toilet, whatever it may be. Like, this is the chance to be serious. This is the chance to crawl out of the comment section and actually talk to people who are willing to have these conversations in a real freaking way. We are as nice as you are. As long as you're pleasant, we'll be pleasant. We try to be patient. We try to be kind. As I sit here and make jokes and straw men about their beliefs, it is all just for fun. This is your chance to call in and be real for a minute. Have serious conversations with serious people. The number again on the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description.
Forrest, can you imagine if we sat here and we get the line and it's Calvin Smith on the line? Can you imagine if we got a call from Calvin Smith, the man himself, perhaps even the heir apparent to Answers in Genesis regular? Maybe he moves on up from Answers in Genesis Canada. That would be really incredible. I would love it if Calvin Smith would call. However, I know he's not. I know we're never going to get a call from a guy like that. So, as Forrest said, if you're a creationist, if you're a pseudoscientist of any variety, we're talking ancient aliens, we're talking about anti-vaxxers, transphobes, we're talking about climate change deniers, we're talking about intelligent design advocates, we're talking about creationists of all stripes, please call in. And then I will add too, if you have like a specific variety of any of those that you'd like to call in and check with them, or just like a concept within it. You know, I'm familiar with the creationist side of things. So it's like, you want to call in and talk about genetic entropy, or why you think the human chromosome 2 fusion is bullshit, or you want to call and talk about design mutability, or created heterozygosity, or any osities or ologies that you have made up in order to support creationism, please, please, please call in. I would love to talk about that. I know Forrest would as well with you. And friendly offer as well. If you had a weird experience, if you saw a cryptid, if you had a ghost experience, if you had an alien experience, and you think that it's legit, and you just want to call in and like chat about that with two people who are going to be skeptical, please call in and talk about that too. I think that is the most fun kind of call to get. I love when someone calls in and they're like, brother, I saw the Mothman and he squeezed my ass. You know, like, call in, tell us about your bizarre experience. We want to talk about that kind of thing too. We're excited. It's the spooky season. And I'm doing, I texted Forrest before this and I was like, are we doing a gimmick? And Forrest was like, we're the gimmick. And I was like, that's true. But I'm doing another gimmick and I want you guys to know what it is. I have been doing this art project for the month of October where I have this wonderful little spooky looking cat sculpture that I've named Enoch. And when I was putting him away last year for the Halloween season, his little witch hat broke off, which is so sad to me. And so what I decided to do was use the witch hat where it was as like a candle holder. And so I've started melting candles on the top of Enoch. Enoch is here. Let me pull him. He's already lit. So let me pull him into view for you. This is my beautiful Enoch. And here's his little face. And I've been burning candles. I've been burning candles on the top of him and to make him a little spookier. There you go. You can see it's currently burning. And so what I thought would be kind of fun is, you know, they don't make candles like they used to. So what I'm thinking is I'm just going to burn candles the whole time we're on today. And I want to see how much Enoch changes from his current position to the end. I've got like 5 candles off here. I don't think we're going to get through 5, but they're short candles, so we might. The sad part is I went to Walmart specifically for candles prior to this. And they only had white candles. So sweet, beloved Enoch is going to look, and you know how white candles burn and they get that translucent color? He's going to look a little sus by the end of the night, which is very
especially
sad.
With the conical nature of what's already there. He's going to look like a clan member by the end of this, and it's going to be a problem.
I know. I'm a little worried about that myself. But the thing is, I also have my little knife here. This feels like we're doing like a seance to carve away any of the unseemly wax drippings that obscure his face. So it's going to be really fun. We're gonna do some spooky season stuff. I don't know. I know Forrest has costumes lurking just out of scene. Maybe when he gets up to take a shit or something, he'll come back with the alien head on.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Just have to, just bounce back and forth between dumping and silly costumes just constantly for the next 10 hours. It's going to be awesome. I tell you though, you have excited me with the prospect of like, you know, I know it's not going to happen, but like, dude, Calvin Smith calling in. Colin Wright, any of like the famous pseudoscientists out, I would love that call. I would love that. It's a friggin' James Tour. Pick up the phone, give us a shout. Let's talk.
Gamester would never. He would never. Rob Stadler would never. Rob Carter would never. All of the Robs. There's like 8 Robs. Jeffrey Tompkins would love that. Georgia Purdom would love that. Andrew Snelling, Warwicker, Baumgartner. Like, give me any of these guys. None of them will. Actually, most of them probably aren't like online. Like most of them, you guys have probably noticed this, but the majority of the creationists are very octogenarian loaded, right? Like they're aging out.
Mm-hmm.
And Ken Ham has been lamenting about this actually online on social media because where is the next generation to replace them? Like they get like think about Calvin Smith is, you know, he's not like an old guy, but he's not a spring chicken either. It's like who's going to come and replace and become the next generation? It could be you. If you could slay 2 biologists on live stream today, you might be able to. That's actually how they decide who is going to take Ken Ham's place. You have to like go down the gauntlet of defeating.
Answers in Genesis is watching right now, waiting for somebody to beat us. That's absolutely right. Now I'm talking. I would take any like I would love a call from any of them. I would love a call from any of the folks. Like I just did a call a video about Gary Brecka, guy who calls himself a human biologist because he's got a biology degree from a chiropractic college and talks about biohacking and how you can cure cancer by changing your frequencies. Would love to talk to that dude. Colin Wright, the famous transphobic biologist who did evolutionary biology and now makes his entire career out of telling people that he is a credentialed biologist. You should take him seriously when he tells you that the institutions that gave him his credentials cannot be trusted. That's his entire shtick. I would take a call from Jay Dyer. People tell me to talk to that dude all the fucking time. That other guy, Mark Driscoll, people send me his clips all the time. I would love a call from any of these people that like, I get so many comments. People like, oh, you're too chicken to talk to this person. It's like the numbers on the bottom of the screen. Let's talk. Let's do it.
No, that's unbelievable. That's actually unreal. No, we host a show where you could call and challenge us. Like it doesn't get less chicken than that. We host a show where you can call in and humiliate us in front of thousands of people if you know what you're talking about. But the problem is no one calls.
We don't prepare.
And the reason we don't call, we don't prepare. You can. Call in and just bust our chops in front of absolutely everybody. This is your opportunity. Like, again, I just can't. There's nothing less cowardly than being like, I am coming unprepared to a debate where you pick the top. Come in, defeat us in the marketplace of ideas. Anyways,
it's wild. It is the marketplace of ideas. I will say this really quick before we get started, because we already have looks like 2 callers on the line right now. Just so everybody knows, we have 8 lines open. So right now, already 2 of them are filled. Looks like there's a third one who's coming in at this moment. So at least 5 lines left. If you call in and you get a busy signal or whatever, just wait until we're done with the call and try again. I guarantee we will do our best to get to everybody. We do prioritize combative calls. So if you're calling in with just a general question, or if you're calling to agree with us, heaven forbid, you're going to be waiting for a while. So I would recommend, waiting, seeing if the vibe is available to you. Also, as we discussed earlier, and I just want to quadruple check before we get started. We're going to do a call and then we're going to read all the super chats from that call and then move. Is that good for everybody? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Coolio.
And also producer
because otherwise
we don't have a screener right now. So when you guys take in a new caller, can you just confirm their information? Like just confirm their name and pronouns and stuff?
Absolutely. Be happy to.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we will hopefully have a screener soon. There was a little glitch in our giddy up and we were missing one, but we do have an auto screener. So you'll talk to a robot when you call in and we'll get your info. But with that, do send super chats if you want us to read them on the screen, and we'll do that after every call. Erika, my dear friend, are you ready to jump in, or do you want to bring up another terrifying cat monster before we get started?
All right, I was born ready. He's not. He's cute. He's adorable. My sweet Enoch.
I'll have to show you. I've got an Enoch of my own, actually, which I will show you at some point. I've got over the garden wall, right?
Of course, that's what he's named after.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I've got a lantern that's sitting on my mantelpiece in my living room, which has it's 4 silhouette vignettes, I guess it would be. It's got a vignette on each side, and one is Enoch, one's the Beast, one's the Woodsman, and one's Greg and Wirt on. And so like it's just like this cool like, and it's got a little electric candle in there, so you can like we turn it throughout the year. So like for spooky times right now for Halloween, it's got Enoch facing front, but like during Christmas, it'll be the Woodsman, and like, you know, we kind of mess it up. It's great. You got to come visit sometime, dude. We'll kick it and play Jackbox games.
Before we start this, my plan is actually to go as Enoch for Halloween this year. I've got an Enoch theme going on.
Tight.
I love the name. It's actually very coincidental because I got this cat, like I said, 2 years ago, and then his hat broke off last year. But I got like the stilts, and then I've got this. I just finished this foam pumpkin that I've carved to like be the right face. That it's my mask, you know. It smells so bad inside. It's actually unreal. I'm getting cancer being within 3 feet of it because the glue that they use, I don't know what's going on. But it is finished, and so when I get up to get some more coffee, I'll come back up and I will don it, and you guys can see Pumpkin Gibbon. It's cool. I think it's cool. Anyways, I just wanted to say that.
Gibbon.
Let's get started.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. All right, cool. Let's start with the person who's been waiting for 27 minutes to talk to us. I think the name is Greg, but again, it's on the auto screen, so we're going to double check. Greg, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika, your first call of the day. How are you doing?
Great. Is this me?
This is you.
Yes,
and I've got you here as Greg. Pronouns he, him, calling in from elongated leopards. Is that correct?
That is
illustrious
correct.
Leopards. Elongated would be an E. Yes. All right, cool. Perfect. So what did you want to talk about today?
Well, first of all, I just want to say respect to both of you. This is going to be 8 hours or 10 hours? How long is that?
Minimum 10. Minimum 10.
That's crazy. All right.
Our current record is 8.5, so we want to crush that.
Okay. Well, I did hear your long, well, I shouldn't say long, but your preface about creationist callers and all of this stuff. So this might be a little too mild for you. It's more like an intelligent design argument. I wouldn't necessarily
intelligent design is creationism, so it works.
Oh, does it? Oh, I did. Okay, well, fair enough. If you want to take it that way. My argument is pretty straightforward. So you might have heard it before, but basically, it's a probability argument, and the argument goes that the universe is much more likely to be designed than it is to not be designed, evidenced by, and you probably heard of this before, the Martin-Rees constants, or ratios. So like, as just one example, for example, if you take the ratio of the gravitational force of attraction between protons and the repulsive force between protons, there's like this delicate balance, right? This delicate Goldilocks range. If that ratio were off just by a little bit, the argument goes that matter wouldn't be able to sustain itself, and then you wouldn't be able to sustain life, and then we wouldn't be able to have the conversation that we're having right now. That's just one example of a ratio. There's other examples as well, and they're called the Martin-Rees constants. And if
just
you accept that, you don't have to accept that, obviously. Yeah. And if you don't accept that, that's fine too. If you did accept that, though, would that not lead to a dichotomy where you either have situation A, we kind of lucked out with these constants just being, and these ratios being where they're supposed to be, or B, the more likely proposition is that someone designed the constants to be where they're at, and that, of course, would imply a designer. And then, of course, it wouldn't be a leap of faith to go from there to, a God or something along those lines. And so it's not an argument that God does exist. It's an argument of probability saying that it's more likely that the universe was designed than that the universe was not designed, and therefore would imply a designer. But anyway, that's
so it is.
Thanks for letting me finish that. So yeah,
it's just a very specific form of the fine tuning argument. Then.
Yes.
Yeah. Erika, do you want to start? Or do you want me to start?
No, I mean, I certainly have thoughts. It doesn't matter to me. If you want to start, you can start. Okay, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna say, for me, Greg, like right off the bat, a lot of these fine-tuning arguments, I think that they tend to be put to bed by, for one, like a simple analogy to a puddle, right? Like, lots of things are astronomically unlikely. And one thing that I would point to, right, is that any given shape that may form in the ground by the result of erosion or a pothole or damage or whatever, like there are an infinite amount of different shaped holes that you can form in the ground. And yet, every time it rains, every single one of these holes fills with water. And so if you were to suddenly grant a puddle the ability to become sapient and question it as to how it came to be the way that it came to be, this puddle would look at you and be like, man, well, obviously this hole was designed for me because atom by atom, I fit perfectly within it, right? The puddle would marvel at how perfectly this hole is shaped for it. But the reality is that the hole was not shaped for the puddle shaped to fill the hole, right? And I think the same is often true for the universe that we live in, right? We have a sample size of 1. We know of one universe, and it is the one that we currently live in. I don't think that it is possible, or at the very least, I don't think that it is soundly reasonable to propose that we can create any kind of probability for the universe, for any given constant within it, for the probability of life or whatever, when our sample size is 1. Whether we're talking about life on Earth or whether we're talking about the constants, the fundamental features of the universe in the first place, it's very difficult in my mind to put a probability to that because there is only one that we are aware of, right? You can't really do statistics on that. It could, for all we know, be equally as likely. Yeah, you go ahead. Go. Let's start with that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and but I'm not trying to interrupt. And if I'm ever interrupting too much, please just call me out on it. Just a question. When you say, just clarification question. When you say sample size of 1, do you mean as in like one universe and there are other universes? But there could be more than one universe. Is that what? I just want to clarify. Is that what you're?
There could be, but we don't know if there is or isn't.
So what do you mean when you say sample size of 1? Sorry.
I mean, we know of one universe, and so you can't do probability with 1. You can't do any kind of statistics if you have a sample size of 1. We can create other universes theoretically, right? But we don't have any empirical proof at present that other universes certainly do exist, and we certainly can't speak to the features or qualities of them either. Well, at least not that I'm aware of.
Are you saying that there's another, like, are you saying that there are possibly other combinations of ratios and constants that could sustain matter and life that we're just not aware of?
I'm not sure if there are or aren't. I think that it's fair to say that there could be. I mean, the way that life exists now, for instance, we had a previous range of habitable conditions for life, right? When we were first investigating life, we were like, life can withstand the following conditions. Let's say we were establishing this in the early 1900s, for example. As we've continued to explore the natural world, we've discovered more and more extremophiles, all the way down to microbes living in Lake Vostok, kilometers below the surface of the ice, in water that hasn't seen the surface of the Earth in millions of years. And there's microorganisms living down there in hypersaline environments. There are organisms living in the vents, the hot spring vents on Yellowstone. Tardigrades can survive for periods of time and space. So as we've learned more about the biosphere that we live in now, the range of habitable conditions for organisms has broadened. So I don't think it's fair to say these are the conditions that life can live in, because it keeps surprising us.
Well, okay, fair enough. But even if we just focus on that one ratio that I gave you as an example, the gravitational versus repulsive forces of protons, just that one ratio right there, just that on itself, if that were slightly off, matter wouldn't even be able to form. So you wouldn't be able to get life if you can't even have matter. You can't even have atoms, I should say. You can't even have atoms being formed. If that's indeed how that constant plays out, so to speak, from the Reese Martin constant or Martin Reese constants. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is I get like life can keep surprising us, but that'd be quite a surprise if you can't even hold atoms together, and you could have life in an environment where atoms aren't even able to be assembled.
No, I agree with you for sure. I mean, we were talking about life. There's a big difference between the fundamental constants within physics and the habitable conditions for life. I absolutely agree with you there. But what I'm trying to, those are two sort of separate arguments. What I'm saying is that for our physics argument, we know how physics works here, and we know the fundamental sort of bases, I guess you would say, for how physics in our universe operates. I'm not comfortable saying that that is how it must operate. right? In every conceivable universe, would they, like, I said we have a sample size of one, we do. But we can sit around and play around with hypotheticals and conceive of universes where things would operate differently or could operate differently. Do they exist? I have no idea, right? But what I'm trying to say with that is that it's very easy to sit around and say how likely or unlikely it is for the fundamentals of our universe to exist the way that they are when we only know of one universe and this is how they operate here. Like, I don't feel comfortable playing. Like, you can say, wow, it's marvelous that life can exist in our universe, and it is. But the second we start playing statistics games and saying how likely or unlikely that is, that the universe should be set up this way, I no longer feel comfortable using that kind of language, because, again, we only have one universe and this is how it played out here. It could have played out a gazillion different other ways for all I know. Now, I'm no physicist, but I don't think that playing with probabilities is wise when we have this universe and this universe only, as far as we are aware.
You mentioned the two different arguments. They're separate arguments, and to be clear, I'm arguing mostly from the constants argument, the physical constants argument, not so that more just like matter being able to sustain itself. And so, sure. And I'm sorry, I promise I'm not being disingenuous. Like, I'm genuinely trying to wrap my head around. So, I'm still trying to see how, with that Goldilocks range I gave, with that one ratio, for example, I'm not trying to be stuck on this, but I guess I am kind of stuck on it. I'm still trying to understand how that's not, like, how is that not remarkable that we lucked out? I'm looking at this as sort of like a slot machine kind of thing. And if the constant just happened to, that ratio of constants just happened to be right by coincidence, that seems like a remarkable coincidence, which lies in the questioning of it. Yeah.
So let's play a game here, right? Like, you're playing with probabilities and you're suggesting that there can be other universes. So let's take that ad infinitum here. If I have a dice with 1,000,000 sides on it and I roll it one time, what are the odds that I get a 69?
Is it, how
1 in
many
a
sides
million,
was it?
right? 1,000,000 sides.
Oh, yeah, 1 in a million. If it's a 1,000,000-sided die. Yeah,
right. Right. Yeah. If it's got 1,000,000 sides, I roll it one time. I'm hoping for one number. If I want 69, it's 1 in a million chance that I get 69 on the first roll, right? What if I roll it an infinite amount of times? What are the odds that I'm going to get a 69 now?
Infinite?
Yeah, I'm definitely 100%. I'm going to get a 69 at some point if I roll it an infinite amount of times. So if we're playing this game where we have two possibilities here. There's one universe or there's more than one universe, right? Like, either the universe can only form this way or it can form an infinite amount of ways, or some number that is approaching infinity. So if that's the case and we don't know how many universes there are, then the odds that we could get a universe like this, if we're playing this multiverse kind of game, is 100% by chance.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, we live in the one where it worked out, but if we didn't live in the one that worked out, we wouldn't be here discussing how we lived in the one that worked out.
Okay, so it sounds like, if I extrapolate this, go ahead, sorry.
No, that's all I was going to say. Yeah, it's a little self-fulfilling.
Sure. Well, then I would say I guess my response to that would be that in a way, the dichotomy is this then. We don't know if there are more than one universes or not. We don't, to my knowledge, I mean, you guys are the scientific experts, but I didn't know. But that means the dichotomy would be more like this then. Either A, there are more than one universes, so many so that this isn't remarkable at all, that we have the constants that we have and that the world works the way it does. Or B, there's one universe, and if there's only one universe, then likely it was designed. And so and I guess I'm not convinced that an infinite number of universes, we don't know if that's true or not, is necessarily a more probable reality or possibility than there being only one universe that was designed.
Let's say there is only one universe,
but both seem like you're going on a limb either way. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's say there is only one universe. Let's just for a second, let's assume that we figured this out and there is only one. And so now how do we get to it was probably designed? Because what you have here is this fine-tuning thing. And at the end of the day, it works exactly the same way that Erika just laid out, even if there's just one, which is if it wasn't this way, we wouldn't be here talking about it. You can take it the same way if you go forward and talk about evolution, and people ask about, like, why are humans so smart and all this. It's like, if such and such didn't happen, if this wasn't the conditions that we evolved in, we would have evolved differently, or we wouldn't have evolved at all, or we wouldn't be here alive at all. Like, there's differences that would have been accounted for if things were different. They weren't different, so they're not, right? And so we look at the universe the way that it is right now. Let's say that this is the only way that it possibly could be. That doesn't imply a designer just because it's mandatory this way. Let's say there are lots of ways that it could be, and this is the way that it happened to fall into. Maybe it is pure coincidence. That doesn't imply a designer. At the end of the day, you're picking the designer thing because it is convenient for you. It has explanatory power that is very convenient and very easy to wrap your head around. That doesn't mean that it's logical, testable, falsifiable, verifiable, any of those things. It is one of infinite possibilities for why the universe is the way that it is. And you're just picking it because it's comfortable.
Okay. I mean, I agree that it's not testable. I agree with that. And so, but I guess the alternatives that you guys have given me so far, like the infinite universe thing, and you're saying the one universe thing, isn't really testable either. Sorry, I'm taking my time here because I'm trying to process it all.
How do you tell the difference?
Say again.
How do you tell the difference? How do you tell if you can't test it? How do you tell the difference between a universe that is necessarily created this way and a universe that happens to be this way? How do you tell which one is which?
Well, you can't, I guess. That's fair.
So which is the most logical one to go with? The one that has more assumptions, assuming that there's some guy that has desires and those desires happen to be this insanity that we live in, or the assumption that naturalistic explanations account for every single thing? Every time we've ever looked at anything ever in the universe, every single one of them has a naturalistic explanation. So the beginnings of the universe probably also has a naturalistic explanation. Even if we're going like at just the base straw man, it's all just an assumption level. Which assumption is more reasonable to make?
Okay, it sounds like I don't know if you're intending this or not. Maybe you are, but it sounds a little bit almost like a God of the Gaps kind of situation again, where it's like, well, if we don't have if we can't explain this yet, we're injecting something that makes sense, even if it's not testable, I guess.
But the thing that we're injecting, the thing that we're injecting that makes sense, Greg, is I don't know.
Yeah,
that's the key here. Is that what Erika and I are doing is we're saying there is yet to be a single example of anything supernatural ever. Every single thing that we have ever learned about the universe has a naturalistic explanation. There's a lot of stuff that we don't know, but every time we learn something, it's natural. Every single time we learn something, it obeys the laws of physics, the laws of chemistry, the laws of nature. It flows. It works. Even really unintuitive things like quantum physics, shit that like just does not make any sense in any classical understanding of how things work, is still natural. There's nothing there that leads us to believe that there's some ghost manipulating things, right? Maxwell's demon isn't real. And so there's this pattern, this history of every single time we ask a question, when we find the answer is this one single thing. And you're proposing, all right, but what if in this case there's a different kind of answer? In this one particular instance, the creation of the universe, in this one situation, there's actually magic. There's actually some intelligent guy. There's some dude who exists outside of space and time that wanted things to be this way. And like what you have to recognize here is that like just saying, I don't know, but it's probably the same as everything else, isn't just filling in God of the Gaps. It isn't just making a declaration of like, well, I assume it's going to be this because it's going to be this, right? What you're doing here is saying there's something outside of space and time, and it's a dude, and it has a mind, and it has desires, and it can do stuff, and it did this, and it did it on purpose, and it did it so well that we now have this, and this guy's super great at like math and atomic theory. He must have figured it out way, and like all this baggage, all of this stuff that comes along with that assumption. So earlier on, I was using the word assumption kind of cavalier way because I wanted to get to that talking point that people usually say of like, oh, you're just deciding what you want to believe, and it's just a religion and blah blah blah. At the end of the day, the God of the gaps that Erika and I are leaning on is I don't know what it is. But if I had to hazard a guess, if I had to look in a place, if I was gonna start testing, it'd be with things that are actually testable. It would be with the things that are always there. It would be the same track record that it's always been. Does that make sense?
One of those things, Greg, where it's like we're not going to sit here and say the universe is definitely not designed and there's definitely not a God, right? That's not scientific to say it. Instead, what we're saying is that there is no reason at present to think that that is the case. Science investigates with the tools that we have, with the observation and the observations that I've been able to make. And granted, I'm not a physicist, but I don't think that it's a common physics position. I think I'm confident enough in the state of physics literature to say that other physicists aren't saying, okay, the consensus here is that this is looking designed. This is looking like there's somebody out there who's sort of tinkering with this. And part of the problem with that is as Forrest said earlier, how do you actually tell the difference between what nature is capable of, nature, I guess at cosmic scale, and what designer is required for, right? How do you actually tell the difference between the two of them? You have to come up with criteria for how do you define when a designer is responsible versus when they're not. And a really cool example of this in biology or in my field is that, with stone tools, right? Like, how do we tell the difference between a rock that fell down a hill and looks kind of vaguely tool-shaped versus something that required a designer to... And the way that we did that is we did an incredible amount of experimentation to figure out what kind of percussion patterns and fractures rock being smashed together by an agent versus what a rock tumbling down a hill is capable of displaying sort of feature-wise. So we would need some kind of methodologically naturalistic way to test for a designer, first to establish a designer and then to test for it to be naturalistic and for it to be scientific. And, I run into creationists sometimes who have a problem with methodological naturalism as a means by which we explore the world. But it's like, for the West, that strategy was invented by Christians, right? Methodological naturalism was a thing that the gentleman naturalists, the majority of which were Christian, held by because they didn't think that it was reasonable to explore creation without with suspecting that God may be interacting and tinkering every 6 seconds, because that's just not the way that reality seems to operate. So it's like, then we have two options all the way, bringing things full circle. We have two options. It's like either the designer is scientific or is capable of being scientifically investigated and are thus not supernatural, or they aren't. And if we can't investigate them with the tools of science, then at least at present, it's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. We can't even begin to investigate it. It becomes sort of a navel-gazing type of thing.
Okay, well, fair enough. I mean, and like I said, I wasn't claiming with a certainty that this is kind of a cop-out, though, because I was saying it's more of a probability argument. So I'm saying that, I was trying to make the argument that one was more likely than the other. But I mean, to be fair, as a theist, I do believe in the designer model. But in any case, but no, that's okay. So I think I'm wrapping my head around that. So it sounds like, I guess you guys are not, it's a little different than I expected. So you guys aren't, correct me if I'm mischaracterizing you, you're not actively disbelieving that there was a designer, actively disbelieving that there was some kind of God that invented everything. You're just saying that you don't believe it. Those are two different statements, technically. That's a fine line between the two.
The thing is, it's not science. It's not science. So, the thing about, when we talk about the Big Bang, when we talk about evolution, when we talk about any of these models, any of these theories that help us understand the universe, what they're able to do, not only do they have massive explanatory power, but they have explanatory power towards things that we haven't even discovered yet. When we find new information, it fits back into this. And more importantly, they can make novel testable predictions. We can say, okay, well, if this is true, then we should be able to do this. We should be able to test this thing. We should be able to see this happen. And it's right every time, despite so many chances for these models to be wrong. They keep coming up right. And that's the thing about science, is you never accept a hypothesis. You fail to reject it. So what we're doing here, every single chance we have to reject these ideas, we can't, because over and over and over and over, they keep coming back more and more reinforced by the evidence. And what you've got over here with intelligent design doesn't do any of that. It is just simply a 'cause a God did it. That's it. And I can't test that. I can't go look. If I look for anything and I say, okay, well, here's this thing, you can just say the same thing. That's 'cause God. I can't say, okay, well, if God did it, then I should find this, and I can't predict anything like that. It has to be what we call this post hoc immunizing idea, where every single time I find something, that's 'cause God. And if anything contradicts my current model, that's 'cause God. And if I find something I didn't expect, that's 'cause God. And that's all it has. So it doesn't do the things science does. And most importantly, it doesn't have any mechanisms. Like the thing about evolution, the thing about the Big Bang, the thing about all of this stuff is we can pin down, this is how it works and this is why. We have laws and theories that back these things up. We have rules and principles that back these things up. We have testable patterns and these things that go along with it that we can now say, okay, so this is the actual mechanism at work here. And again, now we can test that. You don't have that for intelligent design. There's no mechanism of design. There's no proposed patterning or behaviors of design. There's no principles, laws, rules, anything that tells us like any purpose or guiding set of rules behind it. None of it. It is just God, because God. And if it happened, it's because God. And that's simply not scientific thinking. That is just religion. And that's why you said at the beginning, you were talking about trying to distinguish between intelligent design and creationism. There is no distinction. Intelligent design is just creationism trying to act scientific, but it isn't. It doesn't do what science does. It doesn't give us any new information. It just gives a blanket explanation for everything we don't understand.
That's fair.
It's sort of
to be fair, I can't.
It's a big what if, right? Like I'm just co-signing really what Forrest said. It's like a what if game, I mean, it's sitting around and saying, wouldn't it be crazy if XYZ, which, that's fine for like sitting around, again, like I said earlier, like kind of navel gazing. But if we're talking about something that is on the table from a scientific perspective as something that we can actually investigate and as something that may actually be reflective of reality, as Forrest said, at present, intelligent design, from fine tuning to, design mutability or whatever, like it just doesn't fit the bill. There's just nothing about it that we can actually tangibly test. It's just a lot of, boy, isn't it crazy that cells look like that? Or boy, isn't it crazy that Earth is in the Goldilocks zone and we just so happen to be able to be intelligent enough to create technology to have this conversation? It's a lot of just looking at vast numbers and probabilities and saying that must have been designed. But goodness, we live in a world where things that are incredibly unlikely happen regardless. Anyways, I'm going to try to fix my lag.
Yeah.
Finish this off here, Forrest.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, too. I mean, that's a fair point, because I can't think of any predictions you can make with intelligent design. And so, unlike, and with a lot of scientific theories and things like that, you're right, I can't make predictions with it. So therefore, it's not science. And to be fair, I don't really consider intelligent design to be science. It was more of a probability argument. But I would still draw a
probability argument that you can't calculate.
Say again.
It's a probability argument that you can't calculate. As Erika pointed out earlier, you have a sample size of 1 and nothing to compare it to. For all you know, this may be the only way it is possible for anything to exist. We don't know.
All right. No, that's fair. That's fair. And I mean, just to be clear, to me, I always distinguished intelligent design from creationism. I guess maybe I just had the words wrong. To me, it's young Earth creationism versus not young Earth creationism, but they're different kinds of creationism or anything along those lines. Yeah. But no, I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm not really scientifically versed myself. I've only not passed freshman basics in college. So I'm glad I got more than I asked for when I called, because I was actually worried it was going to be a simple matter of these constants don't work the way you think they work, Martin Rees was wrong, and I wouldn't have anything to say to that because I'm not versed in the scientific field. But you guys really went further than I expected. I got a good conversation. Sure.
Yeah,
okay.
it may be the case. I don't know. I'm not
case. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm saying I'm not a physicist. I'm not here to question that. That's not my job. But sure. What I can tell you is like, you don't have to be a scientist to just care about whether or not what you believe is true. And if you care about whether or not what you believe is true, then you need to ask yourself, okay, so what is the one gold standard method for finding out what is true? And I promise you it's not faith, because at the end of the day, science has been wrong before. You know how we figured out it was wrong? Science. That's what it does. It's self-correcting. It gets better every single day. And we get to a point where, like, over the centuries, there was a time when we were overturning massive theories, massive changes in how we viewed the entire universe. And it keeps getting narrower and narrower and narrower. And now it's not like we used to think the universe was infinitely old, and now it's actually 40 billion years, and now it's actually 30 billion. And now it's like, okay, well, is it 13.8295 or is it 13.8296? Like, what? You know, we're just getting the resolutions getting better and better and better. And so that I would encourage you. You don't have to be a scientist, but you need to demand evidence for what you believe in. And just, I can't think of anything better than this, simply isn't good enough. So I think you'd be a great scientist if you dug into it. But like, just you gotta try.
Sure. Well, I just want to say I appreciate you taking the argument at face value on the constants to see where it could go, in a sense, kind of steel manning it a little bit, because then you can get more of an interesting take on it. So I do appreciate that. Well, I didn't have much else to say. Thank you both for your time quite a bit, and best of luck, because that's going to be a long stream. So
it's been fun. It's been a great way to start.
Have no fear.
We're in this for the love of the game, Greg.
What'd you say?
Good. We can handle it.
All right.
All right.
Take care of yourself, Greg. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. Good luck. Bye.
Bye-bye. Lines are absolutely full, except for we just dropped a call. So to the people who've called in and got a busy signal, this is your chance to hop back on the line. You will be waiting a while. We've got 7 other people waiting.
Not only that, Forrest, but these calls are delectable. Looking at these calls, I am delighted by some of these subjects.
They are. It's some of these are really, really good. I don't like just looking on the line. Number 4 sounds wild. Number 6, I don't understand what that has to do with anything. Number 8, I don't know what that is. Number 9 sounds neat. Number 10 sounds great. So like, just I leave it up to you, amiga mia. Which one do you like?
Oh man, I think we go down the list for now. I think we take the next one with 4. I think that's right up your alley, and I think that'll give me an opportunity to try to fix my lag. So
you guys want to do super chats real quick?
Oh fuck! You're gonna say yes? See, yeah, I do want to do super chat.
if Erika, if you wanted to dip for a minute while Forrest does super chats, I can put just him on the screen for super chats.
That's not fair.
Or any of the super.
That's not fair. Make her do super chats.
I couldn't hear anything you said because your internet
went lag is real bad.
God damn it. Okay, yeah, do that. Do that.
I'm going to say no, because that's not fair. She deserves to do the super chats too. And by deserves, I mean, like, how dare you try to pass it off on me? Let's save them to the next call. Let's save super chats to the next call.
Fine. Do it for the next call. We'll take this next one. This next one is up Forrest alley anyways, so he can field the beginning and I can go try to move my router and make a sacrifice and do something and fix my Wi-Fi.
Get out of my alley, bro. All right, we're gonna talk to Rob, pronouns he, him, calling in from urticating Klingons. Talking about itchy aliens. I don't know. Who says that I don't understand the antitransposition. Rob, you are on the line with Forrest and only Forrest. How are you doing today?
Hi, it's great, thanks. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you. So just a few things. You said earlier about why don't people call in to discuss with you, but I'm just thinking, is if you ever go into modern day debates, they discuss trans issues, so you could volunteer yourself. You could email James at Modern Day Debates and say you want to discuss trans thing, and they'll put you up with someone like Andrew Wilson, and that would be, it would be neutrally moderated instead of just you having control.
The reason why I don't is because they have shown a history of not really caring about what kind of people they bring on. The last time they had Matt Dillahunty on to talk about God, it wasn't even about trans people, it was about God, and they brought on a guy who calls himself like Big Papa Fascist or something, and let that dude just spew a bunch of transphobic hate speech and shit, and never checked him on it. And like that wasn't what he was there for. That wasn't supposed to be the point. And they just let him just be hateful and shit. And so that was the first and last time that I was interested. I also have other friends who have had some pretty negative experiences. So I know they're a common name on the platform, but I would just not be interested at all in working with them. Same reason I wouldn't work with Standing for Truth, because it's just like, I don't take you seriously when you call yourself a how do you say, like an impartial platform, if this is the way you're going to behave. It's just not worth the time to deal with this stuff. Sure. I am careful about like how I'm going to platform people, because like on this platform, at least, well, yes, I do have control over it with me having the buttons and everything like that, but I am constantly criticized for not using the mute button enough, for not shutting people down the way that a lot of other people want me to. However, I do have the opportunity, if someone is going to go outside of the realm of having a civil discussion and is just being a bigot, then I can decide, all right, it is not worth my time to put my face next to yours and say, to give this tacit consent to this argument being, worth anybody's time to listen to. So like, there are certain conversations I'm just simply not going to have. And if I'm going to be on a platform like Modern Day Debates, and they're going to bring on somebody who is actively just saying just the stupidest, most hateful shit, there's a certain point where you kind of have to take responsibility for like, I am dignifying this by engaging with it. You know what I mean? If someone wants to argue about whether trans people are real and they want to be serious about it, great. If they want to just sit here and spew hate speech and just, nonsense, if there needs to be a benefit to that beyond just giving this person money and attention. You know what I mean?
Well, the best way to argue your case, if if that's what you truly believe, is to go on somewhere like that. You show yourself to have the courage to go onto an impartial platform. That's what it looks like to people who are interested.
Strongly disagree.
Okay.
Strongly disagree, because like I don't think they're that impartial. I think they paint themselves as impartial. But at the end of the day, the kind of people that they are willing to give a platform to speaks a lot about like what their priorities are. And when you allow somebody who calls themselves a fascist to get on stage and ignore the topic of the debate just to attack a marginalized community, and you let that shit happen, it sounds an awful lot more like you're just interested in getting clicks than you are in actually, having what you would call is just non-biased civil discussion and all that stuff. It's just not really worth the time. So again, that's my only major experience with them. I saw a couple of my friends have worked with them before, and I haven't heard a lot of positivity out of it. And then I saw that, and I just wasn't interested in pursuing it any further. I also haven't given them a lot of time or attention since then, because quite frankly, I have bigger shit to do. So like, if they've changed since then, and if somebody wants to show me that they really are taking it seriously, and they have like a really serious regimen here of actually vetting people properly, actually holding people accountable when they go off script or off track, keeping the debate on track and making sure it is actually productive and healthy, maybe I'd change my mind, but I haven't seen that, and I don't see any indication that that's the case. They have reached out to me a few times. People they try to pair me up with. I'm telling you, it wasn't worth anybody's time.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Just to proceed, can I ask, all humans are mammals, are they?
I'm sorry?
Is every human a mammal?
Yes, of course.
Okay, there's no exceptions to that, is there?
No.
No, great. Okay,
And that's
thank
because
you.
of nested hierarchies. You can't evolve out of a clade.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we won't come back to that later. So what I was just asking, because when you do these calls, you go off on a long gish gallop, and you seem to don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the impression that you think that the people on the opposite side of your argument don't understand the difference between sex and gender. Well, I'm in the UK, and we have a very strong, or we call ourselves gender critical. You may call transphobes if you want, but the issue, it's very much led by women, and their issue is they understand the difference between sex and gender. It's just they just don't care, because their red line is women's only spaces, and so that's things like women's sports, women's changing facilities, women's prisons, and their red line is no trans women in women's only spaces, and they're not going to compromise on that. And so when you say that, you talk about, but they have a gender identity of women, well, they say, well, they don't care because they're men who just identify as women, and they want all men.
What is a woman, Rob?
Women's only spaces.
What is a woman?
A woman is an adult human female.
Okay, what is a female?
A female is the sex whose anatomy is organized around the production of large gametes.
Okay, what if their anatomy isn't organized around that because they do not have those parts of their anatomy?
Okay, yeah, I knew you was going to come onto this, and that's why I asked you about the mammals. But so it depends if they're organized around it. So everybody is either male or female, and it depends on whether you make small gametes or large gametes. And a woman,
right,
even if she's had hysterectomy or doesn't make gametes, or male for that matter, they're still either male or female because they have that capacity to produce them, unless something has gone wrong.
I'm asking,
I asked you,
what if they don't? What I asked you is, what if they don't have that capacity? What if they are chromosomally female, for example, but they simply don't have any gonads at all because they just were born without them?
Well, because if they've gone down one of the two systems, the Mullerian or the Wolffian, then they're male or female that way.
Okay, so it's about development. It's not about gamete production or even having right gonads. It's about development.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. But then it's development to go down that pathway. You see, I asked you about mammals, and
so then I'm sorry, just really quickly. What if because you're right, there are Wolffian and Mullerian ducts, and one of them develops and one of them reabsorbs typically, but not all the time. So you have situations like, for example, persistent Mullerian duct syndrome, where you have someone who is chromosomally and anatomically male, but their Mullerian ducts never reabsorbed, and so they still have a uterus, uterine tubes, part of a vagina internally. So like, is it just gametes then? And why isn't it gametes all the time if it's gametes some of the time?
It is gametes all the time.
Except when they don't produce
Mullerian duct syndrome are male. So
right, but it's gametes all the time. It's gametes all the time unless they don't produce gametes, at which point it becomes gonads, unless they don't have gonads, and then it's development, unless they develop improperly, and then it's gametes again.
No, because it's all...
See the issue here?
It goes down the two pathways. Yeah, I'm explaining to you. It goes down the two pathways. So you have a single... way I explain is you have a single point, okay? That's the conception, and there are two pathways that come off it. At the end of one pathway is a fully developed male. At the end of the other pathway is a fully developed female. Intersex people, which is what you're bringing up, which has got nothing to do with transgenderism, are people who have stopped part way along one of those two pathways. You see, I asked you about mammals.
I agree. I agree that intersex people are not the same thing as trans people, but you said that sex and gender are the same thing, or that you don't care about the distinction because ultimately, what you argued is that male and man are basically synonymous. You said that you don't care about this because you think trans women are just men, and then you would liken that to gamete production, which has nothing to do with gender in my worldview. So like, you're telling me that these are synonymous without saying as much, So I'm trying to parse out what you actually mean. Your definition of woman was female. So that would mean that sex and gender are synonymous. That would mean that sex and gender are synonymous.
No, it doesn't. No, because gender, as you say, is a social construct. So if you go by the gamete demonstration, then a trans woman is a man who identifies as a woman, and a trans man is a woman who identifies as a man.
That's not what trans
woman is. You go by the gamete definition, yeah. Okay.
So,
but anyway,
just to be clear,
we do understand the distinction.
You agree, just to understand, you agree that sex and gender are different things, but you use sex as the necessary definition of what a gender is.
Well, we don't really talk about genders, but gender is it's how someone perceives themselves. That's what we see. But it's nothing, the sex is something that's different. The sex is what we say, the primary factor when it comes to determining access to single-sex spaces, not the person's gender identity.
So single-sex spaces. So then do you think that intersex people are a third sex category?
No, because intersex people, as I explained earlier, are people who've traveled down one of the two pathways and they haven't got to the end of that pathway for various reasons. They haven't gone down a third pathway. See, as I said intersex.
So just to be clear, what I'm trying to parse out here, you said that you think sex and gender are different things. You also said you don't care, but we'll get to that in a minute. You said that sex and gender are different things and that you acknowledge that, and yet you base your definition of gender on sex categories and you ignore any variation between sex categories. You just say there's only two and that one-to-one aligns with gender, and yet somehow they're different. So explain to me then, like, how do transgender people exist if they're one-to-one, if it is the same thing?
Well, transgender people are one of the two sexes, and their gender in their heads is what they perceive themselves, which is something completely independent, which probably is completely independent of their sex. So they can have whatever gender identity they want.
So you do understand then that sex and gender are separate and not necessarily congruent. You agree with that?
Yes. I never argued against that. I totally understand the difference between sex and gender, but the impression that we get when you talk about it is that you think that someone's gender identity is what determines whether they take part in men's or women's sports. Or as we say, we understand the difference. We just don't care what their gender identity is because you have to be, in some cases, you have to be classified according to their sex.
Just to be clear, of course it does, because what you just said, it's not male and female sports, it's men's and women's sports. Those are gender terms, not sex terms. And since you agree that sex and gender don't need to be congruent, we're not talking about sex when we're talking about gender. We're only talking about gender. So if you align something as male or female, that's a different conversation than if you align it as men and women.
That's because you define man and woman as different to us. So that's what's causing that.
Even if I say, sorry, I do, because even in the way you just described it, that would be necessary. So you gave me a definition of you gave me a definition of woman as adult human female, and then immediately gave me an explanation of sex and gender that violates that definition.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all, because, as I said, anybody could be of any gender. It's what's in your head. It's completely arbitrary.
So how is it possible?
Man, woman, or cat. Or
how is it possible? Sorry, Rob. First of all, cat isn't a gender. Second of all, how is it possible if you think that woman definitionally means female, then how is it possible for someone to be any gender they like in their heads if sex and gender are so deeply related that you use one to define the other? It sounds like you're trying to have your cake and eat it too here.
No. I mean, that's our definition of a woman. So a woman is an adult human female. So all women are female, but not all females are women, because it goes against. It depends on the age. But what I said earlier about
what
you mentioned about people. When their anatomy is organized around one area. The reason why I asked you about the mammals is because there are certain characteristics of mammals, and one of which is to have 3 ear bones. And you said, we agree all humans are mammals. So that includes people who don't have 3 ear bones. So if you have an ear infection and your ear bones are damaged and you don't have 3 ear bones, you're still a mammal because you've gone down that, because you've gone down that development pathway. And that's why a woman who can't menstruate or produce gametes, she's still a woman because she's gone down that same pathway.
Right. Here's the issue: is that
area,
what you're missing here is that it's not. It is true to say mammals typically have these things, and this is the way that we categorize mammals, and therefore to say one person is missing this, whatever. It's like the usual transphobic argument of like, oh, if someone's born without an arm, that doesn't mean we can't say that humans don't have 2 arms anymore. What we say is humans typically have 2 arms, and mammals typically have 3 ear bones. What we're doing here is cluster categorization. So when we talk about we talk about sex. When we talk about sex, we can talk about whether they're Mullerian or Wolffian ducts develop. We can talk about ovaries versus testes. We can talk about the shape of your pelvis or your nuchal crest or your jawbone or whatever other thing you want to talk about. We can look at all these categorizations, whether it be chromosomes, hormones, internal anatomy, internal genitalia, external genitalia. Whatever it may be, what we're doing is we're doing cluster categorization. We're just grouping things based on like the majority, and usually the biggest factor is phenotypic presentation. So like, for example, I've got a human biology textbook right behind me here that talks about intersex people, and it talks about like, here's this person who has XY chromosomes and has complete androgen sensitivity syndrome. We're just going to call this person a female, because that's what they're presenting as, that's what they're living as, that's all and it says this in this book that's talking about these differences because that's how it works. It's cluster categorization. There's no like checklist. You go down and you're like, oh, you now have enough things that we can call you female or male, or like you only go this way or that way. The fact of the matter is sex is a multivariate system, lots of different factors going into it, not a single one of which is solely determinant of the outcome, not a single one of which has only 2 options. And you end up with this diverse... No, there's not. And you end up with this diverse spectrum of sexual... You end up with this diverse spectrum of sexual presentation, which we, as humans, as scientists, then draw little boxes around and say, we're going to label these things as this or that, and just kind of ignore the fuzzy gray area in the middle. The same way that we do with species and lots of other concepts in biology. We just put little boxes around patterns, and then we roll with that until proven otherwise. And at this moment, for the past 100 years, we've been discovering more and more that sex is a lot more complicated than we thought. And we're at a point now where our language hasn't quite caught up with our scientific understanding of it. And so we know now that sex is not a strict binary. Gender is a completely separate thing from sex that is related to, but not necessarily connected. It's going to be incongruent. And that this gender is also significantly more spectral, significantly more. Sex is binary in categorization, not in reality.
Sex is binary. There are variations within the binary, but there's still a binary. Sorry, Eric.
Rob,
did you say something?
That's not what. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
More than 2 isn't 2, Rob. Variations within the binary means non-binary.
No, it's not. There's binations within the binary. So you could have, you have variations in.
What defines the binary? What is the necessary condition for being either male or female? What is the definition of the binary? The one thing that we can say this is
being organized around. What is that? Being organized around the production of larger or small gametes. There's no intermediate gametes. Everyone is either male or female. There are some people who are ambiguous. Now, most people, it's obvious, but there are some people
so just to be clear, you are in that case only talking about humans. When you say sex is binary, you mean human sex specifically is binary.
Yeah, I'm not here to talk about clownfish and how they change sex and fungi and all that other stuff, which is irrelevant.
I'm just trying to get your idea straight here, because you can agree that sex, by and large, in the animal kingdom and even beyond, across the plant kingdom, sex overall certainly isn't binary, right? Clearly.
Well, as I said, I'm not talking about non-mammals or fungi, whatever. Let's just stick to humans.
I was just trying to find common ground with you.
Binary.
I was just trying to find common ground with you. Yes. Okay. So we're talking about just humans. only in humans, and you're only defining sex as being whatever the hell organized around means, organized around production of one gamete to the other. So what you're talking about here isn't really biology. It's more like fortune telling. It's that you can decide what someone's developmental path. We are deciding what someone's developmental pathway was supposed to be like, and then deciding where they can pee because of it.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're going by the biological, then you have to look at why these women in the UK have protested so hard in wanting women's only spaces.
Probably similar reasons to why. Why. Yeah, and I was listening to you. So just to be clear, you're talking about here's these women that are protesting for women's only spaces. There's also people who are protesting on the opposite side of this, saying that sex and gender are different and trans people deserve the right to live. So, like, I don't know what that has to do with anything, or like why that's useful. I don't know why that's a useful thing to bring up.
Nobody
also,
is Sorry, there's a delay.
No, go ahead.
Because I'm in the UK, so things
there is
overlap. Sorry.
I understand. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think nobody's denying trans people's right to, exist. Nobody's wanting to. We totally understand how people identify and how they perceive themselves. But there has to be categories and things. I'm an adult. I'm not disabled in any way, and I can't take part in disabled sports. I can't take part in children's sports. These things are denied to me, but that's not discrimination. It's just not my category.
Right, but you understand how those are terrible analogies, right?
No, I think a good analogy.
Self-identification has nothing to do with disability or age. It has to do with social status. All social categorization relies in one way or another on self-identification. And so gender, as you agree, being a social category, has a self-identification aspect to it. And that's why that's important, especially when you use gender labels, not sex labels, for different spaces. Now, if you want to say male only or female only spaces, okay, that's a different conversation, but it brings the same question, which is, what the fuck does that mean and how do you measure that? Like, how do you test that? So, like, over and over, you have these issues where it seems to me like you are trying really hard to lay down rules without any clear indication of how those rules would be enforced or what the implications for those rules are for trans people. Because for all your talk of trying to protect women, you certainly don't seem very interested in protecting trans women or trans men or non-binary people for that matter.
I mean, non-binary people are just people who are just confused or something, or attention-seeking. But when you talk about something like,
of course, yeah. If I'm not surprised you think that, considering everything else, but we'll get to that later.
Okay, so you're saying that a lot of these trans people, they're not denied anything. They can still take part in sport. They can still use the restroom and everything, and they can still go to various places. So they're not denied anything. They just have to be within the category of their sex that's provided to them, and not the one that they identify into.
Why? Let's try to walk through this. Why should they have? Sure. Why should a trans man be forced to use the women's restroom?
Well, I suppose because they're women.
So you think that this person?
I mean, it's different though.
So you think this person with a beard and muscles and all this, this very masculine looking person should just stroll on up into the women's bathroom and try to do their business in there? You don't think that might be traumatizing, triggering, upsetting for the women in there?
Well, I've seen quite a few, and you could tell they're women, really. I've seen quite a few of them.
But that's also not what I asked. That's not what I asked. Because here in the States, I don't know if you know this, but where we are currently trying to push more and more anti-trans legislation and more anti-trans talking points like the ones you're using here, there have already been a rash of instances where cisgender women are being attacked in the bathroom, called out, and had police calls and things because people assume that they are trans women. and now they're given this voice. So
they're not.
If someone who looks a bit masculine walks in and gets accused of being trans, but they're actually cis, or if a trans man walks into the bathroom and frightens a bunch of women in there because, oh my God, there's a man in the bathroom, like, how do we resolve these situations?
Well, a lot of these people are, seriously, once you tell, you could just from talking to someone, listen to their voice, the way they walk, you could tell a lot that, I know you're using the trans man posture, but
so a trans man who walks into the bathroom needs to publicly announce himself and make sure everyone can hear his voice so they can decide whether or not secretly he's actually female.
Well, what often happens is somebody would say, "Are you sure you're supposed to be in here?" And then when they speak or something, then you could get an idea.
So for a trans man to use the bathroom, you think it's reasonable for them to expect to be challenged and questioned about their gender and sex on entrance to the bathroom?
Well, if these people have taken so much testosterone that they have a beard and everything and balding, then it's kind of like to be expected.
Well, yeah, I think it would be expected if someone with a beard and balding and all that stuff walks into the woman's bathroom. It would be expected for them to be questioned on why they're there. What I'm asking is, do you think that is a good way for them to live and a good way for the cisgender women in that bathroom to live, that they might just have to deal with that every single time they have to pee?
Well, I'd say it's probably a necessary condition if it protects women who, in their women's only spaces, from say, trans women who, may have autogynephilia, and a lot of the trans women, looking at the data here, they are 4 times more likely to commit a sexual offence than other men.
Can I ask?
So that's actually not true. So that's actually not true.
If you look at the prison data in the UK, you can see.
Just to be really clear, the data you're talking about sounds an awful lot like you're using Jerry Coyne's argument, which is the definition of sampling bias. He's looking at people who are already in prison and not taking into account why they're there or how people are judged differently based on these things. What's more important is that there are actually other data which show that trans people across the board are 4 times more likely to be the victims of sexual and other non-sexual assaults and violence. So they are much more likely to be the victims of these things, not the perpetrators of these things. And you brought up trans women here. I was talking about trans men. But again, you're now talking about trans women having to go into the male restroom where they are 4 times more likely to be assaulted by men. Is their safety not a concern?
They're not. No, it's not. I've not seen that figure, so that's not something I.
Oh, happy to pull it up for you. Happy to pull it up for you right now.
So, Forrest, while you're pulling that up, I would like to pose something to Rob here. Before all of this became a thing, right? And by it, I mean the sort of trans exclusionary radical feminist movement that started over in the UK and is sort of metastasized elsewhere. Before that sort of became a thing over the past decade, that trans people still existed and they used the bathroom of the gender they identified as, and there was not a problem. Trans people have existed since society has existed, and we could have a conversation about the numbers or whatever, but there was not a statistic and has never been a statistic that supports the notion that trans people from the 70s and 80s and 90s and aughts, that these individuals were feverishly assaulting women or men in bathrooms. So where all of a sudden is this fear? And I would ask this to any trans exclusionary radical feminists that I would encounter, where is the fear coming from? Because these people didn't come out of the woodwork. They didn't come out of nowhere. They've existed for quite some time. They've even been in the media, right? There are movies about this, and they've aged very poorly, but there are movies that concern trans people in our culture and in our media in the West. So my question is, for you, while Forrest is pulling this figure up, where's the fear coming from?
Okay, well, you're right. There have always been trans people. There's always been people who are of one sex and wanted to live their lives and be treated as a member of the opposite sex. What's been different in the past is that's come out more recently is just the sheer explosion in the numbers. And before there were different criteria. So, for example, a man who wanted, identified as a woman, to get like the gender recognition certificate, he'd have to have surgery at all. But now it's just open. When you have like self-identification, you just have people in, just put on a dress and a wig, and
but I don't think
go
that's
into a
true.
woman's space. And
I don't think that's true though, Rob. Like I'm no expert in this subject, but I am at least a little bit familiar with it. And I don't think that in the past, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, that trans people, trans men or trans women were required to like show an ID or like show their genitals or something like that to prove that they'd had some kind of surgery. I think that the way that this worked is that this is a marginalized group of people who were flying fairly under the radar at that point in time, and they just used the bathroom that they identified as, and nobody really batted an eye. Or if somebody did like think that they were a transgender individual, they would be like, oh, that's a transgender individual, and then they would mind their business. I mean, of course there were exceptions, but I think by and large people were mostly concerned during that time period with gay people. Trans people were just kind of like doing their thing. Not to say that life was easy or anything like that. I'm just saying like this hubbub, my thinking on it is that it's a bit of a moral panic and a bit, sure, but the criminal statistics haven't changed. Like I had noticed when I was listening to you in Forrest talk, the citation that you gave was specifically with relation to women's prisons. So I'd like to ask, is there a statistic that exists that shows that trans people, men or women, are committing more sexual crimes in more bathrooms now that there are more of them?
Yes, it's gone up. I mean, I've looked at I think the study. So
there is
UK prison. I mean, I think the US might be similar. Sorry. So what it does is that if you look at women are. Let me say
this just really quick, Rob, because I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. What I'm asking for is a statistic that shows a discrepancy between trans and cis individuals not in prison, not like regular sex offenders, because I would suspect that sex offenders outside of prison and sex offenders inside of prison are going to map fairly similarly to one another. So what I'm asking for is, for regular non-sex offender people, is there a statistic that shows that there is a predisposition amongst trans people as opposed to cis people that makes them more likely to commit sexual crimes? Not already ones that are in jail, ones that are just walking around in the light of day. And if there is, can you tell me what that statistic is?
Well, how would you know if they've not been arrested then? The only way you can look at these data is to look at people who have already been arrested. And when you look at
I'm asking for like a first-time offender.
Sexual offending.
Like a first-time offense kind of thing, right? I said I'm asking for like a first-time offender kind of thing. Like, is there a statistic out there that's like, okay, we're looking at the general populace, and now we've got this new wave of sex offenders who are all trans people, is the vibe that I'm getting from you. Like, can you please share with me that statistic?
I mean, first-time offender, it's not classified according to that. Well, it just has the prison data, and the prison data shows that, say, trans women are 4 times more likely to commit a sexual offence than what you would call cis men. And
that's not true.
There are statistics that exist that are first-time offenders between like cisgendered men and women, right? Like, it will come as a shock to nobody out there that amongst cis people, men commit more sexual crimes than women do. That is not surprising. That statistic exists.
No,
we can look it up, right? And we can parse it. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that number exists. I can sit down on my computer and look up first-time offenses, sex crimes, men versus women, and that's going to pop up, and they're going to all be cis individuals. Is there a similar statistic for trans people that compares them to cis people, first-time offenses? Because what I'm trying to tell you is I don't think that it does, and I think that the statistics the statistics I suspect do exist, and they don't show a bias towards trans people. I don't think that there's going to
if you look at the prison data. And also the prison data is for the more severe cases. So it says, basically for women, it's for rates of sexual offending, 3 per million. For cis men, it's 395 per million. But for trans women, so men identifying as women, it's 1,916 per million. So they have a much greater propensity for committing sexual offences.
I hear what you're saying here, but to me the problem, and Forrest is about to dissect that data, I'm going to leave that to him, but I'm saying let's take that at face value, and here's the problem that I see with that. To me, that's like saying that men and women are equally likely to commit a violent crime, because if you look at the prison data, women in prison are committing just as many violent crimes to other prisoners as men in prison are.
No.
The problem is
that's not right. You've read that wrong. No, you've read that wrong.
No. Hear me out. There's a point to this. What I'm saying is that when you're subsampling from a prison, you are subsampling a much more violent group of individuals because you're already sampling from criminals, right? You're not sampling from the general public. Yes. I don't think it's going to shock anybody to hear that women in general commit less violent crimes than men in general do. But if we subsample from prisons, that number is going to converge a lot more equally. You see what I'm saying? So
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. I've got the data in front of me. So basically, women go to prison for things like stealing money, that kind of stuff. Men are more likely to go to prison for committing violent assault. Trans women are more likely to go to much more likely than the other men to commit a sexual offence. So perhaps the solution is to have a segregated special unit in men's prisons for trans women.
If you're going to have a special unit in men's prisons for trans men or trans women, is what you're saying here, why wouldn't you just do that in women's prisons though? Like, why wouldn't you just have a special unit for sexual criminals of all varieties?
I mean, most of them are men, so it makes more sense to have them all in a men's prison.
Especially considering the fact that we would be talking about maybe one person for 100,000 or so of the population. So we're talking about essentially what you're advocating is just for solitary confinement just because you're trans.
Well, they're used to solitary confinement. I mean, there are segregated units, so
they're used to solitary
cops who go to jail get separated from the general population.
I worry that my
sorry, you cut out for a few seconds.
It's fine. I worry that my point wasn't gotten across, but that's okay. I'm going to boot it over to Forrest. He knows the subject better than I do, and I have to pee anyway. So, but good news to everybody out there. My lag seems to have fixed. Let's go. Okay, I'll be right back.
Hell yeah. So a couple things. Number one, this is a super common talking point about 41% of trans prisoners are sex offenders in this study in the UK. Here's an article from The Independent that I'm going to leave in the chat there where you can read why that's bullshit. Here's a couple because it's fucking sampling bias, and also they blew it on a lot of reasons, but I'm not going to get into it right now. The point is, like, what you're talking about here, even if it was as this glaring problem in prisons, you're still having to face the issue of sampling bias, where these people are already in prison. And the biggest issue is that what you are doing, and the same thing that Jerry Coyne did whenever he used the same talking point, is you are doing the exact same word-for-word argument as the one that racists use all the time here in America when they say black people are overwhelmingly representative in prison, and especially for violent crimes, and therefore black people are so much more violent. We know that's not true. We know that this is an issue of sampling bias. We know there's an issue with the justice system that is going to treat these people differently in the first place. We know there's an issue of how these people are going to be miscategorized and mislabeled. And like, there's so many factors that are going in here that are not accounted for by just looking at just the prison population as it currently is. So, like, even if your statistic made sense, which it doesn't, I just put that link in the chat. You can read through that article. Even if the statistic made sense, you're still not accounting for sampling bias. You're only looking at current prison populations. That's not a good way to actually measure this population. More importantly than all of this,
we've got so far, is that maybe you could get more research into it. But
I just gave you an example. I encourage you to read that article from The Independent that goes through like a little bit about why this is just bunk. It's just a really tired, worn out statistic that didn't make sense when it first came out, and it doesn't make any more sense now. What I find more interesting is that you keep bringing up.
Sorry.
you keep bringing up this stuff about like we need to keep trans people out of cisgender spaces, whether it be prisons, bathrooms, whatever like that. How is that good for their like class in society? How does that not make them tantamount to second-class citizens? How does that not seriously violate their individual rights, their mental health, everything, to have them so forcibly segregated from every part of normal life to the point where you're saying that they should just be expecting to be publicly questioned and have to reveal their sexual identities to everybody around them? Like, how is that cool with you that these people should be expected to be treated so poorly?
Not being treated poorly, it's about being in the correct category. It's the same, again, it's the same way that I can't join a children's sports club, I can't take part in disabled sport, I'm a man, I can't go into a women's sex.
Just to be clear, gender is so very much not the same thing as age or ability level. So those are ridiculous comparisons. Nobody is identifying as disabled. That's not a thing. Nobody is identifying as a child. That's not a thing. You clearly do, because that's the entire crux of this argument. Because you have this really weird self-contradictory definition of sex and gender that necessarily relates them to one another, while you repeatedly say that you understand that they're different and they don't necessarily have to be congruent, but at the end of the day, sex is all that matters, and sex and gender are roughly equivalent, and they're this similar thing. And also, if you want to use a public bathroom, you should expect to have to tell everybody what genitals you have first. Like, I don't understand how you're okay with this weird-ass system that treats these people so very differently and so very poorly just because you are uncomfortable with their existence.
Not comfortable with their existence, no. They just have to be within the same category. So, again, if somebody has made such a massive effort to change their appearance, then, they could expect some sort of questioning.
Would you be, let me ask you, Rob, if you went to a public bathroom, would you be okay with being treated this way? Would you be okay going to a bathroom if people stopped you and asked you to clarify that you are in fact a male and you have a penis and you mean to be here? And every time you went to the bathroom, that was what happened to you. And if you ever got arrested, they made sure that just check. Would that be okay with you?
If I didn't look, if I didn't look like a man, or if I tried to go into a woman's only space, then I can expect to be questioned.
That's not what I just asked you. I would like you to answer the question that I actually asked. Every time you go to a public bathroom, somebody stops you and asks you to verify your genitalia. Are you comfortable living that way?
But nobody's asking them to verify their genitalia, because in nearly every case it's obvious, and sometimes you could just tell from the speech and the body habitus. You
can't. See, this is what I'm talking about. You can't fucking do it. What we talked about earlier, I talked about a trans man. You want a trans man with a beard and balding and muscles and all these things to go into a woman's bathroom. And you said, well, yeah, they would question that person then. They would ask from their voice and they would ask this stuff. So again, I know some trans men. They look more manly than I do. I'm a pretty skinny, frail, lanky guy. I know some trans men that can fucking outshine me any day. So if one of these dudes, these burly, beefy, gruff, grizzled dudes goes into a bathroom, every single time they are going to be stopped. It's never not going to happen. And you think that's acceptable, that's just what they should expect. And I'm asking you, would you be comfortable living that way?
So much testosterone. If these women have taken so much testosterone that they look like that, then it's kind of like to be expected. But can I ask you?
What do you mean? Yes, it would be expected. Forrest. If they walked into a woman's bathroom, it would be expected that they would be called out. That's why they don't want to go in there. So, I'm asking you, if that's the life that you think they should lead, would you be comfortable living that way? Or is it only them that you think it's acceptable for random strangers to ask them to prove what kind of parts they have?
If these women have injected into themselves so much testosterone that then they should have expected this. But just ask you, if you
they should have
identified as a
expected
woman,
this. What
looking as
a
you
wild
do,
claim! They should have expected to have people as just like assail them with random inappropriate questions. They should have expected it. If they wanted to live their authentic lives and live the way that you yourself admitted they are really, their gender identity and their sex are different. You admitted that these are different concepts and they're not necessarily congruent. So if they want to live their authentic life as who they really are, they should just expect some sexual harassment every time they have to use the bathroom. What a fucking stupid thing to say, Rob.
Also, Rob,
you don't think it's sexual harassment for someone to stop you and ask you about your genitals? You don't think that's sexual harassment?
If you identified as a woman, Forrest, would you go into a woman's only space, looking as you do now?
If I was a woman, I would use the woman's bathroom.
If you identified as a woman, looking as you do now, would you go into a woman's only space?
I know some women who look more butch than I do. So I wouldn't see an issue with it because I would be a woman in that instance.
You'd go into it looking as you do now.
That's the problem here, guys. That's the problem here, though. Like, well, one of many problems. But it's like, Rob, you're willing to sacrifice so much at the altar of, like, you don't want somebody whose sex that doesn't align with the gender that they identify as. You're willing to sacrifice cis women that look masculine. You're willing to sacrifice cis men that look feminine. You're willing to sacrifice, trans men and trans women that are whatever, very masculine or very feminine, passing or not passing, whatever. I don't even know how you would phrase that. At the altar of it makes you uncomfortable conceptually that someone might be using the bathroom that you don't approve of. And I don't get it, because for decades this operated fine. No one had any problems. Trans men and trans women existed in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and the way that they were treated when people knew they were trans wasn't phenomenal. But the thing was, they used the bathroom that they identified as, and nothing bad happened. Like, where was this rash of sexual assault or whatever that was, or regular assault that was supposed to be associated with these people using the bathroom that they identify as? It didn't exist then. It doesn't exist now. And yet we're putting everything on the line for the possibility that has already been tested.
Mm-hmm.
Stop. Because speaking just of UK data, the criteria for using the opposite sex facilities were much stricter in the past than they are now. Now anybody can just say they identify as this, and then they get, and that's what's caused this increase in.
But Rob, hold on.
Sexual assault.
You just said, Rob, that if you just said, though, I got to back this up. Like, setting the statistics aside, what you just said is incongruent with what you just argued, because you just got done telling Forrest and I that the most masculine-looking, testosterone-filled trans man imaginable, who has, to your standards, committed medically to transitioning to be the opposite sex than they were assigned at birth. You just got done saying that person should still use the woman's restroom, when previously that person would have checked every box legally that said they could use the men's restroom. You were just complaining that person was using the woman's, or would be using the men's restroom, when those same standards that you said used to be more appropriate are being applied to that person. That the standards from the 80s would have said this man checks all the appropriate boxes and has medically transitioned, so they get to use the men's restroom. But then you come along and you say, no, actually that person should still use the women's restroom. You're not advocating for the stricter laws of the past. You're advocating for even stricter laws, which is not consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I mean, trans men aren't the threat that trans women are to women in women's own spaces.
Come on, Rob.
Would love to see that statistic too.
Yeah.
Yet another thing that you just pulled it right out of your ass.
So hold on. Let's change it around then.
Oh,
let's say that you have a trans woman. Go
Really quickly, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Erika, but just really quickly, I've never actually said this is from the William Institute School of Law from the UCLA. So that's from the University of California at Los Angeles, the School of Law, the Williams Institute. This is their study, which I'll put in the chat from 2021. Transgender people are over 4 times more likely than cisgender people to experience violent victimization, including rape, sexual assault, and aggravated simple assault. I'm going to put the study here in the chat. So what you were talking about earlier, how trans people are more likely to commit violent crimes, the opposite is true. They are significantly more likely to be the victims of violent crimes. So I have put one link that is, it could be, but it's not. And at the end of the day, even if you're going to sit here and say that it is, I just said that it could be, but it isn't. I showed one thing that was tearing apart the study that you linked earlier, and now this study from a law school here in the U.S. So with both of those in mind, like, even if it was the case that it was both, I still don't think it's appropriate for you to say, well, they have these patterns, and therefore we should just put them in situations that put them significantly more at risk of the same kind of violent assault that I'm trying to protect these other people for. You are just treating them as second-class citizens. Sorry, Erika, I just realized I never brought that up. I never shared the link.
They could choose to go into gender-neutral spaces. You can have still segregated units in prisons for certain people. So if they choose,
would those spaces,
they can find like
would those spaces be? Sorry, would those spaces be equal in like quality to the ones for cisgender people?
Why shouldn't they be?
Okay, so you think that they should have a space that is equal, but it is separate to cisgender people? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there should be a space for anyone. So if a cis person doesn't want to go into a woman's bathroom or a men's bathroom, even though they would be entitled to, they can go into like a gender neutral place if they want. And anybody who's in that
there should be,
can go in that as well.
So just to be clear, in order to get around the sticky situation where somebody might just piss where they're comfortable, you think that we should completely renovate society so that way everywhere also has a third option for exclusively non-exclusive spaces, exclusively non-exclusive.
We already have
places gender neutral in all ways.
Spaces. There are already laws that say buildings have to have disabled toilets and things like this. So it's not going to be a problem.
Again, can't stress this enough. Disability is not an identity. I'm going to kick it back over. Erika, you were in the middle of saying something. I have a totally different thing.
No, I'm saying that buildings can create third spaces. They already have to for disabled people, so you can have these gender neutral toilets and changing facilities as well.
You don't have third spaces for disabled people. You have accessibility tools for but whatever. It's fine.
Well,
the three genders. There's men, women, and disabled. That's what it is.
I never said that.
Sorry, Erika,
you're strawmanning me there. So can I just?
No, I'm not. I'm not strawmanning. Rob, I'm not strawmanning you. I'm making fun of you. Sorry, go ahead, Erika. What were you saying?
I'd like to take it back because I feel like where we ended with the previous with our previous exchange, Rob, is that you were basically like, okay, because, and this is your premise, not mine, because trans men are less dangerous than trans women, it's fine if they use the bathroom that they want to use, but trans women seems to be the sticking point for you. So let's take it back. Let's say that we have a trans woman who has checked every box from the 1980s that she would need to check in order to use the women's restroom. Now today, she wants to use the women's restroom. Is she allowed to, under your view?
Well, so what do you mean by checked every box? But I would say no. Because they have to use the male.
Here's what I mean. Here's what I mean. And I'm sorry to interrupt you. I want to make sure we're on the same page. When I say checked every box, I mean, you said earlier that the stipulations used to be harder for trans people to use the bathroom that they wanted to use. That was your premise. So let's say that this trans woman in question, our hypothetical trans woman, has met those expectations from the 1980s or 1970s or whatever. Can she use the bathroom? Can she use the women's bathroom?
I'd say no.
Okay. I'm going to rest my case then, because I don't think that this is actually about. I don't think that this is actually about safety for women, and I don't think that this is actually about making a better world. I think that you can say that, but I don't think that's true. I think that you feel very uncomfortable around trans women. I think you have some serious misconceptions about them and about predispositions that they may or may not have that you don't apply to trans men. And I just don't think that I don't think we're going to get anywhere on my end anymore, because I just need
to get in here. I have been so patient.
You say,
let me get in here really quick. You did not acknowledge
Look, Sander, no one's talking to you.
I know. Rob, you kind of just didn't acknowledge what Forrest tried to bring up earlier, which is that in America, where these laws are passing, cisgender women have had the cops called on them. There was a Black lesbian who was literally changing her tampon in the women's room when a male cop came in. Do you think that that is a reasonable condition to place women under and all trans people? Like, that's the thing that's happening. This is the same reason why you have to be pro-choice, because if you're not pro-choice, then every miscarriage becomes a criminal investigation. You are presenting a situation where women and all trans people are going to be accosted, sexually harassed, potentially sexually assaulted, creating situations where men feel entitled to enter women's spaces to accost women. You are advocating for a vile worldview, a terrible place.
That's why we're against trans. It's not.
I just want to say you're a terrible person, and then I'll stop.
So then you don't care about it. Yeah, no, that's actually, I'm glad you brought that up, Alexander, because that's exactly what I was about to get back to, is that you don't fucking care that cisgender women are going to be hurt by this. You don't fucking care that gender nonconforming people, non-binary people, homosexuals, all sorts of other people are going to be hurt by this. You don't care about the men, the cisgender men who are just more feminine presenting are going to be hurt by this. You don't care about any of this. You only care about exclusively, specifically trans women not being able to use the bathroom that they're comfortable with.
I care about protecting women.
So you want
care
them
about
to
protecting
have
women,
cops accost them in the bathroom,
except for the women. Yes, except for the women that look pretty masculine,
women in sports,
and that
women in
get now
prison,
gender checked. Right, and so what about the masculine-looking women? Because, like I said, I've met and worked with women that look more masculine than me. So those women, the cisgender women who go into the bathroom and now have to prove their identity to usually male police officers, you're cool with that. And you're also cool with the fact that these trans women who you agree are 4 times more likely to be raped and assaulted than any cis woman, you're cool with putting them in a room full of men where they are more like, who you admit also they are more likely to be assaulted by.
Well, I understand they could be uncomfortable in that, but it's not the place for women to make these people more comfortable.
Rob, they're not going to be more uncomfortable. They're going to be fucking raped. Is that cool with you? Is that worth your new beautiful world where trans women can't pee?
They can pee, just in the appropriate place. And if they feel uncomfortable in the men's, they can use the gender neutral.
Yes. Yeah, see, this is such fucking cowardly bullshit over and over and over. The summary of everything you've said thus far. Rob, shut the fuck up. Rob, shut the fuck up. You're so fucking obnoxious. Rob, the summary of what you have told me here. First of all, bullshit, fuck you. On the whole, that's why you won't go on to this other platform. I already gave you a proper explanation of why I won't, and you said fair enough earlier. So great to know that you were just not listening then. As of right now, over the course of this 58 agonizing... he said that I should go on modern day debates and talk about this, and I explained why I'm simply not interested. Yeah. 58 agonizing fucking minutes of you being so fucking self-confident about statistics that you clearly have not actually looked into. The sum total of all of this at this point is that you think some trans women have behaved badly. And because out of this group, there's this statistical significance that you seem to find, that means that everybody in this group should be punished. And they should be put in spaces that are separate but equal. Unless they don't, in which case we should just be throwing them in amongst people of the gender that you think they should be associated with, despite the fact that that puts them at significantly greater risk of being harmed. You want to protect women so bad that you are going to continue to hurt and marginalize and put at risk people who are 4 times more likely to experience the exact same kind of harm that you are so passionate about over here. It's just fucking bigotry. You don't give a fuck about any of this. You are hiding behind a thin, paper-thin veil of self-righteousness to hide the fact that you just think trans people are icky. And that fucking blows, dude. If you actually cared about this, you would be consistent about it. But you're not. Over and over, you are contradicting yourself and going against the things that you just said 10 fucking minutes ago. Go back and rewatch this call, dude. You are self-contradictory over and over and over. And you keep talking about how this is protecting women from harm, but then when you have trans women who are 4 times more likely of the same kind of harm, you don't give a fuck. And you're not taking it seriously. What are you saying, Erika? I'm going to bring him back for a second, give him the last word so that he can't claim that I muted him and took control of the conversation.
I was going to add there that you were just saying that Rob claims that he cares about women, right? And it's like, okay, well, unfortunately, he is thematically consistent in that trans women would not count for him as women. And so that's the reason why it's okay to throw them to the wolves. But I think you also have to touch, Rob, on what Forrest and then what Lex said earlier, which is that this is also impacting, here in the States at least, an enormous number of cis women too, which is the group that you're claiming to protect. And this is the group that is now being subject to just genital inspections, potentially by men who, believe it or not, also have a pretty high rate of committing sexual violence. And these are men that they don't know, and they're being subject to that as well. So it's like, I'm in a perfect world, all women would be the women that you are trying to protect. But even the cis women that you consider to be quote unquote actual women are being harmed by this. And I must emphasize again, the way that it was before, where everybody just used the bathroom that they identified as, worked. It was fine. There was not a higher rate of sexual assault of cis women by trans women that seems to be this thing that you're so afraid of. For decades this happened and no one batted an eye. And it isn't until this whole issue has been co-opted by a very specific group of people that this has become problematic, and suddenly something that is very scary, despite the fact, I mean, this would be like if somebody started tomorrow fear-mongering that every cat now has rabies and that we need to do something about these cats because if everybody continues to get cats, everybody's going to get rabies. And it's like, but people have had cats for thousands and thousands of years, and it's fine. There's an occasional rabies case because cats are cats and people are people. But we have, like, this is just a scaremongering tactic that I don't think works. And as I said earlier, I don't think that this is about women of any variety. I think it's about,
it's not.
You find trans people to be kind of icky, and that is pretty vile to me. I'm going to get some more coffee. You sign us off here, Forrest.
Yeah, last words from Rob here. I'm bringing you back on. Can you please just quickly tell us how your arguments are any different from the exact same arguments that have been used for several decades about homosexuals? Because let me tell you, literally every single thing you said, I have heard said about gay people as well. So just, that'll be the last thing I ask you. Is this any different than that kind of bullshit? And if so, how?
Okay. Well, that goes into the other aspect, which I was going to talk about, but we probably don't have time, but about how, say with transgenderism, you have surgeries and hormones with children, but someone who is just homosexual, they're not...
Just as many buzzwords as you can get in.
Homosexual people don't demand that I give them their own pronouns. They don't demand surgery or... hormones for children.
I think anyone.
That's one factor. So that's
okay. So yeah, just a bunch more scary words, a bunch more scary fear mongering bullshit that doesn't exist. Yeah, Rob, I encourage you to actually try learning. Yeah, Rob, I'm so done, dude. I encourage you to actually look into what this stuff actually is and like the actual statistics behind it and what gender talk about actual gender like affirming care. what actually is gender affirming care and how does it actually work? And why is it that it is far, far, far more used for cisgender people than transgender people? And at what ages is it actually implemented? And in what stage is it actually implemented? And not just going with more and more and more buzzwords. Because here's the thing, dude. I've let you get away with so fucking much for this call. I've let you get away with the word transgenderism, which is such a fucking weird thing. I've let you get away with misgendering people left and right. All so that you can try to get your talking points out and try to make a coherent argument. And you've just shit the bed at every fucking term, dude. So at the end of the day, neither Erika nor I are impressed. I encourage you to check out what actual biologists, psychologists, and sociologists say about this, because none of them are on your fucking side.
Richard Dawkins,
and with that, we're going to move on to somebody who's serious. Yeah, Richard Dawkins, who doesn't know what's written in literally introductory fucking biology textbooks anymore. Richard Dawkins, who does special pleading about this. Richard Dawkins, who got on a podcast and said everything in everything about biology is a spectrum and a gradient, except for this one thing.
Head first into left-wing.
I'm not a high school teacher. I'm not a high school teacher. You don't know shit about me. You're just making assumptions. And yes, he was an esteemed biologist for a long time. And now he has decided to not update his biology knowledge with things that, again, is literally basic biology. Actual introductory biology textbooks talk about why he's wrong. So just unfortunately, science isn't on your side, dude. And you point to, you can point to Richard Dawkins and say, here's this one esteemed biologist. Well, guess what? When I got my master's in biomedical science. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, Colin Wright and Jerry Coyne, too. I know they're all out there. And here's the thing. When I got my master's in biomedical sciences, every single one of my professors told me why they were wrong. So here you have some famous internet celebrity biologists who say that the grand establishment of biology, the people who write the textbooks and the university professors that train new biologists, all of these people are all wrong. Great. Yeah, sorry, man. It's not going to work for me. You have a couple of figureheads you can point to that are going far against the actual overwhelming consensus in their own fields. And they're not bringing any evidence to back up their claims. They're just bringing the same kind of misguided transphobia and bullshit that you are. So I'm not convinced. I'm not impressed. With that,
did I miss a Richard Dawkins thing here?
Yeah. He said Jerry Coyne and Richard Dawkins and Colin Wright and all these people who, again, when I don't know, I can't speak for Erika, but I can say in my undergrad degree and through my entire graduate school career, but I started in anthropology, moved into biomedical sciences, now I do molecular biology. I have yet to have an actual academic training me who's spewing the same kind of bullshit that Jerry Coyne and Colin Wright and Richard Dawkins are spewing. Because anybody who actually reads what they're saying about this stuff can very easily point out the flaws in it. Their whole job is to say, I am an esteemed biologist, and that's why you should believe me when I say that all these institutions that lend me my credibility are all wrong and untrustworthy.
And while we're on the subject,
who did?
Zach Elliott from the Paradox.
Yeah, no, I'm not in. You said the Paradox Institute? Okay, yeah, no, I know you're not fucking serious. The Paradox Institute is run by, I believe, Zach Elliott, who is an architecture student, and him and his friends, who one of them is an animator, I believe, and then they got a PhD student in neuroscience who disagrees with the multiple neuroscience PhDs who read off and signed off on my video that argues against everything they said, and also the people who trained me in neuroscience in grad school, also them, who also agree that they're wrong. So an architecture student came out and said that trans women aren't real. That's the first you believe. When Colin Wright and Richard Dawkins and Jerry Coyne all go against the academic consensus, all right, fuck you. But this architecture student, he knows. Good gravy, dude. You're not fucking serious about this.
I mean, I don't know. It's so frustrating to me because it's like I've read what Jerry Coyne and what Colin Wright and what Richard Dawkins has said about this debate, if you will. And Forrest has probably already said it when I was up peeing or getting coffee or trying to fix my Wi-Fi. So it's like this has probably already been covered. But these people will recognize that sex and gender, first of all, aren't the same thing. Then they'll also recognize that there are exceptions to the binary that they present, which definitionally makes it not a binary. So my question is often, okay, well then why are we pretending it is if even the people who say it isn't recognize there's exceptions? And what I'm being glib here, but insofar as I can tell, their answer to that is, well, just because, right? It's a binary because I want it to be a binary. Are there exceptions? Yes. Should we count them? No, actually we won't. Even though you can generally use characteristics to group people into male or female, the exceptions that exist, we're just going to go ahead and set those to the side. But that's not how we functionally do science in literally any area. So I don't understand why they're so insistent on that. But I do think the reason probably has to do with more of the cultural implications that they're uncomfortable with. And so they simply have to argue with the straw man. For instance, I've seen some of these guys say that it's like, oh, these nefarious leftist new age scientists are arguing that sex isn't real. Where? Who is saying that? Mm-hmm. Who is saying that sex isn't real? Like, please show me somebody who's saying that. The problem is that upcoming scientists recognize more nuance than previous scientists did. But that being said, even Colin Wright, even Jerry Coyne, even Richard Dawkins, as we've already covered, still do recognize that there's nuance. They just refuse to recognize it officially. Like you can see, I think it was Sean when Sean was going over the War on Science book, and he was covering some of these guys' passages in that most recent text on trans people and on sex and whether it's a binary or not. And he read quotes out from this text from Dawkins, and I think Coyne as well. Colin Wright, I don't think was involved in the book, where they're like, yeah, they're intersex people. However, they only make up X% of the population, so we don't need to consider them. And it's like, okay,
right.
Well, I'm really sorry, but that's just not how it works. If these guys were coming out and saying generally people fall into male or female, that we'd be having a different conversation right now. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying sex is strictly speaking binary, and that's all she wrote, and that's all there is to it. And I don't think that shows an understanding of biology befitting of such educated people, certainly considering what they've said in the past. So I don't know, man. I find it very confusing. I find it extremely confusing why so many people are hung up on something that impacts their lives in quite literally no way whatsoever. But that's the world that we live in. So,
yep.
That's all I gotta say.
Do the thing again, just really quickly. I'm gonna do this thing again that I love to do. I'm gonna just show this on the screen. This is literally basic fucking biology textbook, Campbell biology concepts and connections here. This is what you would use for any undergrad student, freshman biology, maybe even high school biology student, like AP biology in high school. And we can go in here and we can just do Control F and look up transgender. And guess what we find? We find this little paragraph right here. The biochemical, physiological, and anatomical features associated with, quote, males and females are turning out to be more complex than previously realized, with many genes involved in their development. We now know that sex is not a binary state with just two defined outcomes. Because of the complexity of the genes and proteins involved in sex determination, many variations exist. Some individuals are born with intermediate sexual or intersex characteristics, or with anatomical features that do not match an individual's sense of their own gender, known as transgender individuals. Sex determination is an active area of research that should yield a more sophisticated understanding in years to come. And it even has a little quiz down here. I don't know if you can see it on the screen there, where it says, does the development of ovaries necessarily mean that a human has two X chromosomes? And has a little quiz box here. It says, no, that's not what that means at all. So again, literally introductory biology. When all these people talk about, it's just basic biology, actual literal basic biology disagrees with these folks. And this is what is taught in universities at this moment. So this is why transphobia, just like all other kinds of science denial, just like creationism, anti-vax, flat earth, it's all boiling down to the same fucking conspiracy theories of this is all just this new ideology that's being forced into the schools to indoctrinate the children and lead us away from the truth of blah, 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 whatever. That's why all these amazing biologists who are so good at their job that they write the textbook used to train new biologists. That's why they say all these things that I think are so wrong. I can pull out for you right back here. I've got my genetics textbook. I've got my human biology textbook back here. I've got like 5 or 6 fucking textbooks, most of them that I used while earning my biology degrees, all that say the same fucking thing. Sex and gender are different. Neither are a binary. They're not necessarily congruent. It's not fucking news. It's been this way for like 100 years. Just as it stands right now, our society is having a hard time catching up to science. And you got people like Rob who just fucking can't let go of this weird ass narrative that women are in such danger that we need to put other women in more danger in order to keep them safe. We're not going to do it. Rob, if you were halfway fucking serious about this, why aren't you out here putting in all this effort to champion social changes for men? Why aren't you arguing against Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate and all these toxic masculinity fucking dude bro podcasts that take confused, alienated, lonely young men and turn them into fucking predatory assholes? Why aren't you putting in all of this energy into calling out other guys, into trying to call out rape culture, into talking about how we need to be taking out all of this like machismo out of the media and all this? Why aren't you talking about that? Why is it only trans women that gain the whole burden of this fucking horrible world, and they're the ones that need to be put more at risk just to make you slightly more comfortable? It's bullshit, dude. It is just, it's homophobia and sexism wrapped into a diarrhea martini we call transphobia. And it proves once again, as it has always been the case, that nobody, not one single person on earth, thinks about trans people's genitals more than transphobes. It's all they can fucking think about. So with that, it's been an excruciating hour of our time, Rob, that we have given you. I didn't mute you until the very fucking end. I gave you plenty of time to say everything you needed to say. I let so much shit slide that I would never have slid before, just to make sure that you couldn't claim that you didn't get your fucking 2 cents, and you got more than that. We gave you a ton of time, and it was really fucking boring and really fucking gross. I encourage you to do some actual fucking research and not just idolize assholes who use their credentials as a weapon. It sucks. And with that, we're going to move on to somebody serious. Bye, Rob. Blech.
Super chats.
Real
Well,
gross.
well, well.
Real gross. Super chats!
Woo!
Fuck.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, that blue.
That's good clips in there,
Let's
though.
talk
There's some
here.
good clips.
Hey, maybe. Let's we got $5 from Joshua Everett 9887. All day stream, dreams do come true. And now for some good calls, I'll let you decide. You've heard two. we had somebody talking about intelligent design and somebody talking about transphobia. What do we got?
There's a lot, so we could
You got
go through them
options.
quick.
Fucking shit, dude.
Hold on, I've got to send
Are we
it. I
trading
got to
back and
send this
forth? What do we
link
do?
to my mom. Oh, I'm reading it. Sorry. I have to send this link to my mom because she was like, "Oh, you're doing a show today? Tell me all about it." And I was like, "Why don't we wait till the end of this call before I send her the link?"
Prepare to be disappointed, Mom. Here we go.
She would show up in the chat and start raging. $5 from the negative comment. Ator TNC. J Hi Forrest Hi Erika. Thanks for helping me get through DE, developmental bio in high school, and a few years back, Professor Dave 2, LOL. I don't know when I've ever talked about developmental biology, but I'm glad, if that's what this is, I'm glad that it helped.
I fucking hate. I did evolutionary developmental biology in grad school, and holy fuck, dude, it was wild. I didn't get to do the full super hard development course because that was for the medical students, but like I got Evo Devo, and that was enough. It's fucking rough, dude. I've got a developmental biology textbook back there. Shit.
Ask me about somites. I can't tell you a thing about them anymore, but by all means, ask me about them.
That's the for those in the chat, that's a cluster of undifferentiated cells that will become your vertebrae and the surrounding neurovasculature and maybe muscles as well.
Yes,
Your axial skeleton and hypaxial muscles. Nope. Epaxial muscles. Yes. Your axial skeleton and epaxial muscles and your central nervous system, not your central nervous system, but where it's going to be. That's where what your somites do. $10 in monarchy bucks from J Sicka 87. Like life, like constipation, is hard, and we gotta push through. Nice. Did you hear about the monkey that was trained to throw poo? He caused third-degree burns. What does that mean?
That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense because poop doesn't burn you. Poop doesn't burn you, Jessica.
It can.
Good
it can.
catch, though.
Espeon sucks. Love you soon. Erika loves poo puns. Hell yes.
No, not hell yes. 10 pounds. I'm sorry, euros. I'm still pre-Brexit or pre whatever, whenever they switched currency. Did they do that? Just listen to a talk about hyenas by Sapolsky. That made me curious. Is there a connection between testosterone levels and dominance in the animal kingdom, or is this arbitrary? There is a correlation between relative testosterone levels and aggression, agonism, and despotic hierarchies in the animal kingdom. So animals that have more relative testosterone for their body size tend to form more hierarchical as compared to egalitarian group structures. But within those groups, not necessarily. The more testosterone an individual has, I think there was actually a specific study that was done on this with, it might have been some kind of Cercopithecoid, but I can't remember, where they were looking at whether or not this was related to the position in the dominance hierarchy, or as well as, or I should say, the amount of offspring that that individual sired, and it's not a one-to-one. Case in point, females very frequently in specific species can hold the alpha status within primates, and they typically have less testosterone than the males do. Lots of lemurs are like this, bonobos are like this, some macaques are like this, and there are many, many, many codominant societies as well. So the answer is not necessarily.
Nice. As far as I remember, the biggest thing to remember is that testosterone is not what people think is the violent chemical and the man chemical.
Yeah.
It's the get up and go chemical. It just makes you do the things. And so it's like saying, you know, like, oh, men are more testosterone, so they're more violent. No. A man like me with a ton of testosterone is going to just be the snuggliest motherfucker you've ever met. And so, like, it's going to make you more active in whatever you already were. And so when you have, you know, like, behavioral evolution is a thing. So when you have an evolved behavior, add testosterone, amplify behavior kind of thing is what, if I remember correctly, that's the way that it works. So that's why there's correlation, but not necessarily causation insofar as like there's more testosterone. So these guys are going to be hierarchical. Does that make sense? Am I saying that right?
Sounds good to me. But I'm eating a banana, so cool. I'm distracted.
10 Canadian dollars from David Haxor. Forrest, humans and dinosaurs never coexisted. Me, cassowary. Yeah, I did a video about that with Kyle Butt a little while ago where he was talking about humans and dinosaurs live together. I'm like, they did, just not the way you think, because birds is dinosaurs, y'all. Shrimps is bugs and
also,
birds is dinosaurs.
Kiwi, Rhea, bearded vulture, ostrich. Like, go through the list. There's some.
You can just name birds. You can just name birds.
yeah. Geese, shoebill stork. Like, I'm thinking of the ones that are like the most dinosaur-y in my head, and there are a lot of them. Just look at their feet.
You know what though? For real, you've got like shoebills and cassowaries and shit, and then legit though, just goose. Just throw goose in there, and they're absolutely.
Chicken.
Yo, my God,
dude, a goose will put me in the hospital. I'm so scared of a goose. I was going to explain how I had a traumatic experience with a goose growing up, but like I think that's just a universal human experience. Yeah, people have bad goose experiences. What kind of goose?
I had two geese. One was, so I wanted to get Emdens because they're these really chill, like German, like honking things. I ended up with a Chinese goose and an African goose, the loudest and meanest kinds. And so there's one of them, their names were Lucifer and Gilgamesh, Lucy and Gilly. Lucy was a white Chinese goose, so she was all white and she had the little orange hump shit on her head, and she was ridiculous. And then Gilly was an African goose, so the brown and black, with the hump on the head, black face. And they were just ridiculous. If you ever think that there is like order in the universe and that nature like is logical and makes sense, meet a goose. Geese are nonsense animals. They're ridiculous. So we had these two geese, And after a little while, they were just so loud. We live in a residential area. We meant to have these chill little homestead geese, and we got the loudest fucking geese in the world. And they're just squonking and honking all day long. So we had to, give them to our friends that own some land and stuff. And one of my happiest memories is like we went out to the shed where they lived, and the geese were fine with me. Lucy was my goose, and she would bite the fuck out of Amber all the time.
Yeah.
And I still remember just going out there and saying goodbye to him. It was freezing cold, and we go out there in the middle of the night, and we're like, you guys go away tomorrow. We love you. And Lucy starts hissing at Amber, and she's like, all right, fine. One more. Just do it, you bitch. You bitch. You bitch. And she's just biting the fuck out of Amber, and she's just letting it. It's so good. I love them so much.
This is less of a heartwarming story than I was anticipating. I was picturing like a go on get kind of story, and this is not that. No, this is let's rip.
Oh my god!
One last rager.
Gilly,
one last rager.
He would bite the fuck out of your pants and like not let go of you, and then punch the shit out of you with his wings. Oh, it was great. Let me tell you,
no.
If anybody out there, if you ever need to stop a goose, if you were ever having a bad goose, buckets. Get a bucket. That's all you need. Because what you can do is you can take the bucket and just overturn it and just put them in the bucket. They run at you and they'll hang out and you just put them in a bucket and you confound them. And they don't, and then you take it off and they don't understand where they went. You can also, if you're careful, you can take a goose and invert it, lay it on its back. They don't know what the fuck to do. They just kick. They just kick like this and they snake around on the ground. Yes.
Benefit.
You can just put them in a bucket or just turn them upside down and nothing they can do to you. Geese are great. I love them so much.
We have 1039 from Corey Springer for the inevitable one more call goal.
No, we don't.
And yes, I cut off your story because I was moving us forward. I'm moving us right along, Forrest. Not that I don't love a
We have
Goose
1086.
story. Wait, what?
Erika's drunk.
You said 1093 or something. I don't know what you said, but it was not.
Yeah, you said 1039.
Okay, I might have just struck. I don't know why I said that. Whatever. 1086. What was I even looking at? Okay, I don't know. I just pretend I said 1086. Pretend I said the right thing.
Hell yeah.
For the inevitable one more call goal, I'll just read it again. Okay, next slide.
Sorry, I got derailed for a second.
$5.
No, it's okay.
It's shot a silver bow. The smartest host on the line and Forrest Valkai all day. Is it my birthday?
Let's go.
Why were the Romans so bad at algebra? They always ended up with x equals 10. That's excellent. That's very good.
This is one of those things where like you can suck up to me all you want, but what I remember is the last thing that you say in the super chat. And so the kind compliment saying I'm smarter than Forrest, which is probably not true, aside, I will come to your house and kill you with a gun. 10 euros from Das Lenny. Speaking of probability, an urn contains 100 creationist arguments. If you pull 6 arguments from this without replacement, what is the probability that you got one valid argument? Yeah, we can play this game all day. This is a divide by zero kind of situation.
$5 from Karen Boyd. I thought about sending a pun about Erika and lag, but I couldn't. I didn't want to buffer her wrath. That's really good. That's excellent.
The joke is that it's suffer, right? Suffer versus buffer. That's so creative. The word rhyme, incredible. $5 from SJL. Forrest, Erika, would you appear on that Jubilee you versus 20 opponent show? On either side, just wish Dave Farina covered Dr. Mike versus anti-vaxxers. I love this little jumping spider as your PFP. Very cute. I don't know, Forrest, would you go on Jubilee? Good. I think I would rather pull a hangnail off of every single one of my fingers and soak them in lemon juice than give Jubilee at the time of day, but maybe you're different.
Yeah. Honestly, the premise sounds like so much fucking fun. Me surrounded by 20 creationists. That sounds like a blast. I would love to do it. I would not work with Jubilee though, because they have platformed literal fucking white supremacists and Nazis. It's the exact same. We were talking about modern day debates before you came in, and Rob was asking, why aren't you brave enough to go on modern day debates? I'm like, the last time I even cared to look at them was when Matt Dillahunty walked out of his thing, because they brought on a guy who calls himself Big Papa Fascist, supposed to debate about theism, and ended up going on a 20-minute tirade about trans people, and they just let him do it. So no, I'm not going to work with modern day debates. Same thing with Jubilee. If you're going to bring on people who don't deserve to be platformed, I'm not going to do it.
My last modern day debate, and I used to know James, so like this was a sad deal, because James is, you know, he was a nice guy for a long time, and I actually got my start on the debate circuit, if you will, here on YouTube, doing modern day debate on, you know, whoever. I debated every creationist under the sun on that show. But the timing was quite good. That's actually where I debated Ken Hovind. But the problem is they have debates like, should child brides be legal? Like it, and it's just like, I'm not willing to go on a show that's having that kind of discussion. There are truly some things that I think we as a society can agree don't need to be debated and don't deserve oxygen to debate. And that's going to be one of those things. Modern day debate needs to shape up a little on that.
That's the big thing. Yeah, I agree. And that's the big thing, is like, you talk about like, oh, the free market of ideas and we should just allow these things to come out. No, if you can have a free market where you're selling, this person has apples and this person's selling shares and this person over here is selling candles, and then you have somebody who brings meth, and it's like, you don't really need this in your free market. You know, the market overall is worse because this is here. So we can just agree we're not going to allow it. I'm not going to, if someone calls in and calls himself a fucking Nazi, I'm not going to entertain you. You are too stupid to have a conversation with, and my audience will be stupider if I have the conversation with you. I'm not going to have the conversation. And so, like, Rob calling in, being transphobic and saying a bunch of shitty things, I'm going to let him do it because we can get to the point where we're learning something. We learn that the statistics make no sense. We learn that there are statistics that counter what he's saying. We learn that his arguments fucking suck. And then we can move on because he's outlived his usefulness. There is no usefulness that's going to come from somebody who's arguing about whether or not child bride should be a thing. No, motherfucker, go away. Also, like, what is that?
I totally agree. And there's also a difference, I think, between people are organically having a conversation versus a platform exists that spent the majority of its time online initially garnering a reputation for good discussions. And then that platform turns around and starts having discussions about things like child brides, right? It's like some stuff isn't on the table. I'm really sorry, right? And I don't know what James was thinking with that. Like I'd have a mind to be like, brother, what's going on? Who spiked the tea this morning? Yeah. Like I don't know. Usually hitting the crack pipe, I guess. $10 for, oh wait, this is you. You're reading this.
$10 from the negative commentator. High schools in America aren't safe for LGBTQ plus students. Colleges aren't safe. Excuse me. The real fucking world isn't safe. People like Rob wonder why we need safe spaces. People like you terrify us every day. That really was the meat of the call. It's like, I want to protect women so much that I'm willing to harm other people to get there. And it's like, you're not protecting women. Even if what you said made half a bit of sense, you're not achieving your goal. But even still, why the fuck is it that, like, you know, there's a statistical significance here that these people might be bad, so we're going to treat all of them badly. The same argument that racists make, the same argument that homophobes make, and now that's going to make everybody's life worse. But hey, I may not have to see a trans person nearby unless they come into my bathroom now because I want them in there for whatever reason. What's going on?
We're talking about a group of people who couldn't handle conversations about like rape culture, right? Like that was a step too far. When people were like, hey, you know, maybe we shouldn't be normalizing the kind of stuff that was showing up in the movie 16 Candles or Revenge of the Nerds, right? Like that sort of normalizes what is effectively, you know, non-consensual behavior. And like the kind of people that are saying the shit that Rob is saying now were the same people who were like, that's actually infringing on men's rights and that's too far and that's too woke and that's too PC and blah, 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 blah. And then now these same people are wanting to have a conversation about protecting women with regard to trans people, I guess. And it's like, well, I mean, to me, it's the same thing where it's like, these are the same people who suddenly care about women's sports. You were making fun of women's sports 2 years ago. This is not about women, right? Like, at least I don't think so. That's not my opinion. So, whatever.
It's not. It never has been. It always is just about hate. And what's funny to me is like this. It's the inconsistency of like if you have a trans woman, they're gonna shout at this person. You'll always be a man. You'll never be a real one. But then if you have like a femboy, then it's like you're not a real man. Like, you know what I mean? What the fuck is this?
Yeah. It's sort of like a Schrodinger style argument, or it reminds me of biblical kinds, right? Where it's like, what's a biblical kind? Whatever we need it to be in that moment. Like, what is a woman? Whatever we need it to be right now. What is a man? Whatever we need it to be right now. We got, adorable little PFP here. We got $5.43 Canadian dollars, reading that carefully this time, from Sneaky Boop Face Tory. All hail the universe belching uniforms. What are y'all's favorite swords? And then they really don't want to be katanas. Also feelings on fan art. What is my favorite kind of sword? I think aesthetically, I really like a scimitar. I think scimitars look really cool. I love their weird curvy shape. But as far as fan art, I love it. I think it's cool. People send me fan art sometimes. Usually it's my little Gibbon, and I love to see it. It makes me grin ear to ear. Makes me super happy. So if you like to make fan art of my little Gibbon, make it and send it to me.
I gotta say,
I
fucking love like a classic longsword. You know what I mean? I love the aesthetic of it. They're beautiful. I love playing with them and using them. Also, like rapiers are really, really nice. I just think they're really fun. That said, if I had to pick one, like those are the favorites of mine to play with and to use and to enjoy. But like in terms of just cool shit, can't beat a Khopesh, y'all. Khopesh is so fucking neat. That was the sickle sword from Egypt. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm looking it up.
So cool.
I'm looking it up.
Khopesh. Khopesh, I believe.
Those are really cool. Yeah, so this is scratching the same scimitar itch. I love the curviness of it. I think that's cool.
Yeah. But by the way, to the person in chat who said any opinion on the recent mass shooters who were trans, if you've got one or two mass shooters who are trans, I encourage you, and you think that is a trend that you need to take seriously, like, oh my God, what's going on with trans people? I encourage you to consider all the fucking rest of them that are cisgender, heterosexual, white males. All of the hundreds. You've got, what's the maximum would be, like maybe 4. There was that one study that came out that was like more than half of them. And they didn't mention the fact that what they did was just rule out most of them and pick a handful of less than 10 mass shootings, and only included all of the ones where trans people were involved, and then like 3 more that were really, really big. And then they said more than half of them are trans. Yeah, no, bullshit. Less than 1% of mass shootings, just like how I think it's less than 1% of the population is trans people. Meanwhile, we have literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of mass shootings by cis, het, white men. And a lot of them are fucking Republican too. So like, if you're looking for trends, just saying, if you're looking for statistics, take those into account.
Hold on. So I just looked it up because I was really curious. I looked up what percent of mass shooters are women, right? Like they're cis women, and it's like 4%. That was the first thing that came up. I don't know if that's correct. It is a cursory Google search. But like, if we want to pretend like there's this rash epidemic of trans shooters, then we got to keep an eye on those cis women too. Because boy, oh boy, they're really they're starting to take over that 1% and 4% respectively. They're really giving dudes a run for their money, aren't they? Come on, please.
We love to see women in men's sports. But I'm just saying, like that's
right.
If we're not
right. Yeah, exactly.
Smash the patriarchy. Girls, go do some more mass shootings. Prove you can. All right. But like it's in terms of if you want like
come on.
If you want like some serious statistics, like the men are the white cisgender men are your concern, and then apparently just women are your next concern. You trans people are so far down on the ladder, dude.
Yeah. It's weird how that works.
540. It's
already did this one.
543 in Canadian bucks.
Did you guys see the Discord where I think we have to switch this to $10 and up, or we are never going to get through super chats to another call? And people keep coming in like, the show's over already, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Classic.
Shit. Okay,
whatever. I mean, I don't care. It's, do what we need to do. No, the show is not over. We have to do this. We have to read the super chats because
can we read everything? Can we read everything we've gotten so far?
Full pages.
And then from
Do you guys
now
want
on,
to pick it up a little bit? Like, you guys go through this so
yeah,
slow.
fine.
Let's pick it up a little bit for us.
I blame Erika.
Okay. And then from now, shut up, please. Spare me your complaints, Forrest. You talked about geese for 2 minutes.
All I want to do is talk about geese, and you're over here talking about how great women are at shooting people. I'm sorry, like different priorities.
Real issue, I guess. Whatever. Read this. Come on.
10 pounds from Juan Mitchell. I'm a British disabled person. Disability is self-identified and is in a neat box. Rob is a liar. Women's Space UK are always outnumbered by trans rights activists, including my 60-year-old mom. Piss off. Yeah, I like the idea of saying disability is self-identified to say, I can tell you if I'm disabled. What I mean to say by that is like, no one's out here like, I want to be a disabled today. You know, that's not a thing the way Rob was making it out to be.
It's like talking about the Rachel Dolezal stuff. We got $10 with an adorable puppy. Wow. From Arcane Goat.
That's an exceedingly cute puppy.
Me sending a message to myself 30 years ago. One of the biggest political issues today is a debate over who can poop in public facilities. Still no flying cars. Yeah, we thought the future would be cooler than this. It's not.
Bitch.
AI is stealing our jobs, and we're having this debate again.
The future ain't what it used to be, y'all. $10 from Benny Blaze. Since most sexual assault is done in the home, why should we put men, women, and trans bathrooms in our house? Whose job is it going to be to verify a person for catcher's mitt or baseball bat? I don't know what the second part is, but yeah, dude. That dude's going to lose his mind when he figures out that all of his bathrooms at home are gender inclusive.
It's goofy, top to bottom. We got 50 Canadian dollars from Isla Ursus. Ooh. Wow, snuggling
That's
PFP.
Like
I love
American.
seeing this profile picture. Every penny donated was worth it for the stream. Erika is brilliant, and Forrest is incredibly patient. Usually those compliments are reversed. Usually I'm the patient one, and Forrest can be the brilliant one, but I'll take it.
Nah, you put us next to each other. It's no contest. $9.99 from Starfire. When you remember that any time a rape used to be reported, it was seen that the person with the penis was always at fault. How many trans women were convicted who were actually victims? That's what I'm talking about with sampling bias here, is that like black men in the United States are far more likely to be arrested and charged with violent crime. Guess what? They are also far more likely to be exonerated of violent crime because racist assholes prejudge them and arrest them for no reason more than any other racial group in this way. And so the same racists come out and say, look, all these arrests for violent crime, when we look at the prison population, so many of them are in there for violent crime, all this stuff, and they're not taking into account the way these people are looked at in society, the way that they're charged, the way that they're arrested, the way that they're sentenced, so disproportionately to what any white person would do. The actual crime statistics from the FBI show that there is not a racial bias or disparity of who's committing crimes of what caliber and what kind at what time or whatever like that. But the way that we sentence and punish them has a massive disparity. Same thing here. We look at, there's these trans people in jail. What do you think might make it more likely that they would be charged with sexual crime or crimes of a sexual nature or any of this other shit? Maybe it has to do with the massive fucking stigma from people like Rob perpetuating these dumbass talking points. Maybe it's the same thing as the homophobic arguments that I've dealt with my entire fucking life about how you're either boys like girls and everything else is a mental illness and everything else is diseased and they're pushing it on children and they're trying to get into schools and all these woke universities and the same exact fucking bullshit, just recalibrated now for trans people. It's so fucking dumb.
Well, I mean, they think you're stupid. That's the thing. Like the people who are sort of hitting, like sort of flaring up this type of argument, they think you're dumb. They think that by keeping you focused on identity politics and hating on a minority group that existed for has existed for thousands of years, millions of years, but in the United States has existed with zero problems for decades and decades and decades, and now all of a sudden we're fear-mongering, scaremongering about this. It's like, don't you think that's a little weird? And maybe that's because they want to distract you from talking about, I don't know, massive wealth disparity that's been seized this country over the past several decades. But whatever, it's fine. $10 from Candace Loves.
That everybody's insurance is about to go up $20,000 fucking dollars a year. Yeah.
Woohoo! Can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait. Love this PFP. Adorable cat. Erika, okay, take my money, you amazing humans. Erika, Forrest, and Lux. I don't know how you managed to find the patience, but I'm so sorry and also grateful at the same time. Y'all are the greatest. Thank you, Candace. That is very kind. We do our best, but we get frustrated too. It is what it is.
I was actually, if Luxander hadn't chimed in, I was going to make the joke that I always do. Is like, it's the good thing about this conversation is there were no trans people here to discuss. It was all cis people. That's what really makes it work. It's the same thing with abortion. Every time we talk about abortion, I'm like, I'm glad there were no women here to discuss this. $10 from Shay7373. If I learned anything from Rob, it's that my MBA qualifies me to do brain surgery. Yeah, there you go. An architect said trans people aren't real and sex is binary. Now you know it's true. That gets me so much. People send me the Paradox Institute all the fucking time, and it's like, you can at least be serious about it. You couldn't at least send me Dawkins or Coin, like, that actually have a reason to say what they're saying, and it sucks. We can argue. Like,
this is like, it's like arguing for creationism, and you're like, check out this Kent Hovind video. It's like, you couldn't even send me something from James Shore. You couldn't even send me something from
you couldn't be bothered to come up with somebody who got
like, come on, please. $10 from Mr.
Boris. That dude, the Zach Elliott from the Paradox Institute, not only is he an architect who calls himself a sex and gender researcher, by the way, he also, a little while ago, somebody commented on one of my things talking about how I should debate him and whatever like that. And I took a glance at his Twitter, and at the time he was claiming that Dylan Mulvaney isn't actually really trans, but is in fact a paid actor being paid to try to get us all used to trans ideology, to try to swing the culture wars. It's just conspiracy theory. It's just conspiracy theory every time. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Man, whatever. I'm keeping us on task. $10 from Mr. Borku at 10. Rob, you vile, disgusting, callous, cretinous, malevolent, uncaring, capricious, megalomaniacal, rubbish brain, spineless, fermented, putrid ball of pestilence. Learn to be better. True.
It was a rough call. It was a rough call. I let him get away with so much shit, and he still couldn't pull together something coherent. $9.99 from Cinnamon Roll. A horse walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Why the long face? Are you depressed?" The horse ponders for a second, scratches his chin, and says, "I don't think I am," and promptly disappears. There's a lot there. There's a lot there. I don't think I am. Therefore, I get it. It's good. Very good.
99 from, no, you didn't. 99 from Cinnamon Roll. You see, this is a joke about Rene Descartes' famous statement, "I think, therefore I am." And I could have mentioned this at the start of the joke, but that would be putting Descartes before the horse. I'm going to take this opportunity to switch off my hotspot back to my regular Wi-Fi so that you don't hear me swearing, because that is incredibly irritating as a joke, but it's fine. Whatever.
$9.99 from Outwitted by Fish. Erika, can you compare and contrast Australopithecines and bonobos from a phenotypic basis? Well, Erika's no longer here, so I'll do it because this is not my area of expertise at all. Oh, fuck, she came back. Oh, now I'll have to let her talk about the thing that she's trained in rather than me just rambling about whatever I wanted.
$9.99 from Outwitted by Fish. Erika, can you compare and contrast Australopithecines and bonobos from a phenotypic basis? A lot of it is going to boil down to locomotion. So bonobos don't have the bowl-shaped pelvis that humans have. Their ilia are side to side, much like a chimpanzees are. They have really tall ischia and ilia alike. They don't have the valgus knee. They don't have the inline big toe. They don't have any arches in their feet. They don't have an S-shaped spine. They do not have an anteriorly placed foramen magnum. They have rather large brow ridges, especially in the males compared to Australopiths, but some Australopiths can get big-ish foramen magnums. The Australopithecus species tend to have a larger, more globular brain case than what we see in bonobos. Bonobos are going to max out at about 350, 400. The largest Australopiths can get up to 550. So we're looking at a larger brain case size. They're about equally as prognathic, but where their prognathic differs, so mid-face versus lower face prognathism or subalveolar prognathism, if you will. The orbits are, I believe, a little bit more close together in Australopiths. Canines are way smaller in Australopiths, even accounting for the body size. The canines are going to be smaller in Australopiths. Australopiths also have larger molars, slightly molarized premolars. and a more parabolic palate as compared to the Australopithecus, or as compared to bonobos. Bonobos are also, they have their phenotypic adaptations towards their mode of locomotion. So they have curved fingers more so than Australopithecus, longer arms. They knuckle walk, so they're able to lock their wrists when they do that. Yeah, so they share similarities, but by and large, they're very different animals.
I would have simply just said one walked upright and the other doesn't all the time. And also, you said bowl-shaped pelvis, and I could have fucking sworn you said they don't have the same bullshit pelvis, and I think it would have been better if you did.
Well, it's true. Our pelvis is a little bit bullshit.
$4.99. Sorry, $10 from 49. Perfect. Yeah, I got, there's a lot of numbers on the screen, and I'm very stupid. Here's $10 because Rob was a lying bigot, and I like that y'all put him in his place. Hey, Lux, we're going until the end of the super chats from that call, right? Because there's still fucking super chats. These people are insatiable. So, like, we're stopping at that and then doing the next stuff. The next call.
We're just doing $10 super chats now. So I'm like, I don't know. Like, we'll stop when you're ready to go back to calls, I guess.
Fuck, dude. Okay, yeah, that sounds great. We're going to talk to somebody talking about evolution next. I'm really excited about it. Let's do a couple more, I guess.
Next. I was going to say the same call.
Yes.
I've been waiting for this call. You don't even know. Is this you or me? This is me. 10 Canadian dollars from Puriform 42. Updating my earlier comment. Rob was condescending at the start and then quickly went to horrible. Yeah, I think what happened with Rob is that he reached a point where he was very certain that his line of questioning was going to lead him where he wanted to go, and then when it didn't, we got into the circular stuff.
Yeah, what I noticed is, like I said, I let him get away with a ton of stuff. Like he kept misgendering people. He kept saying that, he said that, non-binary people are just confused. He brought up mental illness and all this other shit. I let him get away with it because what I think he was doing, he was trying very hard to get a reaction. And when we kept addressing his points directly and saying, that's not true, here's actual evidence, and here's the logical reason, the scientific reason, all these different things, why what you're saying is bullshit, he then just devolved into trying like hell to get a reaction and just saying anything he could say, any shitty, horrible thing to try to get us to just, trigger the libs. It just sucked. $10 from Skeptic Observer, remembering the old commercial with the two guys in Rolls-Royce cars. One car pulls up beside the other, and this passenger asks, fancy English accent, "Pardon me, do you have any great poo puns?" You're talking about great poupon?
I'm going to be Anton Chigurh. You pull up and you do that, and then I pull out my air compressor and put a bolt directly in between your eyes if you do that to me. I flip a coin. I give you one chance. That's No Country for Old Men for the uncultured swine in the comment section. It's fine. $20 from Jess Chapalable. There's no cleaner wipe than the neck. What is this? There's no cleaner wipe than the neck of a well-downed goose. The softness of the feathers joined to the heat of the neck makes a most voluptuous cleanser. Francois Rabelais, Renaissance author, 1534. Cleaner wipe. I think
they're talking about rubbing a gooseneck on your buns, y'all. I think that's what that's all about.
That's kind of what I was concerned about.
Wipe your ass on a gooseneck.
Don't do that. You'll get skewered by a goose. Don't do that.
I'm saying, man, you want to get goosed by a goose. That's the way to get in there. $10 from Darren McCall. If scimitars make Erika grin from ear to ear, did she just make a pun?
Never intentionally. If I make a pun, it's not intentional. I need you guys to know that. It'll happen from time to time because that's how wordplay works, but never intentionally. $10 from Arcane Goat 2024. What did one eye say to the other? Just between you and me, something smells. Oh, I get it, because the nose is in between the eyes. That's really hilarious, Arcane Goat. That is so funny. I think of that as my bolt gun penetrates your frontal lobe. Cute little, really cute puppy, though. That dog is really adorable. Look at those socks on the dog.
What? Fucking $10 from Sean Loves Maths. Infinite surreal numbers can be prime. Also, please search Isherwood final stretch of PhD to help me out. I'm investing in this super chat. Thanks. Dude's finally fucking finishing his PhD. He's been in here telling me every time I get math wrong for years. And he's finishing his PhD. Good for you. Good for you. Congratulations.
So,
did you know Sean Isherwood taught me once every possible combination of numbers exists in pi. He taught me that once. He said that. He said that was true. He said that was true and real, and that nobody can contest that. That's a true thing that he said. True, totally.
I don't like math very much. I don't like that. That makes me uncomfortable. $10 from a listen to win. Alfred Yankovic is also an architect working outside his field. You can be an architect working outside of your field without being an ass about it. Cal Poly SLO, hashtag Cal Poly SLO. Well, this is the thing, right? It's like you can talk about something you're not an expert in, but you have to provide your sources, and the sources have to say what you say they're saying, right? Like you can talk about anything you want as long as you're careful about it and are representing the source properly. If you're not, then you're about to get bodied, and that's not a fun feeling.
It's and that's not like even like the fucking what gets me. I put out that Sex and Sensibility video, the revamped one. I'm not confident that I know everything about all that stuff. I cited a ton of stuff that agreed with me, a ton of stuff that disagreed with me, a ton of stuff that just like stuff that I even use. I just put it in the fucking resource document. People can go explore. And like, I tried to be very honest about the fact like, hey, here's my limitations, but here's what I understand. But I also still went and got fucking a bunch of people, most of them university professors, to read over it and sign off on it. And you know what they did? A bunch of them were like, hey, here's a way to rephrase this. Here's expounding on this and some resources you didn't conclude. Here's some more stuff you can put in there. That's why I have so fucking many. And like, I checked with people who are smarter than me. I got 2 people with neuroscience PhDs to check the neuroscience section. I got anatomy professors to check the anatomy section. I got someone with a 2 psychology PhDs to check the psychology section. Like, I was thorough about getting people smarter than me to check it because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just some asshole on the internet. Like, how hard is that?
People who watch science communicators, I think, would be shocked to know that I'll say it this way. All the successful science communicators that I know, myself included, when they're talking outside of their area of expertise, they check it with somebody. I do that. When I'm talking about anything that I don't know, I've got, and we all of us have group chats or we're a part of WhatsApp, group or Discords or whatever, full of people who are like-minded. You can be like, hey, attention geologist, is this true? Right? or am I saying this right? Or how can I phrase this better? Like, whatever. Because no one can be an expert in anything, in everything. Excuse me. I've
called you about shit that I was pretty sure I already knew, but I wasn't. I was nervous, and I was like, "Hey, I know you know this better than me. Just, am I crazy? Is this what I need to be saying?" And you give me even more information.
We did this with the hyoid the other day. Yeah, we did this with and what was funny is Forrest texted me about the hyoid, and I was like, I don't really know much about the hyoid, but I know someone who does. We can ask him. And so it's like, that's how it works. It's fine.
It's nutty, dude. We've got 7 calls. We got 2 calls ready to go, and a bunch more in the screening room. So we will now jump back into calls. Maybe we'll take one more and then go back. Yes, we're going to talk next to Stevie, pronouns he, him, who says the evidence for evolution is not compelling at all. Stevie, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hey, folks. Welcome. It's going good. How about yourself?
Oh my God,
it's so loud. Are you?
I'm going to move my mic away. Is that better?
That's a little better. Yeah, it was really loud for a second.
Sorry about that.
Thank you for waiting for so freaking long. You've been on hold for over 2 hours. So I appreciate you waiting for as long as you have.
Yeah, I was literally in the process of disconnecting as you were like, and we're going to take the next call. And I was like, okay, I'll wait and see what they say.
Good.
Thank you for that. Stevie, I know it's a long show.
I've been waiting for you to call and talk exactly with us about this. Tell us about your reticence with evolutionary theory. Let's get into this.
Good word.
Yeah, before we do that, I just want to mention something that Rob was kind of mentioning, like having a fair conversation or whatever. But like, just to be honest, calling into this show is not really like fair. I think we can probably agree. There's 2 of you guys, 3 if you count the moderator that sometimes jumps in. You guys, when y'all talk, my voice gets quieter. You have the power to mute me. So it's definitely not a fair conversation. I just want to say that Rob was correct about that.
insofar as like it's not a perfect one-to-one moderated debate where I say a thing and then you say a thing and all that. Yeah. It is, however, I think it's as fair as it can be given the circumstances that you are calling people with expertise in a particular area, and our job is to educate. And so, like, if you say something that's just totally untoward and weird, it is our job to cut it off and say, hey, no, here's the truth about this thing. But at the end of the day, as we mentioned at the beginning of the show, we can't prepare for anything. You could bring in something that's totally just a banger. And if you're pleasant in the conversation, like, we could actually really get somewhere. There have been some good challenges brought up, just none that have been successful. So I don't know, man. I don't know how much better it could be.
I think that's fair. I mean, that's a fair statement.
Yeah. I think we go down this rabbit hole for a while, but I really, 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 really want to talk about evolution. So, Rob, tell us about your reticence.
You mean Stevie, right?
Did I just say what I said,
No.
Robbie?
No, get Rob back on the phone. Talk about evolution now.
I'm actually traumatized by that. Yeah, Stevie. Sorry, Stevie.
I was traumatized too. So yeah, I mean, the reason I was calling in was about evolution. You know, I just find the evidence pretty lackluster. I just don't think it's very strong at all. But I think it's important that we kind of define what we're talking about as far as evolution, because there's a lot of different, definitions people feel, when people are talking about evolution, sometimes they mean different things. So when I mean evolution,
so there is one definition of the word evolution. I would love to hear if you're on the same page as me.
Well, like I said, I don't agree with that definition. I know that definition. I believe it's a change in allele frequency over time in a population.
No.
But I don't really agree with that.
Pretty close. It's any change in the heritable characteristics of a population over multiple generations. So not necessarily just allele frequencies. If you're talking about that, it's much more likely you're talking about specifically just what we would usually call macroevolution. Microevolution, pardon me. But that's splitting a lot of hairs.
May I
right.
maybe expedite this process a little, Stevie? Your problem is with what creationists would call macroevolution. Your issue is changes in body plans, the evolution of new species, new genera, things of that nature, right?
Yeah, I don't really subscribe to the term macroevolution because the way that people define that, I don't really care for it. But yes, for the most part, you are correct. I'm talking about the molecules to man part of it, not adaptation or microevolution, like you said. But yeah, but change in body plans, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so we could come at this a couple of different ways, I think. Forrest, you are probably going to come at it from a perspective. This is my guess. You're probably going to come at it from a perspective of like, small changes accumulate over time will lead to large changes. Here's how we know that. Here's the biochemistry. Here are a couple of examples, things of that nature. And you know that I'm going to come at this from the fossil record. I'm going to come at this from a perspective of what do we see from human evolution. And I think human evolution is particularly powerful because it sort of 1-2 punches a lot of sort of creationist preconceptions, I think. So those are the two routes that I suspect we're going to go. Stevie, do you have a preference as to which route we go down first?
Yeah, I mean, basically, the biggest hangup for me is in order for evolution to be true, okay, there has to be a change in body plans. I think we both agree that has to happen. So I just don't see any observable evidence of organisms developing like entirely new body plans over time. I don't know if you could provide an example of that. Something that's observable.
I got it. Yep.
Perfect.
Totally.
Okay, great. I'm open for it.
All right, so just to be clear, I'm sorry if this is redundant. I just want to make very sure we are specifically talking about. I know you said you didn't like the terminology, but we were talking about macroevolution, major phenotypic changes. Do we see major changes across the fossil record? So my example of that I would immediately go to is whales. I bet Erika's example is going to be humans for whatever reason. Right? So, yeah, would you prefer that I talk about whales, or would you prefer that Erika talks about humans when we talk about these major changes in body plans?
Let's stick to whales, because I know that Erika, that's her like bread and butter, and I'd rather talk about probably the weaker of the two arguments first, and then we can go into the stronger argument.
Sure.
Can I really fast, Forrest? I want to establish something really quickly, right? Because Stevie, we're going to talk about two things in this conversation. We're going to talk about, well, actually three separate things. This is how I'm planning on approaching it. Forrest, you might come at this a little differently, but I imagine we're going to come together, converge, if you will, on this strategy. So we have to explain a couple of things, right? We have to outline what evolution actually predicts. We have to talk about how that would happen mechanistically, like genetically speaking, right? And you need experimental support for that to show that these kinds of changes even can occur if you change specific genes, and that does result in major body changes in organisms. And we need to show that did happen. So we have to establish what evolution says should happen. We need to show that it can happen experimentally, and we need to show that it did happen from the fossil record. So those are the three things that Forrest and I are tasked with for whales or humans, respectively. Forrest, take it away.
I'm going to actually write that down because I think that's a great model to make sure we stick to here. Prediction, then mechanisms, then evidence.
Yeah.
So we've got those three. So let's start if we look at whales today. All right. So we're starting with the whole concept of the scientific method here, right? We start with an observation. The observation that we see today is that whales are mammals. And we see that they have internal hip bones, they have pelvises and little leg bones in there, and their hind legs that aren't doing leg things for sure. And we see when we look at their hands, when we look at their front limbs, that they have homologous structures that line up with the front limbs of all land mammals. Yes, I was going to say tetrapods, but we get fishy. But you get pretty much every single tetrapod. Every land creature that has four limbs has the same bone structure as these guys have in their front legs and their back legs. They still have a pelvis and they still have femur, sometimes tibia, and even a little bit of almost a fibula bone. So we have that going on. That's a pretty crazy observation. So now,
and they breathe air.
What would that? And they breathe air, and they have a million other things that tie them. They give birth to live young. They produce milk. There's a million things here, right? So we look now back at the fossil record and we say, okay, so it looks an awful lot like these things evolved from land animals. If that is the case, then we should be able to predict that we would find land animals over the course of the past few tens of millions of years in slow transition morphologically to these guys. And more importantly, that they would share unique characteristics that unite them together. Because I can show you this floppy creature that's sort of aquatic and this less floppy creature that's very not aquatic and say they're related, but I need to be able to show that as well. So, first of all, we look back at the fossil record, and indeed we do see this slow transition from Indohyus to Pakicetus to Ambulocetus to Rhodocetus to Dorodon to modern whales, blah, blah, blah. The one that you see in a lot of textbooks, right? And we see a couple of really key transitions. Number one, we see those legs getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Number two, we see the nasal aperture, the hole in the skull where your nostrils go, sliding back on the head over the course of time. So we see these transitions. But that's still, you could still argue that these are just weird fucking creatures that just lived at different times and aren't necessarily leading up to whales. If there is such a thing, then we should be able to see a little bit more. Well, we dig deeper. We look at their isotopes, right? We take the stable isotopes of oxygen out of their tissues, and we find that so stable isotopes are isotopes that don't break down through radioactive decay. So we don't do radiometric dating with them. But because they have different masses, they fractionate. They move differently around the world in different ways, and we see that a better ratio, a higher ratio of heavy oxygen isotopes is more indicative of life in salt water than life in fresh water. And we see when we look at these fossils over time, from Indohyus to Pakicetus to Ambulocetus to Rhodocetus all the way down, that they show this transition from life in fresh water to life in salt water. pretty neat. And we see that at a certain point, when we see this diversion between Mysticetes, baleen whales, and Odontocetes, toothed whales like dolphins, we see a difference where we see the split. Here's the ones that are marine whales, and look where they line up. And here's the ones that are freshwater whales. Here's with like river dolphins. Here's where they line up, and it actually tracks perfectly with their isotopic signatures. Still not good enough, though, because that could still mean that these are just random fucking creatures living life in different ways. For whatever reason, we don't know that they're related. So we look for things that unite them, and we have a couple. The biggest one is what's called the involucrum. So this little nodule in the back of your skull here where the inner ear bones live is what we call an auditory bulla. So you have this auditory bulla back on the back of the skull, has a particularly thick inner wall called an involucrum. This involucrum exists in all modern whales, all ancestral whales, all those fossils that I mentioned, and every other one that goes along with them. And get this, no other animals ever. None living or extinct, not a single other animal do we find this unique signature. So now we have a really strong homology, what we would call in this case a synapomorphy, that unites this whole clade with one single morphology. Clearly these things are related, and we see their transition in bones, and we see transition in their isotopes that all point in the same direction. That these guys evolved from earlier animals that lived on land. And for a while, it was a toss-up. We weren't sure if they evolved from artiodactyls, which are things like deer and cow and stuff, or if they evolved from canids. We had these things called myconichids. I can't remember the exact word, but mesenchynids, I think. Mesenchynids, that were these dog-like things that we were like, maybe even this, you know? And the thing that solidified it definitely was artiodactyl was a fossil called Indohyus, which was an artiodactyl that had that same involucrum. And so now we have this evidence that we have this guy. Oh, another thing that we should be able to see. If indeed these guys do evolve from artiodactyls, well, guess what? Artiodactyls are ruminants. They're herbivores. So these guys are out here munching on grass. They have multi-chambered stomachs for digesting this stuff. Okay, so how the fuck is this thing going to start eating fish? So we should be able to see some evidence of that, right? Well, when we look at the stomachs of whales, they have multi-chambered stomachs. Whales have 4-chambered fucking stomachs. And just the same leftover from ruminants. They're adapted. They're changed a little bit, but they still have individual chambers, as you would expect in this case. And indeed, we also see their teeth getting longer and pointier, and we say that sticking around in toothed whales, Odontocetes, long pointy teeth with a long pointy snout, exactly what we see in animals that catch and eat fish like that. And when we look at baleen whales, how do we tie them in? Maybe the baleen whales are just a different thing. If they were really that way, we should see some vestigial teeth. We do when we look at their development. When they develop in utero, baleen whales grow teeth, reabsorb them, and then grow baleen plates afterwards. So we see that as a developmental thing as well. And while we're talking about development, they also grow hind legs and then reabsorb them as well. So all of these things together, looking at the fossils, looking at the isotopes, looking at their development, looking at their morphology, every bit of this all points to the same direction that whales evolved from land animals. So here we have the observation that leads to prediction, and now we have the evidence for it. And in a minute, we can get into mechanisms, but I think that's enough of me rambling for this moment.
May I add a couple of? Let me fill in the little bits that I would like to add as well, because if whales evolved from hoofed land-dwelling mammals, the involucrum connects them all the way through. That's awesome, but we can actually do better than that. Because artiodactyls have a unique structure called an astragalus in their ankle. It's a double pulley system that allows them to run. And essentially, it gives them stability. It's why deer can run so quickly and pivot on a dime, why they're so quick. An astragalus it looks like this classic double pulley system that's really geared towards stability. It's an ankle bone, I believe, in their ankles. And so what's really cool about this astragalus is that it's not found in anything other than artiodactyls, except for a bunch of precedingly more aquatic cetaceans, like Indohyus, like Pachycetus, like Ambulocetus, all the way to fully aquatic fossil whales that still have an astragalus in their legs. And what's really, really cool about this is that when whales today are occasionally born with hind flippers, you can find the remnants of that artiodactyl pattern in those hind flippers. So what then is a land-dwelling artiodactyl like Indohyus doing with the inner ear of a whale, while modern whales and fossil whales, some fossil whales, have the signature of a land-dwelling artiodactyl? So as Forrest said, this meets the expectation that evolution provides. If whales evolve from land-dwelling artiodactyls, this is exactly what we should see in the fossil record. But we can do better than that. We can look at their living genes. We can ask questions about whether or not whales preserve the pattern of artiodactyls. And artiodactyls are phenomenal smellers. Well, modern whales have all of the smelling genes that they need to smell above water, but they're all turned off, or virtually all of them are turned off. I think a few of them are actually turned on. If they were designed to be aquatic their entire life, why did they have the entire gene set to grow hind limbs, to grow teeth, and to grow and develop smelling genes for smelling above water when they spend their whole time in the water? The long story short with all of this is that cetaceans, whales, right, whales and dolphins, they meet the exact expectations laid out by evolution. If there is another explanation for this, then whoever is responsible for that orchestrated it in such a way to look exactly like evolution looked and predicts, which I don't think that God would do that. I think that's a pretty good case for cetaceans. We'll probably think of more as we go.
I showed pictures of the what you call it, the thing at the same time we were talking. That was actually from a lecture that I just gave at Oklahoma State University about understanding evolution for undergrad students. And so, yeah, I'm surprised I left that out. Good job. Thank you so much for reminding me.
I had a question.
Yeah, that was a lot. Oh,
would you still say that is a lackluster explanation, or do you think there's a little bit more there than you expected?
No, I mean, I just don't find it very compelling. I mean, for a few reasons. The first thing is like we would expect, if common design is real, we would expect, a common designer, we would expect common design. When you look at a jet engine and you look at a car engine, you can see similarities there. So to me, it's really not that compelling. Also, the fossil record doesn't really show a continuous incremental change from land to whale. It shows more like leaps and bound changes. Like each organism in the link is significantly different than the organism before, and evolution just doesn't work that way. So that means that we have to be missing animals in between that we have no record of.
So Stevie, if I may interrupt
any of those
for
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please finish your thought.
I was just going to say, like, I there was a lot there, so I probably need to like get a whiteboard or something moving forward. But did any of those transitionary, like the series of organisms that you listed out, do any of them have echolocation?
Literally,
yes,
all mammals do echolocation. Yeah.
Some of the
they literally have sonar, like whales do.
So there's, as Forrest said, all mammals are capable of doing a form of echolocation. Whales and dolphins perform a specific type using a melon organ, which, if my understanding is that it's kind of like a resonance chamber, I think. That does exist in later fossil whales. I believe Basilosaurus had a melon organ, but I need to double check. It might be some of the mysticetes later on. But I think we need to back up because there's actually a much bigger problem here. Stevie, what would count as support for evolution? Because evolution predicts that we should see slow morphologic change over geologic time, that is to say transitional fossils in the fossil record. And it also predicts that that should be reflected in both development and in the genomes of these organisms. So we should be able to track the changes through the fossil record, and we should be able to track them through the development and then living genes of these critters. This transitional lineage that we just presented to you checks all of those boxes. So I have to ask, if that doesn't count as support for evolution, if that is weak to you, what would count?
Well, like I said, I mean, if we could show a incremental change, a chain from land to whales, that we could say, yeah, this animal evolved into this animal evolved into this animal, that would be very compelling. But that's not what we see.
So Stevie, that's
I mean, it makes sense to me that
precisely what Forrest just described to you, though. Like I know you might not have had the whiteboard, so maybe you didn't write it down. But like, Indohyus is a fully terrestrial hoofed mammal with the inner ear of a modern whale. Then after Indohyus, you have Pachycetus. Pachycetus is a sometimes aquatic, but still capable of moving all around on the land fairly efficiently animal that has the inner ear of a whale and still the polysystem leg, or ankle rather, of an artiodactyl. Then you have Ambulocetus, which is next. This animal is not fully comfortable on the land. In fact, it probably only came on the land to give birth. Its hind limbs aren't nearly as flexible as what we saw prior with Pachycetus. Ambulocetus is, in a lot of ways, like seals are, in that it can get around on the land, but its hind limbs are sort of locked in certain places, right? After and yet it still has the ankle of a deer and the inner ear of a modern whale. Then you have Rhodocetus, even more so, even less comfortable on land, still has the ankle of a deer, still has the inner ear of a modern whale. We're starting to see the migration of some of those blowholes, right? Or nostrils moving up the skull as we look at these guys. And as Forrest says, we can take the isotopes, the stable isotopes of these guys, and watch in real time as their bones transition from being something that is committed to the land to something that spends a little bit of time in the water to something that spends almost its entire life in the water to something that can never return to the land, something that you would see in Dorodon or Basilosaurus. And yet Dorodon and Basilosaurus, Stevie, they have the ankles of deer. And they have the same inner ear that we saw in Indohyus, a fully committed land-dwelling animal. No other land-dwelling animal that we know of has that inner ear, except for Indohyus, except for Pachycetus, except for Ambulocetus, except for every subsequent exceedingly more committed aquatic animal as we move very specifically through geologic time. Now, if evolution is true, it needs to be more than just that. As Forrest said, we should also see that in their development, and we do. Every modern whale begins its life developing hind limbs that are then reabsorbed, except for when it isn't reabsorbed, and some whales are actually born with hind flippers that have the same architecture as those earlier fossil whales. So they're linked together not just conceptually in the fossil record, seeing the slow change over geologic time, every single step recorded, but it's also recorded in their genes and in their development. I have to ask you again, what would actually count? What in this whale transition is not documented?
Well, like I said, I mean, for example, the sonar, like in the whole list of, I just looked it up, in the list that you guys listed out, literally none of them before the whale have sonar. So sonar just appeared.
What's the first whale?
Out of nowhere?
What's the first whale?
What's the first whale?
Which one is the first whale?
Let me see here.
I have an answer, but you're not going to like it.
The Pachycetus.
Right. Which
you
just to be clear,
it went from Pachycetus to Ambulocetus.
Ambulocetus.
And then
it's always just put the word cetus. Cetus means whale. Cetus means whale, so just use that. But remember, Pachycetus, which you just said is the first whale, and I disagree. It's actually Indohyus, strictly speaking. But like the Pachycetus was a land animal. It had 4 legs. It walked upright.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's the transition. I meant the transition. That's the first one that you guys point to usually. But she just listed out a bunch of them. I don't remember them all by name, but like, of those that you listed out, how many of them had sonar? Do you know?
I thought you said you just brought it up and you said that this was the first one to have sonar.
That's what my research shows, but I mean, I don't know if y'all have something different.
Right. Which species was the first to have sonar? Which species, by your research, Stevie, was the first to have sonar?
That's what I was asking.
The squalodon is the one that says here.
Squalodon. Let me
Say
look that
that
one
again.
up to double check.
Squalodon?
Squalodon, yeah.
Here we go.
Squalodon.
Extinct species is
genus of whale.
extinct genus of whales from the Oligocene and Miocene epochs. Yeah, and here what's interesting, if you take a look, Stevie, if you have that image in front of you, like, take a look at the position of the nasal aperture on that guy, the blowholes, where they are. They're not up on top of the head yet. They're still forward-facing, more or less between the eyes. Take a look at that long snout with those, sort of jaggedy little teeth there. Every part of that looks an awful lot. Let me pull this back up. If you see your screen there, oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry, that was the wrong starting screen. There we go. All of that falls in right around in here, right after Durodon. So that's not what you would consider a modern whale. The position of that nasal aperture looked a little bit in here. So that's still transitional between like Rhodocetus or Ambulocetus and modern whales that you're talking about right now.
Okay. Can you, Forrest,
Can you please
pull...
I don't know if you guys are showing oh, go ahead.
Hold on.
I'm showing it. Yeah, I just
okay,
shared Telegram.
Can you please
okay,
show Basilosaurus for me really quick? I was just checking something,
yes,
and now I'm ready to make my point.
Basilosaurus.
Are you able to see the screen? If Forrest pulls something up, will you be able to see it?
I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, right now I can see a list of...
It should be. Yeah, it's going to be a minute behind.
Forrest is going to pull up an animal called Basilosaurus. I want to get your opinion on Basilosaurus, and actually, if you have, I mean, you could do Basilosaurus, you could do Dorodon, either one. Pick your poison for it. And I want to ask Stevie question about this guy. Yeah, that's perfect. Stevie, can you see the species that are on your screen now? There's a little bit of a lag.
Not yet. I think there's a delay.
There's
going to be a little bit of delay. And then you're going to see three critters on your screen. You're going to see an orca, a modern killer whale, and then you're going to see two extinct species. Okay, let me ask you a question. Are those whales?
I mean, I don't know if
scientifically
definition, but they look similar to whales, yeah.
Okay. What do you think makes those guys whales?
I don't know. I don't know the definition of like how they scientifically define it. But I mean, they have the fin. So, it looks like they both, all three have like the top fin. They all have the big fin on the bottom, on the back. I mean, and then the two fins in the front.
I'm with you on this. They have the body plan of a whale, right? You would consider those guys to be whales. I would consider them to be whales too. Here's what's neat about those. They don't have a melon organ. Dorodon and Basilosaurus don't have the ability to echolocate like modern whales do. These guys lived before, or were branched off from a last common ancestor that lived before Squalodon, who you mentioned earlier. So if sonar is what defines a whale, and you have to have sonar in order to be a whale, then these guys are not whales. But when you look at them, they're very clearly whales. I don't think that anybody would contest you on that. Now, what that would mean is that sonar, as you conceive of it, as characteristic of all of modern whales, is something that evolves pretty late. But if you use that to define a whale specifically, and you consider that to be a complete body change, a complete evolution of a new body plan, of a new system, then you have to exclude Basilosaurus, you have to exclude Dorodon, you have to exclude a whole bunch of fossil whales that are clearly whales. And I think that's important because what we were talking about earlier at the beginning of this call was a change in body plan. And then when Forrest and I showed you the change in body plan, you switched to talking about sonar as being what defines a whale. But the body plan has already completely been established by Basilosaurus and Dorodon, really the reverse of that, meaning that if you want to use sonar to establish a new body plan for whales, a lot of things that are whales by every creationist that I've talked to, at least definition, those are no longer whales. So I have to ask now, again, what is it that actually defines a whale? What is the insurmountable barrier that cannot evolve for these guys?
Yeah, but my argument is not how we define a whale. My argument is that modern whales have sonar, and where did that sonar come from? Because it's not clear
but
that there's
here's the thing,
a
Stevie.
continuous
Stevie,
progression.
I'm sorry. Stevie, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like what you have there is a question. And that's a great question. Where does sonar come from? It doesn't get you away from everything else we just showed you. What we've got with that question is, okay, clearly, over the course of tens of millions of years, land animals became sea animals. Land animals evolved into sea animals. They got shorter and shorter hind limbs, longer and longer bodies, longer and longer snouts. Their nasal apertures moved. Like, all these things clearly happen. And somewhere along the line, they got sonar. We don't know where yet. In no way does not knowing where sonar came from invalidate everything else that you just saw. By the way, really quickly, totally off topic, I just want to shout out, I put this picture on the screen totally accidentally. I did not realize I was grabbing it, but I grabbed one by this guy here, Abdullah Gohar. Super fucking awesome dude. We went to grad school together, and he came and chilled on my couch, and I terrified him by teaching him what Waffle House is, because he's this super nice Egyptian dude who has discovered 2 species of fossil whales, by the way. Super cool guy.
Forrest, hold on. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but
Can
I
you
just
go
learned
back?
something new, and this is really important. Stevie, not all whales actually echolocate. In fact, baleen whales don't echolocate.
That's also true.
They actually find their mysticetes find their prey not using echolocating. So if you want to use the evolution of sonar and the lack of a transitional species for a soft tissue like a melon, then what you have is that the evolution of mysticete whales, we have phenomenal evolutionary fossil record support for, but we're missing a transitional fossil that links the dolphins and the killer whales to the rest of the whales. You see what I'm saying? So that's actually not going to work either.
You see, yeah, but again, that doesn't solve where the sonar came from. But beyond that, like if we look at music, like all music has notes, right? And that you can have different songs, different, but they're all using the base of that, like the foundation of that is the music notes themselves. Isn't it possible that a designer could design these animals?
Just give them something to look at. Let me know when we're live or when we're going live.
Hello.
Hey.
Good news, Forrest. Are we still live?
No, I don't think so. Wait. Oh, we're back. Yeah, they say we're back. Yes, the audience sees us as well. We are live. Don't show anything.
Check this out. Did we lose Stevie? He's coming back, right?
Hopefully so.
Well, in the meantime, I pulled out my walking whale textbook and I found a very handy-dandy phylogeny that shows the evolution of all the traits linked to echolocation, where they emerged on the whale family tree, and who they exist in and who they don't exist in. So I'm really excited to show that to him when he comes back.
I had questions about this issue because like I found it interesting that was what we were getting hung up on, where we went from there is lackluster evidence to there is not compelling evidence for one very specific trait in one very specific lineage.
Except there is. That's
right.
Except there is. But yeah, I hope we get him back.
I hope we get him back. Stevie, if you're out there, please call back. He waited for 2 hours and we had just gotten into it and we were trying to let you steer the conversation. You started out talking about how it may not be fair. We were trying to let you be the dictator of like where we went. We were trying to go through you. Do you want to talk about this or that? It looks like we may have Stevie in the call-in queue. We may have him. In the meantime, I just went and I stepped away from 1 fucking second and you people broke the stream.
Forrest, it turns out you were the Infinity Stone keeping the fucking stream together, so.
I got this crispy tofu. It's so crisp and so good. If I can
are you a vegetarian?
I am not, because right next to crispy tofu, I have this braised pork belly and quail eggs, which I will be dipping the crispy tofu into.
I was just curious. I'm eating the same gigantic bowl of blueberries that I've been eating the whole stream.
Oh, dude,
I'm on a
I'm
on a fruit picker. So
you gotta visit Broken Arrow, Oklahoma sometime. It's right outside of Tulsa, and every summer there's a place called Thunderbird Berry Farm. And it's this massive blueberry farm in Broken Arrow, and they have every June when the blueberries come in, you can do this thing where you go and pick as many as you want, and you either pay by the pound, or they used to do a thing called share berry where you gave them half of the berries that you picked and that you got to keep the other half for free. But now they do it by the pound. And dude, I go there every year and I will come away with, no joke, 12 pounds of blueberries for $60. It's insane.
I'm a freak for some blueberries, and I grew up in Indiana, so we used to drive up to Lake Michigan and pick blueberries around Lake Michigan whenever blueberries were in season. And that was so much fun, and we'd eat on this box of blueberries forever. The only problem is they actually just rot faster than you can eat all of them because there's so many of them.
You have to go through them.
I love a berry, dude. I'm a freak for a berry.
Awesome.
We're ready. Pull
we
him
got
in.
Stevie. Stevie, you're back.
How's it going, guys? I'm back.
Hey, Stevie, sorry we lost you. There was a power outage and it kicked everybody, including us.
Okay, really quick, I walked away for just a second, but what I heard was we went over the evolution of whales. You said, but there isn't a clear history of specifically sonar. I have a question for you really quickly, and then Erika has a thing I know. Or do you want to go first, Erika? Because my question is a little bit different anyway. In fact, you know what? I'm probably
is there any way that I can because I was talking before it cut off, and then
he was talking before it cut off. You go first, Steve.
Yeah, jump back in.
So what I was saying is when I look at the evidence, in my mind, I don't know if you guys do this. I know a lot of scientists don't, but in my mind, I look and see, okay, is this evolution or is it possible that there's a common designer? Okay, and I look at both and I weigh them equally to determine where the evidence takes me. And when I look at the evidence for, like you said, this supposed line of from land to whale, there's a lot of what seem to me are gaps. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can correct me on that. But it seems like the animals that you're listing out, in order for one to become the other, there has to be a tremendous amount of changes in between. And I don't see a incremental line going from that to whale. Not only that, but as I explained with echolocation, regardless of how many whales have echolocation, that still has to come from somewhere. So I'm not sure if your response to that is that we just don't know. We don't know exactly where it all came from, or if you're saying that it did evolve. If so, where did it evolve from? What's the evidence for that? You know what I mean? And then the other point that I was making before.
Sorry, go ahead.
The other point I was making.
Then I have one quick question for you.
Yeah. The other point I was trying to make before it got cut off was that, is it possible that God designed these creatures so that they have the variation to adapt, and so isn't it possible, just like with music, how music has every form of music uses music notes. That's the foundation of music. And it doesn't matter what song, it doesn't matter how different the songs are, that is the foundation. So isn't it possible that God could, the common designer, that there's similarities because there's a common designer? If I buy a Toyota and I have a 4Runner, a Toyota and a 4Runner, there's going to be similarities there because it's the same designer. Does that make sense?
I'm totally with you, Stevie, and I hear you. There are a couple issues with that. The first is that you have to have a scientific means by which to determine what is design and what is descent. And the reason I say that is because I don't think you would disagree that all dogs are actually related to one another, right? We know that. We watched it happen, right? We've actually bred all of the dog breeds out from a common ancestor in the form of a wolf, right? We know that they actually did descend from one another in an ancestor-descendant relationship. That's not controversial. So I know that you as a creationist and that all creationists accept common descent to some degree, whether that's within species or within genera or within families is up for debate. But there is some amount of variation that is due to descent. The problem with your common designer hypothesis is that it is impossible to tell where common descent begins and common design ends, right? Mm-hmm. So you have an incapability. This is what makes intelligent design and creationism, because there's no way for creationism to say, okay, this amount of change is the result of common design. God designed the whales, and he designed Indohyus, and he designed Pachycetus, and he designed Orodon, and he designed the dogs and the cats, etc. But then within those groups, he allowed them to descend with modification as they evolved, right? So that's problem number one. Problem number two is that it's also indistinguishable from evolutionary theory. Evolution makes a very clear prediction, right, of what we should see and how that should play out. We can test that prediction, and over and over and over again, without exception, our expectations meet evolutionary theory. So what you're arguing for is, okay, maybe it does look like exactly like what we would expect for evolution, but isn't it possible there's another explanation that just looks like evolution? And it's like, well, okay, yeah, that's possible, but you have to have a way scientifically to determine what is the result of evolution and what is the result of common design. You can't just say, well, what if God did it that way? Well, I guess you can, but it's not scientific. And the very last thing I'll say is, while we had the outage, what I did is I went and got my Walking Whales textbook by Hewison, who's like a whale evolution guy. And I looked in the back to find echolocation, and there is an entire phylogeny in this bad boy that specifically goes through the physical characteristics that are linked to echolocation, because the melon organ doesn't fossilize because it's soft tissue, but physical characteristics that are associated with echolocation and only echolocation do preserve, like bony characteristics. And this shows us the evolution of exactly what you were asking for, sonar, in these extinct whales, and then also how they differentiate at mysticity versus odontocety. So we actually do have the evolution of also sonar too, as you asked for. So that's what I got for those three things.
But those are all whales, correct? Or are those
no.
other species leading up to whales?
This phylogeny includes everything from Indohyus all the way up to the split between odontocety and mysticety. So it has Indohyus here, Pachycetidae here, Ambulocetidae here, Remingtonocetidae here, Protocetidae here, Basilarcetidae here, Odontoceti and Mysticeti. And it's on page 141. And actually the bits before and after it go through explaining what those physical characteristics are and how we know they're related to echolocation today.
Strictly speaking, those are all whales, but not the way you classify them.
Right.
But you do acknowledge there's some interpretation in there, right?
So just to be clear,
no.
Stevie, you said there is no good evidence for this. We gave you a thorough breakdown of the fossil record and all these homologies and all these different lines of evidence, all showing the evolution of whales. And you said, but they can't explain sonar, so I don't buy it. Now we've explained sonar, and now you've moved to the next thing. Like, where is the point? Erika asked you this earlier. Where is the point you would say?
Go ahead.
Where is the point where you would say, this is now where I can say evolution is real? If I can see X, then evolution is real.
Well, can you do me a favor? I asked this before it cut out, but can you pull up that list of the chart that you had that showed from land to whale? Are you able to pull that up?
You're talking about this one? This is a cladogram of whale evolution. It's not complete by any means.
Yeah, that's actually missing some of the families that I just mentioned. There's no Remingtonocetidae. There's no Protocetidae. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very simplified showing of like a whale cladogram.
So that is not, in other words, those did not evolve into one another directly, correct?
So the way you read a cladogram, the way you read a cladogram here, you have this split, and where they connect is called a node. Those nodes indicate common ancestry. So here we have Indo-Hyas, and here we have Pakicetus. Pakicetus did not evolve from this Indo-Hyas. Here's this ancestor here, where we have Indo-Hyas and all these guys here, and then these guys split off, and here we have Pakicetus here, and these guys split off, and here we have Ambulocetus here. So, like, you can put these in line, showing that this shows the transition. It's not necessarily saying that this guy literally gave birth to this guy, literally gave birth to this guy. You could very easy. It's arranged this way for convenience, so you can see it. But you could take these nodes and spin them. You could rotate any of these nodes. It would mean the same thing. This is just showing when these guys lived in time and what they're related to. That's what this cladogram is showing.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely open to looking into this further. I am skeptical, but I will.
I didn't mean to hit that button. I was close. I was trying to get back to the main stage, and I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I am skeptical, but I will look it in, and I am seeking the truth. So that is something I will look into. Just like I did look into the genetic entropy that we talked about before, Erika, and I did end up reading through some of the paper that you had recommended at the end of that video, and I kind of feel like mathematically the entropy doesn't make sense, and so I have backed off that issue. So I will look at this and see if there's anything more, and perhaps I can call back and look into, and we could talk more about the specificity of the different fossils and why it does or does not point towards evolution. The other question I had was that is there any evidence that you guys mentioned that points away from, or I should say, I have to be careful how I phrase this, but is there anything that kind of points away from common design and towards evolution? Like, is there anything that says like this doesn't make sense with common design?
So what I need you to understand here, and so first of all, yes, I can do that. But what's more important is I want you just to look at like what we're talking about here. Earlier on, Erika was really, really good about saying if evolution is true, then we need to be able to break this down. We need to make a prediction. We need to have mechanisms that we can show, and we need to be able to go gather evidence that point in this direction. Can you do that for common design? Can you say, here's what I would expect to see if common design is real. Here's the mechanisms by which common design works. And now I can go out and I can test it and I can find evidence for it. Is that something you can do for common design? Or is common design simply things look similar, so a guy probably made them that way?
I think maybe within reason, but I don't think that, I don't think that you're going to be able to definitively say, definitively prove, okay, this is common design, or definitively prove this is evolution, because there is some speculation and there is some interpretation there. And to be honest with you,
this is the issue.
I'd probably be very rich if I could do that.
Right, but that's exactly the issue, is that when we talk about evolution, we're not, like, you use the term interpretation, and like, yeah, there's interpretation in all of science, but the way that creationists use the word interpretation is to make it sound like we're just kind of guessing, or like we're squeezing this to fit our narrative. The reality here is that like what we're looking at is just the evidence clear on the ground, and we're building up to an argument, to a conclusion. And then we're testing that conclusion, and we're saying, okay, well, if this is true, then we should see this. And we go and look and we find it. We make novel testable predictions that come true when we test our theories. Intelligent design, common designer, all this, you can't do that. All you can do is look at the evidence in front of you and say, that's because God. You can't, there's no explanatory power. There's no mechanism. There's no tests you can possibly run. With evolution, there was one great example, was the lizards off the coast of Croatia back in the 70s. some scientists took these two islands off the coast of Croatia, which I'm going to mispronounce. One was called Podmrkaru, one was called Podkopiste. On Podmrkaru, there were a bunch of lizards and a bunch of bugs that those lizards were eating. On Podkopiste, there were no lizards and not a lot of bugs. So some scientists took a population of lizards from the first island, put them on the second island, and left. And they came back 40 years later, took the lizards that were on the second island, genetically tested them to prove that they were the descendants of that ancestral population, and they found they were the same ones. These lizards had been living on this island 40 years, and they had bigger, broader heads, flatter heads, broad jaws, broad, flat teeth, and even new guts. They had developed new parts to their intestines, all so that they could eat and digest plants, because there weren't enough bugs for them to eat. So for 40 years, these lizards had evolved to eat plants and digest them. So that's the thing we can test. If evolution is true, we should be able to let it happen and see it happen. And that's something we did see. And we can do that in laboratory as well. The Linsky long-term evolution experiment showing E. coli evolving over time. And they'd evolved the ability to digest new materials. You even have different strains, different populations in the same flask, where one evolves to eat the waste of another one, the same way that animals evolved to eat the waste of photosynthetic organisms, or breathe it, I suppose, not eat it. But like this is this amazing back and forth that we can see in the laboratory and in the field. We can make testable predictions that we can then go out and run experiments on, and we can prove ourselves over and over. Can you do that, or anything even close to that, when looking for a common designer? Can you say, if there's a common designer, I can do this, and I can use this to prove, and here's the mechanisms of common design. Here's how common design works. Here's the ways in which it creates new things. Can you do any of those things?
Well, to be clear, you guys believe evolution is true. My claim was not that creationism was true. My claim was that there wasn't enough evidence, that the evidence wasn't compelling. But everything that you just pointed to, Forrest, the geckos or the lizards, and then the other example, to me that's more adaptation. We're not really seeing a change of body plan. And let's just say I grant this to you, and I say, you know what, the evidence for land to whale is stronger for evolution than it is for design. Why is it that we don't see evolution in terms of the way that I defined it at the beginning of this discussion, on the microorganism level? Why do we not see it there, where we can see like thousands and thousands of generations? Okay, can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, totally. There are several examples of unicellular organisms evolving to become multicellular. That's about as big of a macroevolutionary change as you can see within one lifetime.
True. That's true. There's a really cool. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, in those examples, it's just single cells that are clumping together. It's not a true stable, like 2 or 3 or 4 cellular organism, unless I'm thinking of something different. Do you have
there? Sorry, there are no 2 or 3 celled organisms. They tend to go from 1 straight to like 12.
And so they have witness, and these are not clumps of cells. This is actually a 1 cell.
These are cells.
12 cell. It's stable organism.
Yes, and what they do when they live either colonially, which is something you see like in, for example, coral, right? Coral is an animal that is comprised of a ton of tiny little individual animals, each individual coral polyp that produces the whole coral. Or you could also look at, for example, sponges. Sponges are multicellular organisms that don't have any cell differentiation at all. So there is no different types of cells in this one animal. They all have the same kind of cell across the whole thing. Same thing with bryophytes. Non-vascular plants, mosses, hornworts, liverworts. They don't have cell differentiation. It's one type of cell across the entire plant, but it is still multicellular. So here we see in these situations, usually it's green algae, and it's almost always in response to predation that these things start to ball up together and then divide together and live together. And you can argue, they don't have proper cell differentiation, nor do any other, like several other species that you would agree are true multicellular organisms. So, yes, this is something that we have seen in laboratory settings. And as far as like morphological changes in other cases, yeah, I'm pretty sure we've seen that with microorganisms as well, but it means something very different when you're just talking about changing the shape of a cell wall.
Do you have the name of that experiment?
No, but there's a ton of them. That's not a one-off. That's been done several times. You can easily just go on Google Scholar and look up evolution of multicellularity and find a few.
Hold on, I got it. Evolution of multicellularity. There's one that I'm looking for in particular. I'm looking for the predation one.
I'll pull up mine because I have one here as well.
Predation. Just a second. Here we go. Mine's from 2019, Stevie. It's by Heron et al. De novo origins of multicellularity in response to predation. It's got some pretty cool figures.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Say it a little slower.
Yes, it's de novo origins of multicellularity in response to predation, and it's by Matthew D. Heron, Herron, and colleagues. Published in Nature.
I've also got Bozdag et al., Bozdag, 2023. De novo evolution of macroscopic multicellularity, also published in Nature. I'm pretty sure this one was using fungi. And then I've got phagotrophy by flagellate selects for colonial prey, possible origin of multicellularity from evolutionary ecology in 1998, Boraz et al. That was another one that I pulled from a long time ago. I just so happened to be writing about this a little bit or something anyway, so I had it on hand.
May I, while you're writing that down, Stevie, may I offer a very strange, sort of out of left field argument against common design that I think should probably be considered? So common design, I think, faces a major problem when it comes to genetics and the reflection of genetics on phenotype or physical characteristics. Back in the day, the way that we grouped the apes was we had humans as one kind of ape that we called Hominidae, in the family called Hominidae, and then we grouped chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans in a different family called Pongidae. And this is how things were until we started doing genetic sequencing and comparative genomics, and that's when we found out that humans and chimpanzees are more similar genetically to one another than either is to any other kind of ape. And so what that meant is that humans necessarily had to group with other apes in the family Hominidae altogether. Now, that, I think, poses a really, really, really big problem for intelligent design and for the common design idea. Because genetically, humans and chimpanzees are more similar by any metric that you can divine as compared to gorillas, right? That means humans are more similar to chimps than we are to gorillas, but it also means that chimpanzees are more genetically similar to humans than they are to gorillas. And yet, when you look at them physically, as a common designer would perhaps do, chimpanzees are more similar to gorillas, aren't they? They're all covered with hair. They both knuckle walk, right? They're both large-bodied apes that move in the trees and eat a lot of fruit and have big canine teeth and have smaller brains compared to humans. So why would a common designer design gorillas and chimpanzees to fill such similar ecological roles and yet pack their genomes so that chimps share more with humans than they do with gorillas? That is a prediction that is very explicitly different between common design and common descent, and yet it maps perfectly with common descent. It maps with evolutionary theory. Humans and chimps share more genetically because genes don't impact one-to-one physical characteristics as we used to think that they did. Instead, they reflect ancestry and family history. So if humans and chimpanzees share a more recent common ancestor, they should share more genetically than either does with a gorilla, even if chimps appear to share more physically with gorillas, because genes are what actually reflect family history, not physical characteristics. And that's what we see. The most recent paper on this was Yu et al. 2025, earlier this year. And this is the complete telomere to telomere genomes of great apes. Apes generally, because the Siamang was included as well. And this confirms the same family tree that we've known about for a very long time, and shows us, again, that humans and chimps are one another's closest relatives. I'm lumping bonobos in with the chimps there. But we share more with each other than either does with the gorilla. That makes zero sense from a common design perspective, especially given what they look like.
But we didn't evolve from chimps. We evolved from, Australopithecus and all that. So wouldn't those?
Yes, but we are more closely related.
Our DNA be more similar? But why wouldn't our DNA be more similar to those apes?
It is.
We're talking about modern apes.
Yeah. Australopithecus is extinct, so we don't have their DNA. So if we had Australopithecus, humans would share more with Australopithecus than we do with chimpanzees. But the problem isn't how much DNA humans share with chimps, Stevie. The problem is how much DNA chimps share with humans. Chimps should share more with gorillas under a common design argument because both of them knuckle walk, both of them are covered with hair, both of them do a lot of the same stuff out in the jungle. And yet chimpanzees are more similar to humans genetically than they are to gorillas. That's the problem.
But here's my thinking, though, with DNA. I mean, literally everything has DNA. And isn't it possible that DNA is simply the building block of life? That is the building block that God chose to use to build all life.
Is there
if that was the case, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's a relation there.
Well, it
Correct?
would, right? It would, though, right, Stevie? Because if it's the building block for life, then it should reflect those physical characteristics more or less in a one-to-one if you're trying to use it as a common design tool, which means that chimpanzees, given that they look and behave so similar to gorillas, at least to an untrained eye, they should share more genetically. If that's the common design, if that's the common blueprint, their genes should reflect that, but they don't. There is no reason or explicable explanation for why chimps and humans share more with each other than either does with the gorilla unless they have a more recent common ancestor. It's kind of like how you would share more with your sibling genetically than you do with your cousin, no matter what.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was going to ask. Like if we are to say, well, God just using this molecule to build the building block of life, and there doesn't necessarily have to be similarities. The similarities don't really tell us anything. Okay, there's no such thing as DNA tests anymore. There's no more paternity tests anymore. None of that happens anymore. Maury's show is off the air because we can't tell who's related to who anymore. So, like, if you agree that genes are heritable and that you get them from your parents, and for that reason you look like your parents, then you would understand why what Erika's saying is a nail in the coffin for your worldview here.
Yeah, but I mean, bananas have DNA. I mean, I think that what you're saying makes sense, but is it possible that there's limitations?
Every living thing has DNA.
Doesn't it make sense that there might be limitations there, or is it possible that there could be limitations there?
Stevie, every living thing has DNA, and when you compare their DNA of every living thing and you map it based on like how similar they are, you get the tree of life. You get the evolutionary phylogeny that we look to see what things are related to who. You can pick an individual gene, clusters of genes, whatever it may be. When you compare the genomes of different organisms, you see how related they are. And when you do that on a big scale, you get evolution out of it. You get the exact evolutionary framework that we're proposing.
Here's the issue too that I think is the missing point here, right? We would agree, Stevie, as Forrest alluded to earlier, that relatedness and genetic similarity does equal one another in humans, right? You can sequence the genome of yourself and of a sibling and of a cousin and of a stranger, and it will form the same family tree genetically that your family observed happen in real time as your parents and grandparents gave birth to everybody, right? This is solid science. This is like as true as dogmatic can get within biology. Relatedness and genomic similarity equal one another. This is true whether we look at humans or dog breeds or species of cat or whatever. The more someone shares genomically, without exception, as far as I am aware, within a species, the more closely related they are. That's why if you sequence all of your genome and all of your siblings and all of your cousins and all of that strangers, you're going to get that same family tree. So the problem that we get with common design here is that a common design proponent, somebody who would believe in intelligent design, would say at some point that stops working. At some point, genetics stops equaling relatedness. but they can't tell you where. Because when we look at the genomes of all of life, as Forrest says, we've done this with a whole lot of species, and not just one representative of a whole lot of species, but a lot of different representatives, a zillion strains of E. coli, a zillion chimpanzees, a zillion dogs, a zillion cats, a zillion people. What we get is a family tree. We don't get these stops genetically that say, there's a stop sign that says stop. We can't actually evolve past this point, or stop, these two things aren't as related as you thought. Instead, you get a single merging family tree. So what an intelligent design proponent would need to do to say that no, genetic similarity doesn't equal relatedness all the time is you would have to show us where it stops working and provide a mechanism as to why. And no one has been able to do that. So an intelligent design proponent says vaguely, maybe it's not relatedness, maybe it's God using the same tools. And that brings us back to the chimp-human-gorilla problem. Why, if gorillas and chimps do much of the same stuff, does a chimp share more with a human than it does with a gorilla? That doesn't seem to reflect design. Like, what is a chimpanzee doing that is so human-like so as to reflect its genetic similarity to a human being so much greater than it is to a gorilla? It's inexplicable unless these two things share a common ancestor, as you and your cousin do in the form of your grandparent. And you know, this is problematic as well when you look at the functionality of the genome as a whole, right? Like, we get these nested hierarchies across the entirety of the tree of life. And those hierarchies hold whether you're looking at the parts of the genome that does stuff, which would make sense from a common design proponent, right? That's explicable within common design. That the functional portions of the genome might form these nested hierarchies because God is designing the functional parts to do the same stuff in similar animals. That makes sense. The problem is we get those same trees if you do the sequencing on the non-functional parts of the genome. That doesn't make any sense. Why would God make the non-functional portions of the genome make everything look related in addition to the parts of the genome that do stuff? These are the challenges that common design runs up against.
Most importantly of all, Erika totally just said doo-doo.
Poop and pee.
Yeah, I mean, I think DNA is probably the most difficult thing for creationism, because there is nothing that, like you said, there is nothing that we can point to in the DNA that says, okay, this is where it stops. Like, this is where
right.
This is where you could no longer, and so that is something that I'm struggling with, and that is something that I mean, a lot of the evidence we've talked about, there's a lot of, you know, when you go online, there's a lot of interpretation, there's a lot of people who disagree and stuff like that, but that DNA that's probably the toughest argument there. Can we talk about, and I'm going to look into this further, of course, but can we talk about stasis for a moment? That is probably another big hang-up I have, is
Sure.
stasis. Like, how is it that evolution can just like almost come to a standstill for millions of years? It just seems to defy. It just seems to defy. It'd be like if gravity worked everywhere except in my house. Like, it just doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Are you familiar with what a niche is?
Maybe not scientifically.
So a niche is the way in which an organism interacts with its environment. It is the specific way, it's the specific way in which it lives its life. Exactly what it eats, exactly how it lives, how it affects its environment, and how its environment affects it. It's just the way of living. The job, I think, is a great way to put it, right? And so when you have this niche, right, that's carved out of an ecosystem for this one organism to live in, it eats these kinds of seeds, it lives in this kind of rock, blah, 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 blah. When that niche when the environment changes, the niche will then change, which means the organism will then change. This all comes back to what we call selection pressure. So selection pressure is just the rules of the ecosystem that you live in. It is, in fancy biology speak, selection pressure is an agent of differential mortality or fertility. It is something that changes the frequency by which any one individual is going to be successful in surviving and reproducing. And so as the environment changes, the selection pressure changes. the niche, the way in which this organism lives is going to have to change. The organism is going to have to change along with it. So if you have an environment, a niche that does not change, evolution is still going to happen because it always happens. But it's going to slow way the fuck down. And so you're going to have a situation like with horseshoe crabs or crocodilians, where they've been living the same way. Their environment, their niche, the way they live in their ecosystem really hasn't changed very much. So they haven't changed very much for a long time. Meanwhile, if you have, say, a mass extinction event, you are now going to have suddenly, 80% of all life on Earth dies out, or all species are gone. So now you have a shitload of open niches. And so this one type of thing that is able to get into that niche is now going to differentiate rapidly and fill in every little individual way that niche could possibly work. It's a process we call adaptive radiation. So think, for example, Darwin's finches are a really common example of adaptive radiation. You have one finch goes to these islands, there's no other finches around, and so there's seeds and there's fruit and there's cacti and there's this and there's that. All these different ways these finches can live. And so they make little subpopulations doing these things until they get more and more and more exclusive to that niche, and they eventually form different species, right? Now take that on a global scale. Asteroid hits the Earth. 80% of life is gone. Now you've got this creature that is now available. All this way to live. They massively diversify. They spread out. And so this is where you get what we call punctuated equilibrium. When we look over the fossil record, it's not this perfect, slow, gradual change with no breaks in the middle. It's long periods of pretty solid change, but nothing too crazy. And then suddenly, holy fuck, there's a whole new kind of thing, and everything's very different, right? And if you look at that and you're like, oh my glob, evolution can't be real because why is this sudden change happening? Line up that sudden change with things like mass extinctions, it makes a lot more fucking sense. Is that, oh fuck, all life on Earth died just about, and now there's a lot of room, a lot of space to live. We had a shitload of reptiles, and then we had an asteroid, and now we have a shitload of mammals. That's what's happening. When you talk about stasis, it's not that evolution stopped. It's just that the niche stayed the same for a long time, and pretty soon, new niches opened up and new life evolved into it. Go on. What are you talking about?
I wanted to try to summarize, because what Forrest explained it beautifully there. But a really, really simple way of thinking of this is if evolution is species changing, right, due to the environment, if the environment doesn't change, the species won't either, right? It's these are the engine of evolution isn't on a constant pace. It can't be, because evolution is at the mercy of the environment which the organisms live in. So if the environment stays constant, then the organisms, assuming there's not something else causing them to change, like a social pressure or an invasive species or whatever, they're going to stay the same too. And that's why all of the species that undergo stasis are species that live in environments that virtually never change. Deep sea organisms, right? What's going to change the environment of an organism that just lives at a crushing depth in the pitch black darkness, right? Not much. But organisms that live, in environments that are subject to tons of change, they evolve just really, really quickly, right? So this is just a game of understanding why organisms evolve, and when they don't, why is that happening too? Which it all boils down to the environments that they live in. You can kind of think of it like when a company is really stable, you've got a bunch of people doing a bunch of different jobs within that company. And when the company is making a ton of money, they don't suddenly change up how they're doing things, do they? They stay really stable. They say, okay, well, this is what's working for us, so we're just going to keep doing this. Whatever works, we're going to keep doing that. But if the company suddenly starts losing money or people start quitting like crazy, then they're going to say, okay, it's time to shake things up. We're going to hire a bunch of new people. We're going to change around the order of the office. We're going to do all sorts of different stuff to try to survive better in the new economic environment that they find themselves in, right? It works really similarly. Ecology and economy, there's a lot of overlap there.
Yeah. That's why it's actually funny you bring that up, because there's a really famous economist, Malthus, who kind of came up with this idea of how needs and wants. I'm pretty sure he's the one who came up with the idea of supply and demand as I don't remember, but Malthusian economics played a major role in Darwin's understanding of natural selection. Malthus was a big inspiration for Darwin, thinking about, okay, well, there's only so many resources in this environment, so the organisms that can best exploit these resources are going to have an advantage, and the ones that can't are going to die off. Maybe that's what's going on, and he came up with the concept of natural selection from that.
Yeah, I mean, I get the concept of it. I think the thing that makes it difficult for me is, for example, the coelacanth fish. We have fossils, I think, dating that to like 410 million years ago.
Oh yeah.
You know, you have like crocodiles, salamanders, like, you know, certain crabs, like the platypus.
And
the platypus, which is like, that's a really curious one, because like the platypus has all these different elements. And it seems like it would be more of a transitionary, but you know, it's not. And then you have like the possum. Like, how can these, when we know the environment has changed, like the coelacanth fish, you can't say for 400 million years that their niche didn't change. You know, the same thing for the platypus, for the possum. Like, it seems like a stretch.
Have you looked at those fossils? Have you seen the same for the horseshoe crab, right? Like these guys are painted
I
as
have seen pictures. I haven't like examined them scientifically or anything, but I've seen pictures of them.
Yeah, so if you talk to somebody who studies coelacanths or lungfish or horseshoe crabs or whatever, they have changed a lot, right? Like they've changed a lot less than a lot of other organisms have, but they've changed a lot since their progenitors in the Devonian. For almost all of those, I think horseshoe crabs are deeper than the Devonian, but lungfish and coelacanth are Devonian originator critters. They have changed, right? Stasis is used, or like, you know, extreme stasis for the cases of these guys is used because it has been a really long time, and they haven't changed as much as some of their other organisms on the face of the earth, but they have not stayed exactly the same. They've evolved just like everything else have, probably due to like drift. But I also have to ask you, how would you change the deep sea, right? Like the deep sea is incredibly resistant to changes in plate tectonics. It's resistant to anoxia because these guys are living in already fairly anoxic conditions. It's resistant to major heating, major cooling, right? Because it takes a long time for these changes to reach down into the depths. They're already living in such extreme environments. In the case of stuff like crocodiles or possums or platypus or any of these other guys that are proposed to have undergone stasis, they really haven't. Like, I check out some of these ancient marsupials that lived even in the end of the Cenozoic, or excuse me, of the Mesozoic and at the beginning of the Cenozoic. They look really different from the ones that we have today. Same thing with crocodiles.
I also want to point out, like, you talking about crocodiles and coelacanths and horseshoe crabs, and it's actually really good that you equate those to platypus, because platypus is a monotreme, so are echidnas. So they are egg-laying mammals. These are the basal form of what mammals are. So mammals come onto the scene around about 220 million years ago. For almost 100 million years, we don't give live birth. About, and I'm grossly oversimplifying it, but like around 120, 150 million years ago is when we start getting shit that has a placenta coming in, right? And so for a long time, these were the way all mammals were. And then we had this shift towards placental mammals and also marsupials at the same time as well. So you have this shit where you have like 3 different kinds of mammals there. The ones that lay eggs, the ones with pouches, and the ones that give live birth. And over the course of the next 100 million years, the ones that give live birth, every fucking where. The ones that have pouches, less, but no, and the ones that lay eggs, 2. We have 2 species of them. Now, talk about coelacanths, right? Coelacanths and whatnot are what we call sarcopterygians, lobe-finned fishes. So there are 2 major groups of fishes. Sarcopterygian is lobe-finned, and an actinopterygian is ray-finned. Sarcopterygians are these ancient fucking fish that, like you said, have been around for like 400 million years. Do you know how many extant living species of Sarcopterygian are today? 8. There's some lungfish, coelacanth, and one other motherfucker that I can't remember. And so like there's less than 10 of these things, and there are millions of species of actinopterygian fish. And so like the coelacanth, and that's also, by the way, not counting tetrapods in that, but like all you've got all this variety of this other type of fish. And this really, really ancient one, you've got a handful at best. So it's not like you're talking about evolutionary stasis here. It's not like it's a common thing. It's not like just all the time there's random shit that just doesn't evolve for a few million years. That's not what happens. We're talking about rare instances where these guys came upon a body plan that was fucking solid for a long time, came upon a reproductive strategy, a way of living, a niche that did not change very greatly for a very long period of time. Talking about fucking crocodilians, right? Pseudosuchians and shit. Back in the early Mesozoic era, you've got archaeosaurs going this way, and you've got that's not right. Sorry, you've got dinosaurs going this way, and you've got crocodilians going that way. And for a while, when we had Pangea, shit was pretty. You had fucking crocodiles all over the fucking place. And then it started getting hotter and wetter and whatnot. And these dinosaurs started winning out. They started being the successful clade, right? And how many crocodilians do you have now? You've got crocodiles, alligators, caimans. 3 groups out of all the different. Sorry?
Gharials too.
I thought gharials were looped in with crocodiles.
Are they?
No, you're probably right. You're probably right. Gharials are probably something different. We'll say 4 because I'm probably stupid, dude.
No, you would probably know crocodilians better than me. I'm checking.
You've got 4 maximum groups that are living today. Out of, think about all the different dinosaurs that extinct and living, all the different types of dinosaurs, all the different genera, all the different clades, 4 fucking crocodilians left. So like that's it's I don't know, man. It isn't as crazy as you're making it sound. Is not as big of a hitch in the giddy up for evolution as you might think.
For those who were curious, the families, if we're going based off of families, it's Alligatoridae, which are alligators and caimans, then crocodiles, which are 2 crocodiles, and then Gavialidae, which is gharial and false gharial. And then genera, they split into different families. Yeah, they're a totally different family. But caiman are not, which I would have thought that they were. I would have thought caiman were their own thing.
What's caiman left in?
Caiman is in Alligatoridae.
But see,
no. Well, so I was right about it being 3, but it was the wrong 3. I was stupid in a way I didn't expect. I was the wrong kind of stupid.
But see, if you believe that kinds is a possibility, that having adaptation is not that's not a problem for me. What we find, the variation that you're talking about, it is so minuscule and it falls well within adaptation. So like the stasis, it's something that we would definitely expect, from a common design aspect. And I just find it hard. Like I found a couple articles, especially with hold on one second, especially with like the possum, for example. Those fossils are like, I'm finding article after article saying they're like nearly identical. They're like, the changes are so small. It just seems like a stretch to me. That's all.
Can I just I'm sorry. It's so it has been almost an hour and a half. And like, I'm frustrated that you keep saying this is what we would expect with common design. And what bothers me about it, Stevie, is that like what we said earlier, we're talking about evolution. We can make predictions. We can show you the mechanisms, and we can then bring in evidence that confirms the predictions and the mechanisms. And what you keep saying is this indicates design, but you can't indicate a designer. You don't have a mechanism of design. You don't have any predictions you can make from design. You can't test the design. This is not a scientific idea that you're giving us. And we're giving you tomes of information about what we know about these different organisms and what we know about how evolution works, what we see from the fossil record, what we see in laboratory settings, what we see in the field, genetics, homology, embryology, all these different things that all point to the same conclusion. And you just keep saying, well, I would expect that from a designer. What designer? Where is the designer? How does the designer work? What does it do? How like you don't give me anything. You just say, yeah, well, there's probably this guy. And like it's so frustrating to me because you said earlier on that you weigh these things equally based on their evidence, but we're the only ones bringing evidence. All you're giving me is a post hoc rationalization of any time we say anything, you find one bit of information, one thing that you don't know yet, and use that as justification for inserting this massive other idea with no backing to it. And I don't, that's so annoying to me. And I'm trying to be really nice about it. I want to answer all your questions, but like you keep saying, well, I would expect that from this. How would you expect that? What would lead you to expect that? What, you don't have any evidence for this or any mechanisms for this. So what do you mean you would expect that? That doesn't make any sense.
But to be fair, Forrest, I'm not a scientist. Like I'm not like you guys. So like, of course, I personally don't have a list of predictions that I'm testing. But there are people that do.
But it's not just you.
There are people that do have that.
There is not a single intelligent design advocate yet that has provided an actual explanatory, testable, predictable mechanism for design. That's if I come to you and I tell you that, I can prove germ theory. If I come to you and I say, like, I think there's these tiny little invisible things that make you sick. Well, it's not, I'm probably going to have to start with like Koch's postulates and move on from there and like develop a model to show you like, hey, here I can show you these things exist. Here's the way they get into cells. Here's the way that they create toxins. Here's the way they inject their DNA into things. I can show you these experiments that show that DNA is genetic material and that it's passed into. I can show you the step by step. Here's the thing. Here's the agent. Here's the mechanism. Here's the result. And now I can make a prediction. If this happens, then that happens. If I expose this rat to pneumonia, it's going to get sick and it's going to die. And now I can do that in a lab and I can show it to you. If somebody else comes along and says, no, actually, it's seed oils. Seed oils cause disease. I just don't know how. And they don't give me anything. I shouldn't take that seriously, right? So, like, the fact is, no intelligent design advocate has ever shown an agent for intelligent design to be real, a mechanism by which that agent works, testable predictions about how intelligent design happens, a single experiment to demonstrate intelligent design. There's no data, there are no numbers, there's no stats, there's nothing. All they have is, well, evolution can't explain this, and that means this other thing. And that's what we call the false dilemma fallacy. It is a logical fallacy of thinking if anything about that is wrong, then this must be right. And that's simply not how thinking works.
That's just not true, though. Like, I literally looked up different scientists as you were talking. There's Dr. Kurt Wise, PhD, Harvard, paleontology. He made several predictions. He made a prediction that the fossil record. I don't know about mechanism. I'm trying to read it to you. It says here he predicted that the fossil record would show sudden appearances and stasis, not gradual transformation. It goes on to talk about his work. There's another one, Dr.
Which is a concept. Which, by the way, that was a concept that was a concept coined by Stephen Jay Gould. Sorry, that guy. What you just described, that is explaining punctuated equilibrium, which was a term coined by Stephen Jay Gould, one of the greatest evolutionary biologists of all time. So, like,
and side note. Kurt Wise was Stephen Jay Gould's student. Kurt Wise was Stephen Jay Gould's student. He is a creationist. That is true. But what Forrest is correct. What he's describing there is a concept that his own advisor invented and pitched to the public called punctuated equilibrium. Kurt Wise did not say, I think we're going to find periods of change that are punctuated by long periods of stasis, and then we went out and discovered that. That is not historically what happened. Yeah. The history on this is really, really important because Kurt Wise is also one of the very few young Earth creationists. And trust me, Stevie, I am familiar with young Earth creationists and what they say and when they say it and who says what and who's friends with who and who's associated with which organization. Kurt Wise is one of the few young Earth creationists, along with Todd Wood and I believe Marcus Ross, who says that evolution has phenomenal support for it. They'll say there's excellent support for evolution. They don't accept evolution due to scriptural reasons. You can find these guys get into this in interviews and in like online interviews here on YouTube, etc.
But what I'm trying to say is for him to say there is nobody out there making predictions, there's nobody out there trying to test these things, it's just simply false. That is not true. I have a whole list here of people that have papers and have been trying to do this. I mean, if you don't accept it, I mean,
I didn't say they don't make any predictions, and I didn't say they're not trying to test things. I said that they can't make novel, testable predictions. That's different than saying they don't make predictions, they don't test things. Sure, they try to test things. They can't say, if creationism is true, this will now be true. And then they test it and they find out that they're right. They don't have a mechanism for creationism. They don't have any explanatory power for creationism. What they have is scripture. And if I remember correctly, I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Kurt Wise is the one who, it was either him or some geologist, who actually came out and said, if all the evidence in the world proves to me that the Bible is wrong, I will still say the Bible is correct. So, like, at the end of the day, what you have here is dogma.
I'm not here
faith.
talking about that, though. That's a straw man. I'm not here talking about that. But like, for example,
I didn't straw man you.
Just to give you one example, it says here, obviously, Dr. John Stanford, we're familiar with him. Also, Dr. Georgia Purdom, Dr. Nathaniel Giesens, and others. Their claim was common design predicts little or no junk DNA. Then they went out and it says that they tested that, and it came out to be true. I
have to interrupt you here.
I have a whole list
because
here,
I'm really familiar with Georgia Purdom's work and with Nathaniel Jeanson's work. And you can throw in Dr. Rob Carter, you can throw in Stanford, you can throw in Tompkins. I'm very familiar with the junk DNA argument. They did not do the experimentation for that. They're relying on the work of ENCODE, which was a project from the early 2010s that argued that you can find a transcription signal for 80% of the human genome. That is not the same thing as the genome being functional. And in fact, we know for a fact that the entire genome is not functional because you can knock out portions, millions of base pairs in the case of the mouse genome, which is how they experimented on this. You can knock out millions of base pairs and the mouse can grow up, reproduce, and give birth to offspring that themselves can go on to reproduce. So we know that the full genome is not functional. They were incorrect on that. But it doesn't even matter because that prediction was not made ahead of time. People started claiming in the early 2000s that the entire genome was not functional. The creationists said, I don't think that that's true. I think most of the genome is functional. And what we've continued to find out the more we look into it is that the whole genome isn't functional, meaning that their prediction, which was really just an argument against a statement of a discovery, is not in fact true. Now, Georgia Purdom and Nathaniel Jeanson were not the point people on the junk DNA story. They actually make completely different arguments in their own areas of creationism. Nathaniel Jeanson is big on arguing that the mutation rate and the substitution rate can actually be interchangeable. They can't, and he doesn't have a reason for proposing that, but that's another story. I'm with both of you, and I think we're all on the same page that creationists do try to make predictions. They do. That's fine. But where you and Forrest are breaking down is Forrest is saying those predictions never come to fruition. And you're arguing that they do make predictions. Those are different things. I think we can agree that those are different things. And we can hash out whether or not Forrest is correct as to whether or not their predictions ever come to fruition. But to be clear, you guys are arguing different things here. Now, we have been going for a while.
That wasn't a straw man, by the way. I found it. Just really quickly. That was not a straw man. You quoted you brought up Kurt Wise, and I just found the quote from Kurt Wise. If all the evidence in the universe turns against creationism, I would be the first to admit it, but I would still be a creationist because that is what the word of God seems to indicate. You want to talk about something not being scientific? That is the definition of not scientific. And you also brought up a ton of people. You were like name dropping like crazy, saying this person and this person and this person. There's also something for you to consider. Something called Project Steve was an initiative started by, I believe, the National Center for Science Education a little while ago. Project Steve is a list. It is a list of biologists that they can sign up for. It's something that you sign up for yourself. It's not like they just go out looking for people. It is a list of biologists who sign on to this statement. Evolution is a vital, well-supported, unifying principle of biological science, and the scientific evidence is overwhelmingly in favor of the idea that all living things share a common ancestor. Although there are legitimate debates about the patterns and processes of evolution, there is no serious scientific doubt that evolution occurred or that natural selection is a major mechanism in its occurrence. It is scientifically inappropriate and pedagogically irresponsible for creationist pseudoscience, including but not limited to intelligent design, to be introduced to the science curricula of our nation's public schools. Now, why is it called Project Steve? Because every single biologist who signs onto that statement is also named Steve. And as of right now, Project Steve has over 1,500 signatories. So go out and find me a big list of 100, 1,000 creationist scientists, biologists who say that there's not enough evidence for evolution. Okay, there's over 1,500 biologists just named Steve who are willing to say that that's wrong. And that's not counting the other 98% of all biologists in the world who all say there's no serious reason to talk about intelligent design or creationism. It has no scientific backing, no credibility, no reason to discuss it. So with that, I'm going to give you the last words to Stevie. It has been now over almost 2 hours. We got to move on to another call, but I want to let you respond to that.
I want to say this was a blast of a call. I love this kind of call. I think it's super fun.
Yes.
I know we didn't talk about hominins, and I know we didn't talk about the age of the earth. I would love to talk about both of those with you, Stevie, at some time. Please call on again next time I'm on, and we can dig into some of those topics. But I do think that unfortunately we do have a lot of calls that we have to get to. So thank you.
Likewise.
All you.
Likewise and always.
Yeah, just to conclude, Forrest, you had stated that they don't make creationists don't make predictions and they don't test them. And so I'm not here to, I wasn't trying to debate these people's life work because I'm not prepared to do that, nor was I trying to, but it was just to say that that's just not true. And I mean, I think we have the Rate Project also. They went out and tested things. So I just want to just clear that. I agree with what Erika was saying, but I just think a lot of what you said, I'm fine with and I agree with, but there were some things I'm like, yeah, that's not true. So I just wanted to point that out, but I do appreciate the conversation. Go ahead.
Sorry, just to be clear, one more time. I didn't say that they don't make predictions, and I didn't say that they don't run tests. I said they don't have novel, testable predictions on their side, meaning that they can't go out and say, if evolution is wrong and creationism is right, then I will find this thing, and then they go and find that thing. They try that, and they fail. Evolution, however, has a myriad of different examples of saying, if evolution is true and the fossil record works and everything we know, then I should be able to find this kind of fossil here, and indeed we do.
Stevie,
it's literally the entire way that the... Sorry, go ahead. You said the Rate Project.
You can't mention the Rate Project before we go, please. You call in and talk to me about the Rate Project. I have read the Rate Project. I read their published volumes 1 and 2. I read them. I would love to talk to you about what the Rate Project discovered. I can pull up quotes because I've got them saved in my computer. Call in another time. We'll talk about the Rate Project. Thank you.
But just one last question. Were there creationists that were part of the Rate Project? Yes or no?
Yes.
There you go. Point proven. All right. Thank you, guys. I'll call in, though, Erika, and we'll have that discussion, okay? All right. Bye-bye.
Call in about the Rate Project. Bye. It was actually all creationists. The whole Rate Project was creationists.
That's why I thought. Maybe I'm thinking the wrong thing. I just want to be sure.
No, you're right. The whole thing was creationist. What is next? Is it Super Chats? I'm working out my forearms while we're doing so. Wait.
Okay. Sweet.
We're getting passed off. We're going over to Dad's house.
Passed off. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who's hosting? Who are we getting? Is it Morgan?
I believe we're getting Luthien after this. Yeah.
Oh, didn't know that.
No. He didn't. He didn't actually. He's fine. He's fine.
What the? Why would you say? I was like, oh my God, Forrest, you scared the shit out of me. I have an unresponded to message from a Morgan, and I was thinking, oh my God.
That's what tipped him over.
Did I know?
He was like, Erika hates me, and I can't live anymore.
That's not
it was
funny.
done because of that.
That's not funny. Hold on, though, before we do Super Chat. Oh wait, no, actually, we'll wait for super chats. We'll wait for super chats.
Yeah, we do super
Next
chats
call.
later.
Let's go.
Oh, fuck!
I know
And also the
everybody wants
chat. The chat didn't hear any of that, but
yeah, I realized that. I have it turned off on the master just like by default, and then I usually turn it back on. But no, guys, we're gonna do super chats at like 5:30 Central Time because I'm leaving at 6 o'clock Central Time. So that's what we're doing.
There you go.
Roger Dodger.
They're lazy and they just want to bitch out.
Lux says, I'm out of here.
Pass us
Unless
on.
I have to stay longer because apparently Jimmy's having internet problems because they have storms tonight. So that's fun.
We're getting storms.
Everybody's having storms.
The whole southern hellscape that we all live in is getting storms. Actually, let me check.
I'm so glad
keep an
that
eye on my radar.
Oregon, they go by really quickly. Like like we'll get a storm, but it usually like passes through pretty quick. So it's like, you know, that's what happened earlier. That got so windy that the power went out.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing next, Forrest?
Right
Which call are you going with?
I'm looking at my. You tell me. I'm looking at my radar. Things are good here in Tulsa. It's cloudy now. It was storming all last night. Now that's moved over. It's over in Arkansas now. It's fucking with Erika.
Yeah. Got
a couple good Theist calls on deck.
I know. I'm looking at them now. We got some options. Up to you.
Okay. I say we go for number 7, which has been waiting for a very long time, and then that'll probably be fast.
That's an unreal amount of time to wait for. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go with Fishy, pronoun she and her, calling in all the way from Malaysia, who wants to know if she is atheist or agnostic. Fishy, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today? Fishy, are you there? Make sure your phone is awake. It says you're calling in. Says you're calling in over the web caller, so make sure to tap your phone and wake it up. Otherwise, we can't hear you.
I was worried this would happen. 4 hours
You've been waiting
is a long time to wait.
4 hours, which means you might have just fallen asleep and forgotten about us at this point.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking too.
We're going to give you some time.
Fishy, no! Fishy, come back.
Oh, well, Fishy's in the chat. Hold on, Fishy's in the chat saying that she is here.
Fishy, we can't hear you.
Fishy says that she will refresh. You've been waiting for 4 goddamn hours. Surely you will call in and tell us what you think. Let's try again. Call dropped, but it's showing. I'm not going to move on from this. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, fuck. Fishy dropped and immediately lines are full. Someone called in 16 seconds ago.
16 seconds. Okay. Okay, wait. How? I'm seeing only. Oh, because do we count the queue too?
Those are lines.
That all counts as lines, yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought those were dropped calls.
No, those are all waiting.
Oh no. Oh Lord. Okay. All right, that's fine. Is what it is. I wanted to show everybody. Here's our progress on the black candle. It's almost all the way burned down. It's almost time to switch to a new candle.
Can we? I'm gonna vote. Let's. Hey, wait a second. We have 8. What the fuck? Well, now it says we have lines full, but there's one initializing. This may be Fishy coming back. Yes,
Fishy.
We got Fishy back. Fishy, get in here.
Hello.
Fishy, are you there? Hello.
Hi, Fishy.
Hello. Hi from Malaysia. Fine, thank you. It's almost 6 a.m. here.
Thank you for waiting.
Welcome. I'm thrilled to talk to you guys. I've been waiting.
We're glad to have you. Tell us a little bit about your question.
I am a Buddhist, fully born Chinese, and I've been like questioning where is the border between being agnostic theist and also atheist in a way.
Do you believe in a god?
Not quite. In Buddhist, I believe in afterlife. Not really afterlife, more like reincarnation and also like karma system. Not sure how it works without God.
Atheism is just whether or not you believe in a god. So like there are atheists who believe in reincarnation, there are atheists who believe in afterlives, there are atheists who believe in ghosts and spirits, there are atheists who believe in all sorts of things. But if you believe in a god, then you're a theist, and if you don't believe in a god, then you're an atheist.
So even if I believe in like afterlife and stuff, is still not really connected to God. How it works, I'm not sure.
That's up to you. There are some people who think that necessarily, if there's an afterlife, there must be a God as well. That person would just be a theist. But if you don't think that there's a God, it doesn't matter what else you don't think. If you don't think that there's a God, then you're an atheist.
So the only thing is the God about this label.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things like I know Buddhism typically, if I remember correctly, is secular. So like there usually isn't a God claim there, if I remember right. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. But
I'm not quite, because I'm of this while I'm not really that deep into religion. Just city. Yeah.
All I'm saying is that really is like the whole thing. So like if you want to put a label on saying that you're, spiritual, or that you have, supernatural beliefs or whatever else, those are your labels to decide on. I promise you there's somebody else who will use them slightly differently than you.
Yeah, people like to argue about the labels for a lot of stuff. And I'm sort of the school that, call yourself whatever you want. We'll get to the bottom of what you actually believe, and then that's what we can actually have a conversation about. So, if you don't believe in a God, then you're a non-theist. And then that's a different conversation or an atheist, I guess. And then that's a different conversation than, what kind of supernatural beliefs do you or do you not believe in? And we can sort of delve into those kinds of things separately. But, people like to argue about labels. I'm not one of those people. I think that you call yourself what you want, and then we can get into the meat and potatoes about what you actually think. That's kind of what matters to me.
Unless you're a vegetarian.
I'm not into labels.
I don't believe in vegetarian. Meat is too tasty.
Well, Fishy, did that answer your question, do you think? Or do you want to get into a little bit more? What's your vibe on the whole deal?
I'm not sure what else to question. Maybe you would like to know more about how I deal with the religion or something. I'm not sure.
This is your moment. So you call in with a claim or an argument, and we'll let you know.
Yeah, we can talk about if you want. We can discuss a topic of your choosing with regard to like supernatural beliefs or whatever, or you can call it. I mean, you're the one who waited. It's all you, my friend.
Do you like believe in like even incarnation, reincarnation, or the karmic system?
No.
I don't. I like the idea of karma. I want karma to be true really badly. I would really love it if everybody got their comeuppance in some form or fashion.
Especially that man up there.
Oh,
dude.
tell me about it. We could be talking about that man out there. We could be talking about like 8 different guys right now, like in the higher echelons of power, as far as evil men are going, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, I would like it to be the case. I just haven't seen for karma, unless it's something that activates in some kind of afterlife. I don't see, unfortunately, I see a lot of people getting away with a lot of really horrible stuff. So I'm doubtful on the karma thing. Reincarnation, I feel kind of the same way about it. I think if reincarnation is something that happens, either there are more souls around, like it's hard to put an exact tally on it because it seems like populations of a lot of things are going up. And so it's like, are new souls sort of coming into the picture, etc. Or, you know, are we talking about life on in other places on other planets too? That's kind of something that gets to me. And I think if reincarnation is a thing, it had to be like, there has to be like a mind wipe or something going on, because I think certainly people are seemingly holding over past memories, at least the majority of time. That's my thoughts on it. But unfortunately, I have to pee again because I've drank so much coffee and so much water. So, Forrest, give your thoughts, and I'll be right back.
I would say the same thing. Like it's a lot of like what we talked about with the last call as well. Like if there is such a thing as reincarnation and karma and all that, okay, how do we quantify a good action versus a bad action? What are the points and who's keeping track of the points? What is the mechanism by which souls are able to move from one body to the next? Can we demonstrate that souls exist in the first place? Like, there's just a ton of stuff there that just doesn't add up for me, and a bunch of stuff that doesn't have any evidence going towards it. So it would be a stretch for me to believe in such a thing.
It's too wide of a space to think of actual testing system for how it works and how all the stuff are connected to each other. I see what you mean by that.
There's a lot of, it's just like with when we were talking about intelligent design earlier, it's a cool idea maybe, but like you have to first prove that a lot of things exist and then what they can do, and then they do those things. Those are all very big questions that you have yet to answer if we're going to believe in this.
Yeah.
Anyway, I hope this answers your question. You waited for a very long time, so I don't want to cut you off if you have anything else you want to ask us.
I think that's all I have for now, I guess.
All right.
Thank you for the time, and I love your Sex and Sensibility show that you produce.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. It's really kind of you. Have an awesome rest of your day, Fishy. I really appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye. I hope reincarnation's real, and I hope that Donald Trump comes back as a goose so I can wipe my ass with his neck.
Oh, God.
I learned about that today. I learned about that today.
Want him. I don't want him anywhere near my ass, I'll have you know. He would attack that evil goose.
Yeah, Goose
evil
has way too much like ability to actually screw people up. Like you don't want that demon spirit in a fucking goose. Are you kidding?
It's too powerful.
Put him in a bucket.
I'm
gonna use that if I ever have a homestead.
Beautiful, powerful homestead. We're all
talking
about
chickens too. Just like put a bucket on a chicken. It probably would work for like an angry rooster, I imagine.
They're too quick. They're too quick.
The millennial/zillennial urge to commune and homestead is so powerful. I don't know a single person who's not talking about communing or homesteading now.
I'm trying to get people to move up here to Oregon so that we can all get a really nice contract and buy some land together. We've convinced one of our friends to do it already. I'm so psyched.
You are so lucky, Oregon. My dream.
Erika lives in Kentucky, and all she wants to do is move to Oregon.
Yeah, just spend thousands of dollars to get up here. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, don't tire yourself out with that backstroke. Whatever. Next call.
No, I did it. I had chickens, geese, ducks, and pigs for a little while. It was radical. and a goat. It was tight, and it was the stinkiest time of my life, and I miss them all dearly.
No, the stinkiest time of my life was when I was raising triops, and they smell so bad. Triops are so stinky.
I've got
cool,
okay, so on my property, I say on my property like I've got a huge fucking land in the backyard of my shitty little house. I've got this disgusting fucking pond. Like it's just rancid because it has no circulation, no aeration. It's got trees overhanging it that fill it up. The water is black. It's got tubifex worms and rat-tailed maggots living in it. It is disgusting. And I want so badly to see if I want to see if I can grow triops in there and if they'll eat everything. You know what I mean? Be tight.
Oh, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. They get bigger than you think they do, and they are. I eventually had to move mine to the garage because they were just, and they don't live very long. That's the sad part too, is they die really quickly, and then it's like then I just have stinky triops corpses, and I dissected them and was looking at them under the microscope, which was really cool, but it was smelly, stinky work, and I don't think my microscope ever recovered. It still stinks like triops. Probably, I might be imagining some of that. That might be an exaggeration.
To the person in the chat, Oliver was not a goat. Oliver is the sheep that I borrowed to make that video. My goat's name was Millie, and she was insane. Millie did this awesome thing all the time where she was her favorite game that she would try to put her mouth inside my mouth. I don't know why, but she would just get up and like try to get her, and I would be driving with this fucking baby goat in my lap because she would scream if I wasn't holding her, and I'd be speeding down the freeway, and this thing stands up on my chest. I'm like, Millie, we're gonna die. Millie.
Did you only have one?
It was a great time. Yeah. Well, it was given to me as
okay.
It was not really a gift, is that she was an orphan and she was just horrible looking and very small and premature. And so we didn't know what to do. And so my friend called me, my friend Katie, fuck you, Katie, if you're listening, calls me in the middle of the night and says, hey, Forrest, can you take care of a baby goat? And I said, absolutely not. And she said, okay, open your front door. And I do. And she's there with this goddamn baby goat. And now I have a baby goat. And so Amber and I raised this fucking goat in diapers because we couldn't put it outside, it would scream. So we've got a baby goat in diapers, and the diaper falls off because it kicks and hops, so we have to put a jumper on it. So it's wearing literal infant clothes. It's got a little shirt and a little pants and a diaper butt, and it's just bouncing around my fucking house all day long. And she slept in our bed, and she'd curl up by my legs. And her other favorite game was to wait until exactly 3 a.m. on the dot to jump with her full body weight on her pointy little hooves directly onto either my neck or my scrotum. Either one. It was one or the other every fucking night, every single night.
Yeah.
Man.
A hoofed animal in the house is a tough sell for me. Most of my experience with hoofed animals, I grew up around horses, so a lot of being scared of big horses, but actually liking them too. But my undergraduate degree was in animal science. It was the pre-vet animal science, so I had to take a lot of like non-ag classes, but I also had to take a lot of ag classes. I hate sheep so much. I hate a sheep. I hate a shoop. I do not want to be near them. I don't like them. Male sheep in particular, rams. This one time we were deworming the sheep, and it was this horrible thunderstorm, and we were having to do this in this gigantic metal, like sheet metal barn. It was horrific, awful experience. Anyways, Muffin, who was the male ram that, our ram that lived amongst the flock, he was out in pasture already because we already dewormed him. But then one of the sheep got loose, and like she managed to make it out into the pasture. And I was trying to go get her, and I wasn't keeping track of Muffin, and you have to keep track of Muffin because Muffin put his head down and just rammed the ever living shit out of my side. And I fell, I was downed immediately. And he comes around for round 2, and he does like the Nat Geo, like rears up and then falls to the side directly into my abdomen, just directly into my stomach. Wind knocked out of me. I stand up as fast as I can, and I'm just making a beeline. I've never run so fast or vaulted so gracefully over a fence. And that same night, I started my period for that month because I think he jostled it loose. I think my uterus was like, eject, get this shit out of here. It was miserable, and their wool stinks too because they secrete the linolene, something like that. It's some kind of
lanolin,
oil. Lanolin, that's it. And it's so stinky. Yeah. It's so smelly. I hate it. And I had to throw my outfit away. It wasn't a good outfit, but my shirt was a good shirt.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of I don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't like sheep. I don't like them. Let's take the next call. I'm getting irritated now.
I'm currently scrolling back 1,000 years on my Instagram to try to find a picture of Millie. She was great. She's such a fucking pest.
Millie.
She's just an issue. Millie.
Easy on her.
Oh, I miss Millie. She was weird. She was such a fucking weird creature. What a strange time in our lives.
Yeah, that's a wild.
I suppose it is now the time for super chats. Is super chats happening now?
I mean, I think we were planning on waiting a little bit.
Fuck.
I mean, so basically, like, yeah, so long as their internet starts to work, because apparently they're having all kinds of issues with this. The plan is starting at 5:30 Central, start super chats, or I guess around then. So if we were to start a call right now and have like cut it off at 30 minutes or whatever, or if you want to do another call all the way to an hour, then I guess we can trade off before you'd start super chats at 6 p.m.
Forrest and we don't have to worry about any of that because our job is to just sit up here and talk.
You guys will probably need to like refresh or something because I'm gonna switch off my computer and they're gonna start. I mean, like, so it should be more or less seamless for the audience, but you guys might have to refresh just like you did earlier when my power went out.
Our job is easy. Okay. We don our little fez and we slap our little symbols together and do the show.
Dance easy monkey peasy. Dance.
We don't have to. We dance monkey dance. Exactly. Well, my vote is that we take another call. I think that we can do one of these. I'm trying to figure out which one I think is actually doable.
I can't find a picture of I can't find a picture of Millie, but I did find this picture of Gilly and Lucy, the geese. They're great.
Now I'm looking at them. Sorry, I was looking at chat, or I was looking at the call-in studio. Forrest, you gotta focus, brother. Focus. Which one of these do you want to take?
No. Fucking.
No.
No.
No, I won't be doing that. Actually, I won't.
I say line 15 is what I would be interested in.
All right,
that would be a long one.
That's my concern. But also, neither of us are physicists, so I'm always comfortable taking the physics calls.
If we're going for a shorter one, then line 22.
Okay, that's line 22. Yeah, we can do that fast. I'm gonna punt that directly into your square, though.
Cock and balls. Let's go for Adam. Pronouns he, him. James, hang on a minute. We're gonna get to you next. Let's talk to Adam. Pronouns he, him. Calling in all the way from Nimble Yaks, who wants to talk about neopronouns. Adam, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I actually met both you guys at BajaCon in August. Forrest, you and I ate dinner together, and we talked about my deconstruction from 12-step programs, and I asked both of you the question about whale biology, if you remember, but probably not.
Awesome. I still don't remember much of that dinner, but that sounds about right.
I remember that.
Head was
not because I was drunk. I was heavily medicated, y'all. That's what happened.
Yes, I remember the whole story.
Forrest looked horrible
I'm just saying that
at that point in
for the chat.
He was not
I looked really bad. My face was just one big red balloon.
He was really sick. He looked really sick.
You wouldn't take selfies with anybody that night. You made everybody wait because you didn't look good.
It was awful.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's funny.
So my thing I wanted to bring up, this is something I would call TACIS about, but I'm always working then, but maybe Lux will chime in with their
they don't know anything. We're here for you.
So but basically my question is about neopronouns.
Yeah, nobody needs me here.
Sorry, Adam, go ahead. We're just fooling around.
No, I know. So yes, I do definitely consider myself an ally. I have a a family member who's non-binary and a very close friend who's a trans woman. And I like to do my best to stand up for them and want them and every other trans person to have their equal rights. But just the neo-pronoun thing, I'm a little, I guess I don't fully understand it, and I've never met a person with neo-pronouns, but a couple people have like said to me that, I guess my question is, like, can this like give ammunition or validity to the attack helicopter assholes? You know what I mean? I guess I don't know. And I'm a cis hetero man, so I don't. You know, I don't know. Go ahead.
I would say yes, but not any more than anything else, because at the end of the day, they are going to deliberately misunderstand and ignore real science. They're going to go out of their way to ignore cultural change, to ignore the reality that all language is made up. All words are made up. Language changes over time, over generations, all the time. And this is not new. And it is also exceedingly rare. I know a few people with they, them pronouns. I know exactly one person with it pronouns. They're here with us. I don't know. I've never met anybody either. I think maybe I've met one person that preferred like Zim or something, but they weren't a jerk about it. They were kind of just like, whatever, if you do it, you do it. And I know one person who genuinely any pronouns is their preference. Like literally, she has told me several times, she's like, keep it fun, keep it fresh, mix it up. Just call me him sometimes, call me her sometimes. I want to be excited about it. I want to be excited, keep me moving. And so like that, at the end of the day, those are things that I think you're going to encounter a lot more. And neopronouns has become yet another just talking point. Much like the concept of trans athletes in general, where you have like 3 people that are doing this, and for valid reasons they are doing this, and it's really not that complicated of a concept to wrap your head around. And you've got a small I should say a large subset of assholes who are going to look for any reason at all to continue to be assholes. So will it give them ammunition? Absolutely. So will the very existence of trans people in general and non-binary people in general. So just let it be. And
I would also
continue
add,
trying to do your best.
Basically
Get
every
here,
argument. No, basically every argument that people make against neopronouns is just an argument against binary trans people that has been slightly repackaged. So like every argument people make against xenogenders or non-binary people broadly or neopronouns specifically, like it's just choosing a different place to put the goalpost of like what is acceptable or what's not acceptable. If people are going to be persuaded by neopronouns and going like, oh, I can't take any of this seriously, you people, blah, blah, blah. They are the same people who are going to be like, well, you can't force me to call obviously a man a woman. Like I can't use she, her pronouns for this person. Like you're not going to convince those people regardless.
Right. And to be clear, if I were to ever encounter a person who uses neopronouns, I would, of course, do my best to use them. This is just one of those areas where I don't, because I do have transphobes in my family. I mean, and I do my best to not see them, but sometimes I have to. But when the topics come up, this is one area where I don't really have a response to them when they, say, well, what about the, whatever, 70 genders or whatever number they keep saying there is.
Tell them not to worry about what teenagers are doing on Tumblr. Like, it's not that serious.
Yeah.
No, but this is not entering
That
the
really is
workspace. Nobody's asking for this accommodation. Like, realistically, this is a very online thing because we know that people are going to be resistant to it. So we do try to use something more normal around most people.
Right. Okay. And like I said, I have a non-binary family member who, and they're pretty accepting when, another family member has a slip up or whatever and forgets the they, them because they're used to what they went by before. But what's blows me away is they are a lot more understanding of a particular transphobic family member I have than I am. I seem to combat this person more, but I guess that's because they're used to transphobia and they've dealt with it for a long time, so it rolls off. I don't know.
Yeah, I would just say, like, honestly, it's no better of an argument than any of the other ones, and I would just throw out, like, exactly what Alexander just said, just like, this isn't as big of a deal as you're making it to be, and even if people were really pushing for this, okay, language changes. No one's forcing you to adapt to this, and if you think that this is representative of this entire group, you're stupid. So just deal with it or don't, I guess. And if you're someone in your life that you love and care about is going to, present this problem to you, then you're probably going to have a different opinion of it. So I recommend you just start treating people the way that you would treat it if your spouse or your parent or your sibling were to come to you and say, hey, this is where I'm at and this is how I genuinely feel. You certainly wouldn't treat them as shittily as you're expecting us to be okay with you treating everybody else. That's what I would do in that situation. It probably won't work, but whatever is the best way that I can give it to you.
My strategy is I just call people what they want me to call them. That's about as good as I can do. If someone's like, call me this, I'll be like, I'm gonna do my best. And then that's what I do. I wish I could offer a more nuanced opinion, but I don't really have one. I'm not super educated on this topic. So leave it to the experts.
Okay.
I will throw out there sorry, go ahead. I apologize. I was going to shout out somebody in chat. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just going to say thank you. I don't really have anything else. So thank you guys for taking my call.
Thank you for waiting for as long as you have. I really appreciate it.
You got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Bye. You too. I was going to say to the person in chat who's dropping a bunch of random fucking, I identify as a white nationalist. I identify as an incel. There's a number on the bottom of the screen if you want to try thinking in real time in front of thousands of people. It'd be a lot of fun to watch.
Call in, please. It's so funny. It's actually just a lot easier to speak than it is to type. Call in. Actually,
it is.
How about this?
It is.
If you call in, we'll take your call next. Call in. We'll take your call next. Call in. Call in. Call in and defend that position. Tell us why you identify as an attack helicopter. It's easy. This will be so easy for Forrest and I because we've done this call already today. Like, we already did this with Rob. Call in. We'll have that conversation. We're ready to go.
We've got a line open, and we got time. We have to wait 20 minutes until we get a producer change anyway, and we got this one person wanting to talk about the Big Bang.
Honestly,
that's going to be a long conversation.
I have no fucking idea what's about to happen, so feel free to take whichever call you want.
Hell yeah!
Are we looking at a possible non-producer change? Or are you about to get saddled with us for the whole night?
I'm probably not going to be the whole night, but it might be like until someone else gets home kind of situation. So yeah, it's fine. I'm getting paid today, you guys. I'm not worried about it.
Crazy. I feel the same with bothering Luxander as I do with bothering every producer I ever have. Like, if you ever wanted to feel welcome and brought into the family here at the line, just know that I am deriving great joy from the idea of you being deeply uncomfortable while I bullshit about geese and shit on these calls. Like that to me, that makes you a sibling. That's you probably.
I'm having a great time.
You guys need to understand that the dynamic is very much like the episode of SpongeBob where SpongeBob and Patrick are stuck in the treehouse and Squidward gets stuck in there with them, and he can't leave because the exit is too small. And then SpongeBob and Patrick are like, "Welcome to our club. Welcome to our club. Welcome Squidward. Welcome Squidward." That's me and Forrest every time that we have a captive producer.
Yeah. I think the super chats are the most difficult part for me, but I love you guys.
Let's do some super chats because we have a line open. We had a line open, but it's now full. So, like, what are we doing? Are we jumping into another call? Are we doing super chats? Like, what's the plan here?
I mean, if you want to,
baby,
hold on. Let me check my phone real quick.
I think we should take this next call. I've been waiting for 3 hours and 44 minutes.
I know the one you're looking at, and I think it's going to be a good one. I'm excited. We already said we were taking James next anyways. James knows he's coming next.
Yeah, go ahead and take James.
Okay, let's talk to James. James, you're on the line with questions about the Big Bang from me and Erika, neither of which are physicists. How are you?
We'll do our best, though.
Good. Thank you guys for having me here.
Thank you for waiting.
Hello. Yeah. So, I wanted to address your pond, bro. You said you're having a stagnant pond issue. So while that's fresh, I wanted to help you with that.
Please.
Forrest, free advice.
Is that
I'm gonna
cool?
lose my mind.
Can we do that real quick? Because it's gonna have to do with the analogy I'm gonna spread upon it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. No, I'm into that. Do it. Give Forrest your advice.
If I get a good argument, if I get a good argument and a way to deal with this rancid fucking fetid pond in the yeah, absolutely, I would love that.
Right. Well, you got to get that water moving. Do you have a pump?
No, but I was gonna rent a pump, drain the thing, and like fill it with dirt and just be done with it. That was my next plan.
No. So you're gonna get a pump. Like, just get something cheap, because this might, it might be a lost cause. This is just a shot in the dark and a cheap way to see if you can get your pond clean again, right? So you're gonna get a cheap pump, and you gotta get that water moving, and then you're gonna get some freshwater mussels, and you're just gonna chuck them out into your pond. And those things are natural filters, right?
I
thought about that. Water come, yeah, that's going to be the cheapest, most cost-effective way I can think of to get you that pond clean.
I thought about that. I had no idea where. Yeah, because I've seen those demonstrations where they put like some sort of brachiopod and like it just filters the water so good. I was worried that, number one, I don't know where the fuck to get them, and number two, I'm worried that I'm just gonna kill them, and then I have the same disgusting pond also with rotting shellfish in it, and so like I don't know, but
the animals will come get it, man. Whatever's living, it's gonna break it down. So it's worth a shot. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it can't be any worse than it already is, for sure.
There you go. Right? It's cut off. It's the water stagnant, like you said, right? And I bet you can probably find a pump for like $100. It's just a matter of are you going to have a source of power out there to get that water running?
I'm looking up live freshwater mussel for sale, and I'm going to see if I can get some sent to Oklahoma.
And then chuck them in. Wow, this is pretty cool. Okay, wait, I want to know, how does the freshwater mussel connect to the Big Bang?
Well, so actually, I'm going to describe his stagnant pond.
Okay.
I'm gonna link it to like mankind's heart right now.
Okay.
It's cut off.
Let's go.
Right.
Let's go. Okay.
The water's not flowing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's been cut off, right? That if that thing was connected to a moving water source, you'd have a completely different ecosystem right there. Correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But it's cut off. It's a pond. It's leftover water runoff from somewhere. But there's still life in it, right? It's still salvageable, right? It's just going to take a guiding hand to cleanse that water and make that ecosystem alive again and get it to full potential, right? Right now, that pond's not full potential, correct?
So we're the pond, right?
I mean,
we're the pond, yes. Like mankind, we're this pond. We are. I feel like we're in this nexus of maximum flashing lights, confusion. What is what? AI is real or fake? Picture or painting? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Would you guys agree with that?
I mean, I feel pretty confused a lot of the time.
Beautiful. I love. Well, I'm not grateful that you're confused. That's not where I'm coming from. But it's natural. That saying, it's human to err, right? It's human. It's natural we make mistakes, right? It's just it's a God-given, it's a saying that's been ringing out through eons, right? But there's a second half to that, right?
Totally with you. However, what does that have to do with the Big Bang, though?
Okay, so let's talk about the Big Bang, right? So are we agreed the Big Bang took place, right?
I think it is the current best cosmology that we have. Yes.
It's the current best cosmology. How did we prove the Big Bang?
Forrest, do you want to talk about CMB?
We traced the light, right? It was easy to, we just traced the light back, and we found out, right? Is that correct?
CMB, I was going to go back to Hubble's constant first, and then do CMB later, because it's kind of like the way we started with the idea, as far as I know, was by tracing recession rates of galaxies.
Go off.
But when we mapped the whole thing, what did we find out?
What did we find out? We found out that galaxies were moving farther and farther away from each other, and the farther they were, the faster they were receding, the faster they were moving apart. And so Hubble took that data and put it on a logarithmic scale and found it was a remarkably straight line, and that kind of led him to understanding that, like, the Hubble's constant, the slope of that line, 1 over Hubble's constant equals, like, the concept of time. And the more data we've gotten on that, the more we've been able to say, narrowing down what that time is, and right now we're at 13.8 billion.
Right. I agree. We could trace the light, right, to a singular moment, right?
Yes.
So, but the question is, what caused that moment?
What caused the Big Bang?
What's science's current stance on what caused the Big Bang?
Science's current stance is, I don't know. We have some folks. So we have.
Yes.
Bro, can you pull it back a little bit? Holy cow!
So I got excited.
We have some people. We have some people, so like we have Blitz and Aaron, both on this network, both are PhD physicists, and they have both talked about how there are some models of cosmology that suggest that actually the Big Bang was an event in the history of the universe, not actually the beginning of it, and that the universe is in one way or another completely eternal and has been going on forever. There are other models that indicate that the Big Bang was a singular beginning to the universe as we know it today. Either way, we're not entirely sure what happened before. What we can say is that the Big Bang is the beginning of space and time as we know it right now. And so if you ask what happened before that, then you're asking literally what happened before the concept of before had any meaning in a place that isn't anywhere. And that's like, what the fuck does that even mean? So I don't even know how to ask that question, let alone how to answer it. I'm also not a physicist.
Right. No, so can we agree that it takes the belief that the universe was an immaculate conception?
No.
Right. There was an explosion. We don't know what happened prior to it, right? But we do know at this moment, the center, right, was we can trace the light back to the center of whatever light trail we're following. Correct?
We don't know. We don't know that it was. First of all, it wasn't an explosion. It's called the Big Bang, but that was a name invented by.
I just use an explosion as
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Also,
it went from like a plane size to a grapefruit in a millisecond or something like that. I believe that's the scale they use or something.
That doesn't indicate any kind of like immaculate conception, whatever the hell else. It doesn't tell us anything about what's going on before then, because again, I don't know what the word before means in this instance, in this circumstance. I don't know what that word entails. It's like when people talk about nothing and they're like, oh, the universe came from nothing. I don't know what nothing is. There is no such thing as a nothing that I've ever observed. I've never run tests on nothing. I don't know what nothing could entail. And so when we're talking about here, what happened before there was causality? What does that mean? And how would you, if it was such a thing, why would you assume that it was causal, that it had a causal relationship with the universe if it was before causality existed? So I don't know what those words mean or how to answer this question. It doesn't make any sense.
Right. Well, I'm just trying to get, can we agree that you can trace it down to a pinpoint, right? That's what these telescopes have shown us, right?
Yeah, we have isolated the event of the Big Bang down to 13.8 billion years ago, and we're getting that's right. Still, even that I'm rounding greatly. We have like, I don't even know how many after that at this point.
The numbers really are semantics for me, like it's just the fact that we can trace it, the visible light,
not just visible. radio.
Huh?
Most of what we know about the Big Bang comes from microwaves.
Visible to our telescopes, right? Like whatever they're putting off, they're picking up is what I'm coming to, right? So, but we make this concerted effort, right, to find the center of our creation. And this goes back to kind of playing into the creationist versus evolution thing, right? So if we do believe in the Big Bang, then we believe that we come from that singularity, correct? So all the materials of the universe and...
Are you a creationist? May I ask?
I believe in God, definitely.
No, that's not what I asked, because those are definitely different things. Because there are so many people who believe in God who accept evolution.
I'm confused. Okay, like I believe that God created everything.
Do you think that Do you think God snapped his fingers and did the Big Bang, or did evolution happen as a process that creates modern biodiversity?
Well, let's walk it through it from what the text says, right? There was nothing, and then a booming voice said, "Let there be light." Correct?
I'm with you on that, James.
You don't want to go with the text on this.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Like, you can see how we can tie those two events together, right?
I'm with you on that. I'm mostly just asking because this is going to inform my strategy with talking from here on forward. How old do you think the Earth is?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. You know, I don't know.
Is it more than 10,000 years?
I mean, I guess. You know what I mean? Aren't they confused even about like carbon dating things? Don't they always argue about the age of things?
Does 4.6 billion years sound about right for the age of the Earth?
Yeah, sure. It's not really relevant to what the picture I'm trying to paint.
Does 13.8 billion years sound about right for the beginning of the universe?
Sure.
Okay.
That sounds great.
Is evolution real, and does evolution explain biodiversity on this planet?
You can say God did evolution if you're cool with it.
No. So is evolution a part of Big Bang?
No.
Nope, because they're not a part of each other. But I'm asking you, do you think that evolution is responsible for modern biodiversity, or did God create humans as is?
Oh, I believe he created us pretty much as is. Yeah.
Okay.
We're like 99.9% genetically identical, right? Like if I came up to you and knocked on your door and said, "Hey, Erika, guess what? The paperwork says you and I are 99.9997% identical," right?
I just needed to know what kind of creationist we were chatting with, James. That's why I was curious.
Yeah. So like if I were to come to you with this news, right? I knock on your door. I'm Erika. We're 99.999% identical. What comes into your head? Like in one word, could you summarize, describe that?
If you actually want to know what would come into my head, what would actually come into my head would be, oh, really? By which means of comparison? Are we comparing protein coding regions? Are we comparing the entire genome with SNPs and protein coding included? Are we comparing the entire genome with regard to reliability? That's what I would think. But I'm
wasn't that his conclusion?
Sorry, say that last part again.
Was that a reputable source? I'm sorry. What was that?
No, I wanted you to repeat yourself.
Oh, yeah. So like the Human Genome Project, is that a reputable source, right? That was run by the NIH and all that, right?
It's a huge international project. Yes, the Human Genome Project is a legitimate source. I would agree.
I believe one of the people on it was also a creationist as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was an atheist since the director turned atheist to Christian.
Well,
so it's interesting, right?
Francis Collins accepts evolution, though, right? Like Francis Collins Francis Collins, the director of the Human Genome Project. He is cool with evolution. He thinks that God used evolution to create, but that does mean that he thinks that humans evolved from earlier ages.
Think about how we walked out of Africa and changed. You know what I mean? Even humans can adapt and evolve to its surroundings, right?
I'm with you, James. I guess I'm not really sure what the hang up is.
Okay. So what I'm coming to you from is, right, when I hear that number, I would say Erika's sister, right?
Sure.
Because if we have,
I'm cool with that. Like, we are all very, very similar to one another. But yes, I totally agree. Humans have very low genetic diversity. Right. That is a fact.
Yes.
Right, and we're connected in that, like, we're copies of each other. Like, correct?
Well,
that's pretty much the summary of what that is we are all very, like, we have a original mother and father gene in there, right?
What is that?
Isn't that what they called it? Biological Adam and Eve, or mitochondrial Eve and Adam?
Oh, yeah, no. So yes, there is mitochondrial Eve, because we all get our mitochondria from our female parent, and if you have a Y chromosome, you're going to get that usually from a male parent. There are exceptions to this. You can get mitochondria from a male parent. You can get a Y chromosome from a female parent if they have something like Swyer syndrome. But point is, the idea is that we all currently today share our mitochondrial DNA and our Y chromosomes that came from one single person a long time ago. The issue is that often leads people to believe that there was literally just one pair of humans at one point, and that doesn't make any sense. These two genes we get from each other, like the people we get them from lived about 100,000 years apart, if I remember correctly. Also, it ignores the way that fixing genes works in a population. So with the way that genetic drift works, genetic drift is just a random reshuffling of genes around the population from one point to the next. What happens with genetic drift is that eventually one single copy of that gene will become universal throughout the whole thing. So you start with humanity with, let's say, just for the sake of saying it, 10 different mitochondrial DNAs here, 10 of them. And then as these guys continue to reproduce and mix and match with each other randomly, eventually it is just one that is spread throughout the whole population. And it all comes from this one individual person. This one copy of this one gene is now everywhere. That doesn't mean there weren't other copies contemporaneously with it for a long time. It's just at this one point now in modern history, we have now fixed this gene in our population. Same exact thing happened with the Y chromosome. So all chromosomal males derive their Y chromosome from a single source. Everybody with mitochondria, which is everybody, it derives the mitochondrial DNA from one single source. That does not imply that there were exactly two humans at any particular point.
Okay.
I can see if I can pull up a diagram of that.
Yeah. But it goes back far, right? Like, we're connected to that genome sequence, that DNA, correct?
For sure. Yeah. But that also connects us to all other life on the planet, right? Like, all life has DNA. Right. You hear me? So it's like,
we're connected. But I'm saying, like, being genetically identical. That makes us family, right?
Humans are
not
all
genetically
related,
identical
yes.
at all.
But we're not genetically identical.
All life on Earth is related. Humans are more related than to each other than other things. By the way, here's a diagram of what I was just talking about there. So you can see you have a ton of different alleles back here. And over time, one is just consistently more successful until eventually all these guys are all sharing the same allele. This is how genetic drift is going to fix one allele in a population. So when we talk about, like, say, for example, mitochondrial Eve here, we all share mitochondrial DNA from this one thing, but there was all this variation over generation after generation after generation. So, like, this is how this works, if that makes any sense. It's just it's such a common fucking stupid talking point.
Huh? I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, I was just saying, I'm putting this on the screen just because it's such a common, stupid talking point that a lot of creationists will make. I don't think you're making it, but a lot of creationists will say, aha, mitochondrial Eve was literally biblical Eve. There was one single human that we get this from. That doesn't make sense.
Right. I'm approaching it from, remember, like I said, if I showed up at Erika's house and I had this paper, right?
Right.
You know?
You could say you're related, and you could say you're extremely related, and that would go along with what we know about evolution. You could do the same thing. You could do the same thing, James, with a dog and a palm tree. You could say, look, I'm this much related
We're
to
all
this.
connected. We were all created from this earth, you know, from this thing.
Can I ask, so the call screen says that you want to talk about the Big Bang, and then specifically it said there are limitations to science. So I'm really curious, and you know, I'm sorry to rush you here. I know that I'm kind of like getting at the point of things here, but you know, unfortunately we're trying to be a little faster with our calls because we have so many people waiting.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Yeah, what are the limitations to science in your opinion?
So, like how we trace the Big Bang, right? We need evidence. Right? There needs to be this trail, right? So, but it always stops at the trail. But we know deep down inside, like something doesn't come from nothing. You know what I'm saying? This is an inner voice that I'm talking about, right? This is the same voice that says, when I see that number, right, that I consider you sister. So it's just a mentality. It's like, so if we know this, right, and we're at the peak of our science and we verified that we're 99 whatever % identical, it's like, why doesn't science preach that and spread that message saying we're all brothers and sisters because we found this mitochondria DNA from thousands and thousands of years ago that link us to a certain mother.
It does.
You understand what I'm saying?
I literally just gave a lecture. Yeah, I literally just gave a lecture 2 weeks ago on exactly that. I can go show you. I've got my evolutionary biology. I've got 3 evolutionary biology textbooks right here. I've got one right over here called about race from it's an anthropology textbook. I've got bioanthropology textbook right over there. All of them teach this exact same thing. I've been taught that lesson for my entire biological career. When biologists say we are all related and everybody's my family, we fucking mean it. It's a very real thing. So yes, we do teach that. That is a major staple in understanding biology.
We had a specific unit I taught
love, right?
About how humans are all family in particular, right? And that any concept of like humans being separated in any major way, especially compared to other organisms, is folly because we are so similar. That's true. But I'm wondering how this sort of relates because it seems, and you know, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems kind of like what you're getting at here is that it's like humans are all so closely related and we know this intrinsically and that we can recognize like through the love of the species that we all share more than we're different. And that's kind of the argument that you're getting at, like that science can't investigate that kind of effect or vibe, right? Is that kind of what's going on here?
Right, because then what's the driving force that's pushing us away from that?
Gotcha.
Right.
So what I would push back.
Sorry,
what I would push back just with that concept is that I would love it if everybody recognized that we are all more alike than we are different, because it's true. It's factually true. Mm-hmm. We look at our genomes. It's just a fact. That's wonderful and amazing aspect of modern science that confirms what people have been, the sort of right people have been saying for a very long time, is that humans are all one family and there's not much that separates us from each other. However, I will point out that our species has a very rich history of claiming the exact opposite. There are people who claim from the deepest, darkest parts of their hearts that humans are very different on sex basis or race basis or ethnicity basis or whatever category they can dream up. And to those people, I would argue they don't know in their heart that humans are all more similar than we are different. I would argue that they have been horribly misled and that, the nature of humans and the nature of the culture that they grew up in has led them to understand the world is far more different and more categorical than it actually is. But I think that's a point sort of against this notion that we all intrinsically know that we're family, because some people claim very strongly that we're not, and they're wrong for saying that. But it seems that they don't. Mm-hmm. It seems that they don't understand what it is that you're saying. You know what I mean?
Yes. So, yeah. I agree with 100% what you just said right there, right? It's a confusion based, right? Because it's like you said, it's fact, it's measurable science set, right? So what I'm talking about is the counter to that, right? Like, cause what I'm gonna show are the two driving forces. Like, we can agree that they're good and evil, right?
I mean, objectively, no, but like in our lives, sure.
So, right, okay, beautiful. You had animals. You guys both had animal experiences, right?
Yeah, I got
every single interaction I've ever had with another person was an animal experience.
And you love these animals, correct?
In my room. Yes, deeply.
Yep.
So, in the shortest sentence possible, how could you summarize the relationship that you had with those animals? Like, it's cut and dry. Like, what that relationship was to you?
Oh, for me, it's love. I love my pets.
Love,
I love
yeah.
my family. Great. However,
yeah.
I'm intentionally walking into your trap, James. I agree with you that love is a real thing that people recognize, right? Like, obviously, of course, it's something that we feel. But I would argue that other animals feel love as well. I truly do believe that my dogs feel some measure of love towards me, and it's a different type because we're different critters, but we love each other. There's affection there. There's dopamine release there. There's chemical bonding, right? Like, I guess where I'm drawing the line for me is that I don't see love as necessarily supernatural, right? Like, I think love is conceivable and no less wonderful from a naturalistic perspective. That would be my counter to that.
Okay. So I guess my counter to that is, right, humans, we can communicate and think we're in love, but not, right? Like, people can communicate without talking, right? Just like how you can communicate and you have a bond with an animal that you're not talking the same language, right? It's through this relationship of action and the ecosystem. Like, that dog knows you're going to feed him every day, right? He knows he's loved, right?
Here, hold on. I'm going to grab him. People are asking for the dog tax. Forrest, handle this while I grab this dog.
I have no idea what we're getting at. I'll be honest with you. I don't. I love is a thing, and companionship is a thing. What does this lead us to?
Well, because what I'm talking about is the two energies, the construct, right? Like the measurable science and the things that science can't measure, right? And which is ultimately to boil down to is that you're the master of your own universe. Like, you go berry picking, right? Like, I love that story because I can relate to it. Because why we have a taste for what's sweet, right? We know what's right. We're not eating the leaves. We're not eating the branches. We're eating from the
I eat leaves and branches all the time.
You eat blueberry leaves and branches?
Not off of blueberry. I'm talking about other plants. I eat salads.
Oh,
I do that shit all the time.
I'm talking about the blueberry patch story. You know, you have the blueberry patch, bro.
But the thing is, if you were to show me like broccoli, I wouldn't be eating the fruit of that plant. And so, like, all you're describing to me is just like humans like things that they like, and I'm yeah, I agree. We eat things that are nutritious and tasty. What does that tell us about science?
So we're selective in that fashion, right? We're selective.
Yes.
Right? That's agreeable. We're selective in that fashion. And it's the same thing with the energies of life, right? So like, I don't know the exact name of the experiment. You know, I think you do. It's like where they pass through these photons through these slits, right? These three different slits. And they thought it was a consistent experiment. Oh, I'm sorry, what?
It's the double slit experiment, yeah. Where they found, that's how they showed that light behaves as a particle and a wave, yes.
Behaves as a particle and a wave. And then what happened when there was an observer?
Then it behaved as a particle.
It behaved differently, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is a pretty much simple conclusion from that experiment right there?
Quantum mechanics is weird.
No, but I'm talking about the power of us. Like, your conclusion about how we affected experiment.
I don't have one because I'm not a physicist, but I have yet to meet. I do know I have several friends with training in quantum physics that know that experiment better than I ever could. and not a single one of them is convinced of anything supernatural happening there, anything magical, anything connecting humans to the universe, or anything like that. None of that seems to be an issue.
It's just as simple as you agreed that the experiment changed the moment there was an observer present, right? You nailed it. Like you said, what did it say? It's like it turned into a proton, right?
Right. I don't know why, and I have no reason to think that it's magic. Where are we? Can we skip to the end? What's the point here? Like, what's the conclusion?
I'm drawing a line here. Drawing a line here, right? Like the right power of observation, right? You know, the power of what is contained, the energy contained within your heart, right? You know? And so my point is, I guess where I'm going with this.
The observer doesn't have to be a person either, by the way. Do cameras have the same magical powers that humans do? Because the observer doesn't have to be a person.
Well, we created that thing that's altering it, right? We put it there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, right?
Yeah.
All right, so how about, this is the next thing I wanted to hit on, right? Like, what's the number one, like, do you agree that placebo is like one of the most successful pills they've handed out?
No.
Placebo.
The placebo effect does happen. There's also a nocebo effect, which is the exact opposite. If they tell someone this is going to harm them, they will believe that it does, and they will feel it the same way as if you give them a placebo and say this will help you. Sometimes people feel it. However, it is by definition not the most successful thing. That's why when we're doing drug testing, we compare the drug to a placebo to see if the drug itself is more effective than the placebo.
Okay. So I guess so has there been at least one case where somebody with a sugar pill healed themselves?
We can point to cases where people with a sugar pill felt like they were getting better, but not where a sugar pill cured a disease.
No physical evidence of like curing cancer, none of that, like readings and x-rays of things like receding or getting better.
Yes, cancer sometimes goes into remission by itself. Yes, it does. Not in association with we gave them a placebo and they believed it and then it did.
All right, but I'm saying but in the instance that is successful though, right? So can we agree that in that moment that human mind healed itself?
The human mind didn't heal itself. Cancer went into remission on its own. Sometimes cancer does just go into remission because you have anti-tumoral genes, you have tumor suppressant genes in your DNA. Your cells are supposed to go through apoptosis. Your own immune system can fight cancer on its own. You get cancer every single day, James. That's a fun fact for you. Literally every day you develop cancer, your body fights it off. The reason you know what cancer is, the reason why cancer is a death sentence or a big problem, is when it gets out of hand and it goes far beyond the ability of your body to contain. But you get cancer all the time and it gets destroyed by your body all the time.
James, if I may, I'm not 100% sure that we're going to get anywhere with this because I think maybe we're not on the same page. May I suggest we table this for the time being so Forrest and I can get to some other calls and then you call back the next time Forrest and I are on and we can go into this a little deeper.
Yeah. You don't got to explain. I understand.
Thank you, James.
I don't know what this call was about, James.
No, it's like the measurable truth. Like you said, we're following the light, right? And this is where my, I guess, trying to bring it and coincide with Christianity is that it's an inward journey. Like everybody looks at this external world, but that book and those stories and God's love it's an internal thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's how you align your mind, heart, and soul. And
okay,
I guess where I'm coming from this is like,
I'm sorry. I don't believe in God's love. I don't believe there is a God and all the gods on offer are not loving. And you mentioned earlier the Bible. The God of the Bible certainly is not loving. So like, it sounds like you're trying to draw an analogy here. And fundamentally, science and what we know about the universe are just so fundamentally different than any theology you could throw at us. And you can say this is kind of like that, in the same way that I was brought up being taught stories about monks and scorpions and shit, and all these like fables from like Buddhist mythology to teach me morals and guidelines and ideas. But those things aren't real. They're just analogies. And so you can draw an analogy and say like, hey, humans have love and light and blah, blah, blah. Cool. We know about those things because of science. They don't come from God. And I don't know of a God which could possibly represent those things.
But didn't you say earlier that science is wrong and it corrects itself sometimes?
Yes, which is why it's better than religion. I don't know. I still don't know.
So,
I think we're at the point of this.
No, but see, do you see how like it could be misleading at times, and then we evolve and learn from that mistake, right? It's a process.
No. It is a process. What you're identifying here is not a process, and also that's not a good representation of how it works. James, it's been 34 minutes, and we're just now getting to a part where we almost have a conversation, and it's weird, dude. So I encourage you to call back in sometime, and maybe we can try to get to the point faster. But I don't understand what the point of this call is besides humans have love, and that's kind of like a god sometimes. I don't get the point, and it's not doing anything for me.
Thank you for the call, James. Appreciate it.
Maybe next. Yep. Take care, guys.
Maybe next time. Bye-bye. The fuck just happened?
What are you thinking about? Oh wait, it's super chat. It's super chat time, isn't it?
Yeah, there's
some. It's super chat time.
There's some in the Discord.
Fuck, what's that?
There's some in the Discord which I won't be able to put up on the screen because they came in during or before my power outage. So if you want to read those from the image that Luthien posted earlier, and then I can pick up when those are over.
All right.
The Blind Limey sent $10. Jamie316 says Steve's arguments are toffing jolly baubles for vacillating baby men. What in the British fuck is that? And that's the bottom line because Blind Limey says so. What? You are not beating the allegation. Jamie, that is the most British fucking thing I've read all day. That's crazy.
That astrally or psionically projected an image of beans on toast into my mind.
I feel like my teeth just got more crooked from reading that. That is wild.
I feel like I just lost some kind of war in the 1700s.
Oh my god.
We got Jim
I love it when
Bellini
Americans call uppy downy lighty whiteys light switches. Fucking Jamie.
What about school shootings? We got Jim Bellini for $10. Well-known UK freethinker Carl Pilkington once asked these important questions. Pilkington once asked these important questions. Jellyfish, what do they do and do we need them? They seem very shifty, no? Have a great stream, guys, and thank you.
Carl
you,
Pilkington
Jim.
is that's the guy Ricky Gervais did that whole series with him of like traveling the world and the guys what he kept saying like head like a fucking orange. It's just this, the whole character is just this dim-witted fucking dude. It's great.
Well, he's got a point on Nigerians.
Hey, I was excited about salps today. I want to squeeze a salp before I die. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Forbidden snack.
Yeah, dude. Irad84 sent $10. I grew up on the mean streets. It was Boulevard. Sorry, Erika. I post 40 joy only comes from the suffering of the younger ones like you. Love that.
I'm about to cave your skull in with a bully stick, which those are what cops use, but I'll use it for my nefarious purposes instead of their nefarious purposes. We got Jess Chappellable for $10. There once was a fellow from Trinity who took the square root of infinity, but the number of digits gave him the fidgets. He dropped math and took up divinity. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good little limerick.
It's really good.
I like a limerick.
It's really good.
Oh, wait, they didn't make it up. George Gamow, physicist, 1947.
Karen Boyd sent $10. I apologize for my previous basal attempt at humor. I need to think of something more derived, but no mutation has survived selection pressure.
Extinction spiral for you, Karen. Immediately. Your lineage will not persist after you. But thank you for the $10 and the cute kitty cat. We got Astrionic. Oh wait, no, that's nothing. We got. What do we do for memberships? Membership for 20 months?
Just skip them.
Pretty
Skip them.
flags,
Skip them.
please. Okay,
Fuck the
skip,
members.
skip. Sorry, Jay. Sorry, Jay. Forrest said, Gazleni for €10. Yep, it's not fair. It's a duel of wits, and the hosts are scientists while most callers are intellectually unarmed. RHFD, and always feed the closet goblin.
Radical Hyman fuck dicks to you too.
Oh. You can't just jump scare me with Hyman like that, dude. I don't want to hear
What
that.
else could it mean?
I don't want to hear that. Yeah, I'm certain there are more.
Yes. Arcane Goat 2024 sent $10. Not a poo pun, but it amuses me that you know my pup's name is Winnie the Pooh Head when she's being stubborn. I'll never forget.
Also, Chad has informed me that bully stick is what you give your dogs. Billy Club is what cops use. So just imagine it's a very,
stick.
very large. Imagine a very large bully stick that is very dense at one end. It sort of looks like a club. Maybe it's like a dried whale meat or something like that. And that's how I will cave your head in. Sorry, guys. It seems like my brain is soup today, it turns out.
I'm pretty sure a bully stick is a dehydrated bull's penis as like a rawhide chew. So like the fact that you're hitting them with that is, if anything, more insulting.
Do you think, I wonder if those still have the baculum in them or not? I feel like they would have to, right? Whatever. That's a question for another time. We get the negative commenter TNC for $10. Late fall winter on the line means I must play Jedi Fallen Order. It started with Promise and Force on live, and now it's a requirement. I've maxed out both games twice. Epic gamer moment, my friend.
I want to let you know that I was correct. I was correct, and I just found out I'm correct by Googling, is bully stick penis meat? And my ISP hates me because I'm a biologist. We got.
They probably love it. Your FBI agent is probably having a ball.
Right. Hanny Ball sent $20. Can you speak to the ethics of withholding science benefits from science deniers? Would there be a framework to go galt somehow and show the anti-science, anti-truth people the consequences of their ignorance? The best you can do is just teach them what the world was like. It is not ethical to say, hey, you don't like vaccines, you don't get vaccines, because they need to, not only does that hurt them unnecessarily, it also hurts everyone else around them because you risk hurting herd immunity and shit and allowing things to develop.
For the spiteful little creatures inside all of our hearts, they're doing that to themselves. You don't have to ask for that. True. They are not vaccinating themselves right now. So
I don't have to make you drink raw milk to teach you what tuberculosis is. You do it yourself, and we're here.
They'll figure it out. They're going to figure it out one way or another. We got, hold on, let me zoom in here to my micro text. Joshua Everett, 9887 for $5. Stevie, but nuh-uh. Stevie had some arguments to make, but we did come back at some of them. I will say we hit back at him, so.
Let's talk about, by the way, somebody put in the chat earlier on, I wrote it down. Before there was light, there was the void and the waters and them was in quotations. That is a hell of a line. And if that's from something, I want to know, because if it's not, I want to use it for something. Where does super chats go? Where's the super chats? There it is. 20 euros from Duke of Shotska. Great stuff. Erika is exceedingly brilliant, and Forrest got nice hair. That's all I have going on for me. Kudos to pronouncing megalomania. Hell yeah.
Don't forget so strong. Don't forget brilliant and so strong. I remember, everybody, I passed I'm farmer strong, and I'd like to remind my husband that whenever he's got one coming to him, I gotta remind him that he's messing with someone who's farmer strong over here. This is a noogie, not a fist for domestic violence. Just let everybody know. I would never. $10 from Epic 9863. 433 by John Cage contains no notes. This is a response to Stevie talking about the universal language of music. I didn't know that.
There you go. 10 Canadian dollars from Ms. Crocodile. Just the freaking best duo. I won't even make a pun here because I'm just so happy with the level of nerder. And then it went away. There's a dot, there's ellipses there. So I'm wondering if that means that there was more to that or not.
Nope, there was no
There's
follow-up.
probably some nerd stuff going on here. I don't know. Like, can we give Miss Crocodile like a cool science fact, maybe to satiate that super chat, or do you think we hold those back? Do you think we hoard those?
Ice fish live in super saline water that is below the freezing point of normal water and have evolved blood that does not have red blood cells in it because that would make their blood too thick and viscous to function. They have also evolved proteins that act as antifreeze, so they have blood that will not freeze and doesn't use the same red blood cells as literally like I wouldn't say every other animal, like lots of other things, most other fish and shit. Really cool.
It is very cool. It's also an excellent example of a new function, a new mutation that's beneficial, evolving de novo. It's very cool. Mine is tarsiers cannot move their eyes inside their orbit, so they must rotate their whole head, much like an owl does. It's cute. And if you look at their little skulls, their orbits are so shallow. They look like if you smacked them on the back of the head, their little eyeballs would pop out. $20
I
from
saw you with your
Forbes
squeezy thing and I got jealous. I am also squeezing a thing because it feels nice.
No, the reason I'm doing it is because I was doing these, as everybody knows, I'm a total gym rat. I'm going to the gym every day, of course, not every day, but I try to go to the gym a lot. And I've been doing these like forearm workout lifty things for like the past year. And I do my forearm lifts with like 15 or 20 pounds. And I've noticed that I haven't been getting the gains that I want in my forearms. And so one of my gym friends that I see him oftentimes at the gym and we like give each other tips and stuff like that. And he was like, hey, he's like, what you should just do is get one of those squeezy things. And I was like, I have one. And he was like, well, put it on your desk and then just absently, whenever you want to do something with your hands that you'd normally be fidgeting, you play with the squeezy. And he was like, just max it out. I got one of those ones that has like the rotatable thing. He was like, max the spring out and then do the squeezy whenever you need. I mean, he's not saying do the squeezy. That's what I'm saying. But I've noticed a difference. My forearms are sore more often. So anyways, that's why I'm doing it. $20 from Thor's Darwin. Apple trees don't naturally grow in rows. They are orchestrated. Orchestrated. I get it. Wow, that's so funny.
That is good.
I can't wait to use my new forearm strength to strangle the life out of you. I will watch as the light leaves your eyes. This is what I'm doing to you.
From Jamnik Goes 6, here's $5 to make Lux regret its decision. # Team Void Kitty. I don't know what that last part is.
I have a cat, and he is a black cat, and he weighs like 20 pounds, so he's a large void boy.
Wild.
That's so cute. Does he have long hair or short hair?
He's like a normal short domestic.
So sleek. 10 Canadian dollars from David Haxor, # Team Lux, best producer. Are you guys having a producer war about who the best producer is?
I actually put in the chat a poll that was like # Team Erika, # Team Forrest, # Team Lux, just, I don't know, for fun. And a # Team Lux won at 42%, so.
That is, I need you guys to know that's so messed up. That is so messed up. All of you, straight to the hole. The hole is not pleasant. It's not one of those kinds. It's the bad kind. Oh wait, this is you.
You got to be careful, y'all. Nobody wants Erika's unpleasant hole. It's a 15 Canadian dollars from Beery Form 42.
That's not true, unfortunately.
But why aren't we looking at the bananas? Exactly.
I don't get that one. What about the bananas?
I think it was in response to you bringing up genetic similarities, and the person who we were on the phone with, whose name escapes me, said something about like, yeah, but bananas have DNA.
Oh, that's so true. Also, this has been pissing me off. I've been saying this for a long time. Humans are not 50% banana. Stop perpetuating that myth, and when other people say it, tell them that is not true, and then direct them to the website of the scientist who I linked to her website in my video on the subject, but she just like did the work for that. She was like, I'm sick of seeing this. Are humans 50% banana? No, we're not. $10 or sorry, 10 euros From Das Lenny, evidence for a stupid designer, the vagus nerve, evidence for an intelligent designer, none. RHFD, and always feed. There's a lot of like feeding them scary eldritch monster suggestions in the chat tonight. Do you guys know something I don't? Are we trying to summon something tonight?
Really hit Fraggle-dongs.
This is what I'm gonna do to your face, Forrest, if you keep saying shit like that. I guess that one didn't have a hymen in it, so that's good.
You can't just put acronyms, and then I'm gonna read what the acronyms are. I don't know what you want from me.
Ignore them like a normal person.
I'll talk about hymens any day of the week.
Try it.
Any day.
This is I'm doing this to your brain, squeezing it into chunks. Try it.
Fucking sit here. We'll have a forearm off to decide who discusses hymens more. All right, fuck.
No.
$5 from the negative comment. Altor, what is going on? But bananas have DNA. Okie dokie. Bananas have BNA, banana nucleic acid. I don't know. It's that did suck. It sucked.
How many bananas? That's so funny. Is this me?
What is this? What?
$10 from Ashley6590. Stevie's banana DNA crap reminded me of the silly Christian Welsh guy that calls in and last said, "How many bananas? How many bananas? How many of them, actually? Are they all Cavendish? Who's to say?"
And this is the thing that even I don't know what's going on with that. Do we have a Welsh dude talking about bananas? What's happening?
Whatever, man. I don't know. If you say anything, and a caller has called in and argued for it on somebody's show somewhere.
For real. $10 fake from Piriform42. Could you speak to the theory that the platypus is the closest we have to the physical manifestation of the monad? I'm assuming is what that's supposed to be saying
Gotta
there.
Be. Gotta be the monad. God bless.
And that's not a theory. That is a fact.
I was thinking that our last caller that had serious potential of culminating in the monad. I really was thinking, the question was are we looking at bong rep theology here? And I do think that we were approaching asymptotically the monad with that conversation. We really could have cracked something open there. $5 from Dustin Alexander 3742, deconstructing Christian here. Forrest, I see your Bible in your videos with so many highlights.
I don't know why it's doing this. I'll finish reading it, I guess. It says, "What do they mean, and do you have any study tips?"
Forrest, Bible study guy.
Yeah, dude. Pink is for just general notes, and it's mainly for absurdities, but also anytime that I really want to draw attention to something. Blue is for important events or things that I agree with. Yellow is for when specifically the character of God is being an asshole. And then I write notes in the margins as well. So you can see all my margins have lots of little notes and written. I don't know. That's pretty bright, but yeah, that's what that's all about. So for example, here in chapter 3 of Genesis, what I've opened to, I've got the number 3 highlighted because some important shit happens in this chapter. I've got the serpent highlighted because that's a major character. And those are both in blue. Then in pink, I've got what the serpent says, and I've got notes in the margins talking about with the reference number of the thing and then what it is. And then over here in yellow, I've got where God says that he will, upon the woman, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow at thy conception, and sorrow you shall bring forth children. Your desire shall be to your husband, and he shall rule over thee. That's all just God being a cunt. And so those are the 3 colors that I use. As far as study guides are concerned, find people to help you along with it, and look up what Bible scholars say as well to fill in the gaps. I used Hannah and Jake for a long time. I thought they were really fun to get into it, but then I also look at what other Bible scholars or real Bible scholars on TikTok and whatnot that I know what they're talking about. There was one recently that I was really interested in that I have it saved right here. In 2 Samuel 24:1. Again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. He incited David against them, saying, "Go count the people of Israel and Judah." So in this situation, God tells David to go count the people, and then later on in the chapter, in the same book, punishes him for doing that. And that's weird, right? And then you have First Chronicles, which is a later edition that is retelling this story. And First Chronicles 21:1, Satan stood against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. And then when God punishes David later in the chapter, because it's telling the same story, it makes sense. He listened to Satan and did what Satan told him to do. And so it's really fucking interesting, this difference between the old story that's self-contradictory and doesn't make a lot of sense, and maybe it's a translation error, who knows what's going on, and then the new retelling where the authors of the Bible are reconciling with the Bible being wrong and making it more consistent in narrative. Kind of cool.
That rascally adversary, always causing problems.
Yeah, dude.
This
Satan,
one's you,
no,
though.
Satan. $5 from Dustin Alexander. I love you both. Both of you have been foundational to helping me deconstruct and let go of everything I've been taught that's just wrong. I am honored to be a part of your journey. Congratulations to you on your freedom.
Science rocks. Never be afraid of it. Never be afraid of the truth and what you can learn. It always makes things better. It's always better to be less ignorant. We got $10 from Eric Sinclair 5986. Evolution driven by alphas, male and female, behavior consistent. It can be predicted. Theists point to alphas' actions as creation. Science points to behavior pattern as mechanism. Can this end dispute? Unfortunately, the funny thing about creationism is that anything that science says that violates creationism or is problematic to it, they can weasel out of. And oftentimes they'll point to something like the fall. So they'll be like, female alphas, that's the fall. Women leaders, that's the fall. Or like, well, I shouldn't miscarry. Most Christians, well, a lot of Christians are not like that. But I do recall a one Doug Wilson, probably my least favorite Christian who is alive right now, and that's really saying something. He made an argument that women should never be in the military or in any position of power over a man, period. And then when people were like, that's weird, what about Esther? He was like, that's different. Sometimes it's okay, but only when God sanctions it. And then when you're like, but how do you know when God sanctions it? He's like, hey, I hate Doug Wilson.
Funny enough, that's the exact argument they make for slavery too. So here we are. Like,
it's funny how that works, but not funny. Just a little funny. This one's you, though.
Is it? 5 pounds from Sean Loves Maths. Any natural number of the form 2a plus 2 has a prime factor of the form 3b plus 1. Also, please search Isherwood final stretch of PhD. I'm raising money. We're right on.
Let's go. Let's go. Math. Let's go.
Did you discover a new number or something? What's your PhD about, huh?
Yeah. I thought we had all the numbers already. What's the point of math PhD? It's okay. I hear the same thing.
Come on.
$5 from Pickle Punk. Just goes to show that even with contraception, you can always end up with a surprise kid. I get the joke because I was hit by a ram. It was a ram, not a sheep. Are sheep babies called kids?
I don't know, but I had a goat, and that is a kid. I think that's what they were talking about.
That could have been. Yeah, that could have been. That could have been it. That could have been it. I bet that was it. I bet that's what it was. Mm-hmm. It's almost time for me to go heat up some chili, by the way.
I think a baby sheep is a lamb, not a kid.
Oh, you think? That's crazy. You think a baby sheep? Nah, that sounds like a fake word. That doesn't sound real to
I'm
me.
Just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there as a suggestion.
No way. Nah, that sounds fake. We're making up words.
Smash that like button if you think lambs exist. $10 from Eric Sinclair. Loved the post. Religion of Thor versus natural selection is creation versus natural mechanism. It can't be taught in schools. America, 1274 BCE to 971 CE. I adjusted for you. Ragnarok, what are these dates? What's happening with this?
Hold on. Sorry, I was saying something. We got $10 from a listen to win. I think it's a little weird that two people as white and nerdy as you two, first of all, how dare you, didn't say anything about what famed architect Alfred Matthew Yankovic is best known for. Weird Al? By the way, Cal Poly SLO San Luis Obisbo. I like Weird Al. I think Weird Al is cool, and he is both white and nerdy, and that is also a fair descriptor of myself and also Forrest. So it's okay. Know thyself. That's the first step.
I'm nerdy, but I don't know about the rest.
Oh, ouch. I was getting at a zit on my ear. Okay, your turn.
5 euros. What is this stream? 5 euros from Daz Lenny, just for funsies, using the D&D alignment chart. What are the alignments of Yahweh, Jesus, and Lucifer? Yahweh's chaotic evil. Jesus is chaotic neutral. And Lucifer is chaotic something. Maybe chaotic neutral? I don't know.
I'm gonna actually go with lawful neutral for Lucifer, because he does seem to follow codes of conduct. Like, he doesn't seem to act outside. Well, I guess the rebellion would be an act outside of maybe lawful neutral. And I'm gonna go with neutral good for Jesus, actually. I think most of what he says is pretty chill. Most, not all.
Right. I'm okay with most of it, sure. But fucking, you're telling me I'm white. I got a TikTok video came up on my For You page recently that was just, it had no hashtags, and it was like, if you're seeing this, TikTok wants you to know you're black. This is a video for black. And I was like, I put in the comments, I was like, needless to say, I am ecstatic over this development. I had no idea.
You were like, wow. Moving on up.
Yes,
$5 from the negative comment, Tater, TNC. Forrest hit the nail on the head. Before time is a nonsense statement. It doesn't logically follow. I'm so glad that there are people who do physics and logic that aren't me, because most of what I do when I'm confronted by that. All right, hold on. I got to mute myself. My dogs are going fucking crazy. You got to read this.
All right. $10 from Eric Sinclair, 5986. Arcadia Pithecus mixed with Progenitor Man, the Wannator. So Gaia mixed with the Wanderer, creating Homo sapien. Is that creation or mechanism? Zeus organized Hellas and Anatolia to repeat the process. Isn't that creation? Yeah, all of these things are creation at the end of the day, aren't they? But like,
I'm not even going to comment on that.
You have to show them. You have to indicate that they happened.
1086. Why is it 1086 so often? From Corey Springer. I once answered a Craigslist ad that said free goose, answers to Oliver. I had Oliver for 14 years and he was one of the best pets I ever had. Aw. Cute goose.
Geese are great. So 20 Canadian dollars from Kinda Kurt. Y'all are rad. Here's some money. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you.
Woohoo. $10 from Elizabeth Chris 7830. Thank you for showing the doggy. I'm about to bring another doggy in here, but she's kind of in trouble for literally screaming for the past 2 minutes. I had to yell at her. She's outside the door right now. I don't know where the third one is. She's also around here somewhere.
From Dawes Lenny, James shouldn't draw a line. It's not a good idea to mix drugs.
I'm not commenting on that. There were, again, we were talking about a bong rip theology, which kind of, yeah. $9.99 from Jeff Mason. High five. Thank you.
Fuck yeah.
Thank you for the donation.
Much. New Mexico man. 10 New Zealandish dollars from Mountain Eucalyptus. I missed my shot for call-in. How do I get better at thinking? I've got a mix of stubborn, gullible. When I'm here or in church listening to clever people say clever words, oh, that sounds right. And then there's more to it. But in between, the only thing I can hear is the coagulated memories of over 2 decades of clever words, all saying the same generic Christian things that drowns out opposing ideas. Yeah, just start. I would just say be active in your thinking. Just kind of like start asking, get in a habit of asking yourself, how do I know that? Do I know that? How can I know anything? And just start probing yourself and seeing, like, if you come to silly conclusions or if you have a good reason to believe anything that you believe. And then if not, start fucking finding them. I can tell you I did that when I was coming out of like spiritual thinking. Just I would notice I didn't even realize how many times I use words like God and shit in language, and I didn't even realize how many times I gave deference to invisible forces and spirits and shit like that. And then as soon as I started being more active in it and paying attention to it, it took some effort, but I was able to work my way out of it.
I think coagulated memories go so hard. That's actually a crazy line.
That's a great line.
Stealing for a script later. $10 from Cardinal Chimp. Let's go. I took placebos every day for 5 years and got diabetes. Yeah, that's pretty wild to say that placebos are the greatest drug ever invented. I'm gonna pressing X to
the
doubt
fact that he was
on that
flabbergasted that I would say no to that was wild.
He was like, what? Really?
Yeah.
James has not heard of he's not a big pharmacology guy, needless to say.
No. This is me. $10 from Never Had a Bidet. Gross. When people say I don't do pronouns or whatever, we should start referring to them by their adjectives like arrogant, dishonest, belligerent, annoying, cruel, indoctrinated, etc. That's very funny. That's actually,
I think when people refuse to give their pronouns, that's like the most baby ass shit I've ever heard of in my life. Like, are you so fragile that you can't be like, yeah, I use he, him, or like, yeah, I use she, her. Get over yourself. No one cares. L plus ratio plus rip bozo. $10 from Never Had a Bidet. And those adjectives could evolve as the call evolves. Boom. Just proved evolution. I never had a bidet. You can't prove anything in science.
Snippety snap.
You received a C for your super chat.
Yeah, idiot.
Okay, so we're about to do a transfer. You guys are not done with super chats. It's your guys' choice whether you start doing those again when you switch over, but Arden is about to take over, so there might be like a frozen moment. You guys, the two of you, are going to have to click into her link, and Call-In Studio is going to refresh and everything, but I am out of here.
Roger. Enjoy your
Bye,
evening.
Lux.
Come on, trade off. Let's be seamless. Let's just boom. Oh, are we back?
Are we in it?
Yeah.
Did the trade off work?
I don't know.
You guys check the stream. I'm gonna try to get Call-In Studio running. Chat,
right,
also let us know.
Hey, people in chat, let us know. Yes, we are live. We are live in the chat.
You are
yes.
connected as the host.
Okay.
We are connected as the host.
It scared me so bad.
Sorry. The robot needs to talk every time you start Call-In Studio. I don't know what his problem is.
Well, I thought Jarvis was coming for him. All right.
So are we going to finish the supers that have come in, or did you want to do some calls and then supers?
Well, let's do the calls.
Let's do calls.
It looks good.
Man, this is deja vu to a few months ago. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Sorry, Arden. We're glad you're here, though. Thanks for being
Someone
here.
needs to be.
I have to go get chili here in a second. So, Forrest, pick one that you can start, because I haven't had anything to eat today other than the berries and the banana and the coffee and the water. And I also want to get a drink. You should get
some the crispy fried tofu. I've been over here munching on. It's dope. Let's go then with the person who's waiting the longest. We're gonna go to Kit. Any and all pronouns calling in from Brazil, who wants to know about ego getting in the way of science. Kit, you are on the line with Forrest and mostly only Forrest. How are you?
Hi, hello.
Hello.
Is my voice volume good?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, well, this is the power I start talking about the question I had, right?
Yes. What did you want to talk about?
Yeah, this is just a thing I've been wondering about a lot recently, because I got a huge obsession with a bunch of 19th century scientists, and I especially 19th century medicine, mid and late. It got held back. It seems to have been held back a lot by like pure ego from medical scientists, and I just thought that was really sad, honestly.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
It's.
And I wanted to ask more about it, because does that still happen as much today? Are there fields that have as much of a problem?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a yes and no. So a great example of like when was this? Let me just double check. Let me remember when this was. I think this was in in the 19th century. There's this dude by the name of Ignaz Semmelweis. And he was a doctor.
Yes, I love him. I'm a huge fan of him.
Yes. And so Ignaz Semmelweis, for those who don't know, right? Well, that's the problem is, for those who don't know the story, is this dude was a doctor, and at the time there were these two hospitals next to each other. There was like the teaching hospital, and then there was the one that was really mainly run by nurses. And when people come in pregnant people come in and want to give a baby, if they went to the teaching hospital, they died real bad from what they called at the time childbed fever, where they would give birth and then they would get just deathly ill and they would die. Didn't happen so much at the nursing hospital.
Yeah, I've been curious why. Is pure peril fever still the term used, or has it got like
no?
Term?
No. It's definitely evolved since then. And so what they found out was that at the teaching hospital, they were also doing autopsies. And these doctors would go downstairs, cut up a dead body, and then go upstairs and deliver a baby and never wash their hands or their tools or anything. At this time, if you were a surgeon, the dirtier and grimier your apron was, the better surgeon you. It shows your experience. These things were never washed. And so Ignaz Semmelweis was one of the first people who suggested germ theory and was like, hey, y'all, I noticed that when I wash my hands before surgery, things get better. People don't die nearly as often. And he started implementing this in the hospital.
Is that he didn't even do it with like, he didn't suggest a specific substance to clean your hands based on how clean it got. He just picked whatever was best at removing the smell of cadaver from your hands. and it was soap. Also be a great antiseptic.
Right. And so that was like this big thing. He was saying like, yo, we need to fucking clean our hands. That's the biggest thing. And there was this massive fucking outrage about it. There was one famous quote, I forgot who said it, but there's this one famous quote from a doctor that was arguing against this, who said, a doctor is a gentleman, and a gentleman's hands are clean. So to suggest that his hands were dirty was to insult him as a man, not just as a doctor, right? And so there's this major fucking fallout. And you talk about ego. There's your fucking ego, but also Ignaz Semmelweis also has a major fucking ego, because as right as he was, he refused to fucking publish anything because he was afraid people were going to steal his work and steal his thunder. And he constantly was making enemies by calling every other doctor that refused to just believe him a fucking idiot, and clearly just not a real surgeon, not a real doctor, couldn't be taken seriously, just a stupid, unacademic fool. And so everybody hated this guy, and this guy hated everybody else. And as a result, germ theory doesn't really get developed for another several decades. So yeah, that's like absolutely, ego is this major fucking problem. You want to talk about early anthropology? Huge, rife with this shit, where you have all these fucking white Englishmen who believe that they are the key to understanding evolution better than anybody else, because they can just inject their culture into prehistory and decide what humans have been and like what the best way to be alive is. It's craziness. This happens over and over and over, and it does still happen today to some degree. There are still situations where, like, I remember in grad school where, like, I would, cite some source and my professor would be like, fuck this dude. He's a fucking piece of shit who got one thing right 30 years ago and won't let it die and won't show his, won't let anybody else into his lab. So he's the only access to this information and just wants to be the only person who can, dictate this, and this. Like, yeah, that happens. I'm happy to say it happens a lot less as far as I can tell. Like right now, science has grown to a point where it's really networking is such an important thing that you don't want to be that kind of person. So like, I don't know beyond that, like if it's still, I don't think it's still as big of a problem as it was, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I didn't think it was. I was more looking to ask on the history of it, because I know Pasteur and Koch had some kind of huge beef or something. And I did that die a slow, agonizing death, or was there just as science and the scientific method and the scientific community got better and shit, or was there a point where there was a noticeable or major drop off or something on people being hoarding knowledge?
I mean, it's tough to say,
say
because
20th century or so, especially with things like vaccines. And I'm thinking about medical science because that's all I've been thinking about recently. I'm not even I'm a musician. Why am I like this?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
It's tough to say, because at the end of the day, one of the biggest things that really helped this was bringing women and non-white people into science, because for a long time, science was very, very exclusive. You had to be a man, you had to be white, and you had to be wealthy. Because there's, the reason why a lot of shit in science is in Latin and Greek is because these are languages that you would learn if you were a very well-to-do person with a very good education going in. And so it was automatically exclusionary. You could not learn the language. You didn't know what they were talking about. That is still a major... Huh? Sorry?
I'd always wondered why, for example, math shit used to be all in Latin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is some utility to it, insofar as like people with different language backgrounds can learn the same terms, but they don't. They just use the same like Latin roots for shit. And so like at the end of the day, you end up with this really, really highly socially, racially, and gender stratified system of trying to force only certain kinds of people to be allowed into this thing. And the more we democratized science, the more we brought new people in, especially women and people of color. We like brought them in and let them participate, let them play. That's where we really start to see a huge amount of difference in like not only what we're learning and how fast we're learning it, but also this bullshit of scientists getting down off of their stupid fucking pedestal and having to work with everybody else and play nice with others. And you really see that happening. What's going on? What's in your hair, dude? I can't hear you.
Sorry,
I'm sure it's great. No, sorry. Erika is an ape who is grooming her hair at this moment, and it's great. Go on.
It probably has to do with the fizzy drink she spilled all over her desk.
Okay, we're all
behind the camera.
It was. Arden is correct. It was a big bubble of White Claw that was clinging to my hair. I'm sorry.
That's
Kit,
great.
I have been listening to some of this conversation. I think that Forrest is doing a great job. Ego in science is a major, major, major problem, but unfortunately, ego is intrinsic to being human. And overcoming that is something that they feel, theoretically, they train you to do that as Forrest is in the same position as a doctoral student or candidate, as you're moving up through later stage degrees. One of the hardest things to defeat is yourself. It's your ego. It's your imposter syndrome. It's either side of that coin, that you think you've got a phenomenal idea, or that you think that your idea is dog shit. But fortunately, that's the purpose of the scientific community. It's the reason why we're all working towards this similar goal, so that when ego starts to disrupt the scientific process, other people come along and are like, okay, cool your jets, buddy, right? Theoretically, science has a built-in process to deal with human ego, which is always going to be a part of this as an endeavor for knowledge. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a... And I'm speaking as a classical musician, so I'm not sure how much this is in other genres. But it's been kind of an on and off problem in classical music as well, like ego. Like the worst is with the advent of copyright laws, because of capitalism, obviously. But the people who have the worst beef are always not people but corporations. And there's always been, if you go and see things from even up to early 20th century, right? It's you see pieces that are like pieces of music that are like theme and variations on this person's theme, which is essentially I took this person's melody and extrapolated the shit out of it. And it's really cool. There's themes that are folk themes. There's this one, I think it's Italian, La Follia, which is really old. From, like, it was already an established theme by the 1600s, and a bunch of composers from that period, and even the early 18th century, did theme and variations on it. It was a really popular theme to do theme and variations. It's, I don't remember where I was going with this.
I think my opinion on knowledge and art, maybe I'm a little extreme on this, but this is also because of this is how I want things to be, and this is how I treat things that I make. I think once you put something out into the world, it needs to be, protected for a certain amount of time so that the individual who created it can, profit on that. With regard to art and things like that, I can understand the purpose of copyright. I guess this mostly applies to how I feel about science, which is like, my opinion on science is that all science should be open access all the time. I think that science is the birthright of humanity. I think that it is one of our greatest inventions of all time, perhaps equal to art. It's like science and art are like, and they're sort of two sides of the same coin as well, aren't they? So it's like, I'm sort of a hyper open access science kind of person, where it's like, I see no utility in putting anything behind a paywall that is scientific at all. And I think much more people, I think part of why people are so mistrusting of science, although it's a very small part, I think the much larger part comes from a concentrated propaganda machine, but there is a portion of it that it's like science doesn't feel transparent because not everybody has access to it. And I think that sucks. And I think that part of that is true with copyright as well. Like, I think that if someone creates an I only say that copyright has a time and place with art because I can see a world where an independent artist creates something wonderful and some big megacorp snatch. Like, in those places, I see a utility for copyright. But at the same time, I don't like how big corporations can copyright something artistic and then have a stranglehold on it in all its iterations for decades and decades and decades. And so it's like, maybe I should keep my nose in my own business with regard to science. But it's like, my stuff is for everybody. When I put something out into the world, sometimes people will email me and they'll be like, hey, can I use a clip of yours and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, use it. Use it, take my images, make posters out of them for education if you want to. I have this one image with like hominin skulls that sometimes people ask if they can print. And it's like, I'm appreciative that they ask for permission, but to be perfectly honest, if I've put something out there, anybody can use it or react to it or share it in however they want. That's to me the purpose of it. And it's my effort to try to distill some of that ivory tower stuff and make it a little bit more accessible to other people. But like, ego does play a big role in this. The
ego the words right out of my mouth, really.
So it's
that's exactly how I think about my own art and just art in general. The only real use for like copyright law, it loses its purpose as soon as capitalism gets its grubby little hands on it. Like it's great to protect artists and stuff from really having their shit stolen. Or there was actually a really interesting phenomenon. So a slightly less known composer for the, I don't know, Joseph Haydn. He's from the same time period as Mozart, and he was a really good composer, very what's the word? Not famous. Well worked, traveled, but yeah, he did a lot of shit. My favorite composer of all time, really cool dude. And there would be smaller composers who would compose things and then slap Haydn's name on it and publish. So and while that would get them money, it would also obfuscate the real author. And that's also a huge problem for Haydn scholars nowadays, because we have Haydn does have a humongous catalog, but we've also got a portion of things that are not his. And it's not even because he stole anyone's work, it's the contrary. They stole his name to put on their work.
That's so irritating. Yeah. No, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that there's a time and place for that kind of. There's a time and place for that kind of for copyright, I guess. And I'm no copyright lawyer or anything like that. But I think humans would be a lot better off. Let me just finish my thought, please. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I cut you off. What'd you say?
Yeah, I'm also not very good at pacing myself.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I'm a sheet music editor, and I also, whenever I publish anything online, I also put it under public domain license or any equivalent of it.
Yeah.
But
right.
Because it's for everyone.
That's how
whatever work I do professionally, I'm only earning money off it to survive. Other than that, I have no use for any copyright. Art is for everyone, and science is for everyone as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, I don't know. It's very. I think the reason we have such a problem with it is because it's so anti. That kind of structure is so contra to the. God, I'm going to sound like a dumb broken record on this, but like the sort of capital, or I should say super capitalistic hellscape that we live in, where it's like everything has to be monetizable. Everything needs, anything you create, you have to be able to wring the dimes out of it like a wet rag. And it's like, well, you know, I can totally understand creating something and hoping to get a monetary gain from it or a financial gain from it. But at the same time, it's fun to create just because it's fun to create. And I think that creators will make things. And by creating such a necessary financial incentive and pinning it to absolutely every single freaking platform on the sun, you actually do a huge detriment, or do a disservice, I should say. It's to the detriment. You do a disservice to art in general. But you know, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and if you look at any music genre that has somehow deteriorated from past times to modern times, it's capitalism. It's because of capitalism and mass production of music. Like Brazilian country music, sertanejo universitário, in the moment, but just sertanejo. I'm going to translate it as country because it's the same kind of thing. But it started in the 1930s and back as actual country music by folks who lived in rural areas. Just getting the viola. It's not a guitar. It's kind of similar. And talking about the world. And then you get to the 21st century and you have certain universitario or universitarian country, and it's a capitalist hellscape because it is capitalism. It ruins everything. It's awful.
I feel like the biggest example of that, and maybe it's just me because I live here in Oklahoma, but like I feel like the biggest example of that is country music, because like I love old folk music and stuff. I listen to Pete Seeger all the time, and like old country used to be like fuck the man, fuck the government. If your husband beats you, kill him in his sleep. The police can't tell me shit. Fuck you, this is my land. You're never going to take it from me. And modern country music is all fucking guns and God and Trump and support the police and let's see how many licks it takes to get to the center of a boot. And that's every fucking country song, and it sucks. And I think that's really just kind of indicative of this thing, is that's what makes money. Just pandering, throwing on a twang, owning $1 million ranch you never set foot on, and having a can of Bud Light with the logo facing out while you sing. That's every fucking thing. So like, believe me, dude, I will sit here and fucking...
It's a lot more... Country is a lot more widespread. It's, I think, one of, if not the most popular genre in the country. And it also starts out as... Like, there are two main topics that country talks about at the start. It is politics and love. And then as time goes on, and it gets more mass-produced, the politics fades out, and it talks only about love. Usually it talks about sex as well, which I've always found very annoying. And yeah, because, and to make it worse, it's sexist. Like it's always the same narrative that man broke up with woman, man is sad, man drinks, man blames breakup on woman, with a few variations here and there on the part of embellishment.
Yeah. It is rough. Anyway, with that, we've got a couple other calls waiting. We're going to jump in. Believe me, Kit, I would sit here and talk about how much I fucking hate capitalism all day long. But we've got to jump on to the next one. We got to find somebody who wants to argue with us. You're too agreeable.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for calling in. Take care.
Very fun.
Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, what do we got here?
So,
let me take a look.
To the person in chat who said capitalism pulled most of the world out of poverty, no, it fucking didn't. There's a number on the bottom of the screen. I encourage you to use it, but I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, that's not the first dumb thing you said in chat today. So, like, if you haven't called in yet, who knows? That said,
never mind.
Sorry, go ahead.
You know what? No, you're so right. Call in. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about
capitalism.
Forrest and I could sit up here and like do a mental circle jerk about how we feel about this subject, but it would be better if you were to call in and we could actually have someone to bounce our ideas off of. Hey, call us up and tell us what you think that the capitalist hellscape that we currently live in is good, actually, and how this is the system that pulled us up out of poverty. Please do that. I got my
I'm so happy that.
Right here. I'm feeling sassier and more irritated than ever. So
I'm so happy that Arden is producing. That's beautiful. And yes, there's a phone number on the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description. And that's not just for that dude who thinks that capitalism fixes poverty and allows us to feed the masses. You should call in. But also everybody, if you're a creationist, if you are a flat earther, if you're an anti-vaxxer, if you're a transphobe, if you're a theist, if you want to talk to biologists about whatever the hell it is, lines are open. We have right now, looks like 2 people currently in the host queue, only one of whom is a theist. So, like, y'all, now's your chance. Don't leave us hanging. Pick up that phone. Let's talk. As for right now, we're going to talk to Elijah, pronouns he, him, calling in from Pancake Ancestry, which is interesting because the call is about DNA tests, and maybe this person's related to pancakes. I don't know. Don't give me a face. We haven't even talked to them yet. Elijah, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm glad that I finally got to speak with you guys. I don't know if you guys remember, but I'm the guy that called in a couple weeks ago about the same question. And sorry about that, but I had accidentally fell asleep. And after I had woke up, I realized that you guys were reading super chats after that. So I was like, oh man, I can't believe I missed it.
Listen, my friend,
That's
you
all
would not
good.
be the first person that has happened to. The number of people that fall asleep while waiting is high, and it is no one's fault, because if I was waiting on a call for like 2+ hours, I'd fall asleep too. I'm a sleepy little snug as a bug in a rug. Like, I get tired and nod off. So I totally hear you, and we're glad to have you on now.
Yep.
All right. So my question is about my ancestry DNA test. So I first took it. When did I take it? I think I took it back in June, or somewhere around there, May or June of this year. And back then, it had said that I was 6% Irish. But recently, it had updated, and now it's no longer saying that I'm 6% Irish. But now it's saying that I'm mixed with Irish. It says I'm 2% Irish. It didn't say that before, but it said that my dad had a little bit of Irish in him. Now it's saying that I am 15% English. It didn't say that before. What else? Before I was 4% French. Now I'm 2% French. Before I was 21% German. Now I'm 13% German. And now I am 1% Italian. But even though these regions have changed, it's still, when I add up all of the ethnicities that I'm mixed with, it's still me coming out as 66% Black, 33% white, and 1% Native American. So if you guys can elaborate on why it says that I'm no longer like part Scottish, but I'm now part Irish and part English, that'd be great, because I'm confused.
So I have some ideas on this, Forrest. You want me to start?
Please.
Since I've been sitting here stuffing my face for the past,
I feel like this is more your
10
alley anyway. I only have hypotheses about why that could probably happen.
So those ancestry tests, right? Like 23andMe, Ancestry.com, whatever the other ones are. I'm pretty sure 23andMe actually went out of business. But the way that these guys typically determine the ancestry of an individual who they send in, or who is sent into them, is they look for common DNA markers that are typically representative of a given location, right? The problem is, a lot of these DNA markers are from areas that are adjacent to one another. So like think about the switch that you saw with Scottish, Irish, and English, right? Or Welsh. All of these 4 places are like right snuggle up next to one another. So those DNA markers are not only quite similar, but they're also introgressing amongst populations, because people intermarry across country lines and across the entire world now, right? So a lot is, when you send in your DNA, they're going to give you sort of the archetypal ballpark estimate. And part of this is because they get so many genomes each and every day that they have to sort through. So it's really a general estimate on the basis of these markers. But these markers in and of themselves are also not static, right? The more we sequence genomes, like through the 1,000 Genomes Project, et cetera, the more we realize that these markers are less isolated to given locations than we previously thought. This is why your Ancestry.com or 23andMe breakdown can change over time, and also why it can change through space, because given locations might not be genes may not be as endemic to specific locations as we once thought that they were. Then on top of all of that, the scientific reasons why your breakdown may have changed over time, we have the issue of, this is a for-profit service that is attempting to parse the DNA of an individual, of which they get tens of thousands of, maybe even hundreds of thousands across the year, right? There's going to be error, and there are also generalizations. So it's hard to say which of those this actually boils down to. But one of my professors, she's a former professor and a former boss of mine. She sent her DNA off to like 3 different places, and the results were close between like 23andMe, Ancestry.com, and whatever the third one was, but they weren't identical. And that's also because these companies are not working off of the same data set, right? So it's one of those things where it could be any of those, it could be all of those, and all of that can lead to the sort of minutia changing in your results. Especially what really to me rings true, Elijah, about the first hypothesis I gave, the idea that a lot of this has to do with like we're refining where genes come from, like whether or not they're truly isolated to a given location or whether they're more widespread than we previously thought, has got to be that switch between like Scottish, English, Welsh, Irish, right? Like those 4 areas, I'm actually shocked that they have any genes that they can assign to those given locations in the first place, because the UK is a pretty small area, right? Like the people who are living in these locations are doing a lot of introgressing into one another's populations. So that would be my guess as to why your results have changed over time. The only way to know for sure would be if you were to have your DNA fully sequenced, because these companies don't fully sequence it. They sort of rush job sequence it and then again look for those classic archetypal markers. If you were to fully sequence it and send it off to like 1,000 Genomes Project or something like that, and they would be able to give you a much more solid estimate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And you just mentioned the 1,000 Genomes Project. I'm looking up that right now. Is that one of the DNA tests where you're gonna have to pay like I think like up to like maybe $500? Because I once watched a video of them talking about like I think like 5 or 10 different ancestry test companies, and they were saying that you can pay from anywhere from $100 all the way to like I think $700, which is crazy.
So the 1,000 Genomes Project is sort of the successor. It's kind of a spiritual successor to the Human Genome Project. So the human genome was first sequenced. We got like a reference genome in 2001, 2002, thereabouts, maybe like 2000. So sequencing genomes used to be a lot more expensive. As technology has gotten better, we've been able to sequence genomes faster, and so we can sequence more of them, so we can innovate more, and so now we have a larger data set to pull from. And in doing that, we've been able to appreciate the diversity of our species a lot better. What that means is that the 1,000 Genomes Project emerged as an attempt to sort of characterize general regions and populations on the basis of their genomes to better help us with disease that tends to plague certain areas, right? So the 1,000 Genomes Project was then succeeded by, I think it's the 10K Genomes Project, which is like an even bigger genome sort of collation project where they're like, okay, we've gotten one representative human to submit their genome from, Brazil and from South Africa and from Thailand and from Mongolia and whatever. And now they want to get a bunch of people from each of those areas so that they can understand the variation in each of those areas and better characterize our species diversity across space and time. So the 10K Genomes Project, if I'm correctly, it's not I'm clipping. Okay, there we go. It's not a service that you pay for. Instead, it's a scientific, like what's the word I'm looking for? It's sort of like this major project, not like a symposium. It's a major project that's attempting internationally to accomplish a very large goal. What I'm saying is, if you were to send your results or if you were to get your genome sequenced, you could theoretically reach out to one of the authors, not one of the authors, but one of like the lead collaborators on that and be like, hey, could you guys take a look? You'd be surprised how many scientists are willing to just be like, okay, yeah, like let's stick it into our phylogeny and see how it hashes out. If they were willing to do that, it would be free.
Free?
If they're willing to do it. Because what you're basically doing is you're reaching out to an author and you're saying, hey, can I give you my genome and can you tell me where it maps? At the very least, what I'll say is if they were to say no, which would be potentially likely since they don't know who you are, the genome sequencing technology that we have gets better year over year, you could theoretically do exactly what you've done with one of these major companies about 5 years from now, and you'll get much more precise results. Because that's going to be after the 10K Genomes Project is finished and after we've better characterized each locality. That's probably the more realistic route to go about. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I might
I hate
do
to say,
that.
yeah, I hate to burst your bubble because it's like, I wish I could say, yeah, go to this company. This is the most accurate company and also it's the cheapest. But even though DNA sequencing technology has gotten a lot better, it's sort of a pick one. You have to either pay a lot and get a really accurate one or get a sort of ballpark estimate of your ancestry and pay $100. You know what I mean? Like, we're not quite to the point that the technology hasn't reached that point quite yet for the average Joe like us to be able to just send your DNA off and get it sequenced. But what I will say, Elijah, and keep this in mind as you move forward, make sure you look really close into whoever you're sending your DNA off to. Because some of these companies can be kind of shady. Make sure that you're not sending your DNA off to somebody who's going to later, bankrupt and then sell their data of tens of thousands of people's genetic information to like an insurance company or something. And then they could use that as an excuse to raise your rates. So just be careful who you share your DNA with, but I can certainly understand the desire to want to know a little more about your history. It's cool, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You said that the shady companies can like steal your DNA and then sell it and then like raise your rate. Do you mean like they'll raise the price of your monthly subscription? Like I'm confused. Like what do you mean?
No. So this is a real concern with DNA companies because these DNA companies showed up kind of out of the blue. And the idea is that it's like, they're going to provide you with, in some cases, medical information, in others, family information about, where your ancestors hail from, or, where you can call home, or what you're higher at risk for medically wise, because there are certain populations of people that have higher risks for certain pathologies than others. This is just the fact of human population variation. But the concern is that if you have a company that is getting tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people who are sending in their DNA information every year, and they're taking that information and then sending the information back to you, they still have that information stored somewhere. So the concern that's being raised in the scientific community is that since these are for-profit companies, if they ever sell to somebody bigger, then whoever they sell to now has access to all of that information. And that new company is only beholden to whatever contract you signed at the time when you send your DNA off. So if there's not a specific clause or something like that, when you send your DNA off, that's like, I do not give you permission to use my DNA or give my DNA to anybody unless I explicitly say so, then theoretically, and this is the concern, the new company could take large sums of money from medical insurance companies and then give your information to them. And then those medical insurance companies could take your genetic information, which may show that you have a predisposition to, diabetes or to, leukemia or this, that, or the other thing. I'm not sure what specific dispositions exist out there to like deny your claims, like when you go to the doctor. You see what I mean? It's super sketchy. And I don't think it's happening yet, but this is a worry because no one had any idea that these DNA sequencing companies were going to take off the way that they did. And so these DNA sequencing companies, protections for, well, I shouldn't say all of them. Some of them have good protections, but some of the cheaper ones didn't put protections in for their customers that are like, we promise to not sell your DNA to somebody who can then use it to deny you an insurance claim. I suspect, but I don't know, that we'll have a lawsuit about that eventually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember when I first signed up for it, it had asked me, am I okay with them using my DNA to further study, I think it said human ancestry and like human evolution for like scientific research. And I said, sure. And I gave them permission for it. So
that's that's probably fine. What's probably going on with that, I don't know this for certain, I'm not a lawyer, but what I imagine is going on with that is that some big consortium, that was the word I was looking for earlier, some big consortium probably has made a deal with some of these companies that it's like if people allow it, they can include it in their genome research for creating human phylogenies and things of that nature. That's probably safe. The kind of thing that I'm talking about is like, this would be lurking in like the fine print. You know, it would be something along the lines of like, I don't give you permission to share my DNA if this company gets acquired by somebody else. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if you give them permission to use it in research, that's probably fine. There's also been some interesting cases where people have allowed their DNA to be used in legal cases, you know, where like some killers have been caught because it's like somebody's, like some killer's brother's cousin put their DNA into like ancestry.com.
Yeah.
And then they were able to like trace it up to who the killer was, which I can see pros and cons to that. But
that's what the people in the chat have
is,
been saying that a lot, is that the government and the police can also use your information and without your consent and without your knowledge. And plus side, you might solve some crimes. Downside, that will probably be used for profiling, and so like you got to be careful.
Oh, okay. I see.
Sorry,
anyway, does this answer your questions?
Yeah, did that answer your question? Cool.
Yeah. It definitely answered my questions. Yes, I'm gonna definitely look into those other companies that you mentioned. I guess 5 years from now, because you said it's best to wait 5 years once the technology advances more for more accurate results and stuff.
That's a ballpark. I could be. Excuse me, goodness, I keep wanting to say things right after I take a big bite of food. My advice would be just keep your eyes on these major publications. When the 10K Genomes Project, again, I think that's what it's called, publishes their next big round of results, you're gonna know, right? Like that's gonna be a big news day within science, and they'll probably incorporate that into a lot of these companies. So you'll get a lot of people talking about how it's a good time to send it in again. It could 5 years is my ballpark. It could be shorter. It could be 3. It could be 2. It could be next year. Who knows? Again, it's hard to say how fast this technology is advancing, how quickly you're going to be able to get your results for this. But just keep an eye on it.
Okay, I will. And I have one more question before I go. So
shoot.
There's this YouTube channel, and I know that you guys like to do reaction videos to pseudoscientific stuff. There's this YouTube channel that made a few videos about human evolution, and he's a younger creationist, and I think that you, especially Erika, would be interested in like reacting into debunking something like that. But
what's the channel name?
Sure.
Do you know?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sorry, what's the channel name? Do you know?
Yeah, it's called Woodward TV.
Woodward PZ?
Yes.
Roger that.
And I'm looking at it right now. The video is called Human Evolution, Prehistoric Man. I didn't watch the full video yet, but if you go to the info on the video, I'm reading it right now. It says, I'm going to focus on why. No, he says, we're going to take a brief look at why the existence of humans before humans is one of the greatest mysteries yet to be agreed upon and solved. I'm going to mainly focus on why no one has solved this puzzle and why no one ever will. Yeah.
Yeah, I found it. And I'm seeing, like, right off I have the video muted, but I'm scrolling through. We've got pictures of Homo erectus fossils. We've got, like, I guess we're going over Picanthropus as, like, a concept. Now we've got the human origins page on the Smithsonian's website talking about DNA and the first Neanderthals. Who knows what this all is. That's a huge portion of the video is dedicated to that. Now we've got some more
Is
Neanderthals.
this is like all AI, right? Like, am I looking at the same channel, Woodward TV?
Yeah, Woodward TV. The cap or the thumbnail is AI, and the first few seconds are AI, but the rest of this is not AI. That said, at the end here, we have an ad for natural detoxing. Get the good inside, natural detox. Your pure body oils and things. You could spray this in your mouth and cure your diseases. So this dude is I don't know what the video is about. Like I said, I don't have the sound on. I'm just looking at what's on the screen here. And yes, we open with an AI picture and we end with homeopathy or whatever. So I'm not.
This is the most AI slop of AI slop that I've seen from someone who's actually tried to put an effort to create a video after the first 3 minutes. This is actually crazy. Elijah, I'll take a look. This might be funny to react to at some point.
Yeah, and you Forrest mentioning him talking about that taking that stuff to heal whatever you have. It just reminded me to ask you guys about this. So, what do you guys think about what are those doctors called? I think they're called natural something doctors.
Naturopath.
I think so. We're like they give you like alternative medicine for like and they use like I think certain plants or something like that to heal you instead of going to the doctor and use medications. Do you think that's reliable, or do you think there's like pseudoscience?
No. It is pseudoscience. If it worked, they would teach it in medical school. If it worked, it would just be science. But it doesn't, and all it is people who don't want to put in the effort to learn actual medicine and who prey upon folks who are disillusioned with actual medicine. You have somebody who has a chronic illness who hasn't gotten a lot of success out of their doctor, who's frustrated with the insurance system in this country, who's frustrated with the referral system in this country, who's frustrated and disillusioned and scared and sad and alone and feels like they're not being heard. And these fucking vultures swoop in and say, you can heal your diseases. You just need to eat enough fucking turmeric and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes they say real things like turmeric is anti-inflammatory, and they don't say that like you need to eat about 10 pounds of the shit to get the anti-inflammatory benefit of an aspirin, but it is anti-inflammatory. And they just bullshit people and sell them nonsense. And you'll notice that they always have a big asterisk on there saying this is not medical advice and you should always take your health into your own hands. I'm not telling you anything. I'm giving you options, and it's yours to decide. It's all the freedom is with you. You're free to take charge of your own health. And all of these things are just shifting the burden of responsibility and giving themselves plausible deniability. They're fucking evil. So no, they're not serious.
Like, do they think people never tried that? Like, do you think nobody ever picked up turmeric and was like, I'm going to eat this and see if this makes me feel better? Like 10,000 years ago, and that they're rediscovering these basic cures that are rivaling modern medicine, where we're talking about tens of thousands of hours of trial and error with countless test subjects on model organisms. I mean, my inclination is that they're scamming.
Yeah.
And that's a nice way of putting it, I think. I would not trust these guys. I wouldn't trust them to clean a window, to be honest. But
It's
that's
rough.
me.
It's rough. Anyway, Elijah, we're going to jump on the next call, but I hope this has been helpful to you.
Thank you, Elijah.
Yeah, it has. Thank you so much for taking my call, and I hope you two have a great rest of your night.
You too. Take care.
All right.
I've been wearing this Palestine bracelet on streams and stuff for a long time. I bought it months and months ago, and I love it because it's a great way for me to like have a little representation whenever I go to a convention or I'm doing a speech or something like that without having to like, be obnoxious and yell at people. But like, I want people to know where I stand on things. And I just stood up a second ago because I got a notification that this rainbowy one and this trans one just showed up as well. So now I can wear these to conventions and shit and continue to piss off people who want to come to I love the people who come to see me speak and then they get mad whenever I have like opinions about social issues and things. And I've gotten approached before. They're like, "I love your stuff, but why are you saying that shit about Palestine? There's no genocide. This has been debunked." It's like it starts conversation. Now I can do the same things with these as well.
You made it political, Forrest. You made it political. It didn't have to be political. You made it political. Life's political. Get over it. Hold on, though.
Exactly.
Hold on, though. Hold the phone. Now I'm irritated. How long has this been our name descriptions? How long has this been, Erika? I know I always say I'm not a furry, but obviously I am Gibbon. That's not true.
She does say she's a furry quite often. She admits to it. She's open about it. She doesn't hide it.
No. Yeah, I don't have the style for that kind of thing. Like my little character is not. It doesn't have the furry style. It is a weird color, though. I will give you guys that. It's got this sort of. It's giving neon wolf. I will admit that. I can own that. But as we've gone over many times, it's just so rare for a primate, let alone an anthropoid primate, to be like a fursona. It just doesn't happen very much. Very much. All I have is my word.
Erika hates furries, is what we're learning here, because why else would she be so defensive about being called one? I think that's the issue.
They're a huge portion of my audience. Don't anger them. I love the furries. I love the furries.
And I wonder why. I wonder because birds of a feather.
No. I know them well, you know. It was certainly not in another life.
Cope.
Oh please! Cope. Oh please, Arden. No one asked you to chime in. No.
No.
Okay, hold on. I did have a promise. Let me show you guys my Enoch mask. Hold on. Gotta put it on. All right.
Jesus Christ.
Is it spooky?
Nice. It's great. I like the fact that you must have immediately known that the glasses were a problem, and you just kept going.
No, that's not true. I tried. First of all, I can't fucking breathe. That's foul. It's so bad in there. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so bad. When I cut the hole in the bottom because it didn't come with the hole in the bottom. I had to cut that myself. So when it came with that. I sized it. I have a very small head, so I was like, I should be able to get it so that my glasses can fit in too. You can maneuver them to fit in there. It's just not easy. Anyways, what's our next call? What are we going with? Now that I've been chastised by everybody in this room, let's move on.
We have 3 people in the queue and 1 person being screened right now. Lines are still open, and we're here until at least 3 more hours. And so, like, we had planned to go at the minimum 3 more hours. By the by, I also had to stand up again. I'm going to brag for a second. I bought a fucking onigiri press, y'all. I'm very excited about this because I tried to make onigiri.
Do it again?
It's this is the box.
What is that? Oh, for the little onigiri. Rice ball thing?
Little triangular rice guys. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I bought a fucking press. And I'm excited because I've tried to make them a couple of times and they always just explode because I make them too fat. And now I have a fucking, like, I have 2 sizes of them.
So what goes in them? What goes in rice? No, I mean, like, what goes inside?
Rice. Whatever you want.
Stuffing?
Whatever goes with rice.
Well, like,
whatever goes with rice. You
know what
I would make like a spicy. The last time I tried to make them, I made like a spicy connie salad, which was really dope. And then before that, you can just use like canned tuna fish with a little bit of Kewpie mayo and sriracha and some scallions. Not for you. Well, it's just get some artificial crab meat, rub it, break it apart into strings, throw in some cucumber, get some fucking umeboshi plums, some sour sweet plums.
You're like, what kind of thing? I'm just gonna list things that Erika hates or will kill her. Imitation crab.
Red bean paste. Imitation crab is just like Alaskan pollock with seasoning on it. It's not gross.
I watched Pokemon. I'm pretty sure those are for jelly donuts.
They're literally for jelly donuts. That's so true, Arden, actually. She hit the nail on the head for that. Those are jelly those are jelly donuts. I love a jelly donut.
People are pointing out. Yes. You put whatever you want in there, for real.
Would be good. A spicy chicken would be good. Or like a put some of that fried tofu in there or something, you know? I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
First of all, I hate mayo. I'm not a mayo.
I hate tofu.
I hate mayo. I don't like tuna. I don't like. You know what? Honestly, I'm not a big cucumber gal. And there's not that many foods that I don't like. I'll eat a lot of different foods. I will eat most foods, but you just listed. I'm trying to think about what you might have said that I hate that wouldn't be on that list. Oh, I don't like ricotta cheese. It's too gritty. I don't like how
do you feel
about
is. How do you feel about sushi in general? You into sushi?
I don't like it. No, I don't like it. I don't like sushi.
All right.
I don't like sushi at all.
I've been over here munching. I've got some edamame that I've been munching on this whole stream. That thing for you?
I like fish. I know I like edamame. Edamame is great. Edamame is really good. And honestly, I like tofu. I like most fish, actually. In fact, I like virtually all fish except for tuna. Like there's something about tuna that just kind of rubs me the wrong way. I really don't like it. I'm trying to think what else.
You're supposed to eat it.
Yeah, ha 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 ha. Oh, that is so funny. I could just kill you.
I'm trying to help.
I'm allergic to shellfish, so like I can't have shrimp or anything like that. But I used to be able to, and I really loved it when I could eat it. It's actually a shame that I'm allergic to it because I love a water bug is very yummy to me. You just listed all the. I guess I don't like pickles, but that's just the cucumber thing, but with vinegar. But I like vinegar separate to that. Like things that are pickled that aren't cucumbers are good.
Send your cucumbers to Erika Gibbon, P.O. Box whatever, Atlanta, Georgia. That's I guess fucking she wants them. She just doesn't want to admit it.
Can you imagine if that was the scam? If the scam was just like getting on here and being like, God, this one vegetable with a really short shelf life. God, I hate it. And then that's how I'm getting you to send me just hundreds of cucumbers so that I can make cucumber water? Freeze them? Please. Which of these calls are we taking?
We're going to do supers between calls right now, or do you want to jump right into the next one is the question.
How many supers do we have? Is this one of those things where if we don't keep up, we're going to get swamped?
Well, we have like a page right now, so it's not that, or like a page and a half, so it's not that bad, but you can probably take one more call and maybe then we'll do some supers, which means chat, send in a fuck ton right now.
Also, creationists call in. We only have 3 people on the line right now. All of them are atheists. One of them is a creationist. So like,
you know what? Say what you will about Stevie. Stevie calls in. Yeah. Say what you will. Say what you will about James. James called in. Right? Like we can sit here and talk smack, but they are calling in to have these conversations. If you're a creationist out there and you won't.
The gender critical dude from the UK at least picked up the phone and we had some fun with him. Like, fuck, dude. Like,
Rob called in. Rob was like, I have a horrible opinion, but I am willing to put it out.
I'm going to spew it on the internet.
He was willing to put it to the test, you know? Call in. Yeah. Don't be a baby. Don't be a little crying when we're a baby. Call in.
I like that I get an emoji in my I didn't even know emojis were allowed. That's good. Erika, would you like to pick the next person? Because I
will pick it, you know?
Yep.
Oh, I guess I don't think we have any theists, do we?
Strictly speaking, we have a creationist.
Now that's it. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with 49. I think they've been waiting for a long time, and I think they deserve to have their call taken. And it's nice and uplifting.
Steve.
Uplifting
Pronouns he, him. Calling in from the frozen wastelands of Canada, who wants to talk about global warming. Steve, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
No. Hello?
Steve.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, hi.
Hello.
Yeah, I guess all I'm asking is, I want some reassurance that, like, global warming and shit is not going to be the end-all, be-all.
Some reassurance. I don't know that I can offer that. I hear you. I don't know. How about this? Let me offer something that I think is reassuring, but is probably not. We'll see how it goes over. Global warming, climate change is not going to end the world, right? That's not going to happen. The world has never ended, and a lot of really horrible stuff has happened to it over the years. the 5 big mass extinctions that came before this one, which I think is fast becoming evident that it is a mass extinction. Whether it will rival the other 5 or not is yet to be seen. A lot of times this Earth has come very close to being to ending, right? The closest being the Permian mass extinction, which put us at about 96% of species going extinct. Very few critters survived that one. Under that light, the world is not going to end with human-caused anthropogenic climate change. However, what is going to happen is a lot of horrible shit. Depending on how quickly we act, things could be not so bad. Like, I actually think that a lot of what could happen is recoverable, but the question is how much human suffering and non-human animal suffering is going to happen in the interim. If we were to right now or within the next, I would say probably ballpark 5 to 10 years, sort of right ourselves here, reduce our dependency on fossil fuels, find a way to do something about just the copious amounts of microplastics. And I don't know what we're going to do about that because most of those microplastics are coming from car tires. So it's like, it's not like we can stop driving. That's going to be a tough sell. Figure out a way to sustainably eat. If everybody, and I think that this is unfortunately the case, I don't think we're going to be able to convince most of the world to reduce and certainly not stop consuming meat. So we have to come up with a sustainable way to do meat. And I think the future with that is going to be lab grown stuff. I hope that ends up happening. If we can get everything under control within the next 5 to 10 years, we can mitigate the worst of it and potentially, although I don't think technology is going to save us here, we might be able to figure out some kind of way to start sequestering carbon ourselves. What that looks like, I'm not sure. My understanding about carbon capture technology is that it's kind of shit and that we shouldn't be putting our hopes in that as of right now. Of course, the bad end of this is that things get really bad. The spooky side of this is going to have the sea levels rise measurably by a couple of meters, which is going to displace millions of people. Where will those people go? I don't know. Oceanic nations are especially at risk. Coastal areas are especially at risk. Those people are going to need a place to go. As the climate continues to change, the sea will continue to acidify, impacting our ability to fish, impacting our ability to have fisheries even. Our areas of arable land where we can farm are going to shift radically to the north, which is going to require a massive change in infrastructure because there are obviously cities and like neighborhoods and populations in the areas that will now become the arable land. Areas with fresh water are going to become increasingly desirable. Areas like the Great Lakes, Canada, around Lake Victoria, the global north in general, and the freshwater filled areas of the global south. I suspect that we're going to probably have some continued increase in wealth disparity, which is going to exacerbate the problem, especially when it comes to securing fresh water. What we eat and when we can eat it is probably going to change because we're going to have to do a shift to again, where we're farming things and how sustainable those farming practices actually are. But all of that being said, even though there's going to be a lot of suffering, eventually, I do think, I don't think that climate change is going to make humans go extinct. In fact, I don't think climate change is going to make, even the majority of non-human animals go extinct. It's just going to drastically impact the numbers of a lot of critters, and then things are going to have to evolve in pretty quickly. Some animals are really, really resilient when it comes to living in human anthropocentric areas, and some are not. How that's going to hash out exactly, I'm not sure. We have a range of best to worst case scenario. I'm not sure which side of things are going to fall. And I certainly can't say how that's going to hash out in the long run anyways, because we just don't know with human technology and society how quickly this is an issue, how quickly as an issue this can even be fixed. If we threw everything at the kitchen sink at this, could we seriously mitigate the problem now? I don't know. So I don't know. I know that's not what you were uplifting answer, but I think things are going to get really, really probably a lot better. And the timeline of that it could be anywhere from decades to centuries to millennia even. I'm not sure how it's going to hash out. I don't know if I'm in a place where I'm things are going to suck so badly, don't have kids because it's going to be so miserable, but I think that we're at the cusp of which direction that's going to fall.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean,
Happy
like,
call.
generally what I'm worried about is like kind of like the tipping points and stuff like that. Like things are just gonna like almost, I don't know, like accelerate towards the point where
Yeah.
it's like unrecoverable kind of thing.
I mean, I think it's important to remember that
makes any sense.
unrecoverable. I don't know. I find that hard to believe. Like that we're going to reach a point. Certainly, we'll reach runaway points where things are going to change and we're going to have to adapt. But the world has changed so drastically, so many times in its history. I mean, change is the natural state of the earth. It's funny because that's what climate change deniers try to use as a way to say there's nothing to worry about, is that change is the natural state of the earth. Things have always been changing. It's going to be okay. And like in the grand scheme of things, it is going to be okay. Like I don't think humans are going to go extinct. I don't think the earth is going to explode and become sterilized of all life. Life is going to persist, and probably humans are going to persist. But shit's going to suck a lot for a lot of people for a decent amount of time. I cynically and selfishly hope that this is something that isn't going to happen, at least at its peak in my lifetime. But the way things are going right now, I'm just not so sure. You know, we'll see.
What I think is really important is like we are already at a point where we are already crossing some of those boundaries, those tipping points where things spiral out of control. We are already at that point with like coral reefs. We are already at a point where permafrost is melting at a rate that is releasing long sequestered carbon and accelerating, carbon presence in the atmosphere. We're up over, at this point, 420 parts per million of carbon dioxide. The last time that carbon dioxide levels were that high was around 3 million years ago, when the oceans were around 80 feet higher than they are today because of that temperature. Yeah. And you have a population where the vast majority of people live near water. That sucks. So I agree with Erika. Like, the planet is going to keep on spinning. Like, the life on this planet is not going to end. Human life is going to be dramatically impacted. And there are already people today that are already being severely hurt and dying and being put into refugee status already because of catastrophic climate change, because of heat waves, because of ocean encroaching up onto where they're living. Ocean acidification is especially scary for me because it kills cyanobacteria and other phytoplankton. So phytoplankton is any tiny little microorganisms in the oceans, cyanobacteria, coccolithophores, other shit that is out there doing photosynthesis. That's where a little between 60 to 80% of the oxygen you're breathing at this moment comes from. No matter where you live in the world, well over half of the oxygen you breathe comes from the ocean, and these tiny microorganisms are extremely susceptible to temperature and pH. And so as we continue to warm the oceans and add more acid to the ocean in way of carbonic acid, more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere continues to acidify the oceans, not only does that destroy coral reefs, it also destroys the number one oxygen manufacturing plant in the entire fucking world. And so that's scary as fuck to me. There is good news. Check out Elena Wood. She's a climate scientist. I believe she's actually a sustainability scientist, and she talks about good news about climate change all the time because she thinks that climate doomism is a serious problem. And I agree with her. If you recognize how scary this is, that's a great thing. If you are forced into compliance and complacency and sadness by how scary this is, you're not useful anymore. So she shares good climate news all the time, and she was recently put out a video about like this test that they just ran in California, I believe, where they were putting solar panels over irrigation channels as just kind of a test to see if that would help. And not only are they producing an insane amount of electricity, they're also preventing those irrigation channels from evaporation, which is making them more efficient and conserving water. And that's amazing. And so like, there are a million great things to be very excited about. There are so many things that are really, really, really helping. So many initiatives to clean up the ocean, so many initiatives to clean up carbon, so many initiatives to reduce carbon emissions, so many emissions to increase the green energy, which is now out-competing fossil fuels in some areas. There are so many things that are really, really great to be excited about. What we need is leaders, people in charge who are going to push that, not people like Donald Cuntbag Trump, who is now saying that we need to be drilling in Alaska. So like, that the biggest thing, the best number one thing you can do if you care about climate change is fucking vote. Volunteer for local organizations, go do phone banking, go do canvassing, get out there and educate people and vote accordingly. Make it be a single issue voter on this. If there was ever a thing to be a single issue voter on, it is this. So like that's a big one for me is like, yes, this is very scary. Believe me, it keeps me up at night and it really fucking bothers me. And there are many times where I am lying on the floor, desperate and sad. But at the end of the day, a hopeless person is a useless person. So find ways to get active.
If I had to guess, like if you gave me $100,000 and you were like, what do you think is actually going to happen here? Like, how do you think this is going to go? I would wager that people are going to be complacent until something big and bad enough happens. I'm talking about major refugee crisis. I'm talking about encroachment on coastal areas by, a meter or less. And I think at that point, just like with COVID, I think a large portion of the planet, but not the whole thing, is going to go into maximum overdrive on trying to solve this. And they're going to come up with a bunch of mitigations, and it's going to force people to take it seriously. That it is going to be too late for a lot of different people living in a lot of different areas. It's going to be too late for a lot of species. It's going to be too late for a lot of areas, but it's not going to be too late for everything. And I suspect that at that point, it is my deepest hope that lighting a fire, that some horrible tragedy will light a fire under people's asses and force people to take this seriously. And then, if we're lucky, overcorrect, as if such a thing is even possible, and just dump copious amounts of money into climate change mitigation. And then things could theoretically get better very, very radically. We're fortunate in that we know what we're doing, and we're fortunate in that we understand the mechanics behind this, right? Like we know what causes ocean acidification. We know theoretically on long enough timeframes what could fix it. That is an enormous power, right? That allows us to experiment with ways of hopefully reversing some of the worst of it. But the problem is nobody takes it seriously enough. I shouldn't say that. Countless people take it seriously enough. The right
Nobody in power takes it seriously enough.
The right powerful people don't take it seriously enough to legislate some of this action into place. And it's going to, here's the thing. I guess here's the I told you so pat on the back schadenfreude here, is that eventually this shit's going to hit the fan. And people will have no choice. History will remember. This is what actually lulls me to sleep at night. History will remember the inaction of the people in charge right now. And it will not forget. For as long as humans survive, history will remember this blunder by the people who are alive at this time. And, I guess that's cold comfort.
The biggest thing, I believe it was in Montana, if I remember correctly, a group of teenagers just successfully sued their own state government for destroying their future, for not taking the climate seriously, and for putting I don't remember if it was like if they won the suit, but the fact that it was allowed to happen, they were able to say, we, by the Constitution, are promised life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You have taken that away from us by not guaranteeing that we have an inhabitable Earth. And they were able to get pretty far. I don't know what the outcome of the case was, but I know they were able to get far enough to actually make news about it and actually file the lawsuit. So like that, I think would be a big thing to get people out there, because apparently all these dumb fucking bureaucratic pieces of shit care about his paperwork. Let's make some fucking paperwork for him. That's a huge thing for me. I don't know, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying there is hope, and that hope is something that you have to make. You can't just go find hope laying around. You have to make your own hope.
Humans are just an unbelievably resilient species. And we care. So many of us care so deeply about the world around us. I bet if you polled the entire planet, far more people would care about the future of this planet, the beauty of this planet, the other inhabitants of this planet than don't. And my dog is growling now. She's co-signing. You made it freeze, Teddy. Awesome. There's great power in that, right? Because that means that over erosion of the cliffs, we'll win this. The question is, how much suffering will have to happen first? How much will we lose before we save the rest? There's very little doubt in my mind that we will save a lot, but I would like to minimize the suffering. And I don't see us doing that right now. I hope that changes over the next decade, but we'll see. Hold on, let me pay the dog tax. I'll get my bigger dog to come over here.
And they did win, it seems. This is from the ACLU. 16 people from ages 5 to 22 all got together and sued the state. It was Held v. Montana. And apparently they actually did win this case. And that sets a great precedent moving forward. So I'm going to go ahead and send that in the chat in case anybody wants to look over that. Love the ACLU. Cool people. Anyway, with that, does that answer your questions, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like it's, I don't know, because the issue I worry about is just people basically embracing kind of the us versus them mentality and just kind of running with the, I don't know, the more negative sides of things, the more, insular side of things, I guess.
Sadness sells, desperation sells, panic sells. Hope does not sell.
Well,
Hope is not going to make headlines.
Yeah, pretty much.
But Forrest hit the nail on the head, right? Like, if you're complacent on this, those fuckers win. Don't let them win. You can't let them win, right? Like, I know the feeling where it just stymies you into calcifying in your bed, and you just want to say, what can we possibly do? But, humanity and this earth has been in greater trouble than this before and come out on the other side, and we will do the same. We will. I know that we will. It's just we have to push through, and we have to save as much as we can while we still can, before we manage to course correct on this. And that course correction is certainly not going to speed up if people like you who care, Steve, let this overcome you, right? Just as Forrest said, find little ways to, and it seems people get so down on that. Like when you're like, here are the little ways that you can do things. And they're like, but I want to do big things too. And it's like, okay, so do I, right? But cliffs don't erode by like giant boulders falling off the face of them every single day, right? The little actions are what set the stage for the big actions. Without the little actions, the big things don't happen. So we owe it to ourselves, and we owe it to the humans and the other animals that are going to occupy this planet tomorrow to be steadfast on this. Seems dumb and silly, but true things often do. Things that we all know often seem like dumb and silly, as if they don't even need to be said, but sometimes you need to hear them all the same.
True. Very true. And with that, Steve, we're going to jump on to the next call, but I appreciate you calling in.
Yep.
Thank you, Steve.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We're actually going to hit
We got a
supers,
ton
right?
of work to do. Yes, we got a ton of work to do, y'all, but holy crap, we can do it together.
Well, we don't have a choice.
We're
going to do it because we have to.
Super chats, and then we'll get back into calls. Hopefully, in that time, I would love to take some more theist calls. We got 2 people on the line right now, both atheists. So, theists, creationists, science deniers of all kinds, this is your chance. We're still here. We've been on for 7 hours and 40 minutes and haven't heard a good one yet.
Come now, call in. We want to hear from you.
Either come now or call in. Just don't do both at the same time. $10 from Miss Strohan, having never gotten high school in my life, I feel as though I would enjoy getting high together with James.
Forrest, now your brain is soup. Where is school in this super chat? Where's the word school in this super chat?
I don't know. I'm dying over here.
No, I'm glad it's not just me. 1666 from Rufus Todd. Wrong answers only. What selection pressure led to the human chin? Kissing like this too hard.
It was because humans needed to evolve to look like Jesse Jerdak. That fucking broad, square chin, handsome motherfucker. That's what it is. It's all orthogenic. We're evolving to become more handsome.
It's like a peak human perfection thing. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. $5 from Fry Jemmy, maybe ? Rock hard Fraggle Dick equals rock hard for Doug. That doesn't make any sense because you wouldn't put the F in an acronym. Crazy. And
Doug.
Sweaty wet feces sack equals sinfully wet for Sharon. Again, you don't But the 4, you don't. What are you talking about? Both from DZ Deconstruction Zone. I'm going to tell Justin that you're spreading misinformation about his jokes on this channel. Is what I'm going to do. I'm going to text him right now. I'm going to tell him.
We got $10 from New Type 385. Erika, in 1897, the cold air ballroom was invented. It never really took off. Like a hot air balloon. Wow, that's so... Did I say ballroom? I might have said ballroom. I might actually... There might be like chicken noodles floating around in my brain right now. It never really took off. I'm enjoying learning about more things from you and Forrest. Love you both. We'll be here all week. Call in if you would like to hear about more cool science facts. Forrest and I we're sort of like the genie from Aladdin. Like we are chained here. We're actually like magically not allowed to leave. So
my favorite thing about Erika, you saying that there's chicken noodles in your brain, is that it's chicken noodle soup because there's both chicken and noodles. Chicken noodles aren't a thing, are they?
Yeah, but chicken noodle is like a flavor.
You can make noodles out of anything, Arden. All right.
I don't have to answer that. I have respect. I am a man. I have respect. I have self-respect. I don't have to answer that.
$10 Canadian from Tim McShaffrey. Did blue jays evolve from dinosaurs? And if so, are they evolved than humans from Brooklyn who had to dodge trolleys? Sorry, had to go Jays. There's a whole layer of sports chiding going on here that there's a lot going on.
That's a lot of sports.
Also, 10 Canadian is 714 USD. I don't believe you. I don't know if that's true or not.
Is that really true? $10 from SJL. A bully stick is $6.50. My dog eats it in 30 minutes. That's better than minimum wage in many places. Abby the Beagle is perpetually hungry. Abby the Beagle is so cute, according to that PFP. But also, the golden that you guys just saw, Teddy, she can also put any kind of rawhide or something chewy sort of away within probably half an hour. The difference between your sweet Abby and my evil Teddy is that Teddy will then proceed to throw it up at about 3 a.m. on Luke and I's fold out couch, and the vomit gets stuck in the crevices. So then you have to take the whole couch apart and then spray it outside in order to get it clean, or else it still smells like bile. So what I'm trying to say is my dog is worse than yours. She's not evil. She's just bad.
Thank you for reminding me once again why I do not have pets. $10 from Elizabeth Chris. Hashtag Team Forrest. Hashtag Gophers fucking your Johnson.
Brother. Brother, what? He's phoning it in, folks. Forrest, I was meaning to tell you this is the other day. Earlier I guess it was earlier today. It feels like the other day. Yeah. Earlier in this show, I think you were doing one of your acronyms and you hesitated, and then someone made a ChatGPT crack in the chat, and I wanted to point it out to you to embarrass you mortally in front of the world.
Wait, the one time I used ChatGPT. Yes, I haven't done that this show or any show since. I was tired and I asked for help from the internet. I don't know what you fucking want from me here.
I'm just saying.
7 hours and 46 minutes in.
It's a cursed activity, is what I'm saying. That's all.
It is.
Ooh, is the beast? Look at the PFP.
I like it.
Is this you or me?
You? Question mark, I think.
$5 Canadian from T. Zarn Irankar. Tazarna Rankar 2330. If anyone, Forrest or Erika included, gets frustrated by a caller or an argument in particular, just look at a pygmy marmoset for a while. It'll be okay. Pygmy marms are so cute. I love a pygmy marm. Don't get them as pets though. They make horrible pets. All primates make horrible pets. I had a friend who tried to have one as a pet for a little while, and all they told me was like every single thing in the world smelled like pee, and it would bite the fuck out of your hands. It would just they were like the size of your thumb, and they would just eat your fucking thumb. And their teeth are actually for their size.
Their teeth are what? You broke up there.
Did I glitch out? They have pretty big teeth for their size. Like their canines are pretty big. And they're really, they can be bitchy. Like, they can be really territorial and mean. So that's why they're pissing everywhere too, probably.
€5 from Dazleni. Coming soon to a merch shop near you, Forrest Annotated Deconstruction Bible. No! People ask me all the time if I'm going to sell that thing. I'm never going to sell that thing because there are actual Bible scholars out there that have way better notes than I could ever make. It is not my area of expertise. You should not be taking advice from me on that in a real sense. You should be listening to my arguments and seeing if the arguments make sense, but do not take me as an authority on the Bible. I'm not one.
Steal arguments. Steal good arguments. That way they spread and more people know about them. I'm a big perpetuator of that. Cite when possible, but spread good arguments. 10 pounds from... Wait, go back. I didn't read it. 10 pounds from Gasm. What's a banana cost, Michael? 10 pounds? Bananas actually have DNA. Actually, we should have skipped this one. I don't know why I said go back. I didn't know that it was going to be one of these.
DNA. $4.99 from Floyd Jarvis. I just wanted to thank Forrest for helping people like me who grew up religious deconstruct, and Erika for Gibbon... Nice. Erika for giving us such great science content. Hell yes.
Did you sprain a muscle using that pun for the 6 bazillionth time that I've seen it in my lifetime? $5 from the negative commenter. TNC, where would you rather live? Naboo, Camino, Coruscant, or Yavin 4? Personally, I would pick Coruscant because I hate sand. LOL. This is a Star Wars kind of question. I'm gonna need to. I don't remember where all of these planets are. Let's see. Hold on, Forrest. You answer this first. Naboo.
Naboo looks okay. Don't know what any of these are.
They're Star Wars planets, dude.
Well, yeah, I know they're Star Wars planets. I don't know anything about them.
Coruscant is the gambling city. I don't like that. There's no green. Hold on. I'm
Naboo
on Camino.
Tight. Right away, Naboo looks tight.
I'm looking it up. Camino. Fuck Camino, dude. This shit looks horrible. Absolutely not. This looks like the planet that you turn your stuff in Lethal Company. This looks like the evil Lethal Company planet. And
Yavin
what's
4
Yavin
just looks
4?
like Mexico.
Is it orange?
No, it's a
like
jungle.
How they always do Mexico?
Pyramids.
I live in Yavin 4. No, you don't get the joke. You know how when it's like the meme where it's like whenever somebody does Mexico in a TV show, it's like they color grade it, so it's just like yellow or orange to let you know that you're in Mexico. I don't know why they do that.
Coruscant looks interesting, but like I would want to live in the suburbs outside of Coruscant. I don't like this. There's too much going on here. There's no fresh air on this planet. You're gonna get lung cancer. I'm
not doing Coruscant. I think it's a gambling planet. I don't think it's... I remember that from one of the movies. It's like a gambling planet. There's no green. How do I live on the jungle planet? Plus, there might be alien primates there.
Vote for Valkai, and I will lead us into the solar punk future we all deserve, is what I'm saying.
Solar punk. I don't know what to say about that. Is this you or is this me? Because I want to answer it.
I don't know. I'm going to do it. $10 from Valfifer. I recently learned that the only other animals that go through menopause besides humans are whales. Why do other mammals have periods but don't go through menopause, or vice versa?
Valvifer. Wrong. We recently found out that chimpanzees also go through menopause, and there was a really, really cool paper that came out just last week that gorillas have a very long post-reproductive life, which is cool because if memory serves, they still do menstruate, but they don't reproduce. Like, they're not investing in kids anymore. So that suggests a sort of behavioral precursor to the evolution of something like menopause. If I'm remembering the contents of that paper correctly. But yeah, humans, whales, a couple of different whales, but I think it's mostly toothed whales, if memory serves, odontocetes, and then chimpanzees. I think there's suspicions that things like proboscideans might too, but that's super cool because that means there's this huge connection between intelligent social species, menopause, and the benefit of grandmothering to the survival of great offspring, which is cool because grandmas rock and are awesome.
They are. They're pretty cool.
Oh, 71 Canadian dollars from Panic at the Disco. Oh, well, imagine as I'm pacing the pews in a church corridor.
I think 1071 Canadian is like $3 American. I don't know. $10 from Sam, aka Shmooly. I prefer Shmooly. I'm gonna stick with Shmooly. $10 from Shmooly. What kind of plant should you always look out for? An ambush. That's really good. Don't worry, Erika. Botany jokes will grow on you. And then they said some other stuff, but Arden hates you and took it away from me before I could read it.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No,
don't hate me deep down. You know that's funny. Thank you very much, Arden.
Once I felt a feeling deep down when I was reading one of these puns, it was kind of like a tickle burn, and I was like, "Is that laughter? Am I about to laugh?" And then it was just my stomach ulcers. It wasn't. I wasn't about to laugh. I was just developing another pathology because of how unfunny these were. $5 Canadian.
H. pylori and puns feel very similar. I think there may be something there.
Yeah, that's why they both start with P. The In Veritas. I'm waiting to talk about the infinite universe. Raelian. Is this Pierre? I think this might be Pierre.
Pierre is currently waiting.
This is Pierre. Pierre is waiting.
Also,
Pierre's waiting.
In the time since we started doing super chats, a third page has grown, and we're basically at the same location in the second page. So
you can't say
hunting.
Stuff like that.
Let's maybe pick up the pace just a little bit.
You can't say that kind of shit, dude. You can't tell me that. I feel like it's like Blair Witch, where they realized they just went in a big circle after traveling for 3 days. Forrest, we gotta go fast.
Have you guys ever tried acid? Because that's what this feels like.
Yes.
I tried to go for a walk around my block while high on acid once. Could not recommend. Was bad time.
It was the worst experience I ever had on acid. Was when my fucking friend convinced me to go on a walk around the block, and then convinced me I was lost right outside my house and that the cops were coming for me. And I sprinted around the block and was very out of breath and very confused on acid. And every time I looked in a different direction, reality started all over again. It was fucking horrible. Fuck you, Ryan. Not. I'll never forgive you for that.
Absolutely not. No thanks. No thanks. What is this? Is this your
1086 from Corey Springer? 1086 is just $4.20 plus 666, $6.66. It doesn't go any deeper than that. What? Okay, well, that's the whole. All right, fine. Thank you. 420 plus 666. I love it.
That is two funny numbers
That's
next
deep.
to each other. 1071 from David Haxer. Why doesn't Gibbons? I got to do this in my Lur voice. Why doesn't Gibbons, the smartest host, not simply eat the other less smart hosts? Why doesn't Ross, the biggest friend, simply eat the other friend? Lur of Omicron Persei 8.
10 pounds from Sean Lowe's Maths. The number n to the 4th divided by 2 plus n to the 3rd divided by 3 plus n to the n over 6th is natural for all natural n. My PhD is about measuring certain type of symmetry. I'm raising money for my final year. Please search Isherwood final stretch of PhD to help. Those are all. You know what though? Those are all words and numbers, and some symbols too. You got that going for you.
Forrest is a PhD student also. That's how he knew that those are words and numbers.
Yeah, I'm real smart, y'all. I studied real hard.
I called it myself, but it's more fun to ask here. What's the leading theory as to why the hair on our heads gets so long? That's a good question. The prevailing one for a long time was that it had something to do with bipedalism, that once you stand upright, we have short hair for thermoregulation when you're a quadruped. You don't want the hair to be overly long when you're living in a jungle climate. Then you stand up, you lose a lot of the hair for the sake of thermoregulation, but at the same time, now your skin is exposed to UV radiation, which is also not good. So what do? Grow the hair long where the light is most intense, which happens to be when you're standing upright, on your shoulders and on the top of your head, where the sun is beating down most intensely. So the idea is that long head hair grew to basically cover those key portions of your body and protect them from UV radiation. I don't know how much stock I put in that, in part because long head hair seems to be something that comes and goes, much like skin color. It seems to be something that evolves and then goes away depending on where you live in a lot of different people groups. So I would suspect that it's something to do with thermoregulation, something to do with drift, and something to do with sexual selection. I would wager it's a lot of those things interacting with one another. 20 Canadian dollars from Reverend Nate, 2735, accidentally set my VP recruiting nonsense and no one threatening people while offering incentives if illegal people turn themselves into ICE. The fascists have hijacked YouTube ads. Oh, my friend, just imagine living here. You get to see them in billboards too.
They're fucking. Oh my god, they're the worst. Hey, if you out there aren't fucking tough enough for the military and just really don't like the Constitution and hate immigrants more than you hate pedophiles, sign up today. ICE is looking for you. $5 from the negative commentator. Turns out there are huge issues with all service providers today, so internet is just gonna suck today. Yeah, we fucking Luxander's crashing and Erika's blipping in and out of existence. For the first time in my life.
The later half of this show, and Jimmy's internet was also crapping out today, so it's got to be related.
Yeah, for the first time in my entire fucking life, I'm happy with Cox Communications, and that makes me sad.
I hope you guys know the sacrifice I made. I used like probably 25% of my monthly data doing this show. So on my phone, when I was using my hotspot, the streaming was just absolutely gobbling. So I'm going to need to make sure I'm on Wi-Fi only for the next month. You're welcome. 15 Canadian dollars from Pure Reform 42. Don't say I never did anything for you. Been following a UK independent artist called Ren. Amazing artist. Anyone can react and monetize his stuff. He supports other indie artists, and he built an amazing community and still makes money. That's the crazy thing. What we were talking with Kit is that it's like, it's crazy, but it's which was still profitable to like not try to squeeze every dime out of everything you create and feel like you need to monetize your every thought. I don't know. Whatever.
It makes you cooler.
I'm gonna get another drink. Here's my opinion on Stranger Things. The last season I watched was season 3, so I'm behind. But I did like the first 3 seasons. Those kids have grown up doing that show. I wonder what that's like. And then thank you for the love. Dealing with the regime, it sucks. It's not fun. Erika.
Much love to you from New Zealand. Have you either watched Stranger Things? Yeah, I've watched a little bit of it. No, I'm also not caught up. If so, are you excited about the season finale? I'll have to watch the rest of it. Much love to you, America. Having to deal with Trump's tyrannical regime. It's awful. And they're just trampling all over the Constitution. And I gotta tell you, man, Trump literally just leveling a major chunk of the White House. The symbolism is solid. It's supposed to be 100% accurate. I've never done one of these. I don't know what the fuck you're asking me here, or how much money you paid me to answer you.
They didn't pay money. This is how I searched for super chats, and that one just got added by accident. Oops.
Nice. $10 from Mr. Boricua 10 Forrest. It's no longer country, it's rural pop. While losing girlfriends, houses, trucks, and dogs, all while licking boots, drinking beers and by the lake, and waving the old red, white, and blue. I like that. Rural pop. That's great. 10 Canadian dollars from Ronald Reagan's Puss. What the fuck? Hey, GG. Love the extra long show tonight. You and Forrest are always a great duo. I'm curious how close you are to getting your PhD. Hopefully not too much longer. I'm not going to let her answer this question. I'm going to say for her, she's 10 years away. That's what it is. $10 from Cardinal Chimp. This is just so TNC has to look at it. Stranger Things 4 is the best season, if only because of Eddie Munson. There you go. Those are all words as well. Take that, y'all. $5 from the negative commentator. Season 4 of Stranger Things was mediocre, and I don't give a fuck if I pissed y'all off. Not everything is The Godfather or 12 Angry Men. Live with it. Those are, what the fuck does that mean? Keep going.
What's going on here?
I was burning through them. $4.99 from Mr. Briefs. Erika, if humans are not 50% banana, then what is the split? I'm so glad you came back just in time for this one.
It's like sub 20, sub 17% as far as like actual genes go. Something thereabouts.
About 20% banana split.
I should have brought more alcohol. I should have just got the liquor and brought it up here. That's unbelievable. I thought that was a serious question. First of all, I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to force feed you so many bananas that you fucking explode, like in an Itchy and Scratchy cartoon, or like a Tom and Jerry type thing. Second of all, €5 from Deslany. It's 2:15 in the morning. Not sure if I can handle 3 more hours, but I really want to see Roland get fed. Food for the Closet Goblin. What's that? What's Oto?
On the other hand, I think.
On the other hand, okay. I want to see Roland get fed. Food for the Closet Goblin. Yeah, that guy, Forrest starves them. That's really sad.
How dare you? How dare you? 50 frigid dollars from Where Is Waldo? Brother, we all want to know. Keep making the world better. Thanks for all you do. Don't tell me what to do.
We're on the first page, like 15 more to go. Okay, let's power through these and then we'll take some more calls.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
We have 2 callers on the line. So Theists, get your call. We had a Theist calling in that wanted to say something about evolution, and they hung up. So call back in to you, and then also everybody else. Let's talk about evolution, y'all.
We got 15 Canadian dollars from Puriform 42. Most provinces in Canada regulate naturopathy. My friend did a BS. Did a BS? I don't know why there's a second S there. In biochem. And then a 4-year program for MD. We also have MDs going back to learn about homeopathy on the other hand. I can't speak to it. Forrest would know more about that than me. But the last time I checked, there was a lot of hawking going on with that here in the States. But I don't know.
What was it about homeopathy and biochemistry? It
was like naturopathy good, homeopathy bad, or like naturopathy can be good, homeopathy bad.
No, as far as I know, that's the as MDs go out to learn homeopathy. Yeah, no. $5 from the negative commentator Forrest. Don't forget that Trump needs his ballroom. Remember how is climate change without his ballroom, right? The Hitler parallels, y'all.
I just everybody remember, I just want everybody to remember that Obama was crucified for putting Dijon mustard on a hamburger. That was a part of the 24-hour news cycle. The tan suit was a part of the 24-hour news cycle. The basketball court was a part of the 24-hour news cycle.
The latte salute.
Trump demolishes the east wing of the ice. I was already slipping into the second thing. Demolishes the east wing of the White House, has ICE arresting people and including children and throwing them into unmarked vans, is exacerbating climate change, is a pedophile, and 10,000 other things. It's like 6 impeachment-worthy crimes every single day. And just us talking about this right now is probably going to get us put in a camp in about 2.5 years. So we'll see what happens when he goes for his third term. Yeah, third term.
Yeah, which, by the way, Steve Bannon, he's already selling Trump 2028 hats and Trump 2028 flags, and all the cultists are buying all the Trump 2028 merch. And everyone's like, oh, he's just trolling. Steve Bannon literally just said in an interview, he's absolutely running again in 2028. Of course we're doing that. And the interviewer was like, doesn't that violate the Constitution? He's like, there's ways around it. We're going to make it work. He's absolutely not. He's getting a third term. That is absolutely their plan. And every fucking time we say, hey, their plan is this really evil fucking thing, all the fucking cultists say, no, he would never do something so evil. And then he does something that evil, and you all just continue licking his wrinkly old sack and saying that whatever it is good. So, just fucking, I dare you to find a line. Just find a line somewhere. I can't believe it.
Of course, the line was about 80 Rubicons ago. The line doesn't exist. There is none. Right. There never will be one. And you know what the worst part is? You know what the worst fucking part is? Is in 50 years, less than that, 30 years, half these yahoos will claim that they were against it the whole time. Which is going to be infuriating.
Absolutely.
$9.99 from Outwitted by Fish. How can I know if I'm agnostic? Would that even be knowable? Damn if I know. If I know.
Nice. $5 from Eliashana Silverbow. I'm going to donate my body to science when I die. That's the only chance of getting into medical school. Hell yeah.
My husband wants to be taxidermied and put in the house. I'm not really sure.
Me too.
Yeah, is Amber going to do your taxidermy for you?
I mean, I don't think she'd be comfortable doing that. She's not a biologist, but she would probably pay for it.
Luke wants me to do his because specifically because he wants his taxidermy job to look like one of those dog shit ones from the 1600s. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. I can't even begin to dissect what's going on there. Oh, haha, I get it. Dissect. Very funny. I'm getting so punchy. I'm making puns myself. $10 from President Starscream. What do you think is the most significant cause of current mass extinction, global warming, or loss of habitat? Oh man. Cause of mass extinction, I'm going to pick neither. I'm actually going to go with agricultural runoff of all varieties for insect and marine populations. I think that's what's killing the majority of species. Species instead of a lot of big sexy species that are like more well known. That would be my guess if you were to tally it up. But it's all climate change. I mean, it all melds into each other, itself and each other.
10 $, and Darren McCall of Harry Potter tattoos have a significantly higher regret rate than gender-affirming surgeries, says the meme. I hope that's true. How will we find out if it is true? Yeah, I've heard that meme as well. I don't know about that. What I can say for sure is that, like, just unbelievably high quantity of, like, all sorts of medical procedures that everyone would agree is legitimate are significantly higher. Like, joint replacements, LASIK eye surgery. Like, LASIK eye surgery is, like, 4 or 5 times more likely to have a regret rate than any, like, even the most insanely liberal estimates of, like, gender affirming care regret. Like, it's ridiculous.
This one's you. Wait, is it you? It might be me.
Fuck. I don't know.
Okay, we have 10 Canadian dollars from Reverend Nate, 2735. All primates make horrible pets is pretty much my best explanation for why I got a vasectomy. Yeah, and a human having a child is like having a pet spider monkey that slowly learns how to talk and then fight you on everything, like going to school.
No less biting, though.
No less biting.
$9.99 from Overly Polite Rebel. It's a cat with a shark fin. What's going on with that? Erika and Forrest, this is my foster cat David. Fuck. How would you caption my PFP? Also, what is something you recently learned that excited you? Out of love for this stream, no puns, all pussies.
Okay, here's how I would caption this. And I know I'm sort of appealing to the crowd here. I'm going against my better nature. I would caption it pause, like in Jaws font, because it's like a cat. It's Jaws, but it's paws. I recognize that is a pun. I feel sick to my stomach selling out like this, but if I had to caption it in like some kind of competition, I would know that would win, and so that's what I would go with. As for something exciting I learned recently, there was a paper that came out on like the newest fossil Paranthropus material, and it's a full hand. So we now know what the hands of Paranthropus look like, and what's really, really cool about it is that it has some features that are very gorilla-esque, but it also has a full precision grip and the human finger length ratio. So this was an animal that had big beefy hands with big thick fingers, but one that was capable of and thus probably did make tools, which is neat.
Right on. I love that. You answered both of them, and I'm not going to answer any of them. $5 from Eric Soto. Catching up on 4 times speed. You two are my favorite co-hosts. Rob sucks, and CST would be the best standard time, but we are in CDT until daylight saving times. And look, dude, I don't know what anything is. I'm just here. All right.
Daylight savings time coming here soon when the sun is already setting at like 6 o'clock or 6:30 or whatever. Why are we doing this? I thought that was the one thing that was bipartisan that made it through Congress or whatever, like a couple of years ago, and then nothing happened. Nothing ever happens. I fucking hate this place. That's not true. Too much stuff happens, and it's all bad. $4.99 from Chilliwack. Did y'all? I already know where this is going. Did y'all hear about the new type of poo the scientists discovered? They said it was created by feciation. Feciation, like speciation. I'm gonna kill you, Chilliwack. And it's gonna be anime related to add to your shame.
$4.99 from Lanky Slock. Come to the Nobel Conference at Gustavus in my nipples next year. No, but thank you for the invitation.
That little puppy. Those big old satellite dishes on that dog. Look at this cat too, so cute. $5 Australian from Charlotte Fraja. Thoughts on the Nature Medicine paper for the first time documenting protein changes in trans women to fully mimic their cis counterparts. Much love. I did not hear about this.
Fuck yeah.
That sounds super cool.
Sounds tight.
It's only just wait. Just you wait. If they found out with a perfect way to completely genetically engineer and change somebody's like every fiber of their being, it still wouldn't be good enough. People would be like, yeah, but their soul is actually assigned male at birth. Like it would be some insane shit like that. It would be unbelievable.
I love the pictures where it's like a picture of like glasses and it's like transphobes be like sand. It's so fucking good. $5 from TheyMarie36. I made a comic about a toucan and a parrot laughing at an ostrich who's walking away and crying. I'm tired of being ostrich-sized. Forrest, please laugh at my joke. That is a good joke, though, for real. That's a good joke.
At least you drew it. I would like to see the drawing. Like, I bet the drawing would be kind of cute. Ostriches are fun to draw. We got $10 from Space Barbarian 3484. Cox is a very appropriately named company. That's true. And anybody who's had Cox knows that.
There's that the one joke I remember from fucking Scrubs where fucking Dr. Reed hates Dr. Cox, and she's like, I made a chat room called I Hate Cox for everybody to talk about how much they hate you. I got 3 doctors and 4,000 lesbians. It's like, yeah, dude. 5 Canadian dollars. Dude, it was good. It was so good. 5 Canadian dollars from Zarniki. I should have remembered how to say this. Zarnirankar. Do I ask a question that will evoke a long response to annoy Arden? No, I won't. Just hurry up and get to the end of Super Chats. You can do it. I love that we spent time reading it, though. That's great.
Yeah, we did. Also, hold on, checking.
We are so close. Don't do this to me. We're so close.
Callers. Yes, call in.
Everyone send in your Super Chats now.
$10 from Inksternonymous. Like anonymous. Inksternonymous. Got it. Hello, Forrest and Erika. I wanted to thank you for all the content that keeps me sane while delivering mail. Also, I wanted to hear Forrest do a state acronym for me from Washington without calling in. That is Washington, right? WA?
I've always thought it was whiny axolotls, but hey.
And he didn't even have to ask ChatGPT for that. I'm never letting that go, by the way. And you know the funniest part about it is that no one saw and no one cared, and then you brought it up. That's what Classic. $5 from Bramley CX. What are the blossoms of a dogwood tree called? Cauliflower. That's interesting. That mug looks like it might be able to squish you from a high height. Killing you instantly.
$5 from Pibble Punk. Human composting needs to be a lot more common. I want to be in a freaking flower bed when I die, y'all. Check out these Pibble Punk flavor tomatoes. You know what, though? Hell yeah. I would absolutely feed a bunch of people with a garden made from my rotting, stinking corpse. People would like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I really like the idea of my bones being mounted. I don't want to be taxidermied, but I want my bones to be preserved. I think that would be kind of cool. Plus, I've always wanted to know the shape of my own skull. I'd be interested to think if someone thinks that it's like a cool looking skull, because I've seen some that are like kind of generic, and then I really like the unusual looking ones. $10 Australian from DH Sephiroth. Can Forrest please use a picture or 3D map view of 1 William Street, Brisbane, Australia to explain the anatomy of the penis? Also, if we call a group of apes is a cell, is group infighting apoptosis? I feel like I was electrocuted reading the second half of that.
And Forrest cannot. Nope. I'm saying no. Next super chat.
What the fuck is this
He's
building
right now? We got $10 from Jack Kid. Okay, I like grapes and strawberries. What a coincidence. So do I. And blueberries and blackberries and raspberries. If it is a berry, I like it. Love a berry.
Okay, that I get where you're coming from. It's not really a cross-section penis, but I get where you're coming from.
$4.99 from Chillowa. I spent all night looking for the sun, then it dawned on me. It dawned on me. Then it dawned on me. That's what you will hear repeated over and over again as I kill you using Chinese water torture. $5 Canadian from Reverend Nate 2735 Chaos Gremlin Tommy Valkai. You got your whispered wish. I don't know what that means. All right.
By the way, this is the thing they're talking about there, and you can see up here if I like this kind of, it looks like a penis, and this looks like a cross section of a penis, but you're missing the corpus spongiosum down here. So you've got 2 columns of corpus cavernosum, and that's fine. And you've got a dorsal vein here. But you're missing corpus spongiosum with the urethra right here. So you're missing 1 column. Otherwise, yes, very phallic. Very phallic. Not phallic enough, but very phallic.
That's a clip. Not phallic enough.
It'll never be phallic enough. It'll never be phallic enough. $4.99 from Catherine Escargot. Celebrating 2 months on estrogen today. Fuck yeah. I love you guys. You've been a great source of comfort for me during the last year. Happy to be of service. Happy you're around.
Listen, to win, we called it the Second Civil War when the eugenics war, and finally World War III. Captain Christopher Pike. I cry every time. Picard, maybe? I cry every time I watch. Let's go! Super chat's caught up. All right.
Fuck yes.
Should we take the plunge with this one? I know you know the one.
Dude.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. All right. Lines are still open for theists and evolution arguments and stuff like that. But for right now, yeah, call in evolutionists. Lines still open for theists, creationists, transphobes, flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, every other kind of science denier. Now is your chance to pick up the phone and talk to two people who disagree with you. 720-619-2288. The number will be on the bottom of the screen here in just a second because we're going to talk to Pierre, no pronouns given, calling in all the way from Montreal, who believes in aliens and that those aliens created us, and we're going to find out why. Pierre, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hello, both of you.
Good to hear from you again, Pierre.
Is my microphone better this time?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Okay. So before I go to my subject, I want to answer two questions you asked at the end of the call last time. You asked, can we mate with them? It was another word, but I say, can we mate or have intercourse with them?
Right.
And the answer is yes. The answer is yes. And the Bible talk about it on Genesis chapter 6, verse 4.
The part where it says we made it with giants?
It's not giant. Everybody says giant.
Nephilim, that's what it is,
that's the wrong translation. It says Nephilim, and Nephilim doesn't mean giants at all. It means the fallen ones. So that's the answer to one question. And the other question was, did we ever find traces of them when they die? And I forgot about it, but after the call, I remember Rael once said that the Flores little men are the Elohim who were living on the earth, because the majority of them left the earth, and a few of them were exiled on the earth. What is called the serpent in the Bible. The serpent was a group of creators that we later called Lucifer, who have told the truth to the first human, that there is no God and that we have been created scientifically. So
and just to be clear, just to make sure I'm remembering this, this is all, you believe all of this because this one dude said so. And if I remember correctly, the last time we spoke, I asked you, how can you be what could prove you wrong? And you said the only way that you will admit that you are wrong is if this prophecy this dude came up with does not come true in 10 years, right?
That's part of it. I don't know what else I could find, but because presently science is catching up with what Rael has said.
How? What exactly has science caught up with that's showing us that we are actually created by aliens?
We are starting to create new life forms in laboratories. So that's one thing. And
if your phone fell asleep, we can no longer hear you. So you stopped talking in the middle of that sentence. There you go.
Here, did you?
Okay.
Did you just out of sheer curiosity, did you get the answers to these questions from the last call in now? Did you ask Rail these? Because I know you said you've met Rail. Did you ask Rail, or did you get this from somewhere else?
The thing about Genesis 6:4 is already in the book that he has written. And the thing about the Forrest man is because I remember that he once said that the Forrest humans are the Elohim who were exiled to live alone on this planet. But perhaps I should go to my subject for today, because last time you said you could accept the idea of an eternal universe, but could not accept the idea of eternal creations. Because when we say there is no God, we say that only humans can create other humans, and that has been going on forever. And this has something to do, I don't know if you have the book by Carl Sagan, the book Cosmos, that was published in 1980, on chapter 10, which is called The Edge of Forever. You get exactly what the Raelians believe about the universe, which says that, I will read it, it's only 10 lines. There is, we are told, an infinite hierarchy of universes, so that an elementary particle such as an electron in our universe would, if penetrated, reveal itself to be an entire closed universe, which is the local equivalent of galaxies, smaller structures, and which are themselves universes at the next universe level, and so on forever. An infinite downward regression.
I hear you. This is a classic passage, right? Like I've heard this passage before. I don't have a problem with that. That is something that is possible. It's not something that we can say with any kind of certainty. We had a caller earlier today who we talked about something quite similar with this concept of like, okay, is the universe infinite? Are there multiverses? Is this the only one? What does only one even mean? Neither Forrest and I are physicists, but we did the best that we could. Most of my beefs with Raelism in general, or Raelianism, whichever one you prefer, come from the more specific claims that it makes. So, for example, earlier in this conversation, you said that like the hobbits of Flores, Homo floresiensis, are in essence exiled extraterrestrials or non-human. Yeah. So my problem with that is there's no reason to think that looking at these hominins, right? Like when we look at Homo floresiensis, when we look at this hobbit, we don't find any kind of inexplicable characteristic. They are effectively dwarfed members of Homo erectus, or perhaps an earlier hominin like Homo habilis. So I hear you that Rael is proposing that these guys could be some kind of extraterrestrial, but there's just no reason to think that. That's a very different claim in my mind than saying, Raelians believe that, the universe is infinite, or there are multiverses, or whatever. That's a much more simple claim, I think, because it's less specific and less testable. But it's that kind of stuff for me with Raelism. It's the giants interbreeding with humans, but really they're extraterrestrials themselves. And then it's like, okay, well, where are the offspring of them? We don't have any inexplicable DNA in us, right? That if this supposedly happened within the past 6,000 years, which is roughly the time frame for Genesis 6, we should still have some traces of them, but we don't. And so I don't know. I look at sort of the sum of some of the claims that you just made now, and I think I have the same problem as I had last time, which is this is a mixture of claims that are interesting and potentially even true, like the multiverse stuff, mixed with stuff that is, to the best of our understanding, demonstrably not true in the case of the hobbits of Flores being extraterrestrials, at least insofar as we can investigate it. That's my thoughts so far.
Yeah, the thing is, we can't see the difference between them and us, because Genesis 1:26 says that we have been created in their image. So we are similar to them genetically, and that's the reason why they can mate with us, because we are compatible.
Are chimpanzees also created in their image, though? Because like we share the overwhelming majority of our DNA with chimps. Are they also created in that image, or is it just the portions that we don't share with chimps that are the portions that are created in that image?
The exact image is the Homo sapiens. The chimpanzee was first model, I would say. They were testing, because we are a laboratory experiment. So they were testing with more primitive forms. Because
didn't you say all life on this planet is a laboratory experiment? Like literally everything living on this planet was created by these people?
Everything, plants, animals,
so it's very close to the common designer argument where like, yes, we see those similarities because they were all made by the same things. I got a banana milkshake and I'm very happy about that. I don't know how, Pierre, I don't know how to back up anything you're saying, because everything you're saying has to start with the assumption that you're correct. If we start with the assumption that we know nothing, and we just look at these animals, we look at these organisms, we look at their fossils, we look at their DNA, everything, what we come up with is common ancestry and naturalistic causes. And in order to get to this idea that no, actually, it was these aliens, with no evidence for these aliens existing, you have to start from the assumption that everything you're saying is correct, and then everything looks like what you would expect if these aliens happen. And this is where we left the last time you and I spoke. I asked you, how can you tell the difference between what you're saying, like what's the fundamental argumentative difference between what you're saying and any other wackadoodle conspiracy theory about us living in the Matrix, about the Earth being, a video game, about us being a brain in a vat, about whatever other thing, and you admitted that there's no difference. This is just the thing you believe, and therefore everything you see around the world that scientists are going to point to and say, here is the naturalistic cause, you're going to just say, nuh-uh, it's aliens. And like, I don't get where we go with this conversation, because all you can possibly tell us is that's how the aliens made it. And if we say, here's this common ancestry, here's this DNA similarities, here's these fossils, you can just say, yeah, that's how the aliens made it. And if we say, yeah, but there's no like evidence of these aliens, you'll say, yeah, because that's how the aliens did it. And like, we have nothing. It's exactly the same as a presuppositionalist Christian or anybody else. It tells us absolutely nothing about anything. It's not testable. It's not falsifiable. It's not explanatory. It makes no predictions. There's nothing here for us besides, you think there was aliens, so there was aliens. And I don't know where we go from here.
Like I said last time, it is testable because we will create life in laboratories. And the day we do that,
that doesn't tell us anything.
The idea of God will disappear.
That doesn't tell us anything. Because if we can make life in a laboratory, there's a million other people out there of different faiths and no faiths that will all be vindicated by that idea. The idea that, like, it's like saying that if you were here 300 years ago and you talked about the Raelians could fucking move around on these horseless carriages, they had vehicles that could move without horses, and someday we're going to make one of those and it'll prove it. No, it doesn't. It just means that we could potentially invent technology similar to the technology you're talking about. That doesn't prove that these things had interstellar travel, that these things could come to different planets and seed life these ways, that these things could live for millions and millions of years, that these things could somehow, the last time I talked to you, I asked about why the fuck we don't find a single one of their fossils, and you said because they were super fastidious about making sure never to leave their dead behind. They had this technology to do that. Doesn't prove that. It's like a Christian saying that if I can prove Jesus existed as a person, that proves all of his miracles. No, it doesn't. there was a guy named Oily Josh in Palestine 2,000 years ago. Doesn't prove walking on water, doesn't prove raising the dead, doesn't prove water to wine, doesn't prove anything. So if we can prove that it is possible to make life de novo, doesn't prove jack shit about aliens, dude. That's a totally different claim.
Okay, but at least we agree on the fact that there is no God, there's nothing supernatural in the universe, and of course, until these alien land, like we say before 2035, we'll have to wait. And like I said, I'm not here to convince you. I'm just here to inform you about the existence of this third way to explain the origin of life on Earth. And it is that we have been scientifically created by aliens, and that the Bible named them Elohim, which means those who came from the sky. And if you read the book of Mauro Biglino, he says exactly the same thing. If you translate the Bible correctly, you find that it speaks about extraterrestrial coming to the Earth.
And every other person who believes the Bible will tell you that if you translate it correctly, you will come to a different conclusion that they have the exact same faith in for the exact same reasons that you do. And I hope in 2036 you send me a fucking fruit basket and apology, dude.
I will say that I really do appreciate that realism can differentiate itself from a lot of these other beliefs, in that when 2035 rolls around in a decade, we're going to know one way or another, right? I certainly hope all three of us are still kicking back then, so that we can remember back to now, reflect on these conversations, and either Forrest and I are going to have some serious egg on our face, or you will be sending us a fruit basket, Pierre. I'm with Forrest on this. Like, it's fun to discuss this, and it's interesting to hear, your perspective and your thoughts on these kinds of things. But I think where Forrest and I are stuck is that it's just like, it's all on the table for you, right? Like everything is explicable through realism because you're a realist, right? Like, and I guess for us, we are skeptical by our nature, and so that's just not enough. So it's interesting to hear your perspective, but as far as we go, we're just going to need a little bit more than that. I think. I guess we're going to look really dumb in 2035. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's all I have.
Are you aware that there's a movie coming on November 21st that is called The Age of Disclosure, and that more and more we will get official proof that extraterrestrial are visiting the Earth in present
That wouldn't
day?
prove your claims. Even if that was true, that wouldn't prove your claims.
You know
Just
what,
throwing
though,
it out
too?
there.
Okay.
With the alien stuff, right? Like Forrest and I had this conversation either last time we hosted Skeptalk or earlier today. It's hard to remember because we've been on for 8.5 hours. But that being said, when it comes to extraterrestrials and unexplained flying objects, I am willing to sit here and say that there are some weird videos out there that exist that I cannot readily say this is what it is. That does not necessarily mean it's aliens. And I've watched a lot of these UFO documentaries because I'm really fascinated by that. Like, I think it's a fun topic. I find it fascinating. But I've never come across one where I was like, okay, unambiguously, that is a UFO. There is nothing else that even could be. And for me, that's what it's going to take to push me over the edge. So if the Age of Disclosure has some new footage that I haven't seen, if it's got something better than the Nimitz encounter and better than the weather balloon one that we saw recently, and better than, every other, the Phoenix Lights, whatever, I'm seated because I think it would be the coolest thing ever if aliens had visited Earth. If they have, that's super fascinating and interesting, and that's going to change the way that we think about everything. I'm not convinced yet. And if disclosure is something that happens, I'm going to, like I said with this stuff earlier, I'm going to look really dumb, but I don't know. I went through a phase, Pierre, where I watched just about every single UFO documentary out there. I watched, like I said, The Phenomenon. I watched I Know What I Saw. I watched the one about Ariel Elementary. I watched a ton of them. And I'm still sitting here thinking, this isn't None of these are rock solid and watertight. And we're talking about something that would completely change the way that we think about the world and the universe. Aliens visiting Earth and interacting with humans through space and time. Than a blurry photograph or a clippy video, I think. I say that as I clip in and out of this stream. But I'll watch the documentary when it comes out. I'll watch Age of Disclosure. I think that sounds fascinating.
Yeah, I
so
gotta be honest, like that, it's
one,
just like, Pierre, if I were to show you, just hypothetically, I want to convince you that humans evolved and were not created by aliens. If I show you that bacteria can evolve in a jar, does that prove human evolution to you?
For me, like I said before, natural selection exists.
Right.
But
so I'm asking you, if I can prove to you, if I can show you, if I can show you bacteria evolving in a jar, does that prove human evolution?
I'm not sure what you mean by the word evolve. I have problem with that word.
If I show you bacteria developing new adaptations and new functionality over time, over successive generations, does that prove human evolution?
If it's still a bacteria and you cannot create a new species without intelligent design.
Okay. The answer for me would be no. I don't think that would prove human evolution. What if I were to show you one type of bacteria evolve into another type? Where I show a new species being developed. I have these bacteria in a jar, and after this many generations, they are now a new species of bacteria. Does that prove human evolution to you?
If the change is so extreme that you cannot recognize it, I will have to say, well, that looks like some kind of, I prefer the word progress to evolution, but I'm not sure about
does it prove
bacteria.
human evolution? Does it prove human evolution?
I don't know enough about bacteria to know if there's a link between how bacteria live and or virus. Virus is something very complex, I think. We're not sure exactly what it is.
So here, I'm going to give you a different example. I'm going to put a link in the chat right now. This is a paper that was just published in Nature this year, Huve et al. It is a species of ants that literally gives birth to a different fucking species. So, like, literally, depending on the fertilization of these things, they are the only living organism we know that does this, where one species does actually just give birth to a completely different species. Does that prove human evolution to you?
No, Kenthoven, someone stop it. Stop those ants. They're gonna give him a TE. Or an infarct.
I don't know if it looks like an ant, but with 4 legs instead of 6. That's not really a new species. So I'll check your link and see what it is exactly. Okay, I see it.
The whole point here is the answer is no, dude. If these were as fantastical as I'm painting them, and I can say here is demonstrable absolute proof of evolution in bacteria, of evolution in ants, of whatever, a change in species. If I can prove these things to you in these other animals, it does not prove human evolution. It can be evidence for human evolution. It can lead you in the direction of saying, okay, so evolution is possible. Maybe it happened to humans too, and we can explore that. But no, human evolution is an entirely different question that needs its own set of evidence leading specifically just to that. We can use evidence from other areas to help out, but it needs its own evidence. And indeed, it has its own evidence that you dismiss. So what I'm trying to get across to you here, if we can create life in a lab, if we can say that there are UFOs, if we can prove that there's life somewhere else in the universe, whatever other thing, not one fucking bit of that proves that aliens came here and existed for millions of years and created all life on Earth in this laboratory experiments that eventually they made humans as their perfect whatevers, and that Homo floresiensis were actually exiled. None of that. Absolutely not one bit of that is proven. You can suggest it's evidentiary and say, look, there are aliens, so it's not so outlandish to say that maybe there are aliens here, but that's not evidence for anything you're saying. Nothing you are saying has any actual evidence for it. And the best you've been able to give us over several times of talking to you, the best you've been able to give us is that maybe someday we will have something that provides some hint of evidence. And there's no reason to believe a thing like that. There just isn't. Even if what you were saying is true, you have a terrible reason to believe.
What you say.
I think too, part of the problem
what you say, because we say almost the same thing, because Rael constantly says when the Elohim will arrive and they will come with Jesus who is alive, Moses, Elijah, a lot of people will say that doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that they really created us. Maybe it's the devil or something like that. So you're right, it doesn't prove anything, but Christians believe that if we do that, they call it the Great Deception, and so we'll have to wait a little bit more, perhaps, to see if the real Jesus come back and send everyone in a lake of fire.
Yeah, fuck that, dude.
Because we're blasphemers.
That sucks so bad. That sucks so bad. God damn.
I think Pierre, you've talked to Forrest and I a couple of times now, right? Like, I think you've talked with me only one other time. I don't know how many times you guys have talked.
One time only. But I did send you a few emails. I don't know if you received them.
I'm slow to get back on emails, Pierre, because I unfortunately these days I get a lot of them, but I try to respond to everything eventually. What I was going to say is that, you know how Forrest and I both think by now, though. Like, we're skeptical. You know what it takes to convince us. You also say you're not trying to convince us. So I'm not 100% sure what the goal is here, other than for you to just say, hey, here's what I think. And that's interesting from our perspective, but we also want to know, Forrest and I guess I'll speak for myself. I'm curious as to why people believe the things that they believe. And you seem very, very convinced by realism for reasons that I don't quite understand myself, right? My brain is I'm very methodological naturalism pilled, in that for me to buy something, I like to see methodological naturalism taken to its conclusion. I like to see an observation being made, a prediction being made after a hypothesis, after experiment, to determine whether or not this idea that someone has had should have any merit. Because in science, which is what our society is primarily built on the back of, the reason why we know it works is because it's got this consistency to it, that over and over and over again we can pit it up against these other ideas, and we can know what we should keep and what we should get rid of. To me, this is the same problem I have with a lot of religions, but it's like realism doesn't seem to have that perk to it. Like, you have this set of things that you believe, and you can say, I believe it because it's consistent with XYZ. And then Forrest and I might ask something like, okay, but it's also consistent with ABC, right? Like Forrest was just saying, if he could show bacteria evolving in a lab, would that prove human evolution? No, it would be consistent with it, but it wouldn't prove it. If we could go show speciation, would that prove human evolution? No, but it would be consistent with it. Like, I think what's going on when you're presenting a lot of these supports for realism is misconstruing what counts as support and what counts as consistency. Like, you're saying all of this stuff like, okay, realism predicted that we're going to create life in a lab. Well, okay, but a lot of things predict that science is going to advance. And a lot of people have written stories about creating life in a lab before we ever created life in a lab. Forrest gave the example with the cars, right? Like, you talk about flying cars, and then it's like the fact that we have planes today or whatever. Like, that doesn't prove that crackpot that lived back then was necessarily correct. I'm not calling Rael a crackpot here because I don't know either way, although I don't personally believe what he's saying. I'm going to say that for me, in order for realism to be convincing, not even necessarily to prove it to me, but to even make it stand apart, you've got to show us something that it's like realism predicted this and nothing else did, and it came to fruition. Now you have this prediction set forward. The problem is this experiment is going to last another 10 years. We're not going to know one way or another until 2035. What Forrest and I are asking for to consider realism is an example of something that has already happened or that's going to happen soon, to be able to parse realism from other such ideas.
One of the prediction Rael made is going to happen soon, and that may be something to check, is that he received a message from Yahweh saying that the state of Israel will disappear. And
he will receive this message? Just to be clear, he will receive this message, or we will receive this message?
No, Rael has received a message from Yahweh, the extraterrestrial he met in 73 and 75, yes. In 2015, he received the message that Israel will disappear and there will be a new diaspora. So I look at the events presently, everything seems to be going well for Israel. So that's something very important. If that doesn't happen, it's clear in the Bible that this man is a false prophet. If it happens, some people may say, oh, you have one chance on two. It may happen, it may not happen. So that's 1 on 2. It's not a big risk. But like I said, everything seems to be okay.
There's no set time for that. It's just at some point, this country is going to be dissolved.
It says soon, and I think that's my personal, because like you said, there's no exact date, but I think that's within the next 2 years, perhaps.
Well,
maximum.
I'll say this, Pierre. That's better than waiting 10 years to find this out. Like, that is something concrete that we can keep an eye on. Although I suspect, and hopefully you're not in this group, but I suspect that, you know, if things continue going the way that they are going with Israel, and Israel does stick around, I would wager that a lot of people who are realists are going to be like, well, maybe not this time, but soon is relative. It could be later than that. I hope that's not going to be you. I hope that if, you know, if things continue going the way they're going right now and Israel proceeds to swallow up the Strip, I hope that you will be one of those people who is going to say, okay, you know, maybe I need to reconsider some of this stuff. But you know, kudos, that is sooner. I'm glad to hear that. That is something that we can actually wait to see what's going to happen, right? Yeah. Like, that is a sooner prediction than 2035. But I have to say as well, I really wish that realism was something that we could actually test claims about it
as soon as possible.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like past claims. And you know, the punchline of this is that we can, right? Like, we can look at hominins like Homo floresiensis. We can look at events of the past and see whether or not they are consistent with what realism would argue, right? But unfortunately, those are not discriminatory because, as you said earlier, you've got like a common design sort of fallback for a lot of that stuff. So, I don't know, Pierre. I guess we'll see.
I'm reading the chat, and I'd like to answer someone.
Don't recommend that.
Don't read the chat.
You can argue with the chat in the chat if you want to argue. You can argue with the chat in the chat if you'd like. At the end of the day, dude, you are telling us you're telling us that you believe a thing in hopes that you will get evidence about it later. That's simply not good enough for either of us, or it shouldn't be good enough for you. And we're right back where we have been every time you call in, which is you shouldn't believe something before you have good evidence for it. And you say, well, I will have good evidence soon. And we have to wait years and years and years before it comes. And I don't get what we're doing, man. I don't get why we're still here.
Okay.
I'll say it's not for me, you know, like that's
just want to mention the title of Rael's book for those who are interested. It's Intelligent Design, message from the designers, and you can find it on Rael. Just check Raelians on the web, and you'll find it.
No one's gonna do it.
All right, Pierre,
no one cares.
I mean, call in again once you once the next prediction comes to light. I'll tell you, I'm not going to forget these conversations. I'll keep an eye out. 2035, I'm going to be waiting. We'll see what happens, but
I expect a fucking fruit basket to make it nice. There better be fucking mangoes in there.
Soon, the next thing that will happen soon is the construction of the embassy, because our ultimate goal is to construct an embassy to welcome those extraterrestrials. So check the news.
Would that demonstrate the truth of your claims?
The announcement for that.
Would that demonstrate the truth of your claims if you guys build an embassy? It wouldn't.
I said that even when the Elohim will arrive, it will not prove what I say, unless the Elohim have ways to prove to us that they are really our creators.
There you go. It won't, even if we see them, they won't prove to us that they're real unless they prove to us that they're real. It's just over and over and over. It's just, I need you to just look up post hoc immunizing fallacy, or immunizing hypothesis. That's what you're doing. You're immunizing everything you say against any kind of critical thinking. It's not proven because it's not provable, but that's why you have to believe it, because it's so clearly not provable, and it's just immunization of any kind of actual fucking criticism or critical thought, and it sucks. I don't know why we're still on this. It frustrates me so bad, because you're literally just telling me I believe this because I believe this because I believe this because I believe this, and it doesn't go anywhere. I'm good. Although I don't like the idea of a state not existing and being destroyed, but hey, free Palestine, right, Pierre? Can we agree on that? Free Palestine?
Yeah.
You say that from me, Pierre?
Absolutely. In fact, Israel has recently created the Palestinian movement because
amazing.
It's so important. That's
you know what?
Meditate for peace. We know we need peace more than everything else.
Important stuff, Forrest. We're all on the
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Maybe, you know what? The aliens are more human than a lot of Republicans.
Bombs.
That's great.
We're with you on that, Pierre. Actually,
we have to get rid of atomic bombs.
We found something to agree on.
Food,
not bombs, free Palestine. And I'm sorry to hear that the aliens abducted your pronouns. I hope you get those back someday. With that, Pierre, we're going to move on to the next call. I'll talk to you later, dude. Bye-bye.
Okay, to be fair, what an uplifting note to end that call.
I was trolling, but it worked beautifully. It worked out.
You were like, yeah, Pierre, and also free Palestine, and he was like, no, unironically, yes, and we were all like, oh shit, wait, actually,
I may be crazy, but I'm not a fucking asshole. All right, yeah, it's free Palestine.
Rail is rail based, actually. Wow, who thought?
What's going on?
We misjudged you. My bad. What?
That's great.
What is looking? Okay, can I? We are gonna look really, really stupid if 2035 we're both gonna be standing outside.
If a goddamn spaceship comes down,
and we're gonna be like, well, damn it. So I'm gonna be like,
you know what?
All right,
I'll send that motherfucker a fruit basket, because I've been sassy with him for 2 calls now. I'll send him a good fruit basket.
And he's gonna get a little sad cat apology note from me, where it's like, ooh, a little Hallmark card. My bad. That one's on me, Pierre.
It's gonna be like one of the charcuterie board things I sent to you that one time. It's gonna be fancy.
Yeah. Oh, with those apples. Oh, those apples were really good. I will say too, though, that's got to go both ways, Pierre. I know you're still listening. What that means is that we expect the fruit basket too, and the charcuterie. If 2035 rolls around, you're standing out and nothing comes down, you got to be like, all right, I owe someone an apology, and that'll be our
write it down.
Our internet live stream pact.
It's P.O. Box 1810, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma 74013. Jot it down in your fucking alien book, and remember, I expect mangoes. I'm not even a huge fan of mangoes, but I want them from you.
Dude, you're like Why did you hold on. Why did you get a banana milkshake when you're so clearly craving mangoes right now? You've brought up mangoes like 4 times in the past 10 minutes. Why didn't you just get a mango milkshake?
Because banana milkshakes are delicious and I wanted a banana. I get like more than one fruit. Mangoes are great. Mangoes are a fun thing.
Yeah, but you're not like talking about bananas like they're the cat's pajamas right now. You're talking about mangoes while you're
Why would I have to? I already have a mango shake.
A banana shake?
I already am. Yeah.
Over here. I'm clipping out of rage. Which of the oh shit, do we have to do super chats? Is it super chat time?
No, you guys can take another couple calls.
Let's go. Okay, which of these is looking tasty?
61's been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, let's do 61. I think we could knock that out quickly, as in sub-hour.
Murin, any and all pronouns, calling in from the Netherlands, has some questions about gender and gender roles. Murin, you are on the line with Erika and Forrest. How are you doing today?
Good evening. Well, night for me. I'm doing fine. How about you?
Never had a bad day.
We're doing okay. I'm shaping a candle right now that's burning in the background. People keep asking what I'm stabbing, but I'm heating the tip of the knife and then using it to direct the flow of the wax. So needless to say, I'm doing quite well. It's kind of mesmerizing, actually.
Slowly torturing a small animal off screen is what she's doing.
Absolutely not. Enoch is thrilled. He loves wearing his wax hat. Tell us a little bit, Murin, about your question. I find your concept here intriguing. Let's dig into it a little bit.
Okay, well, how do I keep this short? So, I'm not that much a fan of gender.
Yeah.
I think it's quite a stupid concept, to be honest. And I always liked recently I've really enjoyed the idea of a society where gender is not really a thing, where, biological sex is something that we have, sure, but that it doesn't imply or is linked to any identity or like anything. And I was wondering what your take would be on if such society would work, both in the biological sense and the societal sense.
So you're thinking sort of you're doing like a gender abolition kind of thing, like in a future where, I mean, obviously, at least for the foreseeable future, sex appears like it's something that's here to stay, but could we do gender abolition where identity is something that is as a given, something that you decide for yourself, is displayed as something that's far more diverse perhaps than what we're currently seeing? Do I have you right there?
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
That's such an interesting question. I don't know. I mean, the concept of gender and gender roles and like how they interact with one another and how they define one another and how many there are is a question that is extremely interesting and one that I suspect humans as a species will continue to investigate. I certainly wouldn't mind, it wouldn't bug me to have a future where it's like gender is effectively neutral and people don't performatively take on any roles. But I guess I say that because, I identify as a woman, but I have a hard time thinking of anything that I really do that is necessarily tied to the gender role, even in the present of this is something that a woman does.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I guess to me, it's something that I think a lot of people already in the time period that we live in act out. I think that a lot of our gender roles have become a lot broader, and I think that that's a good thing. For women, I think gender roles have expanded a lot more than they have for men, especially in things like what's culturally appropriate to wear and how it's culturally appropriate to behave, what jobs are culturally appropriate to have, things of that nature. And I think that's in part because it was so overly restrictive in the recent past that when it opened up, it was just kind of like a free-for-all. It was like women can wear whatever they want and take virtually any job and things like that. I would like it if gender roles continue to open up. I think that there are a lot of things and a lot of stigmas, in particular for men right now, and certainly for non-binary people and non-gender conforming people, that still get people a lot of flack. That's kind of silly. Like, people will still look and stare in a lot of places if you see a man in a dress, but if a woman walks around in pants or trousers, it's just not that big of a deal. It's not a big deal at all. Like, it's literally, you can do that anywhere in the country and nobody's going to look twice. So I think that getting rid of a lot of aspects of gender roles would, by and large, be a really good thing for the majority of people. I think there are a lot of people who get a lot out of gender, and I think that that's great too. And I think that gender is something that, I guess I don't know the answer to this question. I don't know if gender is something that we like as a species because we actually like it, or because we're just so used to it. So I guess I don't know the answer to the question. Like, could we do a gender neutral society? Probably. Could we do it in the near future? Like, truly gender neutral, not just something where it's like gender roles have expanded so astronomically and there's a lot of diversity in representation and in the gender that you can take. Could we actually go to a point where it's like gender just isn't really a thing? I don't know. I don't know if humans would want to keep that around or not. Humans have experimented, so much in the past with gender and how we present ourselves. It wouldn't surprise me if at some point we reach that point, and maybe that would stick around, and maybe we would go back to doing gendered things again. I'm not sure. Who is to say? I think that that's probably something, though, that will come, if it does come, once we have a lot of our other much more pressing shit under control. I don't know. I guess
for sure. There are way more pressing issues.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. Forrest, what do you think? Do you think the gender neutral society is imminent?
In 1923, it was allowed for women to wear pants in public.
1923?
And it wasn't until 1993. In 1993, women were allowed to wear pants in Congress. So a year after I was born was the first time a female senator was able to wear fucking pants and go to work.
Crazy.
And I think, and that's here in the United States, which fucking sucks. But like, I think that the example you gave, Erika, of pants and then comparing that to like a man in a dress or something like this, I think that is a great example, because you've got 100 years ago, like tangible history. 100 years ago is when this was first allowed. We used to have laws in this country where if you didn't wear enough articles of feminine clothing, I think you had like 5 things that were feminine, and you'd be fucking thrown in the back of a car if you weren't. The police would arrest you for cross-dressing if you weren't wearing enough feminine shit. And then we had this lower threshold where it's like, well, you just can't wear slacks. And I'm like, fine, you can wear slacks, but you can never go to work in them. And then finally we got to this point where the people were looking at these fucking senators in Congress. The world is falling apart and society's collapsing. Look at these women dressing like men in Congress. And I was one at the time. And so that to me is crazy. And I think about the way we talk about trans people today and gender non-conforming, non-binary people, people who want to, it's what we would probably call cross-dressing at this moment. Like, I think about all these things and how big of a stigma there are. And I think if we move quickly, maybe by the time I'm 70, somebody will be able to just be them fucking selves and go to work. Maybe. And that's hopeful and that's cool, but it's not fast enough. I don't know what a truly gender abolitionist society would look like. I've never taken the time to really sit down and think that out, and I'd like to. It sounds like fun. But I can tell you that I don't like the rules and boundaries where they are, and I certainly don't think that they're any more useful. Like the usefulness that they give us, I don't think is a big enough return on investment for the cost that they provide, that they demand. So I'm down for them being changed, and I'm down for them being reimagined and rethought out, and I'm down for our language catching up with our scientific understanding of gender and sex. And I'm definitely down for people understanding it more as a social thing and like vibing with it in that way. As far as actually completely getting rid of it, I haven't given that the thought that it deserves before I give you an opinion. But I can say that just looking at what it has been in my lifetime and my family's lifetime, my grandma was born in 1925. So just in the family members that I've met, that stretch of life, it's been a pretty massive change over something remarkably fucking stupid. And I really hope that in 100 years, people look back at right now and can say the exact same thing. holy fuck, that was stupid. Yeah. I'm so glad everybody can just do whatever today and be themselves today. And we're able to be a lot more accepting and understanding. And you know what's going to happen in that society, dude? We're going to have the exact same fucking problems and the exact same shitheads of all genders and all categories and everything like that. Wouldn't be surprised if white guys are still the worst, but who knows? But I think we're still going to have a lot of the same problems. And those bigots and assholes on the far right of whatever the fuck is going on in that timeline, they're going to have the same terrible arguments that they're going to levy against some other marginalized group, whoever's at the bottom at that point. So, I don't know. It's a very interesting concept, and it makes me hopeful to think about, is my answer to you.
Yeah. Well, I could maybe tell you a bit about how I envisioned it, because I have spent a lot of time thinking about it. So, what I've recognized from the people around me and the various communities I have been in is that people like to be a part of a group or something to like belong to. And I've always envisioned, instead of male, female, man, women, non-binary, and all the other gender identifications that people use now, it is more categorized in the sense of, for example, what kind of music you like. Like music, I would say that characteristics within specific music communities, like metalheads, are very identifiable kind of people that you can very easily spot in a crowd. And the same goes for punks or well, it's not for every music genre, I guess, but for a lot of them. And I think you're right that categorizing and bigotry within those categories will always exist. But I feel like once it's less linked to the vision that it's something that you are, it's just a group that you belong to, and it's something that can change and it's not relevant. But I spoke about this to my aunt and my niece. They are both in healthcare. One psychological and one is studying to be a doctor. And they both had their like issues with that, because they felt like gender/sex identification was very important in healthcare. And I wondered how much, like, I don't know much about it. I'm a computer scientist. I know numbers, you know. So what is your take on that?
I can give my thoughts, but it's probably not going to be as educated as Forrest on this, because he's done a lot more of the human biology side of things. I mean, sex is always something that's going to be useful with regard to medicine, because our sex does impact our predispositions to some degree. But a lot of stuff influences our predispositions, right? Our age, where we come from, our socioeconomic position, right? Like a lot of stuff is going to impact how likely we are to contract certain things, certain pathologies, or genetic predispositions and things of that nature. So it's like those are always going to be a part of medicine, but I really don't think anybody has a problem with that. Like, I don't think anybody out there is going, like, if let's say we did away with gender, sex would be something that would show up that you would talk about at the doctor, right? Or that we would talk about if you were doing family planning. And it would be something that was discussed as something that is still important, but isn't something that defines who you are and how you behave. I don't necessarily see, I guess that's the beauty of gender and sex being something that are decoupled, right? Being things that are decoupled from one another, is that you could radically change our perception of one without necessarily ratcheting the other along with it. And as far as medicine goes, I don't see why, if you were somebody who was interested, like a doctor, for example, if you talk to them about, you know, we're thinking about reconceptualizing how we consider gender, or like, let's envision a future where we reconceptualize how we treat gender. It's like, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go away with how sex impacts medicine, right? I don't know enough about it to say for sure, like, what that would look like or anything, but I certainly don't think that should be a reason to resist gender abolition, I guess. Like, to me, that doesn't seem like a good enough reason. And I don't even know if I would call myself a gender abolitionist, or that I would want a totally gender neutral society. I have no idea. I've never really given it a lot of thought. You know, I like identifying as the gender that I identify as, but if I couldn't, it wouldn't be the end of the world, right? Like, who I am does not revolve around my gender, I guess. Certainly they inform one another, but it's not the end all be all, I guess, for me. I maybe I'm fortunate in that way. I don't know. But I mean, I don't know. Like I'm struggling to think like why, unless you thought that sex and gender were necessarily linked, entwined with one another sort of like irrevocably, I don't know why you would take issue with that. Do your relatives equate the two as one and the same?
Sometimes I've tried to point out that, like, yeah, you can use sex to identify some issues, but like not every person that is necessarily female can have all the problems that females would have or could have, and like not everyone has the same hormone balance just because they have the same chromosomes and all that stuff. And they kind of conceded that, but I guess they're not as submerged in the world of a variety of gender expression as I am. So maybe you're right, and they just conflate the two more easily.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know them. I mean, I have no idea whether they do or don't. And I mean, I think that anything that has to do with medicine is going to stay one of those things that it's like once it starts impacting people's healthcare, it has to be considered regardless. But that's knowing that sex and gender are different things, are distinct things, and recognizing the diversity of both is something that I certainly hope we're globally moving in the right direction on. We're certainly not where I live, but I hope globally we're moving in the right direction on that. I don't know. Forrest, am I totally off on that, on the sex and gender thing with regard to medicine? So I'm kind of just groping in the dark here.
No, you're fine. Groping is always fun. I apologize. I was busy over here. We got I saw somebody in the chat who was on my Instagram earlier saying like, "Hey, you remember me?" And they happened to be also a genocide denier, and I was encouraging them to call in. Could you please just give me the bullet point here? We're talking about sex and gender from a familial perspective or medical perspective. What was it again?
So Murin was saying that he's got that they have two relatives who are in the medical field, right? Both in the medical field. Both of them are women and assigned female at birth, and both of them take the perspective that to go to a gender-neutral society would be to sort of diminish something with regard to sex and gender, right? That would be a bad idea, that medicine would lose out on information if we did the gender abolitionism. And my thinking was, I think that's a hard sell unless you're linking sex and gender together, right? Because I don't know of anybody who's a gender abolitionist. Maybe I'm not rolling in the right circles to see it, but I don't know anybody who's like, yeah, let's get rid of the abolish. That's what we're looking for. Let's abolish the concept of sex.
Right.
Like, I don't think I've met anybody who's saying that, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe you have.
I have actually heard that, but not from anybody who's an authority in any of this or educated in any of this. So just some radical activists. And so like for me, I can get where they're coming from insofar as like gender as it is right now is of anthropological significance, right? It is a thing that we see played out across human cultures. And so to get rid of it as a concept in our society wouldn't be getting rid of it as a concept for humanity. And it would still be significant in that way. So we can track trends and things based on sex, but the difference is the way that we lead out gendered lives, the way that we think about ourselves and interact with the world as people with genders, it does have an impact on us. And so that's still something to look into. And if you were to actually have an abolitionist society, it'd be interesting to think about what that might look like from a biological perspective, as from a medical perspective, but I don't know what it would look like leading up to that point. And I think you could say you were losing out on something there. So I think it's reasonable to say that this is the phenomenon of gender is a normal part of the human experience. And it appears to be a more or less universal one. Even if someone was agender, I would still say that that's a way of expressing this internal sense of who you are, in a way that you're just saying none of the possibilities really work for me. That's still an expression, the same way that choosing to do nothing is still making a choice, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Or having the TV off doesn't mean your TV doesn't exist. So like you're still expressing to me how you feel and how you are identifying yourself and how you're interacting with your own mind. So that's just where I'm at with it. I can understand where they might be coming from just from hearing that. I'm not them. I can understand that. I can also understand the frustration of saying, like, as a woman getting to this point of progress and equality, I can maybe feel some frustration of having that completely removed. I can understand maybe that argument as well. But I could also argue in the opposite direction to say, if you're really talking about equality, putting everything at zero is the best way to do that. I don't know. It's difficult to say without like a really, really, really deep dive in just the anthropology of what gender has always looked like. And the way, like, if there are boundaries to that, which I don't think there are, and what those boundaries may look like. Yeah, it's an interesting discussion. I'm not on board with it, but I could understand. I could stretch my brain to understand where they might be coming from, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wasn't like trying to put their argument on the spot or anything. It was just I was unsure in how far they could be correct in the sense that gender expression would be relevant in the medical field, and it was part of my question, I guess.
Yeah, gender expression could be relevant in the medical field because the way that we interact with as gendered individuals, the way that we interact with the world around us does have differential effects. So, say for example, men, right? Men are at risk of a huge amount of poor health outcomes because they are men in our society, not because they are males, because they are men. Because men in our society are more likely to experiment with drugs and alcohol, are more likely to smoke, are more likely to take unnecessary risks, are less likely to seek out medical care, especially psychiatric care. Men in our society, because of the way that men treat each other and view themselves, are significantly greater risk of all sorts of preventable diseases. Males are not. That's not saying males, right? Because there is no toxic male. There's toxic masculinity, and that's the problem we're having. And so, like, we talk about loneliness and suicide rates and all this shit, that applies to men. There's a lot of, I've seen several trans men who talk about this, where they're like, I'm so fucking lonely. I used to be able to have a great conversation with somebody in the ladies' bathroom and become friends instantly, have somebody perk me up. I haven't talked to somebody in months because men don't talk. And like, so if you're talking about gender as it applies to medicine, yeah, absolutely, there's a thing there. And I can understand how there may be positive aspects where I'm telling you all these risks. You could also point to positive aspects and say those things would be lost. And there's a good argument to be had about how worth it that would be. But yeah, from that, I don't know. I don't know where you could go from there as far as medicine is concerned, beyond doing a really, really big deep dive in separating sex from gender in a meaningful and biomedical way.
It's so hard to say too, like, with any degree of certainty, where sex and gender intersect, although relevant. Intersex is relevant here. Where sex and gender intersect with one another with regard to behavioral predispositions, right? Like, there are all of these things that we've taken for granted as like sexual predispositions. If you're female, you're more caring. If you're male, you're more risk-takey, right? Like these ideas that are major generalizations. And I'm not sure the degree to which these proposed sexual predispositions are actually based off of sex, or if they are how we raise people. I don't know the answer to that question. I think they probably inform each other to a drastic degree regardless. Or rather, I would wager that gender is informed by sex to the degree that how you are recognized socially creates a feedback loop where you continue to nurture and develop that identity. So in a gender abolitionist society, I would imagine that there would be some kind of situation where it's like you pick your own identity and then you wouldn't really have this feedback loop operating in the same way, right? How that would intersect with medicine, it definitely would. It would have to, right? But I don't know how that would look. I don't know. So, I don't know. We're all spitballing here, though. We're having a good time. We're all just shooting the shit, trying to figure out. We are playing fantasy games of a potential alternative utopian future where sex and gender aren't the deals that they are today. And it's like, meanwhile, we unfortunately we have bigger fish to fry. But
yeah, it's like what Forrest was saying with like men are more likely to, for example, experiment with alcohol or drugs. How I feel about it, which is not at all a truth claim in any sense, is that I feel like it would be way more useful to then ask the question, do you experiment with alcohol or drugs, or how likely would you be to seek out psychiatric? Wow, that word is hard to pronounce. Psychiatric. I give up. Mental help, or like questions that address the issue specifically instead of going off of a generalization that might or might not be true, because people diverge so much within a group and a gender that I never felt like any of those descriptors was entirely or even partly useful to describe a person, neither for myself, but neither for other people. Like, I don't see my father, for example, as a man because he would fit in some arbitrary stereotype, but because he feels like a man. And I always, for a long time, I have felt like the generalization that comes with every label that humans create or that emerges from definitions is, in that sense, less useful than asking the actual question instead of going off a generalization. But I might be wrong about that.
Well, I think Forrest has talked about this before in other streams, but like I think part of to your point, Murin, our conception of what counts as a man and what counts as a woman, what men do, what women do, has changed so much through space and through time. And so little of it, if any of it, is intrinsically tied to sex, that it's like to your assigned sex at birth, that I don't know. I think certainly it is an incredibly malleable part of our identity as a species, as how we see each other. And other social critters don't seem nearly as caught up in this, right? Like animals behave how animals behave, and their behavior is informed or can be informed by their sex, but like they're free to behave in a myriad of different, interesting, fascinating, diverse ways that don't necessarily line up with our preconception. So I think there's a lot of room here. I just don't know. I don't know. It's such a hypothetical right now that I don't know what it would. I mean, we're chasing our tails here. I don't know what it would look like. I don't know how society at large would take it. I think Forrest is probably also right that there will always probably be societies that prefer to recognize things like gender. I don't know. Yeah, but that's what I got, and I also have to pee. So, Murin, thank you. Forrest, give your closing thoughts, and or we keep talking. I don't know. If I come back and you guys are still talking, I'll join in. But I do have to pee because I keep drinking water.
Okay. I hope this answered your questions, and like I think it's a productive and good conversation. I think there's a lot of stuff here, and I would be interested to hear more like people who are focused more on anthropology and gender studies and such than I to really dig into it, because it sounds pretty fucking neat. Anyway, with that, we've got 30 minutes left before we're supposed to be ending the stream. We're already going to go over that. So I'm going to jump on. We've got a couple other people waiting, but I hope this answers your questions.
Well, there's not really a conclusive answer, I guess, but I at least value your insight a lot. And so thank you very much for taking my call, and good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thank you so much. Take care. Jonathan in the chat, still waiting for you to call in and explain to me how the famine in Gaza has been thoroughly debunked. Would love to take your call. Would love to. I will pressure Arden into opening a line for you, because I'm pretty sure she already closed lines. So like, let us know in the chat. Say, hey, I'm here. I'm ready to call in. And I will send her a very nice lasagna in order to goad and pressure her into opening a line just for you.
The only thing
I
that's
would
going to
love
get
to
me to
talk.
do that is if somebody gives me personally $5,000 directly right now.
Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her. She would do it. Because she is a good person who values the lives of Palestinians and wants the genocide to end and knows that we can only do that by swaying public opinion with facts and evidence. And douchebags like Jonathan, who says that there's no evidence of this has been thoroughly debunked and all that stuff, need to hear the truth. And so she, as a good person who is against genocide and wants Palestine to be free, she is going to open a line for you if you just come into chat and tell us that you're here. We need you to just tell us you're here and we'll do it. But you popped up on my Instagram and I gave you some information. You ignored it. And now you popped up here in chat saying, do you remember me from Instagram? Yes, I do, motherfucker. It took me a couple minutes to do it, but I do remember you. Ready to take your call. Ready to talk to you about this. Would love to give you some resources from the World Authority on Hunger and Famine and Food Insecurity, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, the IPC analysis from the UN, which cited what they called irrefutable evidence of famine in Gaza, not just any kind of famine either, Phase 5 famine, the most severe, catastrophic famine, the kind that you can't just fix by just throwing food at people because you've already caused permanent damage to their bodies. And here I actually have their report, the IPC report from August of 2025, Famine Review Committee, Gaza Strip. Let's actually just pull this up right here, you dumb motherfucker, because I know you're not calling in. Let's just put this on the screen right there. Here is that report. And you can scroll right down here. Let's just read the executive summary together. The Famine Review Committee has determined famine IPC Phase 5 is currently occurring in Gaza Governorate. Furthermore, the FRC projects famine IPC Phase 5 threshold to be crossed here in the coming weeks. I'm not going to try to pronounce these things because I'm not going to do them justice. As this famine is entirely man-made, it can be halted and reversed. The time for debate and hesitation has passed. Starvation is present and is rapidly spreading. There should be no doubt in anyone's mind that an immediate at-scale response is needed. Any further delay, even by days, will result in a totally unacceptable escalation of famine-related mortality. It really is that simple, dude. And I'd be happy to show you how they came to these conclusions. I'd be happy to show you pictures. I'd be happy to show you all sorts of things. Would love to talk to you. And also, let's just start by defining what the word genocide means and see if you can get past that. Let us know in the chat. I'll keep my eyes open on it. In the meantime, we were supposed to end in 30 minutes. That's not going to happen. So let's talk to, I'm thinking either line 88 or line 91. What do you think? Line 91 has been waiting for a very long time as well and just got in from the screening room.
Let's do who is waiting longest. Sorry, meaning animal crackers now.
That's fine. All right. Let's talk to Cirrus, or maybe Cyrus. I don't know. Let me know. Any pronouns, calling in all the way from England, who says, people imply you can't have scientific and religious beliefs. How do I remove themselves from those beliefs? That's interesting. Cyrus or Cirrus, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hello, it's Cyrus. How are you guys doing?
Cyrus, all right.
We're good.
So, can I give a little bit of background about myself before I yap for a second? Yap.
Sure.
I'm anxious. I'm sorry. So,
I
grew up studying Japanese martial arts.
Mm-hmm.
Which then ended up in me getting into Southeast Asian philosophy, which then got me into Japanese philosophy, to be specific, and then into Shintoism, as a religion. And that really clicked with me. So right now, if someone were to ask me, what my religious belief was, I'd say probably somewhere Shinto. And I also have a passion for research and studying things. I also just want to say thank you to Erika for your videos, have made it a lot easier for me to understand how to read scientific papers.
Yes!
That was like, your videos are super useful.
Wait, yes! That's amazing. You're the first person to ever tell me that. That's so wonderful to hear. That's great. The way that I go through scientific papers on the channel is the way that I read them, so I'm glad that you find that helpful. Continue, sorry.
Yeah, it was very, very helpful. And very recently, I'd say about a few months ago, I got into like science communication and I don't know what to call anti-creationist. I don't know what to say because I don't even fully agree with creationism to begin with. But Emma Thorne was like what I started out with. Then I saw the collaboration Forrest and a few others, 9 other creators did on the Skeptic, which then got me into Forrest's channel. Then I found The Line. And I have a few questions about getting into science communication and studying biology and like the 3 sciences, because I personally have a very big attachment, I'd call it, to physics and astrophysics. I've always loved the sky. I also really like biology. And now I'm getting into like higher education and I'm not sure what road to pick, because my passion and like the thing I enjoy the most would be biology. But the thing I have the most commitment to is physics. So that's like my first question. Obviously, you guys are both biologists, so you're probably a biased source.
We're biased.
But how do you choose between those two like things? Between like a passion and a thing you like? Because
I'm happy to tell you why biology is the best.
I think it's a great question. Forrest is going to give you the biased answer, and I'm going to try to give you the irritating, thoughtful answer. I'll try. So, Forrest, go ahead. Tell him why he should pick our field instead.
Because it overlaps with all other sciences. They often call chemistry the central science because all these other sciences point to chemistry. And I like that. Chemistry is the heart of the mountain. Biology is the peak. Biology is the peak of science because you need all the other sciences to build to biology. All the other sciences point to chemistry, but all the other sciences build together to form biology. If you like physics, guess what exists? Biophysics. You like chemistry? Guess what exists? Biochemistry, right? You can go all over the place and explore the different sciences through the lens of living things. Because only with all of those things together do you get living things. And the best part about biology is you will never, ever be bored academically. Ever. Because I promise you, the second you think you've got something figured out, you turn over another rock and you find something that violates everything you've ever thought and everything you've ever known, and then you get to study that. And then you have yet another except, unless, until to every single fucking rule you have ever made, ever. Go to the physics classroom. What's gravity? Oh, F sub g is equal to g times m1, m2 divided by r squared. Here's general relativity. Here's how it works. It always works this way. And if you plug these numbers into anything, it'll always do this thing. Neat. Go to fucking biology. What's life? We don't know. We have 7 things that it does and a lot of shit that doesn't care about those 7 things. What the fuck is anything? It just is, dude. Oh, well, at least I know for sure, like, I can really narrow it down. All animals use mitochondria. Surprise, bitch. No, they don't. There's a fucking parasite that absolutely doesn't use aerobic respiration in this way. So no, it doesn't. Well, I mean, they all have red blood, at least. No, it doesn't. There's the ice fish I talked about earlier, and there's green blood, and there's blue blood. Fuck you. Just every time you think you figure something out, fuck you. And it's exciting. And it's wonderful for that reason. So yes, you should absolutely check out biology and use it for whatever you're interested in. Add a biology spin to it, and you will never, ever, ever be bored.
What, if you don't mind me asking, Cyrus, what year are you in your education? Where are you at? You might have said this at the beginning.
Are you familiar with the English school system?
Vaguely. I know you guys.
Are you in like university or college or pre-university and college?
I'm going into college.
Okay.
So you are a 10th grader.
Like,
so you're a high schooler.
Pretty much, yes.
No, because if I remember correctly, our junior and senior year of high school is an optional thing for them. So they stop at 10th grade and could go on, and that's essentially like community college for us. Yeah. Okay.
That's our college. So that's when I say college, that's what I mean. And I'm
we
going
get 2
into
more
college.
years
There's
and then college an extra thing on top of that. Yeah.
So
there's a very good college opening near me that has a like.
Sorry,
they
go ahead,
have
Cyrus.
a like focus on biology, like biology, chemistry, and physics, and they're meant to have like the best facilities. And I'm planning on going there, but I'm not sure what I should pick. I'm very like, on one hand, you're right about biology, and I would really like to do something to do with biology. But again, like, physics was the thing that got me into science. So,
me too.
I don't know.
The first science book I ever read, and the thing that really made me most excited was A Brief History of Time. And so, and like, I still to this day, I nerd out about that shit. You know what exists, dude? Astrobiology. That's a thing. You got to learn a whole bunch of astrophysics and then apply it to what we. Yeah, it's a thing, dude. And the main thing you're studying is where stars come from, where planets come from, and where life comes from. You learn about abiogenesis.
I'm going to say too that when you or I'm glitching out again. This is gonna be me like coming from my old porch, you know, shaking my cane, but from my rocking chair. What you pick is not what you're gonna lock into. Right? I can count on one hand the number of people who ended up doing what they did when they started. And that's normal.
Yeah.
That's how education works. That's how higher education of every variety works. It's the same for people who go to medical school, right? Like I knew a guy who he went into medical school, he was like, I'm going to be an oncologist. And then he left a pediatrician. And I know somebody else who was the exact opposite path. They were like, I'm going to be a pediatrician. They came out an oncologist. Like that's how it works. And every single field of science, that's how it works. And that's because the questions that truly itch at you aren't the only questions that you find interesting, right? And the questions you find interesting aren't going to be the thing that you necessarily research. So my advice to you, Cyrus, is pick what is most interesting to you right now. Because higher education is not easy. It can be hard. And you want to make sure that you're fueling yourself with passion, because some days passion is going to be the only thing that's getting you to crack the book, or that's getting you to do some data entry or do some kind of analysis or mark something up or whatever, right? Like some days that's going to be what gets you through. Passion is really, really important. That's what I've told every single student that's passed through my classroom. But I would also encourage you to step out while you're getting an education in what you're interested in right now and take classes that you think seem interesting just for the hell of it. I took entomology when I was in college, when I was in university, and it was the best class I took. My favorite undergraduate class that I ever took was entomology. Some days I think to myself, I see the future where I went into entomology for a living. Primates, unfortunately, are even cooler than bugs are, as I would find out later, but I love arthropods. I absolutely love them. They're phenomenal. They're so interesting. You will take classes throughout the course of your academic journey, as everyone does, that will surprisingly pull you in directions that you did not think you would ever be pulled into. And you'll be faced with decisions over and over and over again. Should I study this or should I study this? Should I study this? Should I study that? And Forrest is right in advising you that any time you can possibly merge two fields together, that's what you should do. And not just because it's fascinating and interesting and potentially innovative, which is in and of itself vital in academia right now, where it's so easy to sequester yourself away in your own discipline. We need collaboration and we need overlap in fields and the opposite of specialization more than ever. But it also makes you more employable, which is in and of itself also a really important part of academia that I think a lot of people miss. You need to be employable. And the more the more areas that you get yourself trained in, the more exposure you have to different fields, the more employable you are, the more interesting you are, the more fascinated you are by the areas that you're exposed to, and the better time you'll have. It's going to be hard. That's academia for you. But you will never, ever be bored.
Yeah, I would say there's a big push right now between there's people who are interdisciplinary, so you're like reaching across and pulling a little bit of information from different disciplines, but you kind of have still like a goal in mind from one of them. You're just kind of touching those other things. And then the big push right now is transdisciplinary, where you're not just picking a little bit from everything. You're actually collaborating between these different disciplines to create a totally new thing. That's a big thing right now in a lot of academia, transdisciplinary research and whatnot. So me personally, I'm an integrative biologist. That is I don't usually say this out loud because people don't know what I'm talking about. The best way to describe my field is integrative biology. It's what I got my bachelor's in, and it's what I've continued on, even though I've specialized through grad school. I'm jumping all fucking over the place. Integrative biology is when you take a really big, broad approach to biology, and you don't just study biology. You touch physics, and you touch chemistry, and you touch astronomy, and you touch everywhere else. And when you do biology, it's parasites, and it's organic chemistry, and it's physiology, and it's pathology, and it's entomology, and it's limnology, and it's ichthyology, and it's all this weird shit to try to get as broad of a picture of you as you possibly can. And the sacrifice is you never really get super, super specialized. You never are able to like play with the really, really big guys about super intimate details of a thing. But the benefit is, holy fuck, it's so cool because you see the big picture for a change. And it's you get that really big transdisciplinary look of how life as a whole actually works a little bit. So my bachelor's was integrative bio, and then throughout grad school, I did some work in anthropology, and then I focused on evolution for a little while, and then I focused on isotope chemistry for a little while, and then I focused on human anatomy for a little while, and then I worked on paleontology for a little while, and then I worked on like developmental biology for a little while, and right now I'm doing fucking molecular biology and touching into psychology at this moment. So like, it's so fucking satisfying intellectually to not be locked down and just bogged into one thing, but to jump from place to place to place. That is an option for you, and you should try it out. And like Erika said, do not ever at any point say, all right, well, this is what I'm doing forever, because I promise you, if you are curious enough, you will prove yourself wrong.
I'll offer sort of I don't know that I'm exactly the opposite perspective as you are, Forrest, on like, or not perspective, but the opposite pathways you took. Because I've specialized pretty hard. I mean, I study, Cyrus, is I study the sexual dimorphism of canine teeth in Miocene apes. I'm a paleoprimatologist. But
Niche.
to get to that point, I had to pass through a gazillion different hoops that gave me opportunities to learn fairly in depth about the degrees that came before me. So I started with a broad approach. I was pre-vet, right? So I took all the stupid, irritating chemistry and physics and microbio classes that you have to take in order to be a veterinarian. Then I pivoted and got my master's degree in primate biology, behavior, and conservation. So I was a behavioral ecologist. That was what I was poised to be, was a behavioral ecologist. My master's thesis was supposed to be on dimorphic behavior in Macaca nemostrana, or northern pig-tailed macaques. I was looking at spite behavior in particular and how game theory played into that. But COVID happened, and so I pivoted and started learning about teeth, and sexual dimorphism in canine teeth, which are the most dimorphic tooth in primates. And then that's how I got into studying Miocene apes after trudging through the treacherous pathway of hominins and primate evolution in general on either side, homing in on Miocene apes. And so what I'll tell you about that pathway is it's really cool because you get to go really in depth on one topic that you really, really like. And the perk of that is you get to be an expert on that topic. There are probably 6 experts in the world on Miocene apes, and I would count myself as a rising version of one of those. So that's really cool. But I lack the ability that Forrest has to be able to say, okay, here's how the biochemistry plays into that, and here's the physics. I couldn't tell you I couldn't give you a single physics equation. I could give you the quadratic formula, and that's the only formula or equation I could give to you. But I've been afforded some really incredible opportunities being in this specialization that I'm in, right? Because there are so few people who study what I study, I've gotten to go put my hands on fossils that very few people have gotten to touch. So there's pros and there's cons to each of these approaches, and you don't have to pick right away. That's the wonderful part about your academic journey. I envy you in a lot of ways because being at the start of it is simultaneously exciting and dreadful. And you know, it's a hell of a time to be doing that. Luckily, it doesn't sound like you're in the United States, so you'll have an easier go of it than us. Yeah. But I think you can summarize the advice that Forrest and I are giving to you is keep an open mind. Do not pigeonhole yourself into anything. Not that you could if you wanted to, right? But try to keep that in mind as you move forward. Take classes that you find interesting. I would say as early as possible, network with people, right? Get opportunities to work in labs, pick up odd jobs helping professors out wherever you go. And that'll help you discover what you really enjoy and what you're really passionate about and what you really want to spend your time adding to the bubble of knowledge, right? Like, because we all, as scientists, we get to add a little bit. And this is a stupid analogy that I'm taking from one of my committee members, but it's like, you know, you got this big bubble of human knowledge, and it floats above the entirety of the species. And every scientist gets to take their little piece of work, their life's work, and commit it to the bubble and add it. And the bubble grows a little bit bigger, and it never shrinks. It stays that big, and it grows and it grows and it grows. And everybody takes from the bubble, and everybody gives back to the bubble. And it's a wonderful, wonderful thing to be a part of. So just make sure that whatever you're contributing, you're passionate about, right. and that'll keep you going.
And the bubble is the monad.
Well, here's the reason I want to study, like,
forbidden knowledge,
you know, higher level academia of like a lot of things. I want to do science communication a lot, like you guys and Milo Rossi and you know, all of the other people out on the internet doing the good, honest work of spreading, you know, science and the scientific method and all of these things. So really what I'm getting from what you guys are saying is that if I really want to do that, the best thing to do would be to not pick something super specific, because a broader basic understanding is better to teach a broader basic audience. So if I'm able to, if someone asks me a question about physics and someone else asks me about biology and someone asks me about paleontology and, you know, whatever, having a basic understanding in all of those things would be better than having a very specific understanding. So I suppose that
yes and no. Yes and no, because the sacrifice there is if someone asks you a physics question and you answer it at an undergraduate level and you like give an undergraduate understanding into you're gonna miss some shit that a graduate physics student would be able to catch and say, hey, actually, It's a little bit more complicated than that. And you're making a mistake that any undergraduate would make, which means you're actually lackluster as a communicator there. Meanwhile, yes, you get a lot more broad diversity, which means you get to catch a wider net. But if you're not able to be honest about where your expertise lies and you're hitting everywhere, then you're going to miss a lot of shit. So just like there's good and bad to all of that. If you want to be a communicator, some of the best science communicators out there, there are great science communicators out there that are PhDs in their field and they talk about the thing that they know. And there are other great science communicators out there that are generalists that, like we talked about earlier, are constantly asking other people for input. So the key is just always fact checking yourself.
Right. I think the most, I mean, if you want to be a science communicator, this is a different conversation because, well, it's not a different conversation, but it sort of skews in a different way. The most important thing, if you want to be a successful science communicator, is you got to love what you're talking about. If that's everything, cast the broad net. If it's specific, keep it tight, right? I mean, I made a video last week about one paper about this interesting mutation that changed the orientation of the human ilia or of the ileal growth plate in ancestral hominids and how that derives. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. And that's how you derive the sagittal orientation and the short, broad ilium as compared to the tall sagittal orientation that you see in a chimpanzee. Okay, that is about as specific as it gets. I sat there and read, I gave a background and then I sat there and read through a paper, right? But there's a niche for that. If you like what you're talking about, people will like to hear about it. When I pick science communicators who I watch, because if you're worth your salt, if you're a science communicator, you watch other science communicators because you can pick up cool ways of explaining things. You can pick up new arguments. You can pick up all sorts of stuff. It's a very symbiotic relationship, I would say, the community of science communication. But the people who I watch, the one thing they all have in common is that they love what they talk about. And you can tell. You can tell. If you love what you're talking about and you know it, it doesn't matter if you're casting a broad net or a tight net. You'll be successful. That's my opinion on it.
Right.
Maybe that's wrong, but I think it holds.
I mean, I'm gonna take away from this what I think is, applies to me the best. So you can't really say something wrong because I'll just extract the best I can from what you're saying. So but I have a series of questions that are biology related or things of the sorts. Is it okay if I go through this list that I'm trying to make shorter now? And ask you guys some of these questions Erika's gonna really like. I can start with the questions Erika's gonna really like, and then with the dumb questions last, or I can start dumb questions first. And because I Forrest, no offense, but I haven't been watching you for long enough to know what would get you excited. But it seems anything will.
It's most things. I don't know if we have time for the whole list, but we have time for a few of them. So let's take some.
Sure. Okay. Well, then I'll start with the with the one that's, what are spider monkeys? I searched them up broadly, but I'm really confused on what they are because they sort of look like humans, but from what I'm understanding, they're not even closely related to us, or are they?
Spider monkeys.
Monkeys without thumbs, y'all.
What are spider monkeys?
This is a phenomenal question. So monkeys in general, monkeys and apes, can both fit into two primary categories. All monkeys and apes fall into a group called the anthropoids, and then the anthropoid splits into two subgroups. You have the platyrine monkeys, or the flat-nosed monkeys that have their nostrils splayed out to the side. These guys live in Central and South America, and we usually, traditionally I should say, call them the New World monkeys. This is going to be everything you can find in Mexico and in Brazil and in Chile, in all of these places. They're all monkeys, all of them. There's nary an ape among them. The other side of the coin is the catarrhine, or old world monkeys. This includes humans.
Right.
It includes critters like baboons and macaques and guinins and langurs and stump-nosed monkeys, all of those kinds of guys. That split occurred about 35 million years ago. A really, really long time. Humans split from chimps 7 million years ago, but platyrines and catarrhines split about, let's call it 25 to 30 million years ago. 25 to 35. Let's go with that. And the way that this happens is a critter called Proteopithecus, a member of Proteopithecidae, manages to make it over to Central and South America. Once it gets over there, it diversifies into all of the New World monkeys, or the platyrines, and they're all really, really interesting and weird and unique ways. You have super loud howler monkeys. They're some of the loudest critters on the planet. You have the weird owl monkeys, which have almost converged on an owl-like niche. You have the tamarins and the marmosets, who are polyandrous. One female will mate with multiple males and oftentimes have babies in twins, in pairs. They twin a lot. You have the calatrich, or not the calatrichids, the callicebus, members of Pitheciidae, who have these weird laterally flaring canines that they use to pierce and then husk fruits. And then you've got squirrel monkeys and capuchin monkeys, who are like really brilliant, especially capuchins. They are so smart. Like their encephalization quotient is about that of chimpanzees, which that is to say their brain to body size ratio is similar to chimps. Not as big absolute brain size, but big relative brain size. So where do spider monkeys fall in? Spider monkeys fall in with the family called Atelidae. They're members of a genus called Ateles. And they've basically converged with gibbons on this below branch brachiation style of moving. So they'll hang below the branches and they'll go arm over arm relatively slowly as they move through the trees. And then they use their tail as a fifth limb. And what that means, as Forrest alluded to earlier, is that they've lost their thumbs. Usually thumbs go away when you've got a better means of getting around in the trees, because you don't need grip strength, right? They either weaken or they disappear entirely, as we see with spider monkeys. So the reason spider monkeys look so human-y is because of the way they move. It's really similar to how gibbons move, which is to say, upright and under the trees. So their morphology or physical characteristics has converged on this upright mode of moving, which is similar but not identical to bipedalism, and that they hold their body upright, their foramen magnum is tucked forward, they have these big globular brain cases, pretty short faces, things of that nature. Right. So the reason why they look human-y has nothing to do with their common ancestor with us, not really, because Proteopithecus was not particularly monkey-like. It was very basal. But it's actually convergence with gibbons who look really like us because they are closely related to us. It's a very cool story. Does that answer your question?
Right.
And by the way,
Yeah,
what
it does.
a minute ago,
And
when she was talking about how like being a specialist like her or a generalist like me is going to bring different things, I could never fucking do that. I could never give you that detailed and super specific fucking answer. But what I can do is give you some totally fucking out of left field bullshit. In terms of evolutionary development, the thumb is usually, when digits are lost, the thumb's the first one to go. So, like, the fact that they lost that one is super expected and something we see as a pattern across many different species, and actually tells us quite a bit about birds and how they're fucking, in dinosaurs and birds, they have 3 fucking fingers on the claw. That's actually these 3 fingers that are shaped like these 3 fingers because the developmental field shifted over, and that's what we see in these guys as well. So, like, you got just learn whatever the fuck makes you smile, dude. That's the whole thing.
I couldn't tell you that. I did not know that.
Okay,
I feel like that'd be a good guess. I feel like if you asked me which digit is most likely to be lost, I probably would say thumb or pinky, but I wouldn't know that it was typically the thumb across the board.
It's thumb first and then pinky, as a matter of fact.
Okay, there you go. Cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, Cyrus, attilids are really cool.
So,
they're neat critters. Also,
I would agree.
they're also in their family, so it's like the whole of Attilidae
Do
is
I have time
howlers,
for one more question,
spiders,
or is that
spiders, and
Also,
leaf.
Dustin in the chat, good to see you, dude. Out of left field bullshit is Forrest's specialty. You're absolutely correct.
Yes, Cyrus, ask your additional question. I will answer it fast so Arden doesn't flay me later.
So this is
Really, I promise
my very last one. I'll end it here. So I've made it like a habit or a I don't know what I'd call it except a habit, but to go in Discord servers and argue with creationists or science deniers and give my best argument against what they say. And I have recordings that are like 3-ish hours long of me just arguing with people from Christianity, Islam, anyway, a ton of things. And obviously making a YouTube channel or any social media for that matter and make it also be successful is very difficult. Would it be, if I cut down these debates I have with people and post them online, would that be a problem? Because I can't do my due diligence while yelling at someone while they're also yelling at me and typically swearing at me in Arabic. So
I think that
I
should
would
be
feel
fine.
bad to post it, but also I feel like I bring up some good points. So how,
Post it, and
would
if
that
you
be
feel
bad
really
science communication?
post it with the stipulation that it's a debate, right? Put a little intro of yourself explaining what you just explained to us in the
Right.
beginning. Or if you're feeling really intrepid, what you can do is you could cut it up, and every time that you would have said something different, you can come back and say, hey, here's what I would add, or I looked this up later and it's actually what I said is true, and also ABC, and also they were wrong because XYZ. You can slice it up and sort of do a walkthrough debate. I've done a couple of those on my channel, and people actually kind of like walkthrough debates, I think, because it feels more like a low stakes conversation. I think that people can relax a lot more when they're listening to it. So no, I think you can certainly post.
It's also a good opportunity to go back and correct yourself and like learn how to do better. Like I can't tell you, like I do this show or shows like this every fucking week, and I still go back and rewatch some things like I should have done this. I had a call a little while ago. Some fucking doofus called in to tell me that evolution is impossible because by definition, species can't interbreed. And the definition of species is that 2 things can't interbreed to produce fertile offspring. And therefore you can never make a new species from one species to another because they could never interbreed. Because and you would never be able to have children if if this thing gives birth to a new species, then they can. And I'm like, hey, that's not the definition of species. That is a definition, and also that isn't how speciation works. And I spent like I can't even tell you how long talking to this dude and explaining like, hey, you're getting this wrong. That's not the only definition, and that's not how evolution works. All this stuff. And I look back at that call and I cringe so fucking hard because I could have just asked, okay, how do you tell the difference between two species in bacteria that don't have sexual reproduction? If that's your only definition, how can you tell what two different species of dinosaurs are? If that's the only, I could have walked him through it in the way that I would have walked a student through it, explaining why the biological species concept isn't there. But instead, I just tried to explain it in a way that I would explain it in this other way. And that other way may have worked for somebody, but it didn't work here. And so now I go back and I think, okay, so how could I have done it better, right? How could I explain this in a third way now? If that didn't work, what's another way I could have done it? And that makes me better in the next debate. So,
Forrest,
go back and rewatch those clips and fact check yourself and learn from it and do better at it next time. What were you asking me, Erika?
Do you ever listen to, because I've done the same, where like I'll listen to a clip. Usually someone will say, oh, I just watched this video and you said blah, blah, blah. What did you mean? And then I'll be like, well, fuck, I don't remember. So I have to go back and watch what I said. And it's like, sometimes I'll listen to myself and it'll be like in a debate or it'll be like in a conversation like here on the line. And someone will say something to me and I'll be like listening to myself. And I'm like, please say this. Please, please, please say this. Please don't leave this out.
Yep.
And then sometimes I do remember to say it and I'm like, cha-ching, I would have said it exactly the same now. Check. And then sometimes old me breezes right past it and I'm like, you dumb bitch. I'm coming for you.
Furious.
How could you forget
exactly.
this? You knew this at the time. How could you forget
Go
it?
fucking flagellate myself when I get home because I'm so mad at myself from 3 months ago. Yeah, I do that all the fucking time. All the fucking time. And like what really sucks is when it's a very popular clip. There's a very popular clip of me yelling at this guy named Chuck who called in with the pronouns attack helicopter. And I just laid into him for like 30 minutes about what an asshole he was and all this different stuff. Would have been, because I kept explaining sex and gender different things and he kept telling me I was wrong, would have been so much more effective if I had brought up examples of gender diverse cultures or examples of trans people in history, because I mentioned those things and he just flatly denied them and I never gave him an example. And now I'm looking back at that, I'm like, my argument was weaker because I didn't give an example that I easily fucking could have. And that's a very popular clip. And I hate it. And I look back at my old dude. My most popular series on YouTube is Reacteria. I've got 3 episodes of Reacteria that are up over 1 million views. I fucking hate them because I could have done a better job, and I would today. So yeah, dude, if you want to get started, if you want to get started as a YouTuber or a content creator or anything like that, grow a very thick skin and get used to correcting yourself and telling yourself that you're wrong, and you'll be fine. And also look up the one-party consent laws around you to make sure you're not recording people without their consent, because that'll get you in trouble unless you have the legal authority to do it. But like all that aside, just always be ready to correct yourself and go back and learn from yourself and correct yourself. And if you want to be a really good fucking educator, when you learn something or when you're ready to teach something, figure out how you would teach it to a kindergartner and a middle schooler and a high schooler and a college peer and somebody who's an expert in that field, how you would relay it back to them respectfully, and find a way to blend all of those lesson plans together as you say it all at the same time so that everybody who's listening to you hears it. That's the thing that you should work on. It's a trick.
Okay.
It's a skill, but
you can practice it by, like, the way that I practice it is I'll explain it to my husband or I'll explain it to my mom. And I'm very careful to watch, when do their eyes glaze over? When have I said too much? When have I bored them? When have I not said enough? When was it unclear? When were the questions something that I could have had it off at the pass if I'd explained it better, right? Like, there's all these little tips of the trade that you can learn. Because science communication is equal parts education as it is, like, equal parts teaching as it is knowing. It's not good enough to just know the material. You have to know how to purvey it to someone else. And that takes practice. None of us are perfect at it, and everybody's always trying to improve. Anyways, that's all I got.
Who was it that said this? It was, I'm looking for this quote. Sir Mark Walport, Chief Executive of the United Kingdom Research and Innovation thing, once famously said, I only knew the quote, I didn't know the person, science isn't finished until it's communicated. Science communication is a part of science, and it is a damn difficult part of science, and you need to be the right kind of person for it. So just practice, and be ready to learn and grow and develop as you go, and be ready to cringe at yourself real fucking hard in a couple of years, because Lord knows I do. and so does everybody. And I have yet to meet a YouTuber, especially a science communicator, that does not absolutely fucking hate their most popular videos and their older videos and things like everybody does. So I am embarrassed by the shit that people watch of me.
Let me offer one other.
I mean it. So something that just so you know, people will sometimes call in and they'll be like, "Hey, I watch your channel a lot," and I say like, "Oh, I'm so sorry you had to go through that." And people are like, "Oh, he's so silly and humble." No, I mean that shit. I mean that shit. It's fucking terrible. I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Cyrus, if you do the SciComm thing, anytime you find yourself thinking it's probably fine, it's not. It's not. Whatever you're thinking, it's not. It doesn't matter if it's editing. It doesn't matter if it's double checking a source. Anytime you think about double checking a source and you don't, you're wrong. I promise. Yeah. It is a 100% likelihood that the times that you ignore checking,
I heard that earlier in the stream.
Just play it safe, my friend. Don't be, play it safe.
I've been watching the stream since it started. So.
Yep. You're either sure or you're wrong. He said he's been watching the stream since it started. And if you notice, there were several times in here in this stream where we fucking knew something. When we were talking about whale evolution, when I was talking about the famine in Gaza, when we were talking about statistics on trans people and violence against them, every time pulled up a source. I knew it like the back of my fucking hand. Erika knew it like the back of her fucking hand. We know it because we know it. We've said it a million times. We still pulled up graphs and figures and sources and shit. Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely. If you know, and you've said it a million times, great chance to double check it. Absolutely.
Double checking is the sign of a careful scholar, not the sign of one who doesn't know what they're talking about, not an ignorant one.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Is this my time up?
Anyway, yeah, we're going to move on to the last call, but I appreciate you calling in and talking to us. Feel free to call us back sometime. We'll go down that list of questions you have about biology. Maybe you'll have a few more by that time. I'm on tomorrow night, so maybe you can call then.
Oh.
Well,
yeah, dude.
Well, I'm free on the weekends, so whoever is on the weekends, I'll try and call in because I'm a very I think the word would be inquisitive. I'm a very inquisitive person. I always have a question about something.
Good trait
to have. There's always
tomorrow you've got Matt and Justin on the Sunday show. So if you want to talk about the Bible, there's your chance. And then on the Sunday show after dark tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, you've got Didn't Throw Up. You've got me and Paul. Then on Monday, you've got looks like Godless Engineer and Paul again. Then you've got Chewed Gum with Taylor and Alyssa. So if you want to talk about women's issues, that's a cool place to do that. And you've got the Transatlantic, which looks like Alexander and Josie there. So if you want to talk about trans people, there's your option there. So absolutely call in and ask good questions. And with that, we were going to jump on to the last one, but thank you so much.
To see me again. Yeah,
most definitely. Thank you so much for your call. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, y'all, it's time for the last call of the night. How exciting.
Oh, time flies.
Right?
Arden's like, good. Get that shit done and dusted. I'm ready to get out of here. I'm really breaking this one. I'm not even sleepy. I'm not even tired.
I could go a little longer. I got a little sleepy for a minute, and then I got a banana milkshake, and it perked me right the fuck up. I'm down for another couple of hours. If we want to go to midnight, I'm down.
Let's open the lines back up, Arden. What do you think?
Let's open the lines back up, Arden.
This show in the middle of whatever you're saying, in the middle of whatever super chat at 11 p.m.
Okay,
now, that's 50 minutes.
Okay, we gotta hustle. First, we gotta get this next call started.
We're already 90 minutes past our record. How fucking cool is that?
Well, we crushed it. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but we crushed it. We slayed it, and that's. Gonna kick that can down the road. We'll have to beat it next time. Actually, this will be a great opportunity. Here's what we can do. Someday we'll be like, we're gonna try to raise. One day we'll be like, we're gonna try to raise $100,000 to some cause. 24-hour stream. That's the prize. We'll stream for 24 hours, and at the end, Arden will take us out back and put us out of our misery with the gun.
Somebody already asked for that, and I said that's going to be $36,000 for me, champ. $5,000 to keep the show going. $36,000 if you want a 24-hour show.
Personally,
directly to me.
For real though, I would do that shit all day long. I'd be all about it. I want it. Jimmy asked me when he was calling. He's like, "Can we just go to 10, right?" And I was like, "No, bitch, do it till 12, or do it till 10, and then let us go until 12 to like really give them something to talk about." Oh, they only had to do 10 hours and they did 12. I was into it.
I mean, the thing is, this is a leave them wanting more, though. I can see the appeal to that, because if we did 12 hours this time, the next big impressive one is 24. I mean, what are we going to do next time? 14 hours? Who gives a shit about that? That's baby mode.
Right.
But, sorry, 20? Who cares? Lame.
We got our very last call of the night, because the genocide denying bitch did not call in. Shame. We got our last call of the night is Miriam, pronoun she or Faye, calling in from ipsilateral lips. Talking about having both your lips on the same bilateral side of your body. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Who wants to talk about theism? Miriam, you're our last call of the night, and you're a theist. I am so excited. How are you?
I'm great. How are you, Forrest?
Never had a bad day.
Yeah.
I'm also good, Miriam, and I'm also doing good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how are you, Erika?
And me too. I'm also good. Don't forget. I'm just kidding. I'm messing around.
I love you guys. You're so bubbly, and I love that you like talk about science and stuff. Like, yeah.
Oh goodness, we have fun around here. We have fun. Arden has the most fun of all, though.
She does.
Also, I just wanted to say, like, hi, Arden, again. We haven't spoken in a long time, but I called into Transatlantic, like, when it first started, but hi.
Hell yeah.
That's cool as hell.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So what do you want to talk about, Miriam?
Question is pretty straightforward. Or maybe not my question, but my topic. But yeah.
Shall we just start with the tag itself? If you want, you can.
Yeah.
So usually, I mean, you've seen the show. Usually, we give the caller a chance to elaborate. But if you'd like, we can just jump into what you said, which was general theism.
General
is reasonable.
theism is reasonable. Yeah.
We can work through our differences despite that. Actually, I'm interested. I mean, I could give my thoughts. You know what? Screw it. I'll give my thoughts on that. I know everybody wants to know. That's what you're here for. Is you want to? Everybody's waiting with bated breath for our thoughts.
Sure, go for it.
My whole philosophy on the theism, anti-theism goes on occasionally here on YouTube. Is I'm a science communicator first. To me, science communication is the most important thing. I want people to understand the science. I am far more willing to collaborate with a theist who accepts all of conventional science than I would be with, an atheist who was an anti-vaxxer, right? Like that's just always going to be the case for me, because I think that is materially what matters the most. I can have any conversation about general theism for sure, and I do all the time on the line, and I can give you my opinions, why I think the way that I do. But for me, it's like, especially right now, what matters more than anything else is kindness and compassion for humans here in the United States, of course, but also science comprehension and understanding so that we can move forward on the same page. Because I think that pseudoscience peddling and anti-science, anti-intellectualism is a very powerful, very rich seed that from which a lot of other bullshit that we're dealing with here in the United States seems to sprout. So for me, I think combating bad science and also encouraging good science literacy is the most important thing. The reason I say that is because dealing with general theism, if I'm dealing with a theist and they are science affirming 6 Ways to Tuesday, I'm going to have no problem with them. We can talk about where we disagree on theism, but for me personally, I'm not going to be like, well, I can't collaborate with this person on a project, or I can't, protest with this person, or I can't. And I don't think any of our hosts here on the line would be like that, to be perfectly honest. I don't think anybody is an anti-theist to that degree. So my answer to your question is, I think most of the time, general theists can absolutely get along and work through differences with somebody who is atheistic or agnostic, as long as we're together on the core values and core goals of how to make this world a better place for all people. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I definitely agree. I think that the theists and atheists can like work together, especially if they have like those core values that you said. It becomes harder when you have a theist who's like a young Earth creationist or someone who just denies like science like findings or whatever. But yeah, I think I totally agree with you.
Although I will say, I have tangoed with many young Earth creationists here on YouTube, and I have met the rare few who are very socially progressive, but they are still young Earth creationists, in a fascinating combination, but one that exists all the same. And these are people who I truly do believe are coming from a place of compassion. I think they're very, very uninformed. And of course, I've had conversations with them about that. But that being said, we agree on a lot of very important things. And so, with these kinds of these are people who I would happily march with for human rights here in the States. And then argue with for hours afterwards, because what do you mean you don't, you know what I mean? It's like, but I digress.
Yeah, I think that a lot of views of when we're talking about like a young Earth creationism or flat Earth or anything like that, I think that we're like really good like talking to mostly and quotation marks mostly a minority group, but they're a very loud group, right? So
yeah. And it really depends on the group that you're talking about here, right? Like the most recent poll that I've seen, the most uplifting poll that I've seen, and don't get me on this soapbox because I'll talk about it for a very long time.
Okay.
It's there are fewer creationists in the United States than there have ever been right now. That does not make sense. That does not square with every other like swell in pseudoscientific ideas in this renaissance that we're seeing for climate change denial and for anti-vax ideology and for all sorts of other stuff. But for whatever reason, creationism, not just young Earth creationism either, anti-evolution sentiment is lower than it's ever been. 18% of Americans are creationists in that they don't believe evolution is responsible for modern biodiversity and don't think humans evolved. That means that like 82% of the United States accepts that humans evolved from prior life forms. A lot of them think that God guided it. That's another conversation. But accepting conventional science is something that in the right direction. It's fairly inexplicable given the climate of things. I think I have an idea as to why it is, but it would take a long time to explain. So, case in point, it is a minority, thankfully. And I would like to continue to watch that line go down.
It'd be tight.
Yeah,
be tight.
Go ahead, Forrest.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with her, and I also I agree with everything we've been talking about as well as far as like progress and society. One of the people that I look up to the most in this world is a Muslim man, and I've Qasim Rashid. No issue telling him. I've had him as a guest on the show. Dude has never said anything that I didn't agree with wholeheartedly, except that God is real. And like, dude has given me every time I see his videos, banger after banger after certified fucking banger. I've had a Christian guy as a host on this show with me as well, because he has really great things to say about education and about child abuse and about discipline. He's a big anti-spanking advocate. Great fucking dude with amazing insights. Tall as a fucking mountain. Just an amazing guy who I think is great. And so like, I have no issue with those things. As far as whether or not theism is reasonable, strongly disagree. But whether or not I can work with theists to make a better future, absolutely, and I would be stupid to think otherwise. And that's why it bothers me so much. I know we already touched on this, but just to reiterate it bothers me so fucking much when there are people in the atheist community, on the online community, who take the word anti-theist to go to actually anti-theist and not anti-theism, and not talking about how they're against religious belief, they're against harmful dogma, they're against belief in gods, they're against all these things, and they actually start throwing around this bullshit about how like all religious people are evil, crazy, stupid, whatever. People who they're still, oh my god, if I hear somebody say some shit about how like religion is a mental disorder and shit like that, that edgy fucking Reddit bull, I'll knock them the fuck out. I hate that. So stupid. That's so fucking stupid. And so like, absolutely, yes, exactly. So like,
I mean, Shannon Q released a video like a few years ago or whatever. You should stop calling religious or whatever people who are religious mentally ill or something like that. So
yes, yeah, it's so fucking dumb. So like, I can tell you right now with a straight face and a kind heart, like I don't know what God you believe in. It says theist caller. You've labeled yourself as a theist here. I think that whatever your religious belief is, I think that it's harmful. I don't like whatever God you believe in. I don't even need to know what God you believe in, because I think that every God concept is harmful. So like, I am not for your beliefs at all. I wish that you were free of them, and I wish they weren't a thing. You would probably, depending on whether you believe in hell or whatever like that, you would probably have similar things to say to me based on your religious belief, and that's fine. And we can have that conversation. But if you want to work with me to help protect trans and LGBT people in this community, if you want to work with me to guarantee that everybody has access to food and water and shelter, if you want to work with me to increase the minimum wage and try to bring about a more socialist economy, if you want to work with me to end homelessness, if you want to work with me to enshrine democracy a little bit more and safeguard it from encroaching fascism, if you want to work with me to solve climate change and bring about new green energy initiatives and try to clean up the planet, dude, I don't give a fuck what you believe, as long as you're in, or what gods you believe in. I'm going to be right there working hand in hand with you. And I'm telling you, I'm never going to care. I'm never going to ask you about your gods unless you bring them up to me. So that I think is absolutely reasonable, that we can have community, that we can work together, that we can work through differences. And I don't just mean work through differences. I mean, come to understand, I mean, we can work through differences. We can have the differences and work together anyway. That's okay. The only difference is a belief that I'm not going to work with are fucking Nazis and shit. But if you're just a theist, fine. We can work together to make a better future, and then we can all be happy in it. And if anybody's out there trying to take your right to your religion away, I'll be the first one out in the street fighting with you to keep your right to believe whatever the fuck you want to believe.
Yeah, I definitely get that, and I appreciate that, and I still like watching like y'all's videos and stuff. But like I think that the core, the more core of the issue is like whether these gods like actually exist. And I'll be the first one to say like I can't prove it to you. I can't prove it to anyone else. I believe what I believe, and for my own particular reasons, and we can go into that like maybe in a personal call or something like that. But yes, I think like in terms of like how like of like societies how I want the society to run or whatever, it shouldn't be like the biggest priority. It should be more like accepting and excuse me, should be more accepting and science centric, because that's something that we should be able to have like a consensus that this exists, and we're able to like correlate it with each other, or not correlate it, but you know what I mean. But like verify it with each other, you know.
Righteous. Yeah, I'm all down with that. As long as we can work together for common goals. I don't think, and I wouldn't trust anybody who did think that I know the best way to be a human, or that I'm right about fucking everything. I'm living as authentically as I can, and I hope you are too. And this is the issue of the paradox of tolerance, is that like I think tolerance is an amazing thing. I want to be tolerant of you, you be tolerant of me. I'd rather be accepted than tolerated personally, but fuck, man, like at the end of the day, we're gonna have some differences, but there does have to be that line, you know, because if you are so tolerant that you are truly perfectly tolerant of everybody, some intolerant motherfucker is going to come in and destroy your tolerant society. So you have to have that line of intolerance somewhere. But I don't think you've crossed it, Miriam. I don't think that you're on that side. As long as we can agree on like fundamental things. If you're calling in as a Christian and you're not one of the Christians who call me every day and defend slavery and shit, we're going to get along. We're going to work together. We're going to be all right.
No, I absolutely would not be like defending slavery. I think slavery is wrong.
Right.
But I but like, within my own community. So like, obviously, I said I was a theist. Particularly I'm a heathen, Norse heathen specifically. But there's plenty of shitheads within my own community, right? So
yeah.
And
there are plenty here on the secular side, let me tell you.
Yeah. But I think so. I guess for me, it's more important that we come together and consolidate our differences, like confront them, of course. But the ones that we come together on is where I think we grow together and come together as a society together. And then, unfortunately, and it sucks, but like we gotta like speak out against those people that are like, Nazis or science deniers or whatever else, that are just completely unhinged.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
We are more alike than we are different. That's how
I agree with that.
That's what's important, especially when it comes to how do we steer society as a civilization forward, right? Like how do we move things in the direction that are going to do the greatest good for the greatest amount of people? Sharing those same core values, man, if everybody thought exactly the same, shit would be boring anyways. It's fun to have these kinds of discussions. And like, if you have a perfect world, we'd all be protesting together. We'd go get a bite to eat afterwards and then argue about if they exist, right? Like that's the fun part about being human, is having these kinds of opinions and arguing them with your friends, right? One of the many fun things about being human. As long as the important things that impact other people, that are going to make society better, that we all converge on those, man, the rest is gravy, right?
Yeah, I would say that like in terms of like trying to make society better, like each side, quote unquote, thinks that they're going to make society better, but like there's only one side currently is like denying data, right? So
Ain't that the truth?
And that about a bitch.
Yeah. Right. But but I think that hopefully soon, and it seems bleak right now, that I think that we can like at least come together. We can have the theism debate or whatever, which I think is important or whatever. But I think it's more important that we come together like in terms of like a social and political like movement, and try to squash out like fascism or whatever whatever you believe is harmful in our society today, which I
sure
wholeheartedly agree.
This was this is actually a perfect call to end things on, because this is very uplifting.
I think so.
This
is great.
This is great. I loved ending on this. This is perfect. We had a good opener. We had a good ender. We had a nice little sandwich of call variety.
Wonderful.
Great. Well, I'm glad that we can end the show on a positive note, at the very least, even if we disagree on the theism question.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Hell yeah. Miriam, we'll let you have the last word. We're gonna wrap up the show. Get on to super chats.
Awesome. Well, I hope y'all have fun with the super chats, and thank you for having me on. And I hope to speak to you again, both of you, in the future.
Of course, it'd be our pleasure. Well, I'll speak for myself. It would be my pleasure. I don't know. Forrest might be an asshole. That's possible.
I'll deal with it. Also fun.
He might be. He's known for being an asshole, right? So.
That's so true.
I'm a very mean man. I appreciate you, Miriam. Thank you so much for calling in and rounding off our show so nicely. We'll talk to you later on.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you, Erika. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. It's time for super chats, y'all.
My candle is dripping like crazy right now. I'm like watching. It's like mesmerizing to me. Unfortunately, the white candle was not the move, you guys. It looks a lot like seminal fluid.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do about this. I think I just need to get some colorful candles to like cover it up. I don't know why I thought that it wasn't going to look like that. But it does.
Candle instead of candle.
Yeah. Anyways,
show it to us.
I can't right now because it's still dripping. I'll show you once it stops dripping. Because if I show you right now, it's going to get waxed on my computer. So you'll see in a bit. Anyway, well, okay, wait. I could probably do this.
Oh, and you're never going to get that back in the right order.
No. Can you see? You see that?
Oh, that is, yeah. It's.
You see what I mean?
Jizz.
See the dripping?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dripping action of it. The part that's already solidified just looks like wax, but the rest of it, that is.
I know.
That's semen, y'all.
I know. Yeah. It's okay. It's fine.
Bad time.
It'll fit. We'll sort it out later. We got $5 from Bramley CX. Erika, did you know strawberries aren't berries, but avocados and bananas are? I've also heard that there's one fruit that's like an herb. It's like weirdly an herb. It's like a fruit that something we consider a fruit, but it's actually an herb. I can't remember which one it is off the top of my head. But I also know it's different botanically versus in a culinary sense. Those are two different definitions. It's like a tomato is technically a fruit, but culinarily it's a vegetable. And so it's like how you define those. It's just like a classic irritating thing.
Yeah.
Anyways, I digress. Go ahead.
Because if a vegetable, like strict, I don't know, I don't remember what the exact details are, but yeah. So a berry is any fruit with multiple internal seeds is what a berry is. And if it's not a berry, if it only has a single internal seed, that's called a drupe. And strawberries aren't berries, they're called aggregate fruits. It's several individual little flowers that all cluster together in order to make the thing. So the bulk of the strawberry is just swollen, I think, ovary. And what are actually the fruits of a strawberry are what you would call seeds. Each of those little specks on there is an achene. Each one of those is an individual fruit. The rest of the strawberry meat is just whatever fucking plant matter it is, which is different than a multiple fruit like a pineapple. Every one of those little hexagons on a pineapple is its own fruit. So you have a bunch of flowers. Each of those flowers develops into a fruit that then coagulate together, and that's what a pineapple is. So every flower makes fruit. Sorry,
riddle me this, Forrest. How is an avocado then a fruit or a berry? I mean, if it only has one big pit,
it's a drupe.
Or is it like we've only bred it to be that way?
I don't think it actually is a berry. It's a drupe, as far as I remember.
All right. Well,
where the hell is my fucking the thing that I use to cover my stupid face? I'll be right back. Hold on a second.
Wait, what is this timer? When did the time? $5 Australian from Charlotte Fraja. Transatlantic Call-in Show is my show, but you two are okay. Why is the TACIS devil have so much pounds per inch pressure? Better than a croc great white. It's strange. Oh, Australia. Okay, right. The Tasmanian devil has so much pounds per inch of pressure on its bite. Better than a croc great white. It's strange. It probably has something to do with scaling, right? So for smaller critters, like per pound, it's like a weird scaling. I saw this one about ants the other day. I think it was like an Instagram post about ants and how like if you scaled an ant up, it actually wouldn't be as strong as you think it would be because of all the constraints required for an ant if it was that big. Anyways, 15 Canadian dollars from Pureform. Erika, this is because I'm just fishing.
Wait. Just so you know, I was wrong. It is actually a berry. Drupes have one seed. Berries have multiple internal seeds, but avocados are technically berries. They are technically single-seeded berries because just the seed number isn't the only thing. It's also the endocarp covering the seed, which drupes don't have. And so because it has this tiny, tiny endocarp, it is technically in the berry group, not in the drupe group. So strictly speaking, it is actually a berry. That's great.
If Cyrus is still watching, this is another positive of broadening your horizons because I didn't know any of that. So there you go. Specialize, don't specialize. Cool. Noodles, don't noodles. That's what Master Uguay says. $5 Canadian from Pureform 42. This is because I just finished your video, Politics of 6-Day Creation. And this evening, you created a pun. You're going above and beyond. The two of you hosting is so fun. Here for it. Oh, Lord. The politics of 6-day creation. My friend, that's a 5.5 hour long video. Congratulations for finishing it. I bet you feel very bad now because that video is very depressing.
Make sure to send in your super chats. If I remember correctly, $20 super chats and higher will be read. Make sure to include hashtag trap art in here forever. $10 from Robert Malvaney. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Traditional hot dog in a traditional hot dog bun? What the fuck is a traditional hot dog bun? Hold on. Already, yes.
One of those.
Well, what the fuck is a non-traditional hot dog bun?
Well, you know, like gourmet or whatever.
What does that mean?
Well, I don't know. They said traditional. What else would it be? What else would a traditional hot dog bun be if not the traditional hot dog bun that everybody thinks of?
What is a non-traditional hot dog bun that everyone thinks of?
No. What else would a traditional one be if not the traditional, this one, hot dog style,
sure,
like this?
Sure, but then what the fuck is a non-traditional hot dog bun? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know the answer to that
I typed it in, and I've got lettuce wraps. I've got hot dogs split down the middle with other shit inside of them. I've got bread that's just fucking bread that's cut in half with like two sides toasted.
A lettuce wrap hot dog?
Abominations.
A lettuce wrap hot dog?
Who are you impressing? If you're a lettuce wrap hot dog, like who are you trying to impress? What is that?
That's like, I feel like a lettuce wrap hot dog is like doing a well done Wagyu steak, right? Like it's just taking something that's supposed to be fancy and then declassing it up, right? The lettuce wrap being the fancy thing, and then the hot dog being the thing that declasses it. Anyways, $5 from the negative commentator TNC.
We're not earning a Michelin star over hot dogs here, dude. I don't know.
Oh, homework for Forrest. Watch episodes 1 through 6 of Star Wars, and then fall asleep to videos about its niche lore.
That's first of all, that's not what it says. It clearly says niche lore. Second of all, Amber is trying to get me to watch Harry Potter right now because I've never seen all those.
Look at this. It went out on its own. The candle officially died.
I like it.
We burned 2 candles to completion today. Excellent.
That's very good.
My candle cat grows. You know what? Now that it's dry, it actually does not look as much like jizz.
No, the dry wax is fine. It is the wet mobile wax that really has that cum quality, the cumity, if you will, to it. That's just horrible.
I should have got.
Oh, I got the same noise for it.
That is just. I was actually telling Luke about this the other day. I was like, Forrest has like this disgusting diarrhea sound on his soundboard, and like I'm really wondering how they recorded it. And Luke was like, "What do you mean you're wondering? They got someone to shit diarrhea and then recorded it." And I was like, "He's got me on that one.
What's there to wonder about?"
He's got me.
$10. $10 from Jamnico6. My wife and I learned a lot about full disclosure on Gaia TV. Those are words. I started developing a critical thinking and skepticism, then shared what I learned with her. We're good now. Thanks to line. No Gaia TV. What the fuck is Gaia TV? What's going on with that?
You don't know Gaia TV, dude? Gaia TV is like, it's like Ancient Aliens, but if it was a streaming service.
Oh, fuck. All right. Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, we got 10 Canadian dollars from Asher the Disaster, 4724. Anything can be a UFO if you're bad enough at identifying things. That is so true. And also, I don't know, people are always like, yeah, what about Project Blue Book, right? Because it's like some of the stuff they never even ended up identifying it. It's still unidentified. Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's aliens. I don't know, it could be. But we don't have any proof that it is. There's nothing else that when you don't know what it is, you're like, it's definitely aliens. You know what I mean?
Standing up sounds really cool. I like the idea of standing up. I like what you're doing here.
My back has started hurting, so I had to kind of get up and stretch. And like I don't know. I walked like 4 miles this morning before the show too on my treadmill because I was hoping to head this off at the pass, and it didn't work. I'm still feeling really stiff.
I donked my neck up real bad on some roller coasters a couple of weekends ago, and I'm still suffering from it. And I recently went and had somebody rub at it for a second, and they just started like grabbing my neck, and it popped like 4 times, just starting to relax a tiny bit, and it feels so crazy.
I bet that's
$10 from Joshua Everett. If I were a carpenter, I'd hammer on my piglet eyes, collect the $7, and I'd buy a big prosthetic forehead and wear it on my real head. Everybody wants prosthetic foreheads on their real heads. What the fuck am I reading? What's going on?
Supposed to be. You're supposed to be singing it. See, it's got the music.
If I was a carpenter, I'd hammer on my piglet eyes. What the fuck is it, though? I don't understand.
But to the tune of what? Okay, we got $5 Canadian from Reverend Nate, 2735. GG doing hot knives on a live stream. Peak primate tool usage. This is true. Hot thing cut is like it's a very it satisfies a very primal urge of mine.
$20 from you should come to dissect cadavers with me. You'd love it. $20 from Jumar El Richie. I love when you both are on. Forrest and Erika for president. You're our only hope. It all rests in your hands. Dum dum dum. Please please add Jimmy Arden and Mr. Dillahunty to your cabinet. I don't think they want to live in my cabinets. My cabinets aren't that big.
I really think people who say this don't understand the non-functional aspects of being either of us. Like, there are actually like massive negatives. I'll speak for myself. I have massive personality flaws that would keep me from being a good president. I can't keep track of anything. I've tried planners. I've tried everything. I do phone reminders. I can't keep track of anything. I would miss every meeting. Ask the hosts of the line how they have to hunt me down. And sometimes I still miss my own shows. And the same thing happens with meetings at school. The same thing happens with class. Like, I'm a mess. I'm an absolute mess. I'd be a horrible president, but I would be a really excellent part-time advisor to some boards. So they should hire me for that.
Yeah, if you can find a way for me to like cram for an exam or write an entire essay in a night or anything else, like whatever the equivalent of that is to like leading a country, I'd be great at it. $5 from Sheaf667. Thank you all for the never-ending live streams. Truly amazing work from the whole team. It would be a never-ending live stream, but Arden is too selfish.
Some people are preventing it from being the case, but that's okay. We can't all be. This is one of our.
I will not sit here and be bullied by a fucking furry and some fake fugitive spy.
Take it easy, Arden.
Then
cool
fucking
your jets, madam.
All I'm saying is you don't have to be here. You just have to let the stream run and let us do whatever the fuck we want to do. Open the lines up and go to bed and relax. We'll be here when you wake up.
Yeah, do the next super chat then. Send the next super chat for us on your own.
Do
it,
Arden, because you won't let me.
You fucking can't. Oh, really?
Put it on my stream deck. It's all I have. All I have is this. That's all I can do. Put it on that thing.
Dude, that one is so loud. You got to turn the volume down on that last one. So,
this one?
9.4. No, not that one. The air horn.
No, what is this one?
That one's okay. I like the vine boom. You know what? Can I tell you something humiliating that happened to me one time? One time.
Hell yeah.
This is actually one of my great YouTuber shames, and I'm sharing it with all of you. So enjoy. One time I was doing a premiere, and I very rarely do premieres. I'm not good enough for sitting and answering questions in the chat to do them very often. But I was doing this premiere one time. It was a part of my big debunking Jeffrey Tompkins series, and you can actually watch this happen. You can like do the playback on this video. It was the one that's the final nail in the coffin for Jeffrey Tompkins. And as this video is premiering, who should show up in the chat? But Dan Olson from Folding Ideas, he shows up in my chat, and I know it was actually him because he emailed me afterwards because he was currently making his Man Tracks Paluxy Footprints video, which is about young Earth creationism. And he was like complimentary about the video until I had a Vine Boom play, like several times in quick succession, and he was like, "Wow, that's a really irritating sound. Like, why is this in the video?" And I was like, "Okay, I guess I'll die. Like, I guess I'll just walk." directly underneath the cement mixer and let it fall and crush my fragile body. I couldn't, but it was humiliating. I think about it all the time. I hope he never sees this. I hope he doesn't know, because it was humiliating for me.
I literally I just got I remember last time I was doing a molecular genetics exam during the stream, and I was like, I have to be done with this because I have to do the thing. That professor, my genetics professor, emailed me and said, hey, I really liked your lecture, because I gave a lecture for undergrad students on understanding evolution, and he was like, hey, I came to your lecture, loved it, your passion was great, you really had a lot of animation. Maybe say crap a lot less, because apparently, absentmindedly, that was just every other fucking word for me.
It happens. And Cyrus, if you're still listening, this is part of that thick skin thing, because this happens all the time. Lest we revisit Forrest, when I got that email about the voice coach, about how my voice is too irritating and I need to hire a voice coach. I was
dude.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Directly into the heart. But thank you. Thanks
I
so
get
much.
them all the time. I get them all the time about how I have a terrible haircut, how I'm obnoxious, how I need to calm down, how I need to quit flailing my arms, how I need to quit saying like all the time, how I need to quit cursing all the time, and blah, blah, blah. Just fuck, dude. I'm not you just got to be you, dude. You got to be you all day long. $5 from Eric Soto. I started 6 hours behind, listening at 3x speed. If my time travel hypothesis is correct, my stream should, by stream's end, you'll get to get a super chat from the future. Neat.
That's pretty cool. We've got $5 from Bramley CX. Anxiety at the mosh pit. That's so true. Instead of Panic at the Disco, fear and dread at the mosh pit.
$5 from Green-Eyed Lady. Women still have to wear suits with skirts when they appear at the Supreme Court, even when they are just guests of the attorneys. That's crazy. That's crazy, y'all.
Straight up. Wait, hold on. Let me read this. Let me make sure this is what. What does this say? Okay, I don't know if this is ironic or not, but there's somebody in chat who said, I'm so happy that AI will do the science. 14,000 years of intelligence every day. Erika and Forrest will be homeless trying to get in at McDonald's. That Stowbird, chill out. What the fuck?
What the fuck? Where is that? Oh my God.
It's such a weird thing to say, my friend. Why would you say that?
Oh, I think this is the same person who's just been trolling in chat the whole time, talking about I identify as this and that, and then refuse to call in. I think they're just looking for reactions.
Well, they got it from me, because saying that AI is the future of science and that scientists will be trying to get into McDonald's.
Yeah, yes. They're still in the chat saying AI will do science and peer review itself. Yeah, that is an apocalyptically stupid take. They are trying to be silly. Yes.
Also, I'm really sorry. I could definitely, if I couldn't do this, I could definitely get a job at a restaurant. I've worked at a restaurant before. I could get a job working at McDonald's for sure. You think I can't? You think I can't do that? You think I'm incapable? What, do I not have hands? Do I not have a brain? Anyways, we got the timer.
Also, the person who asked, do I have a Wilhelm screen? No, but I have this. I fucking love that sound, dude.
I like how it's even got the fade out. $5 for Michael Tony 9525. This reminds me of the people claiming to be colorblind regarding race. It ignores the struggles that different genders experience. We need equity first. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what this. I think this was with the gender abolition stuff.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it. Well, I don't know that all of it does, but I think a lot of it comes from a good place. But good intentions. The pathway to hell paved by good intentions and all that.
Yeah.
Your turn.
What happens when the timer ends is what I want to know. If the timer ends, does the stream just stop before we get to the next chat? Is that what it's all about?
Yep. Yeah. Whole stream stops. All these people wasted their money and it's your fault.
$5. The lasagna is the most persuasive of all the pastas. I don't see why Arden wouldn't accept this as payment. Right? That's what I'm saying.
No, it's got ricotta in it. I don't like it. $10 from Arcane Goat 2024. Penne is the better pasta. I support Arden's demand for higher quality noodle bribery. I actually concur with that. I'm not a lasagna fan, Like I said earlier, it's got the gritty cheese in it. It's kind of gross.
$20 from Raise a Village. I'm sorry I could not be here for the entire show, but I must toss in some money in your hats for doing this all day. Great job. What did the pigeon say to the statue? Pardon me, do you have any gray poop on you? What does that mean?
Be gone, Raise. Even you couldn't even win Forrest over with that joke. Do you know how low that bar is? Shame on you. $10 from the Ultimo. It probably made sense. He's probably just got soup brain right now. I also do. So
Ponderous Nerve asks, are we still taking calls? We fucking should be, is what I'm saying.
Okay, you know the price. Don't make me say it again.
Lasagna.
Okay.
I'm trying.
We lead a really tough life. Not everybody can hack it. I got $10 from the Ultimo. I lost the call for some reason, but I wanted to support you all. Thank you for what you do. It's very important. Also, make more Reacteria. Yeah, Forrest, make more Reacteria.
Gray Poupon. Gray Poupon mustard. That's what it is.
Oh, wow. Okay, I get it.
Also, I am making more Reacteria because fucking somebody sent me that Ray Comfort video, and then somebody else sent me a link to where Ray Comfort still has it up. It's just unlisted. They unlisted the video. Why would they unlist it, y'all? So I have downloaded it now and taken lots of screenshots so they can't hide it from me any further, and that will be coming out probably in December.
Wonderful.
$5 from
Ray.
Oh my god, it is such a fucking funny video. $5 from Eliashon Silverbow. People say that science and religion don't go together, but if it wasn't for DNA evidence, the priest wouldn't have been arrested. That's what I'm talking about right there.
We got $9.99 from Hannah Hodgkins, hoping Monad Color. Daniel calls in tonight. Come on, chat. We need that Monad energy. In the chat, Woot Woot Arden, here's $5,000 personally from me to open a line. Yeah, if we had gotten that Monad, the Monad Color, that would have been incredible.
Hannah Hodgkins up in here trying to save the stream, and Arden still won't let it happen. $10 from Ash Ray. Thank you, Forrest, Erika, Luxander, and Arden for choosing to spend your Saturday with us. Oh, also, one more call. That's what I'm talking about. One more.
Oh no.
What if we just opened it now and see if ananybody even does call in? You know what I mean? Maybe nobody will. Maybe nobody will. What if we
no one's gonna call.
It has to be a theist and they have to be some sort of science denier. And if it's not a theist arguing against evolution, trans people, vaccines, something, then we don't take it. That's the only call we can take. We say, Come on, just give us a little something. See, and she's putting it over your face too.
They are trans. I'm not even the one who's saying it, Arden. Come on, I'm not even the one goading you. They're transing the disciplines. Ye gods, yeah, I know. When you said transdisciplinary Forrest, I was like, oh, a Republican somewhere just had a heart attack.
Yeah, dude. Fucking JK rolling out here. Fucking, you want me to invest in public what portation? $5 from Space Barbarian 3484. I took a lasers class in grad school. It was pretty dope. It let me understand the jargon in the movie Real Genius. I expected that to be a joke. And here we are.
God bless. We got 99 one more call for genocide denier Johan or whatever his name is. Chattings, be prepared to do anything for another line. JK, not really. See, here's the thing, Hannah. As much as I do think we should open up another line, that guy will never call in. These kinds of people,
you won't.
They will not call in. I promise you. Like, and that's why Forrest was like, we would take another theist and not this guy, because there's no way he would ever call in. He does not have the. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. You need a spine, a brain, and a heart. And genocide deniers have these things. Do not. That was a sentence. What the fuck did I just say? 20 Canadian dollars from Period Form 42. Hashtag open a line. Hashtag monad. The people want what the people want. The audience is begging. They're spending $20. We've raised over $100 by now. People begging for one more line. Just want a little bit, crumbs, a little bit more. And Arden won't do it.
The pleading emoji as well. So sad.
Look at that. Look at that.
We got $9.99 from Outwitted by a Fish. As stamp collecting goes, biology isn't a bad choice. Boo! Boo! That's biology shaming. I will take none of it.
Lame. Correct. That dude does not have the testicular fortitude. A person in chat. I agree. What is the threshold? Like, is it $500 and then we open one more line? Is it like $1,000 and we open one more line? They paid $50,000 for this stream.
They paid $50,000 for a stream from 12 p.m. Central Time to 10 p.m. Central Time. It is currently 11 p.m. Central Time.
Where did we specify that both of those were centrals? This is what I want to know.
Third week in a row that I've given up my one day off. Eat my ass, motherfucker, and not in the fun way.
12 p.m. Central Time to 10 p.m. Pacific Time is what I'm saying, is what we should have agreed to. $9.99 from Tuttle. Have either of you heard of the Ozark or Eastern Hellbender? Fuck yeah, they're like one of my favorite animals. If so, why in the world are they in the handful of rivers in North America and nowhere else? Same reason axolotls are, dude. Because they're just fucking isolated. Because they got geographically boxed in and isolated, and now they can't go anywhere else.
What's cool is that you do have big salamander-esque type amphibian living in a whole lot of places. You got the you have the axolotl, you have the Japanese salamander. There are other giant salamanders in Asia. You got the hellbender here. There are a handful of other pretty big salamander type critters that I don't know because I don't study them. But there's a niche for them. But it seems like they, as Forrest said, they like get squirreled away into their own little areas, and then they get super isolated, and then they evolve in really interesting and weird ways. But their niches never go away, right? So they thrive as long as they're there. It's just, I think they're also quite sensitive to changes in the environment. We have 30 dollars from Fishy. Oh, hi, Fishy. From Fishy 25, that's Malaysian dollars, Malaysian rupees, I believe. From Fishy 25,252. A super thank you to Forrest, Erika, Alexander, and Arden for another stream marathon. Also to the call screeners and the line. Thanks for taking my calls. A science lover. You made my day. # one more call. Oh, Arden. And Fishy called in. Fishy waited for like 4 hours.
Look at this.
Cute.
Look at that. That's a hellbender. This is a Chinese giant salamander.
They're very
big. And this
big.
is the chat over here, and this is the line over there. How great is that, y'all?
Brilliant.
Also, unironically, thunder just cracked, so hopefully my power doesn't go out while we finish the stream.
That would be a very funny way to end the stream.
Oh, you would
be kind of hilarious. Low-key hoping it happens, but
yeah.
A super thank you. Was that? Do I read that one? $9.99 from Hana Hajins. Confirmation of transfer of funda to Arden Hart of the line. Confirmed check to the line. $36,000.
Wow.
Date 10/25/25 at 7:55 p.m. Pacific time from Hana Hodgin. One more call. That's what I'm talking about. That's the commitment we need.
I'm sorry. I do not accept funda. I only accept funds. I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of shit you're sending me.
You had one job, Hannah. God damn you.
You straight up got some tomato soup between those ears because you said Hana a minute ago instead of the.
I did. I did that on purpose. I was calling that person Hannah Hodgkins every time they chatted for a long time. And then they pointed out, hey, by the way, there's no J in my last name. It's Hodgins, and it always has been. And it was just a Mandela effect fucking moment where I just invented this J. So I made it a point to mispronounce their name every time I see it now. Hannah.
It's not Hodgkins. That's very interesting. Good thing I've never done that, definitely. 10 Canadian dollars from Pure Form 42. Forrest said penultimate call, right? # Monad. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I am also just saying. And we are all just saying. Is what I am just saying. $10 from the Arcane Goat. Great show. Thank you for noticing.
Hypothetical. We got $6.99 Canadian dollars from Shy Lurker Guy. More wordplay than pun. I already don't want to finish this, but intelligent design is explanatorily unnecessary. Divine teleology imposed on explanatorily sufficient naturalist teleonomy. Thank you for that, Shy Lurker Guy. That was very helpful.
You got climate change denial, and then creationism is primate change denial, is what it is. $10 from.
Don't test me at this point. I'm about to ring through this screen and $10.
I did that in a video about fucking Tucker Carlson once. $10 from the negative commentator. Glad to be here for 12 hours, almost 12 hours. That
Not
close to what a dream. Can't wait to see you tomorrow, Forrest and Erika. Where could I find a Gutsick Gibbon? Also, Forrest, the deadline for the homework is 2036. Fuck yeah.
Oh no! Oh my god! I think he actually might. Forrest, you're gonna want to get that done ahead of time because you actually are already you're booked for that day on that year.
Yep.
For the whole year.
Getting a fucking really dope fruit snack or basket.
Gutsick Gibbons are all over the place. Anywhere I am, there is a Gutsick Gibbon in your heart as well. $20 for Empress Lizard 81. Oh my god, I would never. Don't even say that. That's not even funny for us. You don't joke about shit like that. Empress Lizard 81 for $20. Another round of milkshakes for everyone on me. Banana milkshake. That's actually a crazy. I didn't say that last time, but a banana milkshake, that's a nutty pick for a milkshake flavor. Of all the flavors, banana. It's just it's not a tangy fruit, dude. And you gotta have a tanginess.
No, it's chill. It's remarkably chill. Put chocolate in it. This is banana with a little bit of chocolate, and it's just fucking chill. It's really nice.
Not dude. Any kind of like fruit that doesn't have like a tang or a juice to it, I don't trust it. And bananas are so mushy. I eat them all the time. I had one on stream, but they're really like my least favorite fruit. Oh wait, this is
bizarre in all ways. By the way, I tell you, I met some gibbons recently. I was in Borneo, and gibbons were abound, and it was fucking awesome.
Do you know what kind they were?
Not a clue. They were 1,000 feet up in a fucking tree, but they were hooting and hollering and jumping all around, and they were awesome.
Gibbons
I got to meet a slow loris and a tarsier as well while I was there, and I actually got to see those dudes, and I lost my fucking shit.
A loris is incredibly cool. You probably saw this, but for those in the audience who don't know, we did work with lorises in my undergrad when I was in Sakurat in Thailand, and lorises have a red tapetum. Well, it's not a tapetum lucidum, but it's like their retina reflects red instead of the blue that you usually see. So that's how you find them when you're herping around at night looking for them.
Red eyes in the wilderness. They're crazy. They're also the only venomous primate in the world. How wild is that? They're just so fucking cool.
They do that.
Yeah. I love them.
What is this?
$20 from Steffi Kath. Hey, I found $20, so here's my down payment on $36,000. That's proof. That's a down payment. That's a thing that we can use to now open a line. Congratulations, you've done it. And surely Arden will be sympathetic and agree, because she is a good person who agrees that money should be spent in ways that matter and believes in a free Palestine. Come on.
We got $5 from Thompsy for 12. The tomato thing is actually because of the shipping legislation. Really? Is that it? That's
Probably
why we do tomatoes.
That sounds right.
That's hilarious. That actually does sound right. That's a classic.
Yeah. Is there a way that fucking capitalism can make it dumb as all hell? That's probably what happened. It's why my fucking DSLR, I record all my videos on a DSLR camera that can only record for 29 minutes and 29 seconds. Because in 59 seconds. Because if it can record video for more than 30 minutes consecutively, it's technically a camcorder, so it's taxed differently. Dumb as fuck. $19.99 from Farron Silas. Salas? I don't know, man. You're here, and you got a dog. That dog sent $20 to say, the science on autophagy seems to imply the process is beneficial to cellular recycling and is triggered by fasting, stress, exercise, etc. Do we know why, evolutionarily speaking, why that process is not always on?
I have no idea. I mean, my understanding would be, or my guess, not my understanding because I don't understand it. My guess would be that there's some metabolic cost to it that isn't being appreciated, right? Like anything that is just a boon evolutionarily typically proliferates pretty quickly. So there's got to be a metabolic catch, I would wager. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, because autophagy is just it's like lysosomes, right? You're breaking down like old parts of cells and you're recycling the pieces. As far as I know, they always do that, don't they? Oh, here we go. Right? Nope. It can be a problem sometimes, apparently. Neat.
$20 from Arcane Go 2024. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Trab Arden here forever. Hashtag.
Surprise, bitches. We have more super chats after that one.
Yeah, not quite.
Arden should have saved that one for last. $20 from Eric Soto. Greetings from the future. My experiment was a success, but I overshot. Art inflation destroyed society. Send Zerba to $21.95 for a rescue mission.
Oh, not art inflation. That tracks though. $20 from Alosa7. Awesome show. You two same time next week. Only if Arden's producing. Hashtag Trap Arden here forever. Justice for Zonk.
$20 from Balthazar. 228. Would you think that is such a nice thing that they said that you might consider like giving them an extra line as a way to say thank you to them? I think it was a very sweet thing. Though. And if somebody voted for Zerbo DDS in this stream, I would advocate that they should have an extra line open just in their honor. $20 from Balthazar 228. It's aliens. Feels like such an insult to people like my aunt who spent 50 plus years working at SETI and the 50 plus aerospace engineers who have been working on the hypermaneuverable aircraft. Yeah, but have you considered the fact that they haven't seen what's going to happen in 10 years when a spacecraft may or may not land because some fucking guy said so? Have you considered that?
Guys. You're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. Trust
your aunt's dumb as all hell, or at least we can assume so for 10 years, unless maybe I'll get a fruit basket.
And then maybe actually your aunt was right. $20.99 from His Flynn. All y'all wanting this to go till midnight are acting like you don't have to get up and go to church in the morning. Hashtag free Arden. Actually, I have to go to dinner. My advisor is hosting our entire lab at his house for pizza tomorrow. So I've got to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, getting up at a reasonable hour so I can get all my other shit done so I can go to that later. What is this? Oh, yeah. We got 20 pounds from the Fuzzy Logic. Greetings from the QED Science and Skepticism Conference in the Manchester, Great Britain. But countering suicides, but I got distracted by Erika's Jizz Candle. Never stop learning, I guess. Yeah, just so you guys can see, it did dry and it looks a little better. Right? It could look worse. But it could look a lot better too. We're gonna have to get some purples and some oranges on that boy ASAP. This one's you.
$20 from Never Had a Bidet. I think a 24-hour Forrest and Erika stream would be awesome. I always learn so much. Arden should probably be the sole producer. Now you're speaking my language. Now we're talking.
At least for the first 12 hours. $20 from Never Had a Bidet. On a serious note, I'm a huge fan of the juicy fart sound. It's the icing on the cake. Magnifique. It's so gross. And juicy makes me sick to my stomach. Oh, God. Oh, my God.
$20 from Reverend Nate. Mom, mummy, mama, open a line.
That's a what is that, a Stewie?
I think so. Yeah.
Peter, the horse is here. $19.99 from
That was really good.
Oh my God.
Really
wait.
Good.
Can you do that again?
Insanely good.
I got a good Lois. Peter, the horse is here.
That's ridiculously good.
I'm impressed. Color me impressed.
Good impressions. I've done good impressions on this show before. I've got a decent
I've never heard you do a good impression once, and that was blew my mind.
That is actually bullshit. There's no way you actually believe that. You're just saying that to piss me off. $19.99 from Hannah.
What impression have you done around me?
There's no way I've not done impression. I've done my chocolate from SpongeBob, right?
Nope.
No, the shriveled grandmother from chocolate. I remember when they first invented chocolate. Sweet, sweet chocolate. I always hated it. No? Nothing?
That is great. No, you've never done that before, but it's fantastic.
You people have to understand, with a voice like this, you can do impressions. That's the catch. The catch is,
what does that
if
even
I sound
mean?
like this all the time, I get to do good cartoon voices. That's the rule. Also, Hannah,
Donate.
I read yours. I said Hodgins.
Donate with what impression you want Erika to do, I suppose. Send in your $20 super chat and tell her what fucking old Nicktoons character you want to hear. $20 from the Reverend Nate. Banana is the flavor of ear medication. 0 out of 7. Do not recommend. You don't know what you're talking about.
That is so true.
Real banana, not like the shit that tastes like the bananas we don't have anymore, this artificial stuff, which is good in Laffy Taffy and in no other place ever again. But like real banana flavor squished up into a drink, it's still wonderful.
Does Sonic use real fresh bananas for their fast food drive-through milkshakes?
They do. Real fruit in your smoothie.
Okay, sure.
Forrest, I got a bridge I got to sell you. And also Santa Claus is real. $20 from Arcane Goat 2024. Bananas are the styrofoam of the fruit world. This is accurate. Even the texture, it's got that squishy give to it that's just so kind of gross.
You don't know anything about anything. $5 times 10 from Brent J, Council Treasurer. Why is there a dot in my $5,000 super chat?
That's so weird. How could that happen?
That's bizarre, but that's surely enough to get another line open. I mean, fuck, dude. Like, if that doesn't do it, nothing will.
This is what I'm saying, right? That was just $20 from a Salient Monk. Which Gorillaz album is your favorite? Also, what are your top 5 albums? P.S. One more call. Are these all just for me? Wow, I could tell you all
That's
about
a fantastic thing.
My favorite Gorillaz album overall, it's Demon Days. A very close second is Plastic Beach. The only thing that prevents Plastic Beach from being as good as Demon Days for me is what is it called? It's the one that starts with the Morse code. The Sweepstakes. That's it. Sweepstakes. I don't like Sweepstakes. It's the only song on Plastic Beach that I don't like. My top 5 albums of all time. I don't know that I can give you like albums of all time necessarily because they change so frequently. But artists that I've been listening to a lot recently, where I will just co-sign all of their albums, are going to be Scary Jokes, Guppy, Will Wood, Penelope Scott, anything obviously by Tally Hall at any time. Same with the collaborative works with like Miracle Musical and things of that nature. I've been listening to Wick Whitney. I've been listening to who else? Keep going. I'll give you some more. Let me pull up my Spotify. I'll give you some good recs.
I'm looking up. I don't know albums. I know songs is the problem. But fucking Give Me the Sweet and Lowdown by Social Distortion, probably one of my favorite songs in the whole world. Listen to that if you don't already. And then also fucking Fire on the Horizon by Stick Figure is another fucking amazing.
Other artists, Thesaurus Rex has also been on my recents a lot. They're amazing. Truces with 2 T's, 2 R's, 2 U's, and then CES, phenomenal. Scissor Sisters, always great. I've got a couple songs by Yacht that are good. Vienna, phenomenal. Schaefer James, great. Bear Ghost, classic. Spilly Cave, no one listens to Spilly Cave other than me. I'm the number 1 Spilly Cave listener, probably on Spotify. That's fine. I could go on, but I won't. Those are my recents, and also some of those annuals that are just constant.
Nothing Can Change This Love by Sam Cooke and Poetry Girl by Eric Benet. Also 2 of the greatest songs ever written. You should listen to them. $20 from Stefik Kath. Posting for Elfine ? Serious question. Sorry. With everything happen in the sciences in our country, will we be able to recover? If so, how difficult will it be? It's really difficult to express just how much has actually been lost. Literally generations of scientific knowledge and progress have been destroyed. And so will we recover? Yes. Other countries are going to pick up the slack and do amazingly well. Will America recover? That is going to take some serious fucking time and effort.
Folks, let me hit you with the hard truth. This is the Chinese century. Unironically, China is about to completely like clean our clocks permanently with regard to science. They were already doing that pre-2020. Like they overtook us in the year 2020 with basic research. We gifted them the hyperdrive on this on a silver platter. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Best start learning Mandarin and looking into positions over there, because that's going to be the future of scientific innovation, and it is what it is.
I already have a Red Note account with like a few thousand followers, and I haven't posted there in a long time. But like, dude, I'm gonna have to start doing it more.
Well, especially since TikTok is maybe doing some crazy shit with the sell over to whatchamacallit over here. I don't know how that's going to go down, but
that's what I'm trying to figure out. I've got 1.5 million followers on TikTok. It's my biggest platform by far, and I want so badly just to pick them up and put them on YouTube so I can just continue making cool shit. But like, holy fuck, dude, it's rough.
I know, and I know a lot of TikTok users who are already starting to post more on Instagram and migrating to Shorts as well. Shit sucks. And by the way, this is the danger of science communication on these platforms, is because the rug can get pulled out from under you at any time.
Yeah.
That's the scary part of doing all this kind of stuff. $20 from Rich is arrogant. I'm dumb as a butt. Not true. But you two are smart. Have there been any work into repurposing extremophile heat stress proteins to treat or correct prion diseases? Cite me in your next papers, /sarcasm. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure. I guess the idea would be, I think what you would want to do, if anything, is make prions weaker to heat, right? But I guess the idea, like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about any of that. Do they heat and that's what causes the proteins to defold? I don't know enough about prions to say. I just know that prions are really hard to destroy with heat. So if anything, I would think you would want to be able to figure out how to make prions less heat tolerant so that you can blast them into smithereens with the hot.
It is weird. I don't know. By the way, to the person in the chat who talked about how China already has the best electric vehicles, they also have the best fucking phones. We had Huawei, I believe it was, this that just blowing Samsung and Apple completely out of the fucking water, and so we banned them. The reason why it took so long to get the foldable phones that China has had forever and are better than the foldable phones we have here is because we banned them from the market so that they didn't have to innovate. We could just isolate and do protectionism. It is the antithesis of capitalism. If you are a capitalist, you should want to engage with China, but we don't, because we're all about protectionism and it sucks.
Yep. Again, I saw this meme. I think this is that we just did a swap with China, where it's like that. I saw this meme the other day that was like China in the 19th century, addicted to opium, United States in the 19th century, innovation, and then we've just done a little 180 with that. Did a little flip.
Yeah. It sucks. Also, Arden, you should totally check Discord. We've got $20 from Mario Bartolome man. Though there's so much there. I put another super chat about how neat it is that there are different words for banana in Spanish and how I use both in different contexts. So I won't repeat that here. Instead, I'll just ask, una llamada más? One more call? I would love that. I think everybody else would love that too. Nice. I think the chat would enjoy that thoroughly.
Nice on knowing that. Good job. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, thank you. Estoy aprendiendo español. No sé mucho todavía, but I'm getting there.
Not me. 1999 from Cognitive Dissonance. Can Erika do Roz from Monsters Inc.? Of course I can do Roz. I'm always watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. I can do any of it. I do good cartoon impressions, you guys. You gotta give me a little slack. I'm a little insulted that everyone's so surprised. This one's you, though, Forrest.
Fuck. 1999 from Hannah Hodgins. Come on, let Farm Boy Strong do more impressions, and we get another line open. $72,000 confirmation of transfer of funds. Status confirmed. You misspelled status, so she's not going to do it.
Yeah, that's why. Hannah, you remembered Farm Boy Strong. I have to remind everybody about Farm Boy Strong. I'm never letting anyone forget it. 20 Canadian dollars. Here's $20 just because. Oh, from Where is Waldo? Because Forrest mentioned Stick Figure with one of his best songs. Forrest.
I fucking love Stick Figure, dude.
You're being complimented for your music taste. That's really interesting. I feel like I'm not getting as much kudos, even though I gave a lot more songs, but that are a lot more artists. But that's fine, I guess.
My songs are better.
I'm used to people I'm used to people around me having bad taste, so it's okay. Whatever, it's fine.
20 Canadian dollars from Where Is Waldo? Here's $20 just because Forrest. Oh, fuck me. God damn it. God damn it. Look, I was looking over here and I just started reading. I didn't even sight read the whole thing first.
Humiliating. So
it's Arden's fault. She should have changed the thing, but she was too busy setting up call-in studio for another call to do it. So
surely, Forrest, you were getting slapped down. You just got spiked. You got check Discord. You got spiked over the net, brother. $20.
I did. That's what I was looking at. I'm fucking distracted by how mean Arden's being to me.
$20 from Metricon 9000.
I suggested a fun and interesting idea.
This is actually a very interesting take. Self-titled debut is the best Gorillaz album, and I will fight you on that. That is a very interesting take. I'm not saying that self-titled doesn't have some really incredible songs on it that aren't very popular, including ones that not a lot of people know about because they were on G-sides. I think it's G-sides for the debut. I'm actually a big fan of Left Hand Suzuki Method, but for me, you can't beat the orchestral notes that you find in Demon Days, the song. And I love the cohesive narrative of Demon Days as a whole. I think it's great. That's just me. Also, I saw Social D with Bad Religion in Dallas about a year and a half ago, and it was amazing. Two of my favorite punk bands ever. That rocks. And I lived a similar dream. I got to see My Chem earlier this year, which was great. Really lovely. This one's you, Forrest. You better read it.
$20 from Balthazar. Hank Green tested the Gros Michel. Apparently, banana flavoring is what Gros Michel smell like, not taste like. If Erika can do a proper Forrest by enjoying a pun, that would be the greatest impersonation. That
I actually can't do. Unfortunately, that's one that it's beyond my abilities. I'm good. I'm not great. Come on. That's greatness.
I feel like you could pull it off.
We got $20 from Pureform42 at Hannah Hodgins, 9516, giving $72,000. How can we not? Hashtag one more line on the line. Hashtag monad. Sorry, I burped while I was saying that. It was a little. It smells like chili in here now. It's disgusting. Oh, God. I'm getting such bad acid reflux. I need to take a Tums at some point, or a Pepsid, or like 10 of both. Oh, God. There were too many peppers.
Arden, $20 from Eric Soto. If Arden doesn't open the lines for one more call, me and Zerb will remain trapped in the year 2195. No!
Arden, that's fucked. That's fucked.
Get them back.
20 Canadian dollars from Reverend Nate 2735. Just because we were talking music, check out Charles Bradley, folks. He's deceased, but was so brilliant. Also, one more call. We
oh my God, and that's it.
Crowded.
We should have seen it coming. You wouldn't even let us get an outro?
You're still alive.
Oh, thank God. I was furious.
That would have been really funny, actually.
Oh, my God.
I was about to say, what a great way to end a near 11 and a half hour stream, is to just shut it off at the tail end like that. Forrest, sign us off.
Do you have anything you want to say at the end?
No,
anything you want to wrap up with? Because I also had a great time.
I'll wrap up with this. Light work, no reaction. Right? Stream like this, $2 stream, easy. Not even a problem for me. Had beers, had fun with my friends, had a good meal, played with my dogs. Honestly, so long. If I could be on my walking treadmill for this, I could do this for 24 hours. Easy peasy, no problem.
I drank a bunch of tea and talked to creationists and transphobes. I had a great fucking day. It's been an amazing time. So, I'm down to do this again. It was only 11 and a half hours. I'm not even tired, honestly. So, next fundraiser, we need to bend Jimmy's ear and ask how much we need to raise for a 24-hour stream, because I'm down.
It's got to be high though, right? Like that's a pretty big treat. It's not that we can't do it. It's just that it's a big treat. It's kind of like it's like when your parents let you get like a big ice cream cone. It's like it's not that they can't afford it. It's just it's a big treat for It's a big treat for Chad. Chad's got to be on
say
their
like
best
a
behavior.
18-hour stream next for like, $80,000, and then 24-hour stream for like 200,000 or something like that. We need to make the world a better place. By the way, I tell you how we will sign this off. Speaking of making the world a better place, a lot of people are about to lose their SNAP benefits. I grew up on food stamps. I would not be here if I didn't have the government assistance that I had growing up. I was very poor. So a lot of people are about to be hurting for certain. If you can do it, consider skipping Christmas. Consider skipping Thanksgiving. Do the traditional thing and just spend time with your family and tell them how much you love them and hold them tight, and take that gift money that you were going to spend on yourself or whatever like that for whatever trinkets and toys and fancy electronics that you don't fucking need, and consider giving it to Feeding America, which is an amazing organization that works with a network of food banks all around the country to make sure people get the help that they need. Consider donating to your local food bank if you can. Consider reaching out to your neighbors and building community on your own block and making sure that your neighbors have what they need to get by and that they need to have the help. If you have a little more than you need, guarantee you can find somebody with a little bit less than they need. And if you have a little less than you need, there are resources from little people who have a little bit more. The government doesn't give a fuck about you. We are in this together. Fuck them. We will take care of ourselves. We will take care of each other. That's what community is all about, and that is what they're the most scared of. So please consider that moving forward into the holiday season. I'm going to be out of town for Thanksgiving anyway. I have a trip. I'm doing a tour in Germany that I've had booked for like a year. And people have already paid for it. I'm going to be there for Thanksgiving. I'm not participating in Black Friday and shit like that. You shouldn't either. Fuck Black Friday. Fuck Christmas spending. Donate to your local food bank. Help your community. Fuck this government. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck ICE. And fuck the whole fucking Republican legislator shutting down the government just so they can fucking fund their bullshit bills. Fuck all of them. You take care of your community. That's the thing that I want to say at the end of this. With that, we've had an amazing stream, y'all. Thank you so much for being here for this entire time, for fucking 11 and a half fucking hours. Thank you to Luxander and to Arden for producing. Thank you to Erika for being an amazing fucking host. Thank you to our mods in chat for keeping things sane and civil. Thank you to the people in chat, even the ones that suck. Thank you to the callers, even the ones that suck. Thank you for watching. Have an awesome rest of your day and never stop learning. Bye-bye.